Reborn in a cultivation world with scarce resources, I, Han Yuan, discovered a random gain multiplier that amplifies anything I use. Pills? Spells? Everything multiplies in power. So, while others chase glory, I quietly tend my spiritual rice field with my loyal flame dog, Wankai, gathering enough spirit stones to keep leveling up. With my so-called average talent, I keep a low profile, but my real strength grows with each step. Thanks to my multiplier, I'm becoming powerful in ways no one expects, steadily preparing for the day they'll all realize what I'm truly capable of. C1 Random Gain Multiplier, 3 Yuan Realm, Earth God Sect. Han Yuan, who had just completed the task of an outer disciple, dragged his tired body back to the mountain courtyard in the remote corner of Gomu Peak. The courtyard was not big, and a puppy ran over happily, wagging its tail, and circled around Han Yuan's feet. Han Yuan patted its head and smiled. Wankai, how is the spiritual field? Woof, woof. The puppy raised its head and ran to the 2 acres of spiritual field in front of the yard. Its paws pressed on a small mouse-like animal and kept wagging its tail. Han Yuan rarely smiled. Wankai had a trace of the blood of the spiritual beast flame dog in his body, and had good spirituality. Although it was difficult to grow into a spiritual beast of the first level of chi refining, it was a good helper for guarding the house. He spent a whole spiritual stone to exchange it from the outer peak of the spiritual beast peak. Wankai, look carefully, don't blink. Han Yuan shouted at Wankai. Wankai's fiery red eyes flashed with joy, and he jumped to the edge of the spiritual field and waited expectantly. Han Yuan stood by the spiritual field, brewing his emotions, then pinched his fingers, combined with the runes that had long been condensed in the Dantian, and whispered, Spirit Rain Technique. In the Dantian, only 1/5 of the spiritual power left was released, stimulating the runes of the spiritual rain technique in the Dantian, and then above the spiritual field, countless water vapors carried a trace of spiritual energy, forming a water cloud covering 2 acres of spiritual fields. Fall. On the spiritual field, a trace of rain fell, mixed with spiritual energy and merged into the rice in the field, nourishing every yellow-grade lower-grade spiritual rice blood spirit rice. Wankai, who was standing on the edge, was around the edge of the spiritual field, happily chasing the extra spiritual rain and absorbing the insignificant spiritual energy. The blood spirit rice in the spiritual field has already hung rice ears, and the time for harvest is not far away. Han Yuan's face was slightly pale, which was a sign of exhaustion of spiritual power. After completing the task, most of his spiritual power was consumed, but he had no choice. The blood spirit rice had to be treated with the spirit rain technique once in the morning and evening, and the evening session had to be completed before sunset, otherwise the harvest of blood spirit rice would be bad. The harvest will be in 2 days. By then, 2 acres of spiritual fields can harvest 1,000 kilograms of blood spirit rice. After deducting 70% of the surrender, there will be about 300 kilograms left, which can be exchanged for 150 low-grade spiritual stones. Han Yuan was already very satisfied. 150 low-grade spiritual stones were equivalent to his harvest from the outer sect mission for a year and a half. This was a huge sum of money. It seemed that he could buy a bottle of gathering spirit pill to use. He had been a disciple for 2 years and was still in the 2nd level of chi training. The money he had saved before was invested in buying the spirit rain technique. In addition, he also spent a lot of money to buy a simple shielding formation to cover the spiritual fluctuations of the spiritual field and the smell of spiritual rice to prevent large wild beasts from following the smell, so he had no money to buy pills. As for the distribution of pills by the sect, that was the treatment of the formal inner disciples, and only elites above the 7th level of chi training could enjoy it. Wankai, continue to take care of the spiritual field, I'm going to practice. Woof, woof. Wankai agreed very straightforwardly. Han Yuan turned back to the small courtyard, sat cross-legged, absorbed the spiritual energy between heaven and earth, and circulated the Zhoutian. He was reluctant to use even the spiritual stones, and spent all the accumulated spiritual stones on the blade. This is also the old tradition of the flower-growing family to be frugal. That's right. Han Yuan is a serious time traveler. At first, he was very excited and looked for the golden finger on his body, the system father, the old grandfather, etc., but he didn't get any at all. Then he thought he was a genius in cultivating immortals, and he would kill gods and Buddhas, but when the spiritual roots were tested, he found that his qualifications were average, only the middle-grade 5-element spiritual roots, the lowest middle-grade spiritual roots. Although the spiritual roots were better than most of the lower-grade spiritual roots, they were not much better. Fortunately, the middle-grade spiritual root still has its benefits. He became an outer disciple of the Earth God sect directly, instead of a worse errant disciple. After entering the sect and understanding the situation of the immortal cultivation world, he made a reasonable plan. He did not consume all the spiritual stones he got, but accumulated them slowly. He first spent 100 spiritual stones to exchange for the spirit rain technique, practiced hard, and then used 50 spiritual stones to buy the shielding formation and began to grow blood spirit rice. Perhaps it was the farming gene of the flower-growing family that played a role. In the first year, he actually grew blood spirit rice, which shocked many people. But it also attracted prying eyes. Thinking of this, Han Yuan frowned slightly. It's still safe in the sect. They can't risk violating the sect's laws and snatch my blood spirit rice and spiritual stones, but they can't be ignored, and there is a high probability that they will come to exclude me or force me to stand in line. Where there are people, there are rivers and lakes. There are many mountaintops among the outer disciples, and the relationship is complicated. Many of the people who came in with Han Yuan have already formed or joined some small groups. Most of these people have no habit of accumulating spirit stones. They use them as soon as they get them. They have already reached most of the second level of Qi training. Some of the best have already broken through the third level of Qi training and are not far from the fourth level. But because of this, they are very short of spirit stones. They cannot reach the fourth level of Qi training and cannot complete many high-yield tasks. They often fall into spirit stone anxiety. Once they hear that Han Yuan's spirit field has a big harvest, they will definitely focus on Han Yuan who planted blood spirit rice. After I harvest the blood spirit rice, I will have spirit stones and elixirs for cultivation. I will catch up with the progress I have fallen behind soon. Han Yuan is very confident. Cultivation talent is indeed important, but in the world of cultivation resources are also very important. Whether there are spirit stones and elixirs for cultivation is completely different. The ordinary days of Gumu Peak go on as usual. 14 days later, Han Yuan asked for a leave in advance and came to the spiritual field early in the morning. Looking at the blood-red color in the spiritual field and smelling the rich rice fragrance between his nostrils, he showed a smile from the heart. He did not rush to harvest, but waited. When the orange-red sun rose, a creaking sound came from far away. Han Yuan looked immediately. I saw a young man driving a wind-chasing horse grain cart slowly approaching. Han Yuan hurriedly stepped forward and saluted. Han Yuan meets senior brother. May I know your name? Junior brother, don't be polite. My name is Di Ching. Tut tut, junior brother. Han is bold. It's the first time I see an outer disciple who started to grow blood spirit rice 2 years after entering the sect. The young man took a look at the blood-red spiritual rice on the spiritual field not far away, and said half politely and half sighing. Han Yuan smiled bitterly. Junior brother, I know that I am dull, so I can only study the hard work of planting, hoping to have a little guarantee in the future. Di Ching touched his chin, sensed Han Yuan's cultivation, looked at Han Yuan's clothes, and nodded thoughtfully. He coughed and said, let's get down to business. The sect will take 70% of the blood spirit rice, you know? Junior brother knows. Han Yuan nodded immediately. Well, in addition, will you exchange your 30% directly to the sect or use it yourself? If you exchange it to the sect will buy it back at the price of 2 kilograms per spirit stone. This price is absolutely fair. If you exchange it at other places, it is estimated that it will be lower than this price. Han Yuan had already calculated it, and nodded. I am willing to sell it to the sect. Okay, I will start collecting it. Di Ching came to the edge of the spirit field and took out a green long sword. Han Yuan stared at it without blinking. Di Ching held a long sword and shouted softly, light and spiritual sword technique. The green long sword immediately glowed with spiritual light. In Han Yuan's amazed eyes, a sword light stretched out from the green long sword for 3 feet, and then Di Ching stepped into the spiritual field and cut from beginning to end. The rice ears fell down one by one, with a clean and sharp technique and fast speed. In just a short moment, Di Ching harvested the 2 acres of spiritual field. Then Di Ching performed a controlling object technique again, and all the rice ears fell into the grain cart, and soon the grain cart was filled with more than half. This efficiency is too fast. Di Cheng returned to Han Yuan again. His face was not red, and he was not out of breath. He glanced at the grain cart, and then said, a total of 1,080 kilograms, 30% is 324 kilograms, a total of 162 spiritual stones, is it okay? No problem, Han Yuan affirmed. Yes. Di Ching wiped the bag on his waist, and a small pile of spiritual stones appeared in front of Han Yuan. A total of 162 pieces, please confirm. Di Cheng said. Han Yuan scanned with his spiritual sense and confirmed, no problem. Di Cheng smiled lightly, then jumped into the car and said, in this case, I'll take my leave. Han Yuan was startled and hurriedly said, "Brother, why don't you go into the house and have some tea?" "No need, I have to complete the sect mission as soon as possible." Di Qing shook the reins, and the wind-chasing horse naturally began to turn. "Junior brother, send you off." "Well, junior brother Han, see you again if we are lucky." Di Qing chuckled and drove the grain cart away quickly. Han Yuan frowned slightly, and felt that Di Qing had something to say, but his heart was filled with spiritual stones and he could no longer care about anything else. He carefully took out a palm-sized storage bag and put away all the spiritual stones. He spent 10 spiritual stones to buy this storage bag. The capacity inside was very small, only about half a cubic meter, but it was more than enough to put down the spiritual stones. "It's time to buy pills." Han Yuan was in high spirits and hurried to the exchange house. Soon after, he brought back a bottle of gathering spirit pills. One gathering spirit pill cost 10 low-grade spirit stones, and a bottle of 12 pills only cost 108 low-grade spirit stones. Speaking of which, small groups also have advantages. If you buy in groups like this, it will be cheaper. Back in the courtyard, Han Yuan sat cross-legged and began to swallow the gathering spirit pill for the first time. The pill was swallowed into his stomach, and before Han Yuan could feel the refreshing feeling of the pill, a line of text suddenly flashed in front of him. Random gain multiplier, 3, gathering spirit pill efficacy *300%, gathering spirit pill toxicity 30%, Han Yuan was startled. Before he could react, the gathering spirit pill that entered his stomach had already produced a large amount of medicinal power, which exceeded his expectations. He quickly concentrated and started practicing the technique. Chapter 2 The effect of the elixir is astonishing. Rapid progress. Han Yuan practiced Huangjia's top-grade skill, Ancient Wood Spirit Nurturing Technique. It was a wood attribute skill with gentle spiritual power, bested nourishing spirits, and long-lasting breath, but not good at attacking. At this time, a large amount of medicinal power poured into the meridians, and the wood spiritual power of the Ancient Wood Spirit Nourishing Technique exerted an excellent effect. The gentle wood spiritual power calmed the surging medicinal power, and carried the medicinal power together with it to move around the sky. As each small cycle was successfully operated, the medicinal power was quickly integrated into Han Yuan's own spiritual power. 2 full hours later, Han Yuan exhaled heavily, his eyes filled with joy. A single spirit gathering pill is actually worth a month of my hard training. The effect is amazing. Han Yuan was amazed. He had also heard others say that one pill was worth 7 days of hard work. But now, after he swallowed one pill, it was worth 1 month of hard work. This effect has been improved by more than 3 times. Well, it may be that my qualifications are worse than others. When Han Yuan thought about it, he understood the reason for some discrepancies, but this made him even more happy. And those few lines of text just now are not an illusion, but the real content. It turns out that my golden finger has this random gain multiplier. The spiritual power reserve in my dantian before was about 1/5 of the level of the second level of Qi training. After a month of hard training, the spiritual power was equivalent to 1/10 of the spiritual power of the second level of Qi training. If everything continues, it's a 3x gain. I only need to swallow 7 more pills to reach the top of the second level of Qi training. Generally, you need to wait 3 days before swallowing the next spirit gathering pill, and my erysipelas has been reduced by 30%. Wouldn't it be possible to continue swallowing the spirit gathering pill in a day or 2? When Han Yuan was running his spiritual power, he could feel some erysipelas residue in his spiritual power. It originally took 3 days to remove the erysipelas, but now 3/10 of the erysipelas are missing. The time saved may be more than 1 day, because it takes more than 1 day to remove the erysipelas. It is difficult first and then easy. The less erysipelas remaining, the faster the removal speed will naturally be. Therefore, although the 30% reduction of erysipelas may not seem much, it is actually much more than imagined. Han Yuan suppressed the joy in his heart and continued to circulate the heavens to kill the erysipelas. A night of silence. The next morning, Han Yuan got up early and began to clean up the straw in the fields. These straws contain spiritual energy and have many uses. They can be used to feed spirit beasts and are also one of the raw materials for low-level talisman paper. If sold, these 2 acres of material could be worth 10 spirit stones. Cannot be wasted. It's just that 2 acres of spiritual field contains a lot of straw. The spiritual plants are so tough that it took a long time to deal with 1/8 of the area. Looks like it's going to take a few days. Han Yuan put the harvested straw into the small courtyard first, and then walked towards the outer courtyard to complete today's outer door labor. After Han Yuan left, he didn't notice that there was a figure in the woods watching him leave silently. After he left, he walked out of the shadows. This person was Hu Yifan, another outer disciple who lives nearby. I happened to see a grain truck passing by yesterday. Is the spiritual rice planted by Han Yuan really mature? Hu Yifan couldn't help being surprised. Planting spiritual rice was really not easy. Many people who planted it for the first time ended up losing all their money. Although he knew that Han Yuan planted blood spiritual rice and occasionally passed by the rice fields, he really didn't think highly of Han Yuan. It can be grown, but the grain truck passing by yesterday made him suspicious. So this morning while Han Yuan was out, he quietly came over to check. Not long after walking, he came to the edge of the spiritual field in front of Han Yuan's small courtyard. He saw the ears of rice being picked from the spiritual rice, and he completely believed that Han Yuan's planting was successful. Doesn't Han Yuan have a lot of spirit stones on his body now? Hu Yifan felt hot in his heart and had a suspicion. He left in a hurry, but he didn't notice that Wang Kai was secretly looking at him in the corner. In the blink of an eye, it's evening. Han Yuan dragged his slightly tired body back to the small courtyard. Woof! Woof! Wang Kai ran over happily. Han Yuan smiled slightly and handed it a piece of meat. However, Wang Kai did not accept the meat as usual, but took a few steps to the edge of the spiritual field. Han Yuan was a little confused. Wang Kai turned to look at him, then stood up, grinning his teeth, tilting the corners of his mouth, and narrowing the big eyes on the dog's face slightly, looking a bit funny. Han Yuan frowned. Wang Kai, someone is coming? Wang Kai returned to his original state, woof and woof happily, and nodded repeatedly. Who is it? Han Yuan asked again. Wang Kai barked in the direction of Hu Yifan's yard. Han Yuan suddenly realized, it turns out to be Hu Yifan. He raised his eyebrows. What does this kid want to do? He sneaked to the edge of my spiritual field and made this expression. It seems he has an idea. Hu Yifan and he were in the same batch of outer disciples, and their qualifications were not far different from his. He had 4 middle-grade spiritual roots, but his fire attribute spiritual roots were the best. He practiced that ancient wood-burning spiritual skill and graduated a year ago. After entering the 2nd level of Qi training, his cultivation level is still higher than him, but not much. He frowned and thought for a while, then shouted to Wang Kai, Wang Kai, I'm going out for a trip. You can take care of your home. If you encounter danger, be smart. Woof woof. Wang Kai responded with a wagging tail. Han Yuan picked up some straw from the yard and put it into a storage bag, then hurriedly left. Half an hour passed. Han Yuan just came back and took a look at Wang Kai. Wang Kai said no one came, so he turned around and returned to the room, seizing the time to practice. In the world of immortality, strength is everything. Only then did Wang Kai pick up the meat that Han Yuan had put down before, and ate it happily, while not forgetting to stare vigilantly in the direction of the woods. Han Yuan sat down cross-legged and circulated the heavens to refine his spiritual power. 2 hours later, the spiritual power in the body became warm again, and there was no longer any erysipelas left in the spiritual power. A smile appeared on Han Yuan's face. Very good, the erysipelas has been removed, and you can continue to swallow the pills. With one hand flip, the spirit-gathering pill was taken out from the storage bag. He raised his head and took it. The spirit-gathering pill had already been swallowed into his belly. At this time, he stared ahead carefully, and then he saw a vague mysterious dice spinning rapidly. A pattern of 4 small dots flashed away. Random gain multiplier. For efficacy of Juling pill 400%, Juling Dan erysipelas 40%, in an instant, the efficacy of the spirit-gathering pill increased with an astonishing effect. Han Yuan had been prepared for a long time. He kept his mind close and used the ancient wood spirit nourishing technique. Zhou Tian's operation speed increased to his current extreme, and he continued to refine the power of the spirit-gathering pill. This time the medicine was even more powerful, and it took Han Yuxing 3 hours to completely refine it. But the effect is also gratifying. One night of refining is worth his 40 days of hard training, and his cultivation level has almost reached 1/2 of the 2nd level of Qi training, which is an astonishing progress. Contented, he lay down on the bed and fell into a peaceful sleep. 2 hours later, Han Yuan got up refreshed. When he came to the courtyard, when his spiritual consciousness swept outside the courtyard, he saw 2 uninvited guests already standing at the door. Hu Yifan also sensed that there was someone moving in the courtyard, and immediately knocked on the door and said, Junior brother Han Yuan, open the door. Han Yuan raised his eyebrows, placed his palm on the hilt of the sword at his waist, and said through the door, Hu Yifan, what can I do for you? Open the door, I have something important to tell you. Hu Yifan's tone was a little anxious. Han Yuan thought in his mind, this is a sect, and it is strictly prohibited to snatch property, let alone kill people and seize treasures, so the safety is still somewhat guaranteed. What's more, this sect has no formations and cannot stop the immortal cultivators. Thinking of this, Han Yuan still opened the door. There were indeed two people standing outside the door. One was a lean Hu Yifan, and the other had wolf-like eyes and an eagle nose, full of aggression. After opening the door, this person looked Han Yuan up and down. Hu Yifan fell behind, looking at the person in front of him with a flattering expression, and said, "Brother Han, this is the junior brother Han I told you about." Then Hu Yifan turned to look at Han Yuan, raised his chin slightly, and said with some arrogance in his tone, "Junior brother Han, this is our last senior brother Wu Chao. His cultivation has reached the late 3rd level, which is far away from the 4th level." "Not far away." Han Yuan Gong raised his hand and said, "It turns out that senior brother Wu is here. I wonder what happened today. Are you Han Yuan? I heard that you successfully planted a batch of blood rice." Wu Chao looked at Han Yuan critically. Han Yuan glanced at the straw in the yard and said, "So what? I have given them all to the sect." At this time, Hu Yifan said, "Junior brother Han, do you know the popular help among our disciples?" Han Yuan shook his head. "Assistance is very simple. Disciples like us with relatively poor qualifications can choose a disciple with better qualifications as a support target, use the extra spirit stones to help him break through the cultivation level, and wait until the support target reaches the middle stage of Qi training. Even after the advanced stage of Qi training, the recipients can help us improve our cultivation together. This is a mutually beneficial thing. Our senior brother Wu Chao is not far away from the middle stage of Qi training. Now we only need a few spiritual stones to improve our cultivation. Once senior brother Wu Chao breaks through the middle stage of Qi training, he will be able to take on some very high-paying tasks and give us feedback at that time. Very helpful. At this point, the meaning is self-evident. Wu Chao smiled and said, "Junior brother Han, what do you think of this cooperation? Others have been working with me for 2 years and have paid a lot of spiritual stones. Originally, I didn't want to ask for another partner midway, but I am indeed in urgent need of it now. A batch of spirit stones, you only need to give me 150 more spirit stones, and I will receive the same treatment as others. When I break through to the middle stage of Qi training, I will be grateful." When Han Yuan heard this, he was naturally unwilling. Not to mention that he no longer had so many spirit stones. The key point was that this person only knew him once or twice and invested a huge amount of money. When Wu Chao turned his back and refused to admit it, wouldn't his losses have been in vain? To put it bluntly, it was robbery, just put in a nice way. And resources are now indispensable to him. Han Yuan was solemn, clasped his fists and said, "I'm sorry, my spirit stone is still useful, so I can't agree to this. Please forgive me, senior brother Wu." When Wu Chao heard this, the expression on his face immediately turned cold, and the aura of the 3rd level of Qi training suddenly came out. He stared at Han Yuan with cold eyes. "You say it again?" Han Yuan frowned slightly. "I want to use my spiritual stone for myself. Could it be that senior brother Wu Chao intends to violate the sect's regulations and take my spiritual stone by force?" Hu Yifan immediately said anxiously, "Han Yuan, do you know how rare this opportunity is? It is not easy for others to get into the relationship with senior brother Wu Chao. Senior brother Wu Chao is a middle grade 3-spirited fairy who is expected to build a foundation. Why don't you have a clear mind?" "Sorry," Han Yuan said. Wu Chao's expression was cold, the spiritual power in his body began to fluctuate violently, and a golden aura glowed on his palms. Han Yuan was very calm in his heart, channeling his spiritual power on his feet, ready to run away at any time. Scare him? He didn't panic. If the other party destroys his yard, his backhand will be a report. Suddenly a cold shout came from far away. "What are you doing?" Everyone looked at it. A woman in white clothes came riding on the wind holding a sword. Her figure was elegant, her face was like a silver plate, her eyes were like apricots, her lips were red and her eyebrows were green, and her hair was like black hair. She naturally exuded a powerful aura of middle-stage Qi training, which was shocking. This senior sister. "We are just chatting." Wu Chao quickly dispersed his spiritual power and said hurriedly. Han Yuan said respectfully, "Senior sister Lu, you are here." The woman nodded towards Han Yuan, turned to look at Wu Chao, and frowned, "Still not leaving? Sister, you are busy. You are busy." Wu Chao immediately pulled the dazed Hu Yifan away and hurried away. When he turned around, his face was very ugly. After the people walked away, Lu Sisi pointed to some straw in the yard and said, "Is this the material you mentioned to feed the spirit beasts? Do you really plan to give me a batch every year?" Thank you to senior sister Lu for selling Wonkai to me at a low price last year. I am deeply grateful. Your kindness should be repaid with a spring of water, Han Yuan said sternly. Lu Sixixia had a half smile on her face. At first, she thought that this junior brother had thoughts about her. Seeing that this junior brother was quite handsome, she planned to come over and have a look. Unexpectedly, when she saw the scene, she turned out to be using her as a shield. 2 acres of spiritual rice straw can hold up to 10 spiritual stones, so I want to seek her asylum, and I am a little brave. Han Yuan felt uneasy. Woof! Woof! Wonkai ran over and circled happily around Lu Sixi. Lu Sixai's eyes lit up and her eyebrows curved unconsciously. She bent down and touched Wonkai, and said happily, "Little Wonkai? There is actually a little spiritual power fluctuation in the body. It can be regarded as a semi-spiritual beast, and the meat is good. It should taste good." Wonkai originally had a well-behaved and happy expression. When he heard the next few words, he immediately became furious. He raised his head and looked at Lu Sixi in horror. He passed under Han Yuan's crotch in a hurry and hid behind Han Yuan, shivering, leaving only half of the butt open. Senior sister Lu, Han Yuan scratched his head in embarrassment. Lu Sixi stood up, put his hands behind his hands and hummed softly, turned around and left, and then a few words floated in the air. "Remember to send it here early. If you are too old, those spiritual beasts will not eat it." Han Yuan said happily, "Junior brother understands." C3 breakthrough in the realm of cultivation. Amazing random multiplier. Han Yuan was relieved. Lu Sixi is an outer disciple of Spirit Beast Peak, and his cultivation level is already at the 5th level of Qi refining. He made a lot of money from Lu Sixi at a low price, so he has some good connections. After learning about Hu Yifun's spying yesterday, he had a premonition that something bad was going to happen, so he tried to get in touch with Lu Sixi. Unexpectedly, 2 groups of people, Hu Yifun and Lu Sixi, arrived in the morning, and they accidentally solved the problem. Around. Give me a few more days and my cultivation will be raised to the 3rd level. What Han Yuan wants is this buffer period. Once his cultivation level improves, his prying eyes will consciously look away. He glanced at the straw in the rice field and thought for a while. He was not in a hurry to deal with them now. Once his cultivation reached the 3rd level, the efficiency would be even higher. He turned back to the room and continued to practice and refine the erysipelas. When the sun came up, he went directly to Foreign Affairs Peak to do some work. It was not until evening that he hurried back to his courtyard. After feeding Wonkai for a while, he continued to seize the time to practice. Today, the erysipelas was tempered faster. In less than half an hour, the erysipelas in the body was completely cleared. He couldn't wait to take out a spirit-gathering pill, raised his head and drank it. Random gain multiplier, 3, efficacy of Juling pill * 300%, Lingju Dan erysipelas 30%, another triple gain. Han Yuan was already very satisfied. Just 2 hours later, he absorbed all the power of the spirit-gathering pill. The spiritual power in his body increased again, and his spiritual power had exceeded half of the 2nd level. TSK, I just caught up with Hu Yifun's progress? Han Yuan was a little surprised. When he started in the morning, his spiritual consciousness clearly sensed Hu Yifun's spiritual strength, which was probably only 10% higher than him. Not far behind. Han Yuan curled up his lips. The effect of Golden Finger was extremely amazing. 3 pills were actually equivalent to the effect of 10 pills. The progress was naturally very rapid. Keep up the good work. Han Yuan did not rest, and continued to temper the erysipelas in his body. The spiritual power in his body circulated over and over again. Many thoughts in his mind were cleared one by one, and he was immersed in the practice of emptiness. In the early morning, a ray of sunlight poured into the room through the window. He seemed to smell the fragrance of grass and trees in his nostrils. His spiritual consciousness spread out unconsciously, breathing the same breath as an almond tree in the courtyard. He was letting go of his thoughts and practicing deeply. Han Yuan inexplicably resonated with the old apricot tree. The speed of the ancient wood nourishing skill suddenly doubled. Han Yuan, who was deeply involved in spiritual practice, was not affected in the slightest. Instead, he became more comfortable and easily adapted to the doubling of the speed of the cycle. After a while, Han Yuan opened his eyes in shock and looked at the old apricot tree outside the window with bright eyes. Is this an epiphany? Or is it the unity of heaven and man? Han Yuan's face showed genuine joy. His skill proficiency had actually broken through. The ancient wood spirit nurturing technique has gone from the entry level to the master level. The ancient wood spirit nurturing technique at the Xiaocheng level can fully double the cultivation speed, double the spiritual power recovery speed, and increased the cultivation speed and spell effect of wood attribute spells by about 30%. Through the breakthrough in the level of the technique, the erysipelas in his body was completely cleared. It can be said to be a double happiness. Suddenly, a rapidly rotating dice flashed before his eyes. Han Yuan looked forward in shock. Random gain multiplier, 3, the effect of ancient wood nourishing skills of Xiaochang realm is asterisk 300%, Han Yuan's eyes widened, is this okay? This is great. Han Yuan couldn't wait to sit down cross-legged and practice the exercises. As soon as I started practicing, my spiritual consciousness clearly observed that the speed of spiritual power increased 4 times compared to before the breakthrough. This is already equivalent to the ancient wood spirit nurturing technique in the Deshang realm. Han Yuan has heard a saying that monks in the late stage of Qi training may not necessarily be able to practice Deshang realm exercises. Those who have mastered Deshang realm exercises are all in the late stage of Qi training, which shows the gold content of Deshang realm exercises. Doesn't it mean that my spiritual power recovery speed will be 7 times that of before, and the power of my spell will be doubled? His ancient wood spirit nurturing technique is good at recovery, and now his fighting endurance will reach a very astonishing level. At least in the early stage of Qi training, he is a king-like existence. The enhanced power of the spell will also make up for the weak attack power of the ancient wood spirit nurturing technique, which is simply perfect. I'm so happy. The corners of Han Yuan's mouth couldn't stop rising. This breakthrough can be said to be a complete rebirth. Now his cultivation speed is almost the same as that of the top-grade spiritual root geniuses of the same batch. He didn't believe that those people could already comprehend the techniques of the Deshang realm. Can't float, keep practicing. Han Yuan stopped smiling, his face returned to calm, and he turned over his hand and took out another spirit-gathering pill. The erysipelas is cleared and he can swallow another pill again. He threw it up and dropped it into his mouth. Random gain multiplier, 7, efficacy of Juling pill asterisk 700%, Lingju Dan erysipelas 70%, Han Yuan's eyes widened. This time, the random multiple was unexpectedly high. The power of the medicine, which was twice as powerful as the previous 3 times, suddenly exploded in the body. But this time, after Han Yuan's breakthrough in the technique, the speed of refining the medicinal power accelerated. In less than an hour, he had absorbed all the medicinal power. The improved spiritual power has increased by another 2 or 3 tenths. His cultivation level has reached about 8/10 of the second level of Qi training, and he is not far from the third level of Qi training. Lao Tai, who understands this soaring joy? I glanced at the sky and saw that it was getting late. He immediately packed up and hurried to Foreign Affairs Peak. The Foreign Affairs Peak is also known as the Coolie Peak. It is a place where the outer disciples often come. He came to the Ding number 17 courtyard by familiar routes and came to the corner out of habit. There were already a dozen people here. He glanced at the crowd and met Hu Yifan's eyes. Hu Yifan smiled at this time and nodded towards Han Yuan, as if greeting him. Han Yuan raised his eyebrows. What is this guy planning? At this time, Hu Yifan came to another outer disciple and whispered, Brother Qinfeng, I heard that Han Yuan has become involved with senior sister Lu Sixai of Spirit Beast Peak. It is best not to conflict with him in the future. When Qinfeng heard this, he glanced at Hu Yifan strangely. Is this guy giving him eye drops? How did Hu Yifan know that he liked senior sister Lu? What a villain. As for Han Yuan, he was just a little transparent. He didn't care whether it mattered or not. The most important thing for a monk was his cultivation. Han Yuan couldn't catch his eye at all, and he couldn't even be considered an opponent. Not long after, 20 outer disciples had gathered in the courtyard. No one was absent from work and no one was late. Cough, cough. A familiar cough sounded. A middle-aged man with half-black and half-white hair walked in from outside and glanced at everyone indifferently. Disciple pays homage to Deacon Yu. Everyone saluted in unison. Well, there's no need to be polite. Yu Muxiong said calmly. Han Yuan raised his head and looked at Yu Muxiong's hands curiously. He was surprised to find that Yu Muxiong didn't seem to have a task book in his hand today. Yu Muxiong looked serious and said, Today, I want to tell you something. Everyone listened. It's almost been 2 years since you started. According to the rules of previous years, if you haven't broken through to the 3rd level of Qi training by the end of the 3rd year, you will be demoted to handyman disciples. Therefore, you should seize the time to practice next year. A look of solemnity flashed in the eyes of many people. Yu Muxiong continued, In addition, for your group of disciples, if you reach the 3rd level of Qi training before the end of the 2nd year, the sect will give you rewards. The higher the cultivation level, the higher the ranking, and the reward will be the more there are. The top 10 can get the treatment of inner disciples in advance, and the top 3 can even become the disciples of the elders. He paused and looked at the 20 people in ding number 17 courtyard. He realized that there was no need to say more, and continued, among you, Qin Feng is the only one who was not far from the 3rd level of Qi training. If you work hard, there will be a big difference. There is a chance to break through the 3rd level of Qi training. Of course, others are not hopeless. Spending spiritual stones to buy elixirs can also improve their cultivation level in a short period of time. It's okay if the elixirs are too late to clean up. At worst, they can be cleaned up slowly after the test is over. Well, the cultivation test will be in 7 days, so you can work hard on your own these days. The tasks for these few days have been temporarily cancelled, and you can go your own way. After Yu Muxion finished telling the news, he left alone. This news was so sudden that Han Yuan was a little surprised. Most of the disciples in the field were also shocked, but the expressions of 2 or 3 people were very calm. They had obviously known the news. Qin Feng was one of them. His cultivation level was very close to the 3rd level of Qi training, and he could cultivate naturally. A breakthrough, plus a spirit-gathering pill, would definitely lead to a breakthrough, so he looked very calm. He left indifferently, and when he was halfway there, he happened to see Han Yuan, who had his head lowered, as if he was downcast. Thinking of Hu Yifan's words, he couldn't help but said in a low voice, Han Yuan, right? Let me remind you, senior sister Lu is not someone you can have a relationship with, so be more conscious. After saying that, Qin Feng walked away without caring about Han Yuan's reaction. Han Yuan looked at Qin Feng's back and didn't take Qin Feng seriously. He was happy that he didn't have to go to work these days and now had more time to practice. Before he could walk out of the yard, I found that there were many people around me. Hu Yifan stood on the edge, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Han Yuan looked at the people surrounding him and frowned slightly. Guys, what do you mean? Ahem, I heard that junior brother Han has made a big harvest by planting blood spirit rice. I am not far away from the 3rd level of Qi training. I am anxious to buy elixirs with spirit stones. I am just short of money. Can junior brother Han lend me 20 spirit stones? Stone? When I break through the 3rd level of Qi training and get the reward, I will give it back to you immediately. Yes, junior brother Han, your cultivation is far from the 3rd level of Qi training, and the spirit stones are still in your hands. If you borrow a sum of spirit stones, you can repay them twice as much. When Han Yuan heard this, he said very simply, sorry, I don't have any spiritual stones in my hand anymore. Sorry everyone. I have something to do, so I have to take a step forward. Han Yuan felt the wind at his feet and walked out from the crowd without any hesitation. Han Yuan, why don't you show any loyalty at all? We are all from number 17 Dingzi Courtyard. We don't look up when we look down, don't you give us any face? The monk named Zhao Donglai said in a dissatisfied tone. Yes, I will borrow 10 spirit stones, but you won't even accept this? Some people were indignant. Humph, doesn't he just know how to grow some spiritual rice? Look at how arrogant he is, he doesn't even know what kind of garbage he is. The middle grade 5 element spiritual roots are actually only one of the wood spiritual roots that has reached the middle grade. Maybe he can even practice Qi. It can last for 10 or 8 years in the medium term. Hu Yifan said at this time, junior brother Han is a loner and doesn't understand the ways of the world. Don't blame him too much. Go to other places to think of a way. Maybe there is still hope to break through the 3rd level of Qi training. The few people didn't say anything else, but they still looked very dissatisfied with Han Yuan. Hu Yifan smiled in his heart. These people are the ones with the most potential to break through the 3rd level of Qi training among the 17th. They are collectively disgusted with Han Yuan. Han Yuan will have a hard time in the future. C4 breakthrough, 3rd level of Qi refining. Han Yuan returned to his own courtyard. Wang Kai came to greet him, wagging his tail. Han Yuan rubbed its dog head and said, Wang Kai, I'm going to practice in seclusion. If anyone wants to break into the courtyard, remember to remind me. Woof, woof. Wang Kai wagged his tail and raised his head, as if to say, leave everything to me. Han Yuan smiled with satisfaction, hung a sign of practice and seclusion on the door, and then went into the room to practice. He leaned against the window, facing the old apricot tree. At this time, he also guessed the reason for entering the mysterious state this morning. This old apricot tree has accompanied many outer disciples. There are always some disciples who choose ancient wood nurturing spirit technique to live there. When they usually practice and inhale and exhale spiritual power, some of their charm is stained on the old apricot tree. He accidentally resonated with the old apricot tree. In fact, he had a dislocated time and space exchange with many disciples who practiced ancient wood nurturing spirit technique before, which led to the breakthrough of the technique in the morning. As the saying goes, the predecessors planted the trees, and the descendants enjoyed the shade. At this time, he was facing the old apricot tree, absorbing and exhaling spiritual power, practicing the ancient tree nurturing spirit technique equivalent to the great success level, and hoped that future residents would also be able to break through the comprehension of the technique. The ancient tree nurturing spirit technique increased the practice speed by 4 times, and the effect of tempering the poison was amazing. It was 4 or 5 times faster than before. In addition, the pill of gathering spirit that had just been swallowed in the morning had deducted 70% of the poison, and the remaining 30% of the poison would not take long to be completely cleared. In less than an hour, he completed the cleaning of the remaining poison. If other disciples knew about this speed, they would definitely curse that he was cheating. Han Yuan took out a gathering spirit pill and swallowed it again. Random gain multiplier, 3, gathering spirit pill efficacy asterisk 300%, pill poison 30%, this refining speed is extremely fast. In just half an hour, he digested the gathering spirit pill that originally took 2 or 3 hours to refine. The spiritual power in his body increased again, and only 1/10 of the progress was left to the 3rd level. Han Yuan's mouth curled up. The effect of cultivation after the realm of the technique was improved was very amazing. He suddenly remembered that after the normal technique was completed, the technique could be operated while walking, sitting, or lying down. Although his current technique was a small success, it was not much different from the great success realm under the increase. Can it achieve the same effect? Do it if you want to do it. He stood up and operated the technique in a small range. If there was anything wrong, he would stop the technique in time. To his surprise, he did run the technique synchronously while standing. He moved his feet and did not interrupt the operation of the technique while walking. After trying several more times, he finally confirmed that although his ancient wood nurturing spirit technique was a small success, it was the same as the real great success realm. In this way, he didn't have to sit in the room to refine the poison. He could temper it while harvesting straw. He didn't forget the agreement with senior sister Lu. So in one-size puzzled eyes, Han Yuan picked up the sickle and went to the rice field to harvest straw. Woof, woof, Wang Kai barked twice, as if to say, didn't you say you wanted to retreat? Han Yuan probably knew what Wang Kai meant, and laughed, plans don't change as fast as they do. Wang Kai tilted his head, not understanding Han Yuan's words. He ran to Han Yuan and used his thin legs to help Han Yuan dig up the scattered straw on the edge of the straw pile. This well-behaved scene made Han Yuan smile slightly. One person and one dog were busy for 3 hours, harvesting almost half of the area. At the same time, the poison in Han Yuan's body was refined again in the process of working. At this time, Han Yuan stopped and returned to the room to swallow the pill. This time, the dice was powerful once, and the random gain multiplier reached 4 points. The efficacy of the Juling pill suddenly increased 4-fold. The Gumu Yangling Gong easily controlled the medicinal power, quickly circulating it in the body and refining the medicinal power. The spiritual power in the body gradually filled the Dantian space, and even a lot of spiritual power overflowed into the meridians. His cultivation has reached the peak of the 2nd level of qi refining. He felt the restraints around the Dantian. With a move of spiritual consciousness, he immediately controlled the spiritual power to break this layer of restraint. Breakthrough! The spiritual power was quickly activated, and the Dantian in the body expanded its boundaries after a slight shock. The surging spiritual power widened the entire Dantian by more than 4 times. When the spiritual power broke through the bottleneck, it transformed a little and became much more refined. The spiritual power rushed out of the Dantian, quickly washed the meridians, and returned to the Dantian again. The spiritual power that originally filled the Dantian became a small half layer at the bottom. 4 times? Shouldn't it be twice? Han Yuan suddenly realized this problem. The size of a normal cultivator's Dantian should grow to twice its original size. At this time, the original total amount of spiritual power only accounts for half of the new realm. Once the remaining half of the space is filled, the realm can be broken through again. Now, the size of his Dantian space is 4 times that before the breakthrough, and the original spiritual power is only a quarter. Others are 1 plus 1, and he is now 1 plus 1 asterisk 3. In general, it is equivalent to twice that of others. Han Yuan immediately guessed, opened his eyes and looked forward, and saw a line of text dimming. Random gain multiplier, 3, realm breakthrough effect asterisk 300%. Wait, it's the effect of realm breakthrough? It's not just the effect of Dantian expansion. Han Yuan sensed his spiritual consciousness again, and the strength of his spiritual consciousness was indeed improved a lot. The extended range could reach more than 12 meters. Before the breakthrough, it was only 4 meters at most. Han Yuan was very satisfied with the effect of the breakthrough. Although the requirements for cultivation have increased, the strength of the same realm has also increased. This is a great benefit. A tall building rises from the ground, and a deep foundation is definitely beneficial. After spending an hour consolidating his cultivation realm, he continued to harvest straw. By sunset, he had harvested all the straw and sorted it into bundles. Tomorrow, he would borrow a car to transport the straw to senior sister Lu. In the evening, Han Yuan sat cross-legged on the futon, looking at the pill bottle in his hand and fell into deep thought. There were only 6 pills left in the bottle. If the spiritual power value of the second level of Qi refining is 10, then the spiritual power limit of the third level of Qi refining is 40, and a triple gain pill can increase the spiritual power by 1 point, and 6 pills can only increase it to 16 points. Even if he was a bit luckier, he could only reach 20 points at most, which was half of the Dantian capacity. From the perspective of proportion, it was exactly the same as when other cultivators just broke through the third level of Qi training. Doesn't it mean that after I refine these pills, I will still be equivalent to the early stage of the third level of Qi training? Han Yuan's eyes lit up. This was just right. He knew that the world of immortal cultivation was very dangerous. Once he became the first to stand out, he would easily be envied or even secretly harmed by his fellow disciples, assassinated by hostile forces, assigned high-level dangerous tasks, coveted by the sect leaders for Mox's opportunity, and fell into the struggle of factions and clans, etc. Therefore, reaching the early stage of the third level of Qi training can not only show that he has a decent talent and get rewards, but also hide his shortcomings and can advance or retreat. Perfect. As for the remaining spirit stones in his hand, plus the 54 spirit stones left last time, he barely had 100 spirit stones left. He planned to exchange for another spell to practice. C5 cultivation test is about to begin. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. In the past 3 days, Han Yuan had completely consumed all the elixirs. With good luck, it randomly reached 6 points once, 5 points twice, and 4 points twice. The spiritual power reached almost half of the level in Dantian. In the meantime, he also sent the straw to the outer peak of Spirit Beast Peak, but he did not see senior sister Lu and was picked up by a lovely female cultivator on his behalf. And in the end, he also received a copy of the book Guide to Awakening of the Blazing Dog from senior sister Lu in return, which made him secretly think that senior sister Lu was too open-minded. This book is not expensive, but if he really wants to buy it, Han Yuan will really feel a little bit pained. It contains 5 spiritual stones, which is 5 times more expensive than Wankai itself. He deeply suspected that senior sister Lu wanted him to cultivate a blazing dog and then kill it for meat. On this day, Han Yuan came to the Tibetan scripture pavilion. In the corner of the first floor, there was an old man with purple hair sitting. When he saw Han Yuan, he let out a light sigh and said with a smile, "You look familiar. Have you been here once before?" "Yes, senior." Han Yuan saluted. "I have redeemed a spiritual rain technique before." The purple-haired old man suddenly said, "I remember, you are the daredevil who planned to plant spiritual rice after more than a year of starting the business, right?" Han Yuan scratched his head in embarrassment. I planted it." The purple-haired old man was surprised. "Did you plant it?" "Yes." Han Yuan coughed and nodded. "You really have some spiritual talent." The old man suddenly said, "It seems that you have sold out all the spiritual rice and plan to buy another book of spells?" "That's right, I hope to buy the lower-grade Huang-level spell Qingling Shu," Han Yuan said quickly. The purple-haired old man nodded. "Green Spirit Technique, a wood attribute spell, has the effect of increasing the growth rate of spiritual plants. It is even expected to increase the effectiveness of spiritual plants after practicing deeply. Have you brought 100 spiritual stones?" "They're all here." Han Yuan distressfully took out a small pile of spiritual stones from his storage bag. The purple-haired old man accepted his spiritual stone, then walked to a bookshelf and handed him a jade piece. "That's it." "Okay, thank you, senior." Han Yuan was overjoyed and left in a hurry. The reason for choosing this spell is very simple. He still has to cultivate the land deeply, and then use the spiritual stones obtained from farming to buy the items needed for cultivation. This is the early accumulation stage, and he will not choose an attack spell foolishly. He has long observed the income of disciples in the middle stage of Qi training. When they go out to do tasks, they can earn up to 400 to 500 spirit stones a year. However, if his farming skills improve, he can also earn the same number of spirit stones, or even more. And the danger is almost non-existent. Accumulate food widely and slowly become king. Being low-key is the way to go. Steadiness is the right path. In the next few days, he was so fascinated by the spell that he almost forgot about the annual inspection. Shaped number 17 courtyard. Han Yuan hurriedly walked into the courtyard. At a glance, he saw Hu Yifan and several disciples gathered together. When Hu Yifan saw Han Yuan coming, he lamented to everyone, "Oh, what a pity, all the brothers almost broke through to the third level of qi refining." Several outer disciples were also very depressed. Especially for senior brother Zhao Donlai, he is only one spirit gathering pill away from reaching the third level of qi cultivation. If he urgently buys a spirit gathering pill and takes it now, he might be able to break through to the third level of qi cultivation before the test. Hu Yifan said distressfully, "What a pity, I don't have any spiritual stones anymore." Zhao Donlai also had a gloomy face. Han Yuan narrowed his eyes. This kid is trying to find a trap for him again. He is really an eyesore. When will you give him a hard blow and make him have a bad mouth? "Hey, junior brother Han, are you here too?" Hu Yifan said in surprise as if he had just seen Han Yuan. When Zhao Donlai saw Han Yuan, he seemed to have thought of something. He quickly stepped forward, cupped his hands and said, "Junior brother Han, I am Zhao Donlai." Han Yuan nodded, "Senior brother Zhao, I know what you mean, but my spiritual stones have also been spent." Zhao Donlai took a deep look at Han Yuan and said, "Excuse me." The corner of Hu Yifan's mouth curled up slightly. At this time, as long as it was confirmed that Han Yuan had spiritual stones in his hand, he would definitely be on Zhao Donlai's blacklist. He had already inquired about it. Han Yuan exchanged spiritual rice for more than 100 spiritual stones, and he only used 108 of them for a bottle of spirit gathering pill, so he definitely had spirit stones in his hand. He couldn't help but look at Han Yuan. When he saw the storage bag on Han Yuan's waist, his eyes lit up and he couldn't help but muttered, "No spirit stones? I can afford a storage bag worth 10 spirit stones. How can I buy it?" If you're short of spiritual stones, you can still get them by selling them. Although Zhao Donlai heard the provocative meaning in Hu Yifan's words, he could not help but think of it in his heart, which made Han Yuan's senses even worse. Not far away, many people around Qin Feng were flattering him. Senior brother Qin is indeed amazingly beautiful and has successfully broken through to the third level of qi refining. Haha, now our shaped number 17 courtyard will be proud of the surrounding courtyards. It's a pity that senior brother Qin will be promoted to a higher education institution next year and we won't be able to see him again. Qin Feng held his back with one hand. "Junior brothers, don't worry. If you have anything to do in the future, you can come to me. It's fate that we all meet each other." Many people were overjoyed and moved closer to Qin Feng. There was no one around Han Yuan, so he stood alone, looking a little desolate. In this regard, Han Yuan expressed his calmness. When he tests the third level of qi refining, these people will definitely turn around and please him. Strength is the most important thing. After a while, Yu Muxiong came. He glanced at everyone and said, "Everyone, follow me and go to the outer square together to accept the assessment." Yes. 20 people followed Yu Muxiong and walked out of the courtyard. At this time, other people came out from the surrounding courtyards. They were all led by a deacon and a team of about 20 people. Some disciples who have reached the third level of qi refining are in high spirits, looking at other disciples with a hint of looking down. Han Yuan walked in the crowd, very inconspicuous. After a while, everyone arrived at the outer sect square. A rough look at the number of people showed that there were 400 to 500 outer sect disciples. These were the outer sect disciples of the same class. In the stands around the square, some former outer disciples came to watch. The annual cultivation test is also a grand event, attracting many people to watch. In the stands, a group of outer disciples from Spirit Beast Peak gathered together, and Lu Cixi was prominently among them. Lu Cixi said to the disciples from the same peak, "Let's take a closer look at what good prospects there are in the May 8th session. Someone familiar with it will find an opportunity to persuade them to join the Spiritual Beast Peak. This is the master of the outer peak. Don't neglect my orders." On Lingji Peak, Di Qing was chatting with some fellow disciples and observing the disciples to be tested with great interest. Suddenly he saw a familiar figure and remembered something. "I had planned to find an opportunity to invite that Han Yuan. Junior brother joined Lingji Peak and forgot about it. But it doesn't matter. I'll go find him and ask after the test is over." Di Qing muttered in his heart and turned his attention to other geniuses. Chapter 6 Cultivation Test. Han Yuan poked his head around the crowd, listening to the whispers of the people around him. "I heard that Yang Yuanyang, the genius of number 1 Courtyard C, has reached the peak of the third level of qi refining. If it were not for strengthening his foundation, he would have broken through long ago. It seems that the leader of this session must be him. Han Yuan looked over there. The so-called Yang Yuan Yang was wearing fiery red clothes, and his hair was actually red. Standing in the sun, his clothes seemed to be burning, like a flame king, full of character. Han Yuan thought to himself, awesome, awesome, this is a genius. It's really extraordinary. Who is Yang Yuan Yang? Nangong Zhueyuan knows, right? I heard that he is the descendant of a big shot in the sect. His cultivation level is also at the peak of the 3rd level of Qi refining, and he has also mastered a yellow level high-grade wind attribute attack spell. Han Yuan looked to the other side and saw a young woman with a beautiful appearance and as cold as ice. She was surrounded by cyan wind, forming circles of wind rings, like an elf in the wind, which made Han Yuan secretly speechless. He listened to some more discussions and discovered more than 10 powerful outer disciples one after another. All of them were geniuses from number 1 Courtyard C. Their cultivation had reached the peak of the 3rd level of Qi refining, and each one had his own unique abilities. Feature. Standing next to Han Yuan, Qin Feng couldn't help but feel jealous when he saw those outer disciples with unique temperaments. These so-called geniuses are just one step ahead of others because of their deep backgrounds and abundant resources. Give it to me. With the same resources, I would have been able to break through the 5th and 6th levels of Qi refining a long time ago. Han Yuan nodded sympathetically. Qin Feng noticed his actions and said disgustedly, just forget it. Your qualifications are too poor. If you were given the same resources, you might not even be able to reach the 3rd level of Qi refining. Han Yuan shrugged. Anyway, Qin Feng will shut up when the test comes. He is a real early-stage monk at the 3rd level of Qi refining, and he is about the same level as Qin Feng. The eldest brother will not laugh at the second brother. That's him. Hu Yifan snorted disdainfully. Han Yuan glanced at him sideways and whispered, shut up. Seeing Han Yuan's calm eyes, Hu Yifan originally wanted to say something sarcastic, but for a moment he seemed to be choked and did not dare to say any more. Wait for Han Yuan to turn his head. Hu Yifan finally woke up. Was he frightened by Han Yuan? He was so angry that he became even more dissatisfied with Han Yuan. It made him hate Wu Chao before, but now it embarrasses him. If he doesn't come back with revenge, his surname will not be Hu. Just when he was about to counterattack, a figure suddenly appeared on the stone platform in front of him. A middle-aged man appeared on the stone platform with his hands behind his back. He looked at all the disciples coldly and said, everyone, be silent. A voice spread throughout the square, suppressing all sounds and making everyone feel suffocated. Suddenly, everyone fell silent and looked at the middle-aged man in awe. The leader of the Foreign Affairs Peak, Lei Zhou, is fully responsible for this annual test of the cultivation of the outer disciples. All disciples, according to the names of the outer courtyard, still come for the test. The first batch of testers, courtyard number 24. Come on stage immediately. Han Yuan looked to the right. The disciples of number 24 Dingzi courtyard all walked onto the stage in an orderly manner under the leadership of the deacon. The 20 outer disciples all lowered their heads and seemed to be in a bad mood. Han Yuan understands that there is no one in Dingzi number 24 courtyard at the end of the outer gate who can reach the 3rd level of Qi refining. 20 outer disciples came to Lei Zhou and saluted one by one. I've met Master Lei Peak. Well, you all go to the test instrument one by one, insert the identity token into the instrument, stay for 3 breaths and then walk away. Lei Zhou reminded. Yes. Let's get started. So, under the gaze of countless people, the person at the bottom took the lead in starting the test. He bit the bullet and came to a mirror-like magic weapon and inserted the identity token into the socket next to the mirror. Then he stood in front of the mirror and paused for a moment. When a white light lit up on the mirror, a few lines of text appeared. Name, Yan Guangming, identity, outer disciple, affiliated to, Dingzi number 24 courtyard, realm cultivation level, upper to middle level of Qi refining, spiritual power quality, middle to lower. The grades are divided into, lower lower, lower middle, lower upper, middle lower, middle middle, middle upper, upper lower, upper middle, upper upper. Lei Zhou's face darkened. You're only at the 1st level of Qi refining. You don't need to come to the outer courtyard next year. Go to the miscellaneous courtyard. The disciple named Yan Guangming directly drew out his token, covered his face and fled from the stage. There was a burst of laughter from the left and right stands and from the audience. There are actually outer disciples who are still at the 1st level of Qi refining after 2 years, and their cultivation level is only above the 1st level of Qi refining, not even above. Not to mention the level of cultivation, the quality of spiritual power is even more exaggerated. It's only average. I don't know how many pills I drank to get it in. Even so, it has not broken through the second level of qi refining, but it is still the best. There was no lack of ridicule around Han Yuan. In fact, what these people said makes sense. Those who can enter the outer gate in advance are all with middle grade qualifications. Han Yuan has the worst 5-element spiritual root among the middle grade. He himself had already obtained it before swallowing the pill. He has broken through to the second level of qi refining. This person has been playing around for the past 2 years. After this top-notch crane, the remaining disciples finally reached at least the second level of qi refining. But in the entire DZ24 courtyard, no one came to the third floor of qi refining, not even the second floor of qi refining. The entire 24th courtyard was wiped out, but everyone had expected it. On the 2 stands nearby, some experienced disciples said, for an annual test like this, you don't need to look at it for a long time at the beginning. It's only when you get to the 10th position that you can see something interesting. The rest is garbage. So, many people ignored the test on the stand and looked for talented disciples in the crowd. Lu Cixi also looked around the crowd casually and suddenly saw a familiar person by accident. Hey, it's the owner of Xiaowangkai. He sent a bunch of straw over 2 days ago. What's his name? Lu Cixi stared at Han Yuan carefully for a few times, but still couldn't remember it in the end. I don't know if Xiaowangkai has gained weight again. Lu Cixi seemed to have thought of something, and his throat moved. The little sister next to him saw Sister Lu staring at a man and swallowing her saliva. Her eyes lit up, as if she had discovered something shocking. She couldn't help but secretly look at Han Yuan. Han Yuan was standing in the corner, waiting for the test of his cultivation level boldly, which was out of tune with the extremely nervous atmosphere of the people around him. What should I do? My spiritual power should have improved, but I'm worried that the quality of my spiritual power will drop to the middle level. This will definitely lower my evaluation. I regret it. Since I can't reach the third level of qi refining, it's better not to use too many pills, which will affect the quality of my spiritual power. A higher quality of spiritual power can also improve my evaluation. I originally wanted to rush to the third level of qi refining. The cultivation is still the most important thing for evaluation, and the quality of spiritual power is secondary. Unfortunately, I didn't break through the third level of qi refining. In this way, the quality of spiritual power becomes important again. Several people around were lamenting. Zhao Donglai was sitting cross-legged as if no one was around. He seemed to be practicing to purify his spiritual power, and he was not afraid that others would disturb him and go crazy. Han Yuan shook his head gently. What's the use of cramming at the last minute? Anyway, he is at the early stage of the third level of qi refining. No matter what, he has passed the test. Time passed in the blink of an eye. The test of cultivation is actually very fast. Not long after, he arrived at the Dingxi number 18 courtyard and was about to arrive at the Dingxi number 17 courtyard. Up to now, there is not even a single disciple at the third level of qi refining, and all 6 courtyards have been wiped out. It is really a scene of mourning. Han Yuan couldn't help but sigh. It is difficult to practice. People from courtyard number 17, Dingxi, get ready to go on stage. A loud voice came into Han Yuan's team. Zhao Donglai, who was practicing qi, was affected by the voice and seemed to have lost his breath. He suddenly spit out blood, and the people around him looked at him in astonishment. Zhao Donglai urgently stopped practicing. His face was gloomy, but he didn't dare to say anything to Master Leifeng on the stage. Just a little bit, just a little bit. Obviously, I'm almost there, and I can break through the third level of qi refining. 1 step slower, every step slower. I can't accept it. I really can't accept it. Zhao Donglai bit his lips tightly, and looked at Han Yuan and Hu Yifan with gloomy eyes. These 2 people are not good people. Han Yuan noticed his glance and was speechless. Why is Zhao Donglai looking at him? He didn't steal Zhao Donglai's things. Hu Yifan didn't look nervous, as if he had already won. Qin Feng held his head high and chest out, not caring what others thought at all. He snorted at Han Yuan with a touch of confidence on his face. Han Yuan walked behind the crowd calmly. His mind had already drifted to the newly bought spells. A group of people went on stage in a weird atmosphere. Lei Zhouxiao couldn't help but look at the people in this courtyard a few more times. Based on his experience and intuition, he felt that this courtyard should be shipped, and he could finally breathe a sigh of relief. His eyes looked obscurely at the clouds on the top of Zawo Peak, where the peak masters or deputy peak masters of the 14 peaks of the Dishan sect were actually watching the ceremony. The annihilation of the 6 courtyards before had already put him under great pressure. Although these outer disciples have low cultivation and a cultivation test is insignificant, these outer disciples with middle grade qualifications are actually the backbone of the entire sect in the future. There are very few top-grade talents and they have already joined the inner peaks. The lower-grade talents are useless and no one cares about them. Therefore, the outer disciples with middle-grade qualifications are the most important source of blood. Therefore, they are actually very concerned by the higher-ups. Maybe even the sect master will come to watch occasionally. If no talent comes out, his position as the peak master of Zawu Peak will be over. Thinking of this, Lei Zhouxiao coughed and said, "Hurry up, come on." Yes. The disciples of Dingxi number 17 courtyard came forward one by one to take the test. The disciples who were not sure had already accepted their fate and hurried forward to take the test and quickly stepped down. The disciples who were somewhat sure were obviously a few steps behind. Soon, there were only 4 people left on the stage: Zhao Donlai, Hu Yifan, Qin Feng, and Han Yuan. Hu Yifan said to Zhao Donlai, "Brother Zhao, please go first." Zhao Donlai glanced at the people behind him, and without thinking much, he walked forward directly, came to the mirror, and inserted the token. With a flash of light, the text had already appeared. Name, Zhao Donlai, identity, outer disciple, affiliation, Dingxi number 17 courtyard, realm cultivation, upper second level of qi refining, spiritual power quality, upper middle, huh? Lei Zhouxiao exclaimed, his face looking better. "Not bad, your cultivation is not bad, you are almost able to break through to the third level of qi refining. You can break through after practicing for a few more days after returning, which is not bad. It's a pity that you didn't get the reward. Here is a gathering spirit pill, which is an encouragement to you." Lei Zhouxiao casually threw a small porcelain bottle to Zhao Donlai. Zhao Donlai showed a long-lost joy on his face. "Thank you, Master Lei Feng." Lei Zhouxiao nodded, waved his hand to signal Zhao Donlai to leave, and then he set his eyes on the 3 people behind him. They dared to stay behind Zhao Donlai, so they must have some skills. Hu Yifan glanced at Han Yuan in surprise. Han Yuan ignored his gaze. Hu Yifan raised his eyebrows and secretly called him a fool. If he ranked behind Qin Feng, his cultivation level would not reach the third level of qi refining, which was equivalent to fooling Lei Zhouxiao. Let's see what Han Yuan will do. Thinking of this, his eyes lit up and he hurried forward. At this time, Qin Feng also looked at Han Yuan strangely. This kid, is he not clear about the unspoken rules of cultivation level testing? He thinks that those with higher cultivation level are ranked behind. If he finishes the test of the third level of qi refining, and Han Yuan lags behind, he will definitely annoy the peak master. Hey, isn't this better? If this kid dares to approach senior sister Lu, he will give him a taste of his own medicine. He is ready to take the test first. When Hu Yifan stood in front of the mirror, Lei Zhouxiao was indeed more excited. A flash of white light. Name, Hu Yifan, identity, outer disciple, affiliation, Dingxi number 17 courtyard, realm of cultivation, upper middle of second level of qi refining, spiritual power quality, top. Hey, that's interesting. Lei Zhouxiao also praised this time, your cultivation progress is good, but the key is that the quality of your spiritual power can actually reach the top level. You didn't rush to take pills to improve your cultivation in order to grab the reward of the third level of qi refining. Instead, you took one step at a time, refined your spiritual power, and had a good character. I will reward you with 2 spirit gathering pills. Lei Zhouxiao threw a slightly larger porcelain bottle to Hu Yifan. Hu Yifan quickly took it and said in surprise, "Thank you, Master of the Peak." It's not that he didn't want to take the pills, it's just that he didn't have the spiritual stones, and he got it by accident. Zhao Donlai, who had just stepped down, was also a little surprised by Hu Yifan's performance. This flatterer and sower was actually a person who practiced hard with perseverance? It's really ridiculous. Even Han Yuan looked at Hu Yifan with new eyes. If this man changed his bad habit of cheating others, he could become an immortal. Qin Feng raised his eyebrows and stood in front of the mirror while Han Yuan was surprised. Lei Zhouxiao couldn't help but look at Qin Feng, with even more expectation in his eyes. Qin Feng did not disappoint him. When he inserted the token, the mirror emitted a red light, which made people's eyes bright. Name, Qin Feng, identity, outer disciple, affiliation, Dingxi number 17 courtyard, realm cultivation, qi refining level 3 lower middle, spiritual power quality, upper and lower. The appearance of the red light made everyone raise their heads and show surprise on their faces. Finally, a disciple who has reached the third level of qi refining has appeared. Hey, someone in Dingxi number 17 courtyard can actually reach the third level of qi refining? The quality of this year's disciples is good. Last year, the first disciple who reached the third level of qi refining appeared in Dingxi number 15 courtyard. Is it Qin Feng? Not bad. The qualifications of those behind him are generally lower. To be able to break through the third level of qi refining, it is obvious that he has outstanding understanding, physique, perseverance, and other aspects. The crowd talked about it and praised Qin Feng. Qin Feng naturally held his head high and faced everyone with a faint smile on his face. This is the reward for his hard work for 2 years. Lei Zhouxiu laughed. Not bad, not bad. Your name is Qin Feng, right? According to the rules, if you reach the 3rd level of qi refining, you can get 3 soul-gathering pills as a reward. In addition, if you rank in the top 10, you can get the treatment of inner disciples in advance. If you rank in the top 50, you can also get extra rewards. I hope you will keep up the good work. Yes. Qin Feng took the pills handed over by Lei Zhouxiu and smiled. He has registered with Master Lei Feng. In the future, he will have the opportunity to get better tasks and better guidance from Master Lei Feng. This is better than pills. When he stepped down, he glanced at Han Yuan and gave him a gloating expression. At this time, Lei Zhouxiu looked at Han Yuan with more expectation and said, "This disciple, it's your turn." His tone was very gentle, much better than before. At this time, because of the noise caused by Qin Feng in the stands, most people also paid attention to it, and the focus of the audience was on Han Yuan. Han Yuan was very calm. He was also at the 3rd level of qi refining. What was there to panic? So, he walked to the mirror. C7 One stone stirs up 1,000 waves. Han Yuan looked calm and inserted the identity token into the groove. Then, he felt a strange wave that was much more powerful than his spiritual consciousness, sweeping over his body, especially at his dantian, which was scanned twice. Is that spiritual consciousness? Han Yuan murmured in his heart. The fluctuation was similar to spiritual consciousness, but it was much more powerful than spiritual consciousness. In front of that spiritual consciousness, it is impossible for monks in the qi refining stage to hide their own cultivation. A white light flashed, and a few lines of text appeared. Han Yuan glanced at it casually, and then he was stunned on the spot. Not only him, but Lei Zhouxiu, who was observing from the side, was even more surprised and said, "How is it possible?" The disciples waiting for inspection in the stands or under the stage also widened their eyes one by one. Name, Han Yuan. Identity, outer disciple, affiliated to Dingxi number 17 courtyard. Realm cultivation level, 4th level of qi refining, lower and upper levels, spiritual quality, medium to upper, hiss. 4th floor. Lei Zhouxiu looked at it twice more, and after confirming that he saw it correctly, he looked at Han Yuan with a look of amazement. He never expected that a disciple in the middle stage of qi refining would appear in the outer courtyard at the back of Ding number 17. From the early stage of qi refining to the middle stage of qi refining, there is theoretically a small bottleneck that can hold the monks back for a long time. Lei Zhouxiu took a deep breath and said loudly, "Congratulations, Han Yuan, your cultivation level is now at the 4th level of qi refining. You are the one with the highest cultivation level among the disciples who have been tested so far. According to the rules, on behalf of the sect, I will reward you with 5 spirit gathering pills and 1 qi condensing pill. You can choose any magic practice below the yellow level in the Tibetan scripture pavilion. If you end up in the top 10, you can get the treatment of an inner disciple in advance. Accept the reward." Lei Zhouxiu's voice resounded throughout the square, and the disciples around him heard uproar as if they were waking up from a dream. Where did this disciple come from? He has actually broken through to the 4th level of qi refining. Isn't it too exaggerated? If I remember correctly, no other disciple has reached the 4th level of qi refining yet. Doesn't it mean that Han Yuan can get the 1st place? Many disciples looked in the direction of the team in number 1 courtyard C. The 20 calm disciples there suddenly changed their expressions. Yang Yuanyang's face was ugly, his brows were furrowed, and the flames on his body exploded. The disciples of the First Academy of Outer Disciples this year had discussed in advance not to break through to the 4th level of qi refining in order to consolidate their realm. However, he never expected that someone from other courtyards besides the First Academy would actually have broken through. After reaching the 4th level of qi refining, the key is to be in Dingxi number 17 courtyard, which is simply outrageous. He took a deep look at Han Yuan on the stage, then without saying a word, he sat cross-legged in the corner, took out a pill and swallowed it, clearly looking like he was about to break through on the spot. Not only him, but another genius Nangong Zhuiyue also knew that the situation was not good. He also sat down cross-legged, took out a pale golden pill and swallowed it, and the aura on his body became stronger. The other dozen or so disciples also had ugly expressions on their faces, and they all sat down and tried to break through. Before, everyone was at the peak of the 3rd level of qi refining, and it was still unclear who would be number 1. Now, if we don't break through to the 4th level of qi refining, let alone being number 1, we don't even know if the top 3 can compete. The so-called agreement completely collapsed after Han Yuan showed his cultivation at the 4th level of qi refining. In the stands, Lu Cixi was stunned when she saw Han Yuan's cultivation. She even pinched the arm of the junior sister next to her. Only after the junior sister burst into tears did she accept the fact. This kid is a talent. He must be poached to raise spiritual beasts for us. Lu Cixi muttered. At this time, Han Yuan accepted Lei Jiaxiao's reward in confusion. 5 spirit-gathering pills, worth 50 spirit stones. A qi-condensing pill is worth 50 spiritual stones. Yellow-level high-grade spell exchange book, worth 400 spirit stones. The total is 500 spiritual stones. Although things like spells must be empty, it is still a huge reward. However, why did he test that his cultivation was at the 4th level of qi refining, when he was obviously at the 3rd level of qi refining? Han Yuan suddenly realized something: random gain multiplier. 3 times the gain effect, the size of his dantian is equivalent to 2 breakthroughs by others, and the spiritual power, in absolute terms, is equivalent to the initial stage of the 4th level of qi refining. If you look at it from the surface, he is indeed the 4th level of qi refining. Unexpected and reasonable. Han Yuan sighed in his heart and walked down the platform calmly. Back in the queue, the outer disciples of courtyard number 17 all looked at him with complicated expressions. Hu Yifan stood in the corner, lowering his head and looking at his toes, as if there was something good-looking on the ground. He did not raise his head to look at Han Yuan. He was really angry. What kind of bastard is this Han Yuan? If you go so deep, you will die if you show your cultivation. What should I do? Will he take revenge on me? Compared with Hu Yifan's worries, Zhao Donlai was jealous and annoyed. He was originally planning to finish the test and teach Han Yuan a lesson, but now this idea was dead. As for Qin Feng, he only felt a burning pain on his face. Thinking of the cruel words he had said in front of Han Yuan, he felt embarrassed. However, his mentality was good. He stepped forward and cupped his hands and said, "Congratulations to senior brother Han for breaking through the 4th level of qi refining. Later, it turns out that senior brother Han is the one who was hiding his secrets. Qin Feng feels ashamed of himself. I have offended him many times before. Please forgive me." Han Yuan was a little surprised when he responded. He smiled and said, "We are all disciples of the same sect. Some conflicts of spirit are nothing." Qin Feng smiled when he heard this, and his previous arrogance and incredulity disappeared completely. He approached Han Yuan and winked, saying, "Brother Han, you also like senior sister Lu, right? I know some of her preferences. How about I share them with you?" He looked in a certain direction of the stands and whispered, "I just noticed that senior sister Lu has been staring at you before. Maybe she is interested in you too. If you seize the opportunity, you may win her heart." Han Yuan didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and said, "Senior sister Lu and I have only met twice, and I have no intention of that aspect towards senior sister Lu at all." "You misunderstood." Qin Feng said anxiously, "Don't, senior sister Lu has many suitors. We should keep the good things to ourselves. I have no hope. Don't give up." Han Yuan was speechless. "Didn't you persuade me not to get close to senior sister Lu before? Why are you going the other way now, trying your best to persuade him to pursue senior sister Lu? What's your relationship with her? Let's watch the test." Han Yuan ignored Qin Feng and looked at the stage. Qin Feng sighed, looking distraught, as if he had been in a state of lovelorn for the second time. Next was the test result of the Dingxi number 16 courtyard. Compared with the number 17 courtyard, the test result of the number 16 courtyard was not very impressive. There were only 2 peak qi refining level 2, and not even 1 qi refining level 3, which disappointed everyone. While watching, Han Yuan was already thinking about how to solve the potential crisis brought by the qi refining level 4. Some people may ask, what is the crisis? It is obvious that as a middle grade 5 element disciple, his cultivation is faster than that of a middle grade single spiritual root disciple, and he is not a disciple with a background. In this way, isn't it obvious to tell others that he has a big secret? Some people may speculate that he has a great opportunity hidden in him. Will he be tempted? Will he take action? Han Yuan felt that the most stable approach at this time was to reveal some small secrets to cover up his own big secrets. In the world of immortal cultivation, there is one thing that is rarely seen by others when it is exposed, and that is understanding. He thought about it, stretched out his hand as if to cover his movements, but inadvertently revealed the white spirit-gathering pill and put it into his mouth, and then stood up and began to practice the skills to refine the pill. And his movements, if nothing unexpected happened, would be seen by some beings in the clouds above the miscellaneous works peak, and they would infer that his skills had been upgraded to the small success level, which was enough to explain why he had a high level of cultivation. Perfect. C8-layer Han Yuan belongs in addition to the outer disciples of the past who were watching the ceremony on the left and right stands. There were also many high-ranking members of the sect watching on the rooftop of the top of the miscellaneous affairs peak. The three spiritual peaks of Lingji Peak, Lingshou Peak, and Lingkai Peak, the three refining peaks of Liandun Peak, Lianqi Peak, and Jifu Peak, and the three art peaks of Jinfa Peak, Ningguan Peak, and Lingguan Peak, and the five elements peaks of Gumu Peak, Yuanjin Peak, Tianshui Peak, Ningtu Peak, and Ronghua Peak, a total of 14 peaks, all came to watch the ceremony. These peaks seem to have only one feature from the name, but in fact, each peak has a complete inheritance of immortal cultivation skills, but each peak has its own emphasis. When the test started, the elders or peak masters of each peak did not look down at all, and they all closed their eyes to rest. However, when Qin Feng's test results came out, the peak masters of several peaks took a look with interest, but they only took a look, and when Han Yuan showed the cultivation of the fourth level of qi refining, the leaders of each peak, as if waking up from a dream, opened their eyes and looked at the stone platform halfway up the mountain. Feng Jianming, the head of the Earth God sect, showed a hint of interest and asked someone next to him, "Hey, this disciple has already reached the fourth level of qi refining? He didn't seem to be on the list before. What is his specific situation?" The deputy head of the miscellaneous works peak next to him smiled awkwardly. "Master, wait a moment." Feng Jianming nodded lightly. The high-level leaders of each peak behind him looked over. The deputy head of the miscellaneous works peak was under great pressure. He hurriedly sent a message to search for Han Yuan's information. In less than half a minute, he collected accurate information. The deputy head of the miscellaneous works peak hurriedly explained, Han Yuan, 18 years old, a villager of Hanjia village, Manzhou, Baizhun dynasty, was an orphan since childhood and grew up eating at 100 families. At the age of 16, he was detected with a medium-grade 5-element spiritual root and was accepted. Because only the wood spiritual root reached the middle grade, he was arranged to practice at the ancient wood peak first. The peak masters were stunned. A middle grade 5-element spiritual root, and only one of them has reached the middle grade? And he is just a villager. How did he reach the fourth level of qi refining? Dian Zhu, the head of the alchemy peak, asked curiously. If he has no background, and he has reached the fourth level of qi refining in 2 years, who did he rely on, and how many resources did he consume? Obviously, many peak masters are confused. Feng Jianming waved his hand and said, "Go on." The deputy head of the miscellaneous peak wiped the sweat from his forehead and complained in his heart. These peak masters are all great masters in the late stage of foundation building. He is just a peak qi refining. The pressure here is so great. He has already scolded Lei Jiuxiu in his heart. It should be him who should be in charge. He swallowed and continued to read the information he had just collected. When Han Yuan's cultivation was tested in the first year, he only had the cultivation of the late stage of qi refining. According to the exchange records of the sect, Han Yuan spent 100 spirit stones to exchange for a spell of spirit rain. At the beginning of the second year, he spent 50 spirit stones to exchange for a spirit guarding formation and accepted the task of planting blood spirit rice. He completed the blood spirit rice task a few days ago and obtained a total of 162 spirit stones. He also exchanged for a bottle of gathering spirit pill and a spell of green spirit. Feng Jianming saw him pause. "No more? No more." The deputy peak master of miscellaneous works peak nodded honestly. Feng Jianming asked again, "Has Han Yuan ever left the sect in the past 2 years?" "No." Feng Jianming raised his eyebrows. "That is to say, he has only obtained a bottle of Jilingdan cultivation resources in the past 2 years. With the qualifications of a mere middle-grade 5-element spiritual root, how could he break through to the fourth level of qi refining?" A strange look appeared on his face, and then he looked at the masters of each peak and said, "This Han Yuan, are you interested?" The masters looked at each other. Then, Dian Zhu, the master of the alchemy peak, said, "Master, the talents of my alchemy peak have been declining in the past few years. This Han Yuan can just supplement the reserve talents of alchemy peak." "Ahem, old Dai, you are just talking nonsense. The disciples of alchemy peak are rich, which is well known. The poorest is my refining peak. This disciple should also be my refining peak's turn." Xia Juyo, the master of refining peak, said. Others also spoke up for it. Suddenly, all the peak masters paused. They just happened to see Han Yuan swallowing the pill and refining it while standing. During the refining process, he even talked to Qin Feng next to him from time to time, and it seemed normal. "Hey, this is a small success level of cultivation? You can practice while standing. So that's how it is. This disciple has good comprehension. Although his aptitude is a little poor, he can practice the yellow level upper grade cultivation method to the small success level in 2 years. No wonder he can reach the 4th level of qi refining. The head of the sect, Feng Jianming, suddenly realized. Then he looked at Dai Yinju and said, Alchemy Peak is indeed short of talent. Let Alchemy Peak choose Han Yuan first. When Dai Yinju saw Han Yuan's performance, the desire in his eyes suddenly subsided a lot. He thought he had obtained some great opportunity, but he didn't expect that it was a breakthrough in the cultivation method. His comprehension is indeed good, but the most important thing in the early stage of cultivation is aptitude. The aptitude of the middle grade 5-element spiritual root is still too poor. It is estimated that he can't even break through the foundation. Well, master, I never like to take away what others like. Since Xia Jiuyo wants it, let him take it. Dai Yinju said with a smile. Xia Jiuyo immediately said, Master, this matter is based on first come first served, let Dai Yinju take it first. Feng Jianming knew their performance very well. These 2 peaks were the most powerful among all the peaks. Generally, when selecting talents, the 2 peaks would make the first choice. If the 2 peaks did not want it, other peaks would have the possibility of competing for it. He looked at the other peaks and said, What about you? Do you want to lock this disciple in advance? The peak masters all showed hesitation. Among them, Lingguan peak master Du Yuanhe showed a strange look. In recent years, Lingguan peak is the sect with the most serious talent loss among all the peaks. Other peaks have cultivators in the late stage of foundation building to take over the position of peak master, but only Lingguan peak has no late stage of foundation building, which makes him, who is in the false elixir realm, always sit in the position of peak master, which is very embarrassing among all the peak masters. However, because he has reached the false elixir realm, his consciousness has almost reached the golden elixir level, and he can silently detect Han Yuan's physical condition. He was surprised to find that Han Yuan's real cultivation level was only the 3rd level of qi refining, and from the speed of running the exercises in his body, this is not just a small success realm, this is clearly a great success realm. The change of Dantian means that the potential for foundation building has greatly increased. The great success method means that Han Yuan's comprehension is amazing. This is a true genius, several times stronger than Yang Yuanyang and Nangang Juewe. So, seeing that no one was interested, he said, Master, Lingguan Peak wants to lock in Han Yuan, a disciple in advance. Feng Jianming was surprised that Du Yuanhe's cultivation was higher than his. Did he find something strange about Han Yuan? Does anyone else want to compete? Feng Jianming looked at Dai and Xia. Dai Yinju hesitated and shook his head. Xia Jiuyo even closed his eyes directly. Other peak masters did not want to compete. In that case, Han Yuan will belong to Lingguan Peak. C9 test is over, rewards are issued. While the peak masters were discussing, the test on the stage was still going on. The test results of the disciples after the Dingxi number 15 courtyard were average, with only 1 disciple at the 3rd level of qi refining. Although the number of disciples at the 3rd level of qi refining gradually increased, with Han Yuan as a shining example, it always felt lost. Many outer disciples did not look at the stage at all, but instead focused their attention on the Bingxi number 1 courtyard. Those true geniuses were practicing cross-legged, intending to break through. However, how could it be so easy to break through? Or this kind of on-the-spot breakthrough? However, this Bingxi number 1 courtyard is worthy of being a gathering place for geniuses. When the test just came to the Bingxi number 20 courtyard, a breath of breakthrough had already rushed up to the sky, causing everyone to exclaim, Yang Yuanyang has made a breakthrough. He actually said he would break through. His talent is too high. It's not that he couldn't break through before, but he was really accumulating foundation. In terms of talent, Han Yuan can't even compare to the last one in the number 1 courtyard of Bingxi. Even Qin Feng beside Han Yuan was full of admiration and exclaimed, What a genius! He is not much different from Brother Han. Han Yuan asked, Is he a top-grade spiritual root? Of course not. Qin Feng asked in confusion, What do you want to say? Only those with top-grade spiritual roots and above are geniuses, and they entered the inner gate early. Han Yuan shrugged, What kind of geniuses are we with middle-grade talent? We are just some tall people picked from short people. Qin Feng was shocked to find that Han Yuan was right after hearing this. The real geniuses have long been recruited into the inner gate. He seemed to have forgotten those geniuses inexplicably. He felt that his vision was indeed much shorter than Han Yuan's. But Han Yuan went further than he thought. What is the top-grade genius of the sect? In the entire world of cultivating immortals, there must be top-grade geniuses, and even peerless geniuses who surpass the top-grade geniuses. Some even have special physiques, some are reincarnated, and some are descendants of immortals. Han Yuan knows that his cultivation is nothing at all. He must always be alert and respectful. Nangong Jueyue has also broken through. I will follow senior sister Nangong in the future. Hey, another disciple has broken through. In the number 1 courtyard of Bingzi, disciples have broken through their cultivation one after another and entered the 4th level of qi refining. Han Yuan's originally dazzling results have lost their color all of a sudden, and the limelight has been taken away by the number 1 courtyard of Bingzi. Han Yuan expressed his satisfaction with this. In this way, he can not only get rewards, but also hide his merits in fame. It is really perfect. After a while, Lei Jiaoxiao's voice sounded, number 1 courtyard of Bingzi, come up for inspection immediately. His voice interrupted a dozen outer disciples who were trying to break through. This made those disciples full of unwillingness. Just a little bit. I could have broken through the 4th level of qi refining, and one of the top 10 was taken away. Some even vomited blood in frustration. Many disciples looked at Han Yuan in the distance, their faces full of reluctance. Han Yuan looked at his nose with his eyes, and his heart with his nose. You can't see me, you can't see me. At this time, Lei Jiaoxiao had already called a disciple to start the test. No surprise. At the peak of the 3rd level of qi refining, the quality of spiritual power is also upper middle. This level of cultivation is enough to rank within the top 30, but at this time it does not attract everyone's attention at all. In fact, everyone already knew what the ranking would be, and they all had a similar expectation. When Lei Jiaoxiao finished the test, he announced loudly, the 58th annual test of outer disciples' cultivation has officially ended. The top 10 in this test are, Yang Yuan Yan, Nangong Jueyue, Han Yuan, Lei Ming. Congratulations to you, you have received the treatment of inner disciples in advance. The top 3 can obtain the status of disciples taught by the foundation building elders. Congratulations to you again. Now please invite the top 10 disciples to the stage. Beside Han Yuan, Qin Feng was even more excited than Han Yuan and said, Brother Han, you are ranked 9th. You are in the top 10. Congratulations, congratulations. Han Yuan smiled and nodded. The 10th place happened to be a cultivator at the peak of the 3rd level of qi refining. The quality of that person's spiritual power has reached the upper middle level. If he hadn't been stuck with a bug, he really wouldn't have had a chance to win the top 10 rankings. He went on stage with the other 9 people under the attention of everyone. Yang Yuanyang glanced at Han Yuan with disdain in his eyes. Others didn't take Han Yuan seriously, and some even showed a hint of obvious disgust on their faces. Nangong Jueyue looked at Han Yuan a few more times with curiosity. Han Yuan was calm and composed, standing on the stage calmly, with his head slightly lowered. He looked inconspicuous among the top 10 disciples. Even Lei Ming, who ranked 10th, was more eye-catching than him. Very good, you can rank in the top 10 among the 500 outer disciples. You have talent, diligence, and understanding. I hope you can successfully build your foundation in the future and become the backbone of the sect. Now, on behalf of the sect, I will give each of you a reward of 3 qi condensation pills. Lei Jiaoxiao said with satisfaction. The 10 people lined up in a row, took the rewards from Lei Jiaoxiao one by one, and accepted the inspection of the disciples. At this time, these 10 people were the most handsome guys on the field, and they were already regarded as future foundation building elders. After a while, Lei Jiaoxiao said, Get ready, follow me to the top of the peak to meet the head of the sect. Yang Yuanyang's face showed excitement when he heard this. He practiced hard just for this moment. The top 3 will have the opportunity to choose their own peak, which he knew long ago. He had already made the decision. The others were also very excited, but Han Yuan was slightly nervous under his calm surface. If the leader found out that he had cheated to obtain the reward for the 4th level of qi refining, wouldn't he be in trouble? The magic weapon detected it at the beginning. If the problem was raised, he could have opened his mouth to explain it, but he didn't. Because he couldn't explain it clearly, he just went with the flow. In this way, he was already suspected of cheating and concealing, which could not be refuted. After Lei Jiaoxiao announced that the test was over, he led 10 people to the peak. Han Yuan felt his body light up. He lowered his head and saw that he was already stepping on a huge longboard. When he looked carefully, he saw that it was an enlarged flying sword. Walk! Lei Jiaoxiao drove the flying sword and carried 10 people to the clouds and missed at the top of the mountain in just a few breaths. Han Yuan closed his eyes, and when he opened them, he found that he had arrived in front of a high platform on the top of the peak. He saw a dozen strong men with elegant, explosive, sinister, or profound temperaments looking at them. Lei Jiaoxiao raised his hand towards the elegant and easygoing middle-aged man in the middle. Lei Jiaoxiao comes to see the leader. The top 10 disciples have been brought here. Thank you for your hard work, Master Lei Peak. Lei Jiuxiao responded, this is my duty. He turned to look at the 10 people and said, why don't you salute the leader? Disciple, see the leader. Asterisk 10. Feng Jianming smiled slightly, no need to be polite, Master Lei Peak should have told you that you can all worship into the inner gate, but there are 14 peaks in the inner gate. The top 3 can choose their own peaks, and the last 7 are chosen by the peak masters of each peak. Select, if no one chooses, it will be assigned to the peak currently waiting for, is there any doubt? No. Asterisk 10. In that case, first, Yang Yuan Yang, which peak do you choose? Yang Yuan Yang immediately said, I choose Alchemy Peak. Dai Yinju laughed and said, yes, come behind me. Yang Yuan Yang said happily, yes, Peak Master. Feng Jianming showed no surprise, then looked at the second person, Nangong Jueyue, which peak do you choose? Nangong Jueyue seemed to have already expected it, and said directly, I choose Tianshui Peak. The master of Tianshui Peak is a beautiful woman. She smiled and narrowed her eyes when she heard this, little guy, come here. Nangong Jueyue smiled sweetly and said, okay. Feng Jianming looked at the third person and said, Yu Ji, what's your choice? I want to join the weapon refining peak. Xia Jiuyo laughed, yes, the young man has a good vision. He waved Yu Ji over. Feng Jianming paused and said, the next step is for each peak to select the inner disciples. Do you have any ideas? Let's go down in order. Is there anyone to compete for the 4th outer disciple? I can make the talisman peak. Spiritual beast peak can receive it. Netherworld peak wants it. 3 peak masters immediately opened their mouths to choose. Obviously the 4th person is also very popular. Feng Jianming said, according to the order, it is the turn to make the talisman peak, and this disciple will be the one to make the talisman peak. The disciple happily walked behind the master of the talisman peak. Next, Feng Jianming called out one by one in order. When Han Yuan was called, the whole place was silent for 3 seconds. Before, there were 2 people competing for the 8th place. When it was Han Yuan's turn, it seemed that he was in the cold. Many peak masters secretly looked at Lingwen Peak Master Du Yuanhe, wondering what the old man was going to do. When Yang Yuan Yang and other disciples saw this scene, they felt secretly happy and were obviously very relieved about it. But when Han Yuan saw that no one picked him, he didn't look discouraged. Instead, he was secretly happy. The cheating was not discovered, perfect. As for not being selected, what's the big deal? It doesn't matter if he stays at Gumu Peak anyway. He has a random gain multiplier gold finger in his hand, so he can get up anywhere. Du Yuan has secretly observed Han Yuan and found that not only was his talent and understanding good, but his character was also good. So 5 seconds later, he said, Lingwen Peak wants it. Feng Jianming had been waiting for him for a long time and said, well, no problem, let's continue with the 10th person. Lei Ming, who was ranked 10th, was also favored by 3 peaks, which suddenly made Han Yuan, a disciple who was favored by only 1 peak, look very ordinary. The leader, Feng Jianming, smiled and said, now that we have chosen, everyone can leave. Everyone bid farewell to the leader and left with various magical weapons. Han Yuan was also swept up by Du Yuanhe's flying sword and flew away in an instant. Flying in midair, Han Yuan carefully looked at the old man in front of him. However, at this moment, I heard the old man in front say, you just broke through the 3rd level of qi refining, right? Although it is a question, it has an affirmative tone. Han Yuan's heart skipped a beat and he almost fell off the flying sword. C10 first heard of the difficulty of cultivation. A lot of thoughts flashed through Han Yuan's mind, and then he slowly said, Peak Master, my cultivation was detected by the sex magic weapon, so there shouldn't be any mistakes, but I am indeed a little confused about my cultivation. I have never received any guidance before, and my disciple knows little about cultivation. Am I still at the 3rd level of qi refining? The corner of Du Yuanhe's mouth curled up. This kid was ignorant of the situation and was also cunning. He said calmly, the magic weapon is only judged according to the measurement of normal people, but in this world, there are always some special people who break the rules, but they rarely appear in monks with medium-grade spiritual roots. Your dantian is larger than that of ordinary people. Doubling the amount is nothing more than having a special physique or eating some heavenly and earthly treasures. Han Yuan said, this disciple has never eaten any treasures from heaven and earth, and he has never eaten strange things. Does it mean that this disciple has a special physique? Maybe, but even if you have a special physique, you can practice so fast, but it is a bit too fast. Do you have any other secrets? Can you share them with me? Du Yuanhe said with a half-smile. Han Yuan looked at the old man's back and cursed in his heart. Was this old guy trying to trick him? He hesitated and said, Well, this disciple was lucky enough to comprehend the small level of ancient wood spirit nurturing technique, so the speed of practice is much faster. Oh, that's it. The corner of Du Yuan's mouth curled up, but he did not continue to ask. He had clearly detected that Han Yuan's technique had reached the level of Deshang. It was 10 times more difficult to break through to Deshang than to break through to Xiaocheng. This guy was dishonest. However, he also understood that being clumsy was a quality that a monk should have. Feeling that he had discovered Han Yuan's secret, he said calmly, I am Du Yuanhe, the current master of Lingwen Peak. Your qualifications are good and your understanding is acceptable. Are you willing to accept me as your teacher? Han Yuan opened his mouth, feeling that the flying sword was gradually rising in height, and glanced at the shrinking trees below. The corners of his mouth twitched a few times and said, Disciple, is willing. Han Yuan pays homage to the master. Ha ha ha. Yes, yes. You are the 7th disciple accepted by me. 4 of the first 6 disciples have already died. Your 2nd senior brother has broken through the foundation and is stationed in a mine. Your 4th senior sister has already refined Qi. On the 9th floor, I'm still practicing outside. I'll introduce you to them when they come back. Du Yuanhe laughed loudly. As he spoke, the height of the flying sword naturally dropped, and the speed slowed down a bit. These little actions fell into Han Yuan's eyes, and he was unable to complain. What made him even more numb was that 4 of the senior brothers and sisters in front of him had already done it. Suddenly my feet feel a little numb. Call. 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 The mountain wind howled by, and within a short time, the 2 of them arrived at the top of a large mountain peak. The scenery at the top of Lingwen Peak is extremely beautiful, with pavilions, bridges, flowing water, spiritual trees, flowers and birds, and mist-shrouded clouds. It feels like stepping into the fairyland. When the flying sword fell, many disciples who were practicing swordsmanship in the pavilion stopped and saluted respectfully, Meet the peak master. Keep practicing. Du Yuanhe waved his hand and led Han Yuan forward. Han Yuan followed suit. Many inner disciples looked curiously at Han Yuan who was following Du Yuanhe, and from time to time there were whispers. Who is this? Today seems to be the day for the outer sect disciples to test their cultivation. If everything goes as expected, then this disciple should be among the top 10 in the outer sect and has qualified as an inner sect disciple in advance. I see. It seems that we will have a talented junior brother in Lingwen Summit in the future. Hurry up and practice. Don't wait for a few years before being surpassed by others. If you can rank in the top 10, you will definitely be able to build a foundation if you don't die. Han Yuan had a feeling like a light on his back. All the inner disciples were monks at the 7th level of Qi refining and above. They were dozens of times stronger than him. The eyes of those people were like bayonets, which made his skin. It hurts. He was like a kitten that suddenly broke into a group of dozens of tigers. It wasn't until he entered a courtyard that the noise outside disappeared in an instant, and Han Yuan let out a sigh of relief. After listening to their discussions, do you think you will be able to break through to the late stage of Qi refining soon? Du Yuanhe stopped under a tree and asked with his hands behind his back. Han Yuan shook his head and said, It will definitely take a lot of time. You may not understand the difficulties of cultivation. As your master, the first lesson I will teach you is the difficulty of the immortal way. Han Yuan looked solemn and listened carefully. Let's talk about the cultivation test for outer disciples first. Do you know why there will be rewards if you can advance to the 3rd level of Qi refining in 2 years? It should be to encourage disciples to practice. Du Yuanhe shook his head. It's because of these disciples that we can hope to build the foundation. It takes 2 years to advance to the 3rd level of Qi refining, and it also takes at least 2 years to reach the 4th level of Qi refining, 4 years to the 5th level, and 6 level 8, 16 years for the 7th level, 32 years for the 8th level, 64 years for the 9th level, and a total of 128 years for the 9th level. Han Yuan was stunned for a moment. It shouldn't take so long, right? As your level improves, your cultivation speed will speed up. The speed of cultivation will indeed increase, but as the quality of spiritual power increases, the required spiritual power will also increase. With the bottleneck in the middle, the overall time will only be a lot longer, and the lifespan of a Qi refining monk is only 120 years. And generally speaking, after the age of 60, the success rate of foundation building drops sharply, so it is best to build the foundation before the age of 60. Han Yuan thought for a while and said, Can't the pill speed up the speed? Yes, pills can indeed speed up the process, but there are 3 problems with pills. The first is pill poison, which you should know. The second is that it affects the quality of spiritual power and reduces the chance of building a foundation. It is necessary to constantly purify spiritual power. The third is the most troublesome. Pills have drug resistance. If you swallow too much, the effect will eventually be only 1/10 of it. Moreover, pills consume a lot of resources. In addition, haven't you taken pills in the past 2 years? It has been counted. Han Yuan nodded, and then felt something was wrong. Drug resistance? What is this? Han Yuan suddenly hesitated. Master, when will drug resistance appear? Du Yuanhe asked in confusion. Didn't you feel it? You swallowed a bottle of Juling pill. If you have noticed, the effect of the last pill should be only about 70% to 80% of the first one. Han Yuan's pupils shrank. He recalled the situation of swallowing pills before, and his heart couldn't help but speed up the beating speed. Du Yuanhe did not doubt him and continued, if we do not consider the elixir, how can these disciples build their foundation? Han Yuan thought about his own situation, his eyes lit up. I understand, the method has broken through. The small success level can double the efficiency, and the big success level should be able to increase it 4 times. In this way, 256 years can be compressed to 64 years. Du Yuanhe was stunned, and the corners of his mouth curled up. The big success method is not so easy to achieve. Generally speaking, it is good to have a small success level. On the other hand, it mainly relies on the spirit gathering array or spirit stones to speed up the practice. There are practice caves and practice rooms in the inner peak, which can increase the practice speed by 2 or even 3 times. The two methods combined, it is estimated that the conditions for building the foundation can be met before the age of 50. And these are just the qualifications for building the foundation. Generally speaking, only 20% of the middle grade spirit roots have the ability to build the foundation. The probability of breaking through the foundation building. Among the 500 disciples in your group, only 180 have reached the 3rd level of qi refining. Among these people, it is estimated that only 10 to 20 people can break through the foundation building. Han Yuan subconsciously asked, then how can we increase the probability of foundation building? Du Yuanhe raised a thumb. First, the foundation building pill can be obtained through the sect competition, which can increase the success rate by 20 to 30%. The second is to break through to the 10th, 11th, and 12th levels of qi refining. After each level is cultivated to perfection, you can get a 10% chance again. However, these realms need to fill the dantian, and a lot of spiritual power needs to be filled. In addition, he looked at Han Yuan and smiled faintly. Special cases like you can also add a success rate out of thin air. Now, do you understand the difficulty of cultivation? Du Yuanhe said solemnly. Han Yuan lowered his head and fell into thought. My situation is different from that of others. Every time my realm is upgraded, my dantian will expand, and it is difficult to analyze the speed of cultivation in the future. However, with the help of elixirs, cultivation is not difficult. As for the probability of building the foundation, my chance of success is already 30% to 40%. If I swallow the foundation building pill, the success rate can reach 100%. Building the foundation will not be difficult for me at all. Thinking of this, he responded, it will probably take some time to break through. It's good that you know. Du Yuanhe said lightly, I can prepare the best cave for you, sufficient supply of elixirs, and guide you to practice. With your conditions, it is not difficult to break through the foundation, but I hope you will set your goal on the golden elixir. Du Yuanhe said carefully, to break through the golden elixir, you need to practice a magic spell above the Shin level to the perfect level and condense the true talisman, so that you can use it as a basis to break through the golden elixir. In order to prepare to practice this spell in advance, you need to practice the matching yellow level spell in the Qi training realm and practice it to perfection. When building the foundation, with the help of the interaction between heaven and earth, you can quickly practice the Shen level spell and save hundreds of years of hard practice. I can prepare a few spell inheritances for you, which is also one of the biggest benefits after you become my disciple. Thank you for the gift, Master. Han Yuan said gratefully. Du Yuanhe smiled and nodded. Han Yuan suddenly realized that he said so much. Wasn't it just to show how much help his master had given him? Sure enough, he was cunning. However, he was really grateful. If no one told him, he really didn't know that there were so many ways to practice. Even if he knew, it would be difficult to exchange for a precious set of spells. There is no rush to exchange spells. Wait until you break through to the late stage of qi refining. Now you can concentrate on practicing. Well, our Dishen sect requires every disciple to master a skill of cultivating immortals. The Lingguan of our Lingguan peak is the most peculiar. I want to be a Lingju. Lingju? Du Yuanhe shook his head hurriedly. You have a good understanding? Lingguan is suitable for people with high understanding. Han Yuan was stunned. He has a high understanding? Why doesn't he know it himself? Breaking through the realm of minor success in the practice method is an epiphany by chance. In fact, his understanding is similar to that of others. Since Lingwen requires understanding, he will definitely not ask for trouble. No, master, I'd rather be a Lingju. Du Yuan's face was serious. Don't be willful. Han Yuan was crazy. How could he be willful? He was obviously very good at farming. Master, I have planted a season of blood spirit rice. I think I have a talent for planting. Han Yuan said immediately. Du Yuanha waved his hand in disdain. Forget it, don't regret it later. This is the token of Tsangming Cave Mansion. It is a cave of the upper grade of Xian level. It can increase the speed of cultivation by 5 times. You will cultivate there in the future. Thank you, master. Han Yuan happily took the token. Just leave if you have nothing to do. Du Yuanha hummed in dissatisfaction. It's a waste of comprehension? If I had this comprehension, I would have a master. What did you say? Du Yuanha pointed to the door. Don't bother me if you have nothing to do. Disciple understands. It means that if you have anything to do, just come and find me. Han Yuan took the token and went back to move happily. He decided that after moving to the new cave, he would practice in seclusion until he reached the 4th level of qi refining. In addition, he had to exchange a spell to conceal his cultivation. This world was too unsafe. C11 moving, Sangming Cave Mansion. When he came here, the flying sword only flew for a few dozen seconds. Now it took Han Yuan half an hour to get back from Lingwen Peak to Gumu Peak. This was when he used spiritual power to increase his speed. To control a flying sword, you need to practice a sword controlling technique. If you have money, you can exchange for one. Han Yuan made up his mind. When he returned to the familiar courtyard, he unexpectedly saw a man standing at the door of the room. Wan Kai was standing beside him, staring at him vigilantly. He seemed to have heard something. The man turned his head and looked over. Han Yuan recognized him at once. This was Wu Chao, who had come to his house some time ago to force him to help with the spirit stone. He frowned. What was this man doing here? Before he could figure it out, Wu Chao bowed from a distance. Brother Han, I didn't know how high the sky was and how deep the earth was the day before yesterday. I offended Brother Han. Today I come to apologize. This is the apology I prepared. Please accept it, Brother Han. Wu Chao held a box in both hands, and his eyes were full of pain when he lowered his head. Han Yuan was a little surprised. What are you doing? Please let me go this time, Senior Brother Han. I will never dare to force others to help me again. I have deeply realized my problem. Please give me a chance, Senior Brother Han. Han Yuan understood that there was indeed a little conflict between him and Wu Chao. If Han Yuan's cultivation was average and his potential was average, he would have offended him. But now Han Yuan is ranked in the top 10 of the outer sect. Whether in terms of strength or potential, he is much higher than Wu Chao. Once Han Yuan breaks through to a high level, he will suffer if he makes trouble for him. Now he comes to apologize, which is also a smart man. Put down the box, you can go. It's a small matter, it's nothing. Han Yuan said lightly. Yes, thank you, Senior Brother Han. If you have any instructions in the future, you can find me at any time. Wu Chao put the box on the stone platform, bowed again, and then left. When he left, his steps were obviously much lighter. Han Yuan shook his head and sighed in his heart. In the world of cultivating immortals, strength is still supreme. If you have a hard fist, many troubles will disappear automatically, and even become a good thing. Han Yuan took a pole and poked the box open from a distance. There were neatly stacked spirit stones inside. Han Yuan was a little curious, so he walked up and counted them. There were exactly 150 spirit stones. Ha, it's exactly the number you wanted me to help you with. This amount of spirit stones is quite a lot. You know, he only got 162 spirit stones after growing blood spirit rice for a season. It's interesting. This is both an apology and a way of currying favor. If he gets into trouble later, he can find me. This is the way of the world. Han Yuan shook his head. He naturally accepted the spirit stones with a smile. As for Wu Chao, he just left an impression and it would be difficult to see him in the future. Woof! Woof! Wan Kai wagged his tail, held his head high, and seemed to say, I stopped him outside the yard. Okay, Wan Kai, you did a good job. I'll buy you a resource to upgrade to a spirit beast and let you become a spirit beast. Han Yuan touched Wan Sai's head. Wan Sai's tail wagged even more happily, and his eyes were full of joy. Han Yuan returned to the yard, packed up his daily items, patted the old apricot tree in the yard, and said, "Old man, you have been with me for 2 years, and it is time for me to go. Try your best to absorb and exhale spiritual energy. I hope you will have the opportunity to be spiritual in the future." The old apricot tree was still motionless as usual. Han Yuan thought about it, injected a spiritual power into the tree, then turned around and picked up Wang Kai, and left the yard. Everything depended on the old apricot tree's own luck. Han Yuan left in a flash. After a while, Hu Yifan came over slowly, still holding a box tightly in his hand, but he soon found that Han Yuan's yard was empty and the dog had disappeared. "Is it gone? So soon?" Hu Yifan's face was uncertain, and he left again with a frown. Half an hour later, Han Yuan finally found Songning Cave Mansion. It's better to say it's a courtyard than a cave mansion. There was a magic array light outside the Songning Cave, covering a full 1,000 acres of land. After opening the array with a token, the eyes were crisscrossed bluestone roads. In the distance, there were pieces of square land, which should be spiritual fields. There were dozens of different buildings located everywhere, and there was a 4-story tower at the highest point, with 3 big characters Songning Tower hanging on the top. "This is the Songning Cave, it's so big. Woof! Woof!" Seeing such a vast place, Wang Kai immediately ran inside happily. Han Yuan followed behind him, looking here and there. There were many ancient trees here, and many of them were even spiritual trees. The grass and trees on the roadside seemed to have been taken care of by someone, very neat and pleasing to the eye. He stood beside a spiritual field, feeling the aura above the spiritual field, and was even more satisfied. These were all good lands for planting, and the quality was much better than his previous spiritual fields. "I can't cultivate so many spiritual fields by myself." Han Yuan thought of some tasks in the mission pavilion. For caves like this, outer disciples or even inner disciples are hired to do various tasks such as planting, cleaning, and care, but, generally speaking, caves of this quality are owned by foundation building cultivators. Foundation building cultivators have money to recruit people, but now he is penniless and can't issue tasks at all. And with his apparent 4th-level kitchening cultivation, it would be too high profile to issue tasks. "Let's keep a low profile and practice first." Han Yuan was not in the mood to look at other things, and shouted to Wang Kai, "Let's go." "Woof! Woof!" Wang Kai ran back and squatted beside Han Yuan, sticking out his tongue. "Come on, follow me to the building, I'll arrange a room for you." Wang Kai blinked and hurried to follow. Han Yuan stepped into the Songning building and quickly walked around. The first floor has 9 practice rooms, the second floor is various function rooms, including alchemy rooms, weapon refining rooms, etc. The third floor seems to be a place to live, with a large study room, and the fourth floor should be a place for entertaining guests and leisure, with tea rooms, chess rooms, etc. Looking down from the fourth floor, the view is wide, and the scenery of the entire Songning Cave Mansion falls into the eyes, giving a feeling of swallowing mountains and rivers. The design principle is also very simple. The first floor is connected to the earth veins, and the spiritual energy is the most concentrated, which is used for practice. The second floor can receive the spiritual energy of the first floor, which can be used for refining tools and alchemy. The third floor does not need too much spiritual energy for living, and the fourth floor has less spiritual energy, which can be used for entertaining guests and entertainment. Han Yuan chose a room on the third floor for Wang Kai to live in, and then let it move freely. Han Yuan himself came to the first floor, found a training room dedicated to the master of the mansion, and stepped into it. The spiritual energy seems to be the same? Han Yuan looked at the wall in confusion, and soon saw a formation switch. It turned out that the training room had not been activated yet. He pressed the switch, and then walked to the middle cushion impatiently. As soon as he sat down, he clearly felt that the concentration of spiritual energy in the training room was rising rapidly, and soon reached a very amazing level. The concentration of spiritual energy was 6 or 7 times higher than where he lived before, and it was much more docile. He began to operate the ancient wood-nurturing spirit technique and tried to practice. As expected, a few lines of text flashed before his eyes. Random gain multiplier, 6, spirit gathering array spirit gathering effect asterisk 600%, Han Yuan widened his eyes, the spirit gathering array spirit gathering effect increased 6 times? The next moment, the concentration of spiritual energy in the spirit gathering array surged again, and the spiritual energy that was originally invisible to the naked eye turned directly into mist. The spiritual energy poured into the body like a surging river, and the speed was extremely exaggerated. My God, too much too fast. Han Yuan's face changed, and he immediately focused his mind and used all his strength to operate the ancient wood spirit nurturing technique. C12 Amazing Cultivation Effect. 1 Shou Tian. Tu Zhou Tian. Han Yuan was immersed in cultivation and could not extricate himself. It was as if he was soaring into the sky, wandering in heaven and earth. This was not cultivation, this was ascension. When he felt the dull pain in his meridians, he hurriedly stopped practicing. Han Yuan opened his eyes, and there was a faint light flashing in his eyes. Under the flushing of spiritual energy, his body was nourished by the spiritual energy of heaven and earth like those natural treasures, and his body was obviously stronger than before. Even a stubborn stone, if it stays in a place with rich spiritual energy for a long time, it may become a spiritual stone or spiritual ore. The same is true for his body. This is a pleasant surprise. Han Yuan checked his cultivation. If he was at the level of 20/40ths of the third level of qi refining before, he has now reached 23/40ths. It is equivalent to swallowing 3x rate gathering spirit pills. This effect is too good, right? Han Yuan was stunned. A quick calculation shows that the sixfold blessing increases the concentration of spiritual energy by about 36 to 45 times that of the outside world. Practicing once is equivalent to practicing more than 30 times, plus his fourfold movement speed, which is equivalent to 120 ordinary practices. If it is calculated as practicing twice a day, it is almost the result of practicing for 60 days and 2 months, and the spiritual power should be increased by 2 points. It should be that quantitative change leads to qualitative change. This kind of rich spiritual energy is obviously easier to absorb, and the concentration of spiritual energy has increased, and the spiritual energy is more docile, which is also very critical. There are many variables here. I just made a simple calculation. You don't need to care about the details. In short, the effect of my practice in the practice room is better than swallowing pills. Han Yuan looked at the pills he was about to swallow, and it was a bit difficult to say. He didn't expect that he could no longer use these pills. Pills have pill poisons, but directly absorbing spiritual energy does not. What restricts his practice speed now is the toughness and recovery speed of the meridians. The spiritual power of the ancient with spiritual nourishing technique in the body is just good at recovery. The spiritual power slowly flows through the meridians, slowly nourishing the meridians and accelerating the recovery of the meridians. I need pills such as the vessel protection pill, not ordinary pills. Speaking of which, if the practice room with a sixfold effect is already a top grade Shen level, then what grade does the practice room with a 36-fold effect belong to? Definitely above the golden core. Han Yuan is very skeptical that there is any place in the Earth God sect with a better practice effect than him. Walk to the door and close the formation. The rich spiritual energy in the room once again poured into the ground and disappeared. Seeing this, Han Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. Although the effect of my gathering spirit formation has increased several times, the amount I absorbed is not much, and most of it will return to the spirit veins again, and others will not find any abnormalities. After walking out of the practice room, he found that the token was lit up. The spiritual consciousness probed in and immediately received a message. Someone outside the cave was calling. Han Yuan went up to the 4th floor and looked at the door. From a distance, he could see a disciple waiting outside the formation. Han Yuan probed the token with his spiritual consciousness and spoke, but his voice appeared at the door. "What do you want?" The waiting disciple was stunned, and immediately bowed and said, "I am here on the orders of the Peak Master to give you the token of the personal disciple and the benefits of the personal disciple." "Oh? Then come in." Han Yuan remotely opened the formation, revealing a door. "Yes." The disciple hurriedly entered it, and then trotted towards the direction of Tsangming Tower. This is also the reason why Han Yuan had a remote conversation. The cave is too big. It takes 4 or 5 miles from Tsangming Tower to the door. He is now a personal disciple, and it is too cheap to walk over. This matter is very important. In the world of cultivating immortals, pomp and prestige are also part of strength. Not pretending to be prestige may even lead to death. If you appear too rubbish, it will attract peeping and coveting. The disciple's cultivation is not weak. It doesn't take long to walk a few miles of Bluestone Road. He soon arrived at the bottom of Tsangming Tower. At this time, Han Yuan was already sitting on a stone bench in a pavilion next to Tsangming Tower, drinking tea, looking at the ancient tree next to him, and seemed to be thinking about something. Inner disciple Chang Chun greets Han Qingchuan. Chang Chun bowed to Han Yuan. Han Yuan seemed to have just seen Chang Chun, and hurriedly stood up to help him up. "Hey? Brother Chang Dao, why do you have to do this? We are all fellow disciples, so this etiquette is too formal." No, these are all sect rules. "How can it be? We are all from Lingwen Peak, and there are no outsiders here." Han Yuan laughed. Chang Chun also smiled, stretched out his hand and handed the storage bag to Han Yuan. This is the item that the Peak Master asked me to send over. Please check it for me, Han Qingchuan. Han Yuan raised his eyebrows. Master, really, I can get it myself. Why bother others? He took the storage bag. At this time, Chang Chun finally had time to look at Han Yuan, and his heart was still full of doubts. When did the Peak Master accept another direct disciple? He looks so young. This direct disciple seems to have just moved into the cave, and it seems that he has no subordinates. Should I find a way to get close to him? Han Yuan probed his spiritual sense into the storage bag and saw 10 large porcelain bottles containing elixirs, the kind that hold 12 elixirs. There was also a small pile of spirit stones. With a sweep of his spiritual sense, there were as many as 300. There was also a direct disciple token, a dark silver long sword, a direct disciple robe, and an inner disciple robe. I'm rich. This is what Han Yuan was thinking at the moment, but he knew there were outsiders present, so his expression remained calm, only his heart was laughing wildly. Duke Han, disciples have a quota of 1 bottle of elixir and 100 spirit stones every month. If possible, Chang Chun is willing to help Han disciples pick it up and deliver it every month. Chang Chun seized the opportunity to say. Han Yuan raised his eyebrows, with a half-smile on his face, and that expression was very similar to Du Yuan's expression on the flying sword before. Will this be too much trouble for you? No, I have a lot of free time, and I also like to help my fellow disciples, huh? Chang Chun laughed. Let's not talk about this first. Do you know the quota of elixir for disciples? Can it be replaced with a pulse-protecting pill? Han Yuan asked casually. Pulse protection pill? Chang Chun was surprised. Pulse protection pill is usually used to break through the bottleneck. It is probably not used when breaking through the Qi refining level 6 to the Qi refining level 7. Generally, it is used when breaking through the foundation establishment or the 10th level of Qi refining level 9. In addition, it is also used when taking with precious pills. In short, ordinary disciples can't use it at all. Well, I haven't asked about this. I remember that the pulse protection pill needs 500 spirit stones, which is about the same as the value of your monthly bottle of Qi condensation pill, but the pulse protection pill is more precious, and usually requires sect contribution points. So, I don't know if I can change the type of pill. Chang Chun looked embarrassed. Han Yuan was startled. The pill bottle inside was not the gathering spirit pill, but the Qi condensation pill? He opened the pill bottle in the storage bag and saw the Qi condensation pill. The value was even higher. In that case, please help me run a trip and ask. No problem, Chang Chun said happily. Then you go, Han Yuan said. Chang Chun responded quickly and turned slowly to leave. Han Yuan waited for a few seconds and called him. Wait. Chang Chun asked in confusion. What else does Han Qingchuan want? I asked you to help, but I can't let you work in vain. These pills are useless to me, so just treat them as your reward. Han Yuan threw a porcelain bottle over. Chang Chun hurriedly caught it and used his spiritual sense to explore it. There were 5 soul-gathering pills in it, equivalent to 45 spirit stones. He said happily, Thank you, Han Qingchuan. Well, I have to concentrate on practicing during this period and don't want to be disturbed. You can come alone in the future, Han Yuan said again. Chang Chun was overjoyed. This was a big deal. He hurriedly said, Okay, Han Qingchuan, I will take care of it. Well, Han Yuan nodded. Slow down. Chang Chun's pace of leaving this time became obviously lighter. Han Yuan had a vague feeling of DJVU. He saw Wang Kai running out from the crack of the door and wagging his tail around Han Yuan. Han Yuan smiled and stroked Wang Kai's head. Don't be an ungrateful person. Woof, woof. Wang Kai shook his head quickly, his eyes revealing a loyal look. Hee, that's right, your master is very generous. I will buy you materials for upgrading to a spirit beast tomorrow. Woof, woof. Wang Kai jumped happily, and his 4 dog legs danced even more briskly. C13 Get the pulse protection pill. Take advantage of the time when the meridians are warm and nourished. Han Yuan walked around the entire cave again. There are hundreds of acres of spiritual fields, of which the upper-grade Xuanjie spiritual fields only have 10 acres, the middle-grade Xuanjie spiritual fields only have 30 acres, the lower-grade Xuanjie spiritual fields only have 50 acres, and the rest are all from the upper-grade Huangjie. But those that are too high-level cannot be used by Han Yuan. These high-grade yellow-level ones are just right for him to use. Let's try planting something easy to grow later. The fields here all belong to me, and I don't need to hand them over to the sect. After purchasing the seeds, the rest will be pure profit. This is the future spiritual stone income and cannot be taken carelessly. He looked at the other buildings. There are actually special refining rooms, alchemy pavilions, talisman-making workshops, formation buildings, inscription rooms, spiritual literature gardens, etc., as well as some residential buildings, which seem to be for disciples, and there are also some high-ranking yellow-level ones in them. Even though the training room only has the highest grade of yellow rank, in the inner door, you need to spend spiritual stones to exchange for training time, and here, it is also free. Tisk, TSK, this cave is a bit precious, it makes me panic. Han Yuan did feel that the pressure was a bit high. The cave prepared for Elder Foundation establishment was only allowed to be used by a monk who only had the 3rd level of chi refining. Is this reasonable? Even he himself felt a little outrageous and felt jealous, let alone others. The old guy still asked people to deliver things. Didn't he mean to let others know about his direct disciples? Fortunately, he was smart and reminded Changchun a few words. Changchun should understand what he meant and would not publicize it. It would be a little time to hide it for a while. After his cultivation breakthrough, it would undoubtedly be much easier to deal with these possible troubles. I guess this cheap master is putting pressure on me to practice. It's really insidious. Han Yuan has seen through Du Yuanhe's treacherous plot and is really heartbroken. Before his meridians could recover, Changchun had already rushed back. Open the formation door. Changchun trotted up to Han Yuanjin and said, Han Jinjuan, I have already asked, you can exchange it. The monthly benefit can be exchanged for a pulse protection pill. But there are no extra spiritual stones. Yeah, no problem. Han Yuan nodded with satisfaction, handed him a bottle of chi condensation pill, and said, go and help me exchange the benefits I just received for the pulse protection pill. I'll wait for you here. Okay, Han Jinjuan. Changchun hesitated and then said, it's just that I can't prove that I am changing the elixir on your behalf. Han Yuan smiled lightly, it's easy. He patted the Tsangming token with his palm. There was a small space inside the token, and many auxiliary tokens were placed in it. He patted it casually, and an auxiliary token fell out. You can prove it by holding this token, Han Yuan Dao said. Changchun's eyes lit up and he said with great joy, I understand. Don't worry, master, I will be back soon. Changchun patted his chest and promised. Han Yuan noticed that his title had changed and he called himself Palace Master. What did this mean? Han Yuan had no intention of correcting him and nodded, go early and come back early. Yes. Han Yuan watched Changchun leave in a hurry, and began to look forward to the effect of the pulse protection pill. For 500 spirit stones, the effect would definitely be good. Speaking of which, true disciples are really awesome. Is the monthly benefit just 500 spirit stones? That's 6,000 spirit stones a year. And there are no mission requirements, so cool. True disciples are the reserves of the sect's top combat power, and the supply of resources is indeed unparalleled. When his meridians were almost warmed up, Changchun finally hurried back. Fortunately, you have lived up to your command, Palace Master. Changchun handed over a porcelain vase respectfully. Han Yuan took it, nodded calmly, and penetrated it with his spiritual sense. After confirming that it was correct, he said, I am going to practice in seclusion. If you don't mind, you can find a room to live in the cave. The yellow steps inside you can use the high-grade cultivation room by yourself. During my retreat, if anyone comes to see me, just say that I am in retreat and will not see outsiders. Hearing this, Changchun looked excited and said, okay, Palace Master, I will guard the cave and no one will disturb you. Well. Han Yuan turned around and paused again, I also raised a semi-spiritual beast with the blood of a blazing dog. If you have time, help me feed it. Changchun was stunned for a moment, then glanced at Wang Kai, who was peeping in the distance, and nodded, no problem. Han Yuan is very satisfied with Changchun's attitude. He has the potential to be a housekeeper. It is equivalent to giving him an internship opportunity. Whether he can become a full-time employee depends on his performance. Han Yuan is very aware of his status and does not underestimate himself. Although his cultivation level is low, his status as a direct disciple is there. Behind him is the peak master with the highest status in the entire mountain. He can mobilize a lot of resources and leak out a little from his fingers. It's enough to feed ordinary inner disciples. When Han Yuan disappeared from sight, Changchun showed excitement. Got it. He seized this unseen-a-lifetime opportunity. Get on the lap of your direct disciple. He knew very well that his qualifications were average. He had worked hard for 20 years and had only just reached the 7th level of chi refining. If he didn't have the opportunity in this life, he would definitely not be able to build the foundation. And when he happened to meet the Peak Master on the road and received the dispatch mission casually ordered by the Peak Master, he knew that the only opportunity in his life to make a comeback had appeared. And when he came to Sangming Cave Mansion and saw that there were not many people inside, he was even more happy. There were few people, which meant that this true disciple definitely needed someone to call his attention, and he could do the job. So he worked hard for Han Yuan and finally got an affiliated token. When he tried to call out the mansion master and Han Yuan did not refuse, he knew that he had really embraced the thigh. Now, as long as he did what the mansion master ordered, everything would be fine. He didn't care about the yellow grade upper grade training room. Usually, one spirit stone could only be used for half an hour in that training room. Now it was completely free. Usually, he didn't dare to waste a little time, but now, he set his sights on Wang Kai. Woof! Woof! Wang Kai looked at him vigilantly. Come, here is a steak of the fierce beast black-haired pig. Do you want to eat it? Chang Chun said flatteringly. Wang Kai snorted and stared at him vigilantly. I am your master's subordinate. I am ordered to feed you. Don't worry. Chang Chun said again. Wang Kai seemed to understand the meaning of this, and quickly raised his little head and looked at him proudly. Chang Chun put the steak on the plate and stepped back a few steps. Wang Kai was alert for a while, but didn't seem to notice any danger. He approached and took a careful bite. The delicious steak made Wang Kai squint his eyes. The spiritual energy contained in the meat after taking it was integrated into his body, and it was still strengthening his body, making Wang Kai unable to stop. Chang Chun took out a broom from somewhere and began to sweep the road in the cave, very consciously. Han Yuan stood in the shadow of the fourth floor of Sangming building, watching Chang Chun's reaction, nodded with satisfaction, and quietly opened the guard formation of Sangming building. Then he really felt at ease and came to the practice room and opened the spirit gathering formation. Random gain multiplier, 3, spirit gathering effect of spirit gathering formation asterisk 300%, Han Yuan was stunned, only 3 times? Suddenly, a flash of inspiration came to his mind, and he had a shocking idea. He closed the spirit gathering formation. Then he opened the formation again. Random gain multiplier, 5, spirit gathering array spirit gathering effect asterisk 500%, oh my god, it really works. Han Yuan's eyes widened. Arrays are different from pills. When pills are swallowed, the multiplier is what it should be. But arrays can be reused. Every time they are turned on and off, the multiplier will be recalculated. Doesn't that mean? Han Yuan stood at the door and began to turn the spirit gathering array on and off. Each turn only takes 1 minute, and the cost of trying is almost 0. After several attempts, it was either 3 times or 4 times, and 5 times was rare, but Han Yuan was very patient. After trying 20 times, a huge number appeared in front of him for the first time. Random gain multiplier, 12, spirit gathering array spirit gathering effect asterisk 12, the spirit gathering effect has increased by 12 times. The concentration of spiritual energy is at least 6 by 12, which is 72 times that of the outside world. The spiritual energy in the training room quickly turned into clouds and mist, and even condensed into spiritual liquid. Han Yuan even had the illusion that he was soaking in a pool of spiritual water. No, it was not an illusion. On the floor of the training room, there was indeed a wet liquid gathering. It was the spiritual water formed by the combination of rich spiritual energy and water vapor. The spiritual energy in the air couldn't wait to drill into his body. The step of sensing spiritual energy was not needed at all. Han Yuan couldn't wait to sit down. He took out the pulse protection pill and swallowed it with his head tilted back. C14 opportunity for cultivation advancement, random gain multiplier, 6, efficacy of pulse protecting pill asterisk 600%, erysipelas 60%, 6 times more effective than the pulse protecting pill. Han Yuan was pleasantly surprised. The 6 times the effect of the pulse protection pill was better than the effect of 6 pulse protection pills. Because of the erysipelas, it is impossible to swallow 6 pulse protecting pills continuously. Even if you can swallow them continuously, the effect will not be 6 times greater due to drug resistance. But Han Yuan was able to enjoy 6 times the effect of the pulse protecting pill. He only felt that when the pulse protecting pill was transformed, a mysterious medicinal power spread along the meridians towards the meridians of the whole body. The inner wall of the meridians was protected by a thick layer of the power of the pulse protecting pill. Even on the dantian wall, it was also attached to the medicine, so that his meridians were equipped with a layer of armor. An ordinary pulse protecting pill can last for 2 hours, but can a pulse protecting pill with 6 times the efficacy last for 12 hours? No matter what, Han Yuan, who had no worries, finally let go of his scruples and began to absorb the rich spiritual energy in the training room. What a docile spiritual energy, it can be refined easily. Just a small cycle of circulation can guide the spiritual energy flowing into the meridians into the dantian. After these new spiritual powers were integrated into his dantian, Han Yuan was shocked to find that the purity of these spiritual powers was much purer than the spiritual powers he had worked so hard to cultivate before. Without testing at all, he knew that the quality of his spiritual power had definitely improved. This is simply, no, this ability should be regarded as a talent. I am extremely talented. The spiritual energy in the training room, as Han Yuan absorbed it, poured into his body like an infusion. The effect of the pulse-protecting pill was astonishing. The six-fold improvement not only extended the time, but also enhanced the pulse-protecting effect by 6 times. So it is difficult for these surging spiritual energy to cause damage to the meridians. The skills of the Deshang realm exert astonishing effects during the practice process, and they move around the sky extremely quickly. Han Yuan devoted himself wholeheartedly to the operation of the technique, and his understanding of the ancient wood-nourishing skill gradually deepened a lot during this high-speed and continuous operation. While waiting for Chang Chun, he had been staring at Gumu, not just to show off. He was wondering what the essence of the ancient wood-nourishing skill was, and what did the word old wood mean. When he reached the Xiaocheng state, he thought the key point was to understand the breathing rhythm of the ancient trees in the world. But now as he continued to run the exercises, he gradually realized that the focus of this exercise was the word nourishing the soul at the end. Use my body as an ancient tree to nourish the spirit of spiritual power? Han Yuan recalled the shape of the old apricot tree. During the 2 years of practice, he had already unknowingly memorized all the details of the old apricot tree in his mind. He even often rested under the tree and talked with the old apricot tree, accompanied by trees. Whether it was intentional or not, the old apricot tree was an indispensable presence in his 2-year practice. It would not be an exaggeration to say that he was a companion. At this time, his body was stretched out, and the body sitting cross-legged looked like the roots of an old tree, faintly like an apricot tree planted in the center of the training room. His breathing began to gradually fine-tune, and his breathing became gentle and thick. He vaguely felt that the operation route of the exercise was a bit uncomfortable, so he followed his instinct to change the operation route of the exercise. As a result, the exercise of ancient wood-nourishing skill, the Dharma line, changed unconsciously. Bit by bit, it gradually became very different from the original. His chi machine is connected to the earth, and the speed of absorbing spiritual energy is gradually increasing. The spiritual energy circulates continuously in his body, part of which is integrated into the dantian, and part of which is channeled into the earth and air, returning to heaven and earth. The spiritual power in his dantian became more and more pure, but it seemed that there was still a long way to go before he could achieve the so-called spiritual nourishment. What is the essence of the exercise? Just when Han Yuan was struggling to find the true meaning of the technique, suddenly, his breathing frequency resonated with the breathing frequency of a distant being. Far away in an outer courtyard of Gumu Peak, the branches of an old apricot tree began to sway. The wind did not move, but the tree moved. The surrounding spiritual energy seemed to have been summoned, surrounding the old apricot tree. The old apricot tree, which has lived for hundreds of years, has finally accumulated enough to transform from a mortal species into a spiritual species. Inside its tree body, there are mysterious changes taking place, and the spirit of the spiritual tree is sprouting accordingly. And in this process, a gift of spiritual power belonging to the monk played a finishing touch. That spiritual power was gradually absorbed by the old apricot tree as the old apricot tree's spiritual power flowed, but it also participated in all aspects of the process. The process of the birth of the tree spirit. Han Yuan was completely unaware of the situation of old Xingshu. At a certain moment, he seemed to be helped by heaven and earth, and the path of his spiritual power became mysterious again. While the path of his spiritual power changed, his spiritual power seemed to have a special spirituality. For a moment, he was immersed in it and couldn't extricate himself. In Songming Cave, Changchun looked in the direction of Sangming Tower in confusion, and then he was surprised to see that the trees near Sangming Tower were shaking, and the shaking movements seemed to be celebrating the birth of their companions. What happened to those spiritual trees? Before he could take a few steps to check, the spiritual trees returned to calm, and everything seemed to be an illusion. But he was definitely not dazzled. It seemed that the master of the palace was practicing some powerful spell, which caused the spiritual tree to fluctuate. Suddenly, there was some movement in his accessory token. He looked towards the cave gate and saw someone bowing towards him. Is someone looking for the palace master? Chang Chun used the Willow Catkin's body skill to speed up. He arrived at the gate in a few steps and looked outside. After a closer look, Chang Chun recognized the person. It was Lu Xinghe, a famous figure among the inner disciples of Lingwen Peak. He was at the 9th level of Qi refining and the president of the inner group Xingdui. It was rumored that he would soon become a true disciple, but obviously not. I am Lu Xinghe, an inner disciple. I came to visit Han Jinchuan today. I wonder if Han Jinchuan is in person. Lu Xinghe looked at Chang Chun. Although there was a formation between them, his eyesight could easily tell that the other party was only a disciple at the 7th level of Qi refining and was not young. Sorry, the master of the mansion said that he would not see guests during his retreat. Please come again next time, Master Lu Hui. Chang Chun remembered the master's words and had no intention of opening the door. Lu Xinghe frowned secretly. He accidentally learned from the disciples of the welfare hall of Lingwen Peak that there was a new true disciple, so he immediately rushed to Songming Cave Mansion. He learned from the disciple that the other party sent someone to exchange the monthly benefits for the pulse-protecting pills, so he guessed that the other party might be in seclusion, but he didn't expect it to be so soon. This true disciple seemed to have jumped out of the mud. There was no news before, and now he hasn't even seen his face, so he can't tell the details at all. Lu Xinghe's eyes fell on Chang Chun. From what he just said, this person knew him. He recalled carefully and seemed to have seen this person several times. This junior brother, in this case, can you help me collect the gifts and give them to Han Jinchuan when he comes out of seclusion? Sorry, I can't decide for the master of the house. Chang Chun said immediately. Then can you ask the junior brother to help me notify me when Han Jinchuan comes out of seclusion? I will definitely reward him with a generous gift. Lu Xing had dug in his sleeves and showed a bottle of qi condensation pills. Chang Chun couldn't help but look away when he saw the bottle of qi condensation pills. A bottle of qi condensation pills is worth 500 spirit stones. This is just a thank you gift for sending a message. For him, it doesn't take much effort at all. But Chang Chun had already experienced the hardships of cultivation before, and he didn't want to lose this rare opportunity. So, he resolutely said, I'm sorry, the mansion master doesn't want others to disturb him, please go back, Brother Lu. His tone was very firm. At this time, his previous awe of the leader Lu had completely disappeared, and he changed back to the name of brothers among the disciples of the sect, and regarded Lu Xinghe as an ordinary inner disciple. Lu Xinghe paused when he heard this, looked at Chang Chun deeply, and said, since Han Jinchuan is in seclusion, I will come next time. Chang Chun bowed, then turned back and continued to sweep the floor. Lu Xinghe turned around and took another look at Sangming Cave Mansion, and felt dissatisfied with Du Yuanhe in his heart. The old thing was old and blurry, and even his superior qualifications were not appreciated. He wanted to see what the new Han Jinchuan had. What qualifications did he have to occupy Sangming Cave Mansion? C15 Breakthrough. Breakthrough. Unconsciously, 5 hours had passed. At this time, Han Yuan's dantian had been filled with spiritual power, and it was time for a breakthrough. And the mysterious changes in the technique had also reached the final critical point. Break. Boom. Boom. The dantian filled with spiritual power was once again widened. The spiritual power underwent a transformation during the widening process, and the quality of the spiritual power was significantly improved. The spiritual power rushed out of the dantian and began to wash and nourish the body in meridians. At this moment, the ancient wood-nurturing spirit technique also completely broke through the realm and broke through a realm again. Han Yuan did not open his eyes, and his spiritual consciousness scanned the lines of text in front of him. Random gain multiplier, 3, cultivation realm breakthrough effect asterisk 300%, random gain multiplier, 7, the technique realm improvement effect asterisk 700%, the size of the dantian was once again increased to 4 times the original size. If compared with the normal 4th level of qi refining, it is 8 times the difference, which is equivalent to the state of others at the 6th level of qi refining. The transformed spiritual power circulated in the meridians, nourishing them, expanding their radius by 40%, and doubling their cross-section. In this way, the spiritual power will flow faster. The spiritual consciousness transformed, and the range expanded to about 30 meters. All of this was within Han Yuan's expectations, but what he didn't expect was that his cultivation level had broken through again. From the minor success level to the major success level. How did I break through? Was it because the breakthrough in cultivation led to a breakthrough in cultivation? Or was it because the spiritual energy was too rich? Han Yuan came to his senses now, and he didn't know how he broke through. If the breakthrough in the minor success level before was traceable, but this time the breakthrough in the major success level was really a coincidence, it was really an epiphany. Of course, the process is not important, what is important is that the result is amazing. The effect of his ancient wood spiritual cultivation skill in the minor success level was 4 times that of the normal entry level. Now after the breakthrough, it should have reached 8 times the entry level. The gain multiplier appeared again this time, and the effect was increased by 7 times, that is, it became 4 plus 4 asterisk 7, a total of 32 times. Others' ancient wood nurturing spiritual skills broke through to the great success realm, and the increase was only 4 times, but he broke through to the great success realm, and it was a 32-fold increase. Is this still a top-grade Huan level skill? It should have reached the level of Xian level skills. Han Yuan silently sensed the flow of the skills in his body, and his heart was filled with emotion. The original ancient wood nurturing spiritual skills only flowed through 3 main meridians and 6 secondary meridians. Today's skills, however, pass through 8 main meridians, 12 secondary meridians, 96 small meridians and countless micro-meridians, forming an extremely complex meridian operation route map, just like the roots of an ancient tree, densely entangled, but orderly. He was shocked to find that he could absorb spiritual energy not only through the palms, soles of feet, baihui, mouth and nose, etc., but now even the countless pores under the skin all over the body were absorbing and exhaling spiritual energy, and those micro-meridians under the skin could receive these spiritual energy. Han Yuan followed the current meridian route and found that a large number of meridian routes gathered in his liver. Then he found a ricized green fluorescence in his liver. Those meridians are connected to this green fluorescence. After a large amount of spiritual energy passes through this green fluorescence, it will automatically transform into Han Yuan's own wood attribute spiritual power. What is this? Han Yuan scratched his head. He seemed to have cultivated something incredible. But he could easily control this green fluorescence, or in other words, it was a part of himself. He seemed to control it instinctively, which could speed up the absorption of spiritual energy, transform spiritual power, and even store spiritual power. It was equivalent to him having an extra weird dantian. Han Yuan felt the changes in his various parts, and after confirming that there was no problem, he continued to practice. The first time the Great Accomplishment Realm Ancient Wood Spiritual Cultivation Technique was activated, Han Yuan was amazed. A large amount of spiritual energy poured into the body from the 7 orifices, baihui, palms, soles of feet, and skin. Although those complex micro-meridians seemed to absorb little spiritual energy, they were dense, and there were tens of thousands of micro-spiritual energy, and the total amount of spiritual energy was more than the main and secondary meridians combined. This is also the source of the 32-fold increase in the technique, and it is not out of nothing. As the technique was running, 1/3 of the spiritual energy came to the liver, and after being tempered by green fluorescence, it became pure wood spiritual power and was directly stored in it. This green fluorescence can only store what attributes spiritual power, unlike Han Yuan's dantian, which can actually store any spiritual power. And the other 2/3 of the spiritual energy poured into the dantian to improve the realm of cultivation. Time passed slowly. The remaining 7 hours passed quickly. Han Yuan stopped practicing, and did not care about feeling the changes in himself. He was exhausted and fell asleep in the practice room. When he fell asleep, his body was still slowly absorbing spiritual energy. The green fluorescence in his liver was like a spiritual dantian, swallowing and exhaling with spiritual energy autonomously. While the spiritual energy was running, it was also nourishing the meridians, which would not cause damage to the meridians at all. Instead, it became more energetic while swallowing and exhaling spiritual energy. Han Yuan slept very sweetly. When he woke up, 6 hours had passed. Han Yuan felt refreshed and stood up with a somersault. He touched his stomach and felt a little hungry, so he closed the spirit gathering array and walked out of the training room. While walking out, he sensed his own cultivation. He saw that the dantian was once again filled with spiritual power for 3/4. In the liver, the green fluorescent light was now increased from the size of a rice grain to the size of a soybean, and the appearance became more textured. The spiritual power stored inside was also enough to fill 1/4 of the dantian space. Doesn't this mean that I can break through at any time if I transfer the spiritual power to the dantian? Han Yuan was secretly amazed, and felt like he was in a dream about his own improvement speed. When he walked out of the Tsangming building, the night was dark. However, a figure ran over quickly, and in the process, he also lit up the magic lamps around him, emitting bright light. The person who came was Chang Chun, and behind him, Wang Kai also ran over with short legs. Woof! Woof! Wang Kai pounced on him, raised his head and hugged Han Yuan's steps, wagging his tail happily. Han Yuan touched its head and said in surprise, "Hey, it seems to have grown taller. How long have I been in seclusion?" "See you, Lord." Chang Chun quickly responded, "You have been in seclusion for a day and a half. Wang Kai has eaten a lot of beast meat. He should have grown a little bit due to the spiritual energy. Han Yuan suddenly realized and said, "Is there any spiritual food? Prepare some. I'm a little hungry." "Okay, Lord, I'll prepare one for you right away." "Yes, thank you. This is what I should do." Chang Chun responded immediately, with a hint of nervousness in his expression. Han Yuan waved his hand and asked him to prepare quickly. Chang Chun's face lit up and he immediately ran to a building in the distance to prepare. Han Yuan came to sit on the stone bench under the big tree next to Tsangming Tower. Then he seemed to sense something and looked at the big tree next to him. His spiritual consciousness touched the big tree and touched an old and ignorant spirituality. This spirituality touched his spiritual consciousness and conveyed a simple and joyful thought. At the same time, the branches of the tree trembled involuntarily. "Ha! Big banyan tree, is that you?" Han Yuan sent out a spiritual consciousness, "Hello?" The spirituality of the big banyan tree also conveyed a more joyful meaning, and Han Yuan also understood a little of its meaning. It was also greeting him, and there was also a kind of simple happiness of meeting its own kind, and at the same time curiously asked him why he moved. The branches of the big banyan tree danced more obviously. Han Yuan was sure this time that he could indeed communicate with this big banyan tree. However, although this tree was already a spiritual tree, its spirituality was still too weak. His spiritual consciousness easily merged into the body of the big banyan tree, and the big banyan tree did not resist at all, allowing him to merge. His spiritual consciousness extended along the branches of the big banyan tree to hundreds of meters away. The big banyan tree seemed to have become an extension of his perception and an amplifier of spiritual consciousness. Even as his spiritual consciousness continued to expand, it came into contact with the surrounding trees. Whether they were spiritual or not, they naturally accepted his spiritual consciousness, allowing his spiritual consciousness to expand again. Every tree seemed to be a signal base station, allowing his spiritual consciousness to continue to extend. His spiritual consciousness unconsciously expanded to the building 500 meters away. He saw Chang Chun working hard to make ingredients and preparing barbecue. Han Yuan couldn't help but use his spiritual consciousness to transmit, "Don't prepare too complicated, just light." Chang Chun was shocked and immediately replied, "Yes." He subconsciously looked in the direction of Tsangming Tower and saw Han Yuan still sitting under Tsangming Tower. He couldn't help but take a breath. The distance of this spiritual consciousness is too far. The 9th level of chi refining is only 100 small steps away, right? This is 500 or 600 small steps. What realm is the master of the mansion? Has he already established the foundation? Chang Chun has even more respect for Han Yuan. C16 The magic of the transformation of the cultivation method. Han Yuan just tried it, and the sound transmission was actually successful. He was also very surprised at this time. After breaking through the 4th level of chi refining, he practiced some more, but the range of his spiritual consciousness only increased by a few meters, and the limit was only about 35 meters. Chang Chun was already more than 500 meters away from him. Through the transmission from tree to tree, his spiritual consciousness suddenly completed incredible long-distance expansion. As he continued to try, the range of spiritual consciousness connection continued to expand, reaching the entrance of the cave. This was not the end, but was blocked by the cave formation. But he soon discovered a problem. His spiritual consciousness was consumed very quickly, 10 times faster than usual. But compared to the extremely large scope of expansion, this consumption is nothing at all. The ancient wood spirit nurturing technique of the perfect realm has no such effect. Han Yuan knew that it should be the ancient wood spiritual nourishing technique after his transformation. The new function was that he could communicate with trees and expand his spiritual consciousness. Among them, he also found an additional benefit. The roots of the tree can be used to detect the situation under the ground, which sometimes has miraculous effects, such as prospecting, treasure hunting, chasing enemies, etc. Suddenly, the big banyan tree in front of him felt a desire for his spiritual power. Han Yuan was startled, withdrew most of his spiritual consciousness, transferred some of his spiritual power into the big banyan tree, and gave up control. The spiritual power gradually integrated into the tree veins and spread into the tree body. Han Yuan can feel that those spiritual powers are decreasing. It seems to be being absorbed by this big banyan tree. Han Yuan observed this scene in amazement, his heart full of surprise. When that massive spiritual power was completely absorbed by the big banyan tree, he could feel that the spiritual power of the big banyan tree became more active. The ancient trees nourish the spirits. The ancient trees nourish the spirits. Is this still possible? Han Yuan was once again surprised by the changes in his skills. His spiritual power actually helps the spiritual tree grow, and can also enhance the spiritual tree's spirituality a little. Although it's not much, over time, maybe this big banyan tree can really give birth to a complete spiritual intelligence and become a tree demon. At this moment, he immediately thought of the old apricot tree. Find an opportunity to help the old apricot tree give birth to some spirituality. Han Yuan thought to himself. At this time, Chang Chun had run back again, came to the foot of the big tree, and placed plates of hot dishes on the stone table. Master, the dishes are ready, Chang Chun said with a smile. Thank you. Han Yuan thanked him. He picked up a piece of green vegetables, put it in his mouth, and chewed it a few times. The taste was very refreshing. These vegetables were full of spiritual energy, and they were regarded as spiritual food, not ordinary food. Where did you buy these vegetables? How much did they cost? Han Yuan asked. Chang Chun said quickly, this is something that originally existed in the cave. It was grown in the vegetable fields. There are a lot of them. I just picked some back from there. I have not yet obtained the permission of the master of the palace. Han Yuan waved his hand and said, I asked you to prepare food. It's normal for you to pick it. He paused and said, I'm just going to make it clear. It depends on what you mean. You plan to work here. I'm still short of manpower here. If you're willing, help me with some chores. I can't. As a courtesy to my subordinates, I will receive one chi condensation pill every month and enjoy some of the benefits in the cave. So, are you willing? Yes. Yes. Chang Chun immediately bowed in surprise. Tell me about your own situation and general experience before. Han Yuan asked. Chang Chun looked serious and said, Master, I come from the Great Chu dynasty. I am from an ordinary family. I was diagnosed with the middle grade 4 spiritual roots at the age of 15 and joined the sect. I was lucky enough to break through the 3rd level of Qi refining in the 2nd year, and then I broke through in the 5th year. At the 4th level of Qi, he practiced alone after entering Lingguan Peak and completed the sect's mission. It took him 20 years to break through to the 7th level of Qi refining in the middle of the year. He was exactly 40 years old. You haven't joined any group? Han Yuan asked doubtfully. I once joined a small team and found that after joining, the cultivation resources had to be provided to others. The speed of cultivation did not speed up, but became slower. In large teams, people with lower than middle grade 3 spiritual roots are not required, so in the end I still practiced hard by myself. There was a small chance in the middle, and this was how I managed to break through to the 7th level of Qi refining. Chang Chun sighed. Han Yuan was silent. This practice is a bit difficult. He silently looked inside at the location of his dantian and liver. If he added the green fluorescence of his liver and calculated his ordinary cultivation level, he was already at the peak of the 6th level of Qi refining, and was not far from the 7th level of Qi refining. It is indeed a little faster now, but before he activated the golden finger, he had been practicing hard for 2 years, and he was only at the 2nd level of Qi refining. Normal practice was indeed too difficult. If you work hard in the future, you may have a chance to reach the 9th level of Qi refining before you turn 60. Han Yuan drew a big cake for Chang Chun. Yes, Palace Master. I will definitely try my best. Chang Chun happily ate the pie. By the way, Palace Master, someone came to visit yesterday. Chang Chun said. Oh? Who? How many people are there? Han Yuan looked strange. Someone came to the door now? A man, Lu Xinghe, with a 9th level cultivation of Qi refining, formed a Xinghe association. There are more than 30 inner disciples in the association. All of them have outstanding qualifications and extraordinary cultivation. They are inner disciples in Lingguan Peak. It's very influential. Chang Chun said truthfully, he brought a gift, but I didn't accept it on behalf of the palace master. Later, he tried to bribe me to let me know the time of departure. After Chang Chun finished speaking, he stood aside and did not express any opinions. He just told the other party's situation truthfully. Han Yuan was thoughtful. They were just inner disciples, but they couldn't influence him. He thought it was some foundation building elder who was dissatisfied with his occupation of Tsangming Cave. What can Lu Xinghe do? Lose his face? It doesn't matter at all. He had only just reached the 4th level of Qi refining, so it was normal for him to be unable to defeat him, and it was impossible for his master to deprive him of his position as his direct disciple. Even if elder establishment came to cause trouble, at most he felt that he could not occupy the cave, and his position as a true disciple could not be lost. Of course, there will definitely be trouble. Then Lu Xinghe may use some means to send people to test him, disturb him, and mess with his mentality. He is not in the mood to do those pretentious things, which are too low level and a waste of time. Isn't it enough to work hard to become an immortal? Ignore it, be careful next time you go out, don't get blocked by his people. Han Yuan thought for a while and said, forget it, don't go out, just practice well in the cave. Sangming Tower, you can choose a low-level Xin-level training room to practice. This is a temporary benefit. If there are many people in the future, you must follow the rules. I understand, Chang Chun said happily. The Xuanjie training room was a wonderful thing that he had never dared to think of before. 1 hour is 10 spiritual stones, but now it's free. At this time, he felt grateful to Lu Xinghe. At this time, outside Sangming Cave, Lu Xinghe indeed sent people to stare at the gate of Sangming Cave. The 2 inner disciples took turns staring at the gate, not missing any movement for a moment. Once someone comes out, Lu Xinghe will be reported immediately. However, Lu Xinghe was destined to be disappointed. Han Yuan, a man from Vodao, is online. Window_Tabula equals Tabula.push, mode, thumbspeed 01, container, Tabula below article thumbnail 300x250, placement, below article thumbnail 300x250, target type, mix, C17. The news is exposed. Is the investigation clear? In a dark room, a deep voice sounded. Candles are lit. Lu Xinghe's face emerged. A disciple in the shadow of the candlelight respectfully replied, it has been confirmed. The new true disciple is named Han Yuan. He ranked 9th in the second-year cultivation test. He was in the early stage of the 4th level of qi refining and was selected by Master Dufeng in advance. He became an inner disciple and was soon confirmed as a true disciple and assigned to Sangming Cave. What? 4th level of qi refining? Lu Xinghe obviously did not expect this answer at all. What qualifications does he have? Medium grade 5 element spiritual roots, among which only the wood spirited root reaches the middle grade, the other 4 spiritual roots are all low grade. A big doubt appeared in Lu Xinghe's mind, how can he be worthy enough to be accepted by Du Yuanhe? In other words, there is something wrong with Du Yuanhe's brain. Lu Xinghe continued, what is his background? No, there is no background of any cultivating family or force. He is just an orphan without a father or a mother. This is specific information. The disciple handed the information to Lu Xinghe. Back off. Yes, President. The figure retreated, and the candlelight in the room dimmed. Lu Xinghe read the specific information contents one by one and fell into deep thought. With no one to rely on and average qualifications, how can he win Du Yuanhe's favor? Etc. With ordinary qualifications and no support, he is still planting spiritual rice during his cultivation. How can he break through the 4th level of qi refining? Lu Xinghe quickly discovered the problem. This practice progress was very inconsistent with Han Yuan's basic situation. The breakthrough in cultivation is so fast. First, he took the treasures of heaven and earth, but he has never left the sect. Where can he obtain the treasures of heaven and earth? Other than that, he can only rely on his understanding. If it relies on understanding, this person's skills have already entered the realm of Xiaocheng, and he must have realized the realm of Xiaocheng a long time ago. Otherwise there would be no time for such understanding. Lu Xinghe admitted that this understanding was not simple. If he was valued by Du Yuanhe for this, it would be barely justified, but it's too important to directly give him a high-grade Xin-level cave house. The previous 6 true disciples did not have such benefits. At most, they were given a middle-grade Xian-grade cave house, and even most of them were low-grade Xian-grade cave houses. So if the information is good, Han Yuan's skills are not just small achievements, but great achievements. Only such an amazing understanding deserves Du Yuanhe's attention. Analyzing it piece by piece, Lu Xinghe has indeed deduced Han Yuan's previous situation. Except for the fact that Han Yuan's special physique is missing, he has basically guessed it correctly. Genius of understanding, Lu Xinghe suddenly felt that it was extremely difficult. On a peak, only the disciples of the Peak Master and Master Jindan were called true disciples, while the disciples of other elders were core disciples. The Peak Master can accept 3 true disciples at the same time. Previously, Lu Xinghe had been eyeing Du Yuanhe's 3rd true disciple, but he didn't expect that someone else would arrive first. Naturally, he was unwilling to give in like this. Although Han Yuan has become a true disciple now, the true inheritance ceremony has not yet been held, and there is still a possibility of cancellation. Lu Xinghe's eyes were sharp, his cultivation level is flawed. It is simply not enough to become a true disciple at the 4th level of qi refining Go. As long as the disciples are dissatisfied, even if Du Yuanhe is the peak master, he will suppress Han Yuan's time to become the true successor. In this period of time, I can operate. I can think of a way to let others test Han Yuan's understanding in various aspects. If the previous breakthrough was a coincidence instead of truly relying on understanding, Du Yuanhe will definitely give up on Han Yuan. If Han Yuan's understanding is really amazing, I will give him a hand. Let the reputation of his intellectual genius spread throughout the sect, let him become the true successor of the sect, and directly become the head disciple, and he can also move out of his position. Lu Xinghe thought for a moment and felt that everything was under control. No matter what, Han Yuan would leave the position of Lingwen Peak's true disciple, and after that, he would undoubtedly become the most likely candidate to become the true disciple of Lingwen Peak. The plan was perfect. He immediately arranged for people to start the first step of implementation, spreading the news throughout Lingwen Peak that Han Yuan had become a true successor, and that Han Yuan only had mid-level qualifications and the 4th level of qi refining. During this process, he cannot come forward and just wait for things to ferment. The next day, this explosive news spread throughout Lingwen Peak and even to other peaks. What? The Peak Master is recruiting new true disciples. Which inner disciple is this Han Yuan? Why have I never heard of him? You're right if you haven't heard of it. I heard that he has just started for 2 years. Because he ranked among the top 10 in the cultivation test, he qualified as an inner disciple in advance. Then he became a direct disciple and completed the 3rd level jump. He is only at the 4th level of qi refining, and he only has mid-level qualifications. There must be something shady here. This is unfair. Can such a person become a true disciple? This is a joke. Although our Lingwen Peak ranks low, we can't be so embarrassed, right? How can such a person be qualified to become a true disciple? I don't accept it. On Lingwen Peak, a large number of inner disciples were discussing, and they were all dissatisfied with the news. After confirming that the information was correct, he even made his dissatisfaction known, and many disciples immediately found Elder Foundation establishment to report the situation. Many of the foundation building elders were very shocked when they heard the disciples' reports. They went to look for Du Yuanhe one by one and inquire about the situation. Outside Lingwen Peak, the disciples of other peaks, upon hearing the news, all laughed at Lingwen Peak's decline, allowing a 4th level qi refining disciple to become a direct disciple. The outer disciples of the former Dingzi No. 17 courtyard in the outer courtyard, upon hearing the news, could not believe it. Qin Feng decided to join Han Yuan on the spot after hearing the news. He felt that he and Han Yuan had been classmates for 2 years, so he was closer than others. He put on his backpack and walked to Lingwen Peak. Wu Chao breathed a sigh of relief, with a lingering fear on his face. Fortunately, he resolved the conflict in advance, otherwise it would be too late to resolve it now. Zhao Donglai's face turned red with jealousy and shame. And Hu Yifan was even more stunned on the spot, even saying it was impossible. Lingwen Peak, the Peak Hall. Du Yuanhe was surrounded by several foundation building elders at this time. Brother, the Peak Master, the disciple said that you have recruited another direct disciple, asked the elder who was passing on the skills. Du Yuanhe glanced at everyone and laughed. Everyone, please be patient. I know what you are thinking. I recruited Han Yuan as a true disciple for a reason. He is a rare genius with a good understanding. In just 2 years, he has practiced the ancient wood nurturing spirit technique to the great success level. His understanding is one of the best I have ever seen in my life. Great success level? The ancient wood nurturing spirit technique is a top-grade yellow level technique. If the great success level can be achieved in 20 years, it means that the understanding is good. If what the Peak Master said is true, then this Han Yuan is indeed worthy of a true disciple position. The elder who passed on the skills relaxed his expression. As an elder who passed on the skills, he was most clear about the difficulty of breaking through the realm of the skills. But there are still elders who express doubts. Peak Master, can we determine that his comprehension is amazing just by relying on a great success method? Maybe there are other reasons that led him to comprehend the great success method, or maybe his comprehension is not that good in fact. Isn't it a bit too hasty to become a true disciple directly without a few more tests? Du Yuanhe heard this and seemed to think that this sentence was correct. He was still dazzled by the progress of the great success method, but he naturally couldn't slap himself in the face. He said, hasn't the true transmission ceremony been held yet? How is his comprehension? We will know it after observing for a while. If so, observe for a while longer, don't make a mistake and cause the jokes of other peaks. Comprehension is still too ethereal, time will prove everything. The elders who built the foundation dispersed. The personal transmission ceremony that Du Yuanhe had prepared was also suspended. Don't let me down, Han Yuan. C18 Du Yuanhe shock, Chang Ling Jutsu. Chang Ling Jutsu. Han Yuan faced the big banyan tree and released a low-level yellow-level spell he had learned before. Every 10 seconds, Han Yuan's finger would light up a green light, shining on the big banyan tree. Every time the big banyan tree receives the nourishment of Qingling technique, it will send out a joyful thought. Han Yuan was surprised to find that using Qingling technique could better bring out the effect of his transformation. If the pure spiritual power effect was 1, the bonus of Qingling technique would be 4. Green spirit technique can increase the growth of spiritual trees and the concentration of spirituality more quickly. He has a feeling that part of the transformation of his skills comes from Qingling technique. This discovery made Han Yuan suddenly realize that the transformation of his skills was not a rootless thing, but came from the integration of the knowledge of cultivating immortals he had learned in the past 2 years. Not only the Qingling technique, but also the spiritual rain technique. It can be said that today's ancient wood spiritual nourishing technique has changed beyond recognition and has become a technique that is only suitable for his own practice and perfectly adapted to him. After the transformation of the technique, and then in turn to comprehend the Qingling technique, one will feel as comfortable as a fish in water. I had been studying Qingling technique for several days but had not yet started to learn it. After only trying it a few times, I finally reached the level of proficiency. He waited expectantly for a while, but the dice that was supposed to appear did not appear. There was no random game multiplier wording in front of him. Strange? No? Han Yuan was confused. He felt that his Qingling technique had indeed improved to a higher level. But the random gain multiplier never appeared. He thought for a while and then used Qingling technique again. Only this time, he changed the target of the spell to himself. An illusory dice indeed appeared. Random gain multiplier, 3, Qingling technique's growth promoting effect *300%, a ray of green light shone on his body, making his scalp itchy. He wiped his head and immediately found that his hair had grown a little. This has become a hair growth technique. Han Yuan couldn't laugh or cry. At the same time, he also confirmed a problem. Only effects that act on oneself can obtain gain multipliers. He had already guessed this before, and it was no pity. The best application scenario for my golden finger is to use items that permanently improve one's abilities. If there is a chance to obtain the treasures of heaven and earth that can improve your qualifications, just take off right where you are. Han Yuan looked at Shu for a while, then retracted his thoughts and continued to practice Qingling technique calmly. Don't ask, just ask Lando. Palace Master, I found the place where the spirit grain is stored. Chang Chun ran over in surprise, holding a bag in his hand. Han Yuan's eyes lit up and he asked, "What spiritual rice?" Chang Chun came closer, placed the small bag on the table, and spread it out for Han Yuan to check. This is Huanjia's top-grade spiritual rice Huanliang rice, which means Huanliang Yimeng. Long-term consumption can not only increase the speed of practice and improve physical fitness, but the key is that it can nourish the sea of consciousness and increase the upper limit of spiritual consciousness. Chang Chun said excitedly, "That's the upper limit of spiritual consciousness. If my spiritual consciousness can be improved, my talisman-making technique will definitely be able to break through the bottleneck." Han Yuan touched his chin. Huanliang rice was indeed good. He asked, "Is there a large number?" "Not much." Chang Chun shook his head regretfully, "Most of the warehouses over there are empty. I only found some in a small warehouse, which won't last long." Han Yuan looked at the spirit rice in its shell and said, "Can it be planted?" Chang Chun was stunned, then nodded and said, "You can grow it, but it's not easy to plant Huanliang rice." "Does the palace master want to recruit spiritual planters?" "No, I will grow it myself," Han Yuan said with a smile. Chang Chun was confused at first, and then shocked. "The master of the palace is Ling Jifu?" "I'm trying to plant something, but I'm not sure whether it will work," Han Yuan said again. "Oh." Chang Chun suddenly realized that planting was a way for the palace master to relax. "Then I'll go get some more spiritual rice," Chang Chun said immediately. "Well, it doesn't take much." Clear. 3 days later. Du Yuanhe wielded a green sword and came to the sky above Tsangming Cave. He looked down and saw a familiar figure, leaning over to plant something in the spiritual field. Du Yuanhe's eyes twitched. "Is this kid really planting things? I thought those pills and training rooms would be enough to dispel his thoughts, but I didn't expect that this kid is really short-sighted." He lowered his height and knocked on the formation shield. Han Yuan felt the vibration of the token and looked up to see the old man staring at him. Master? Are you passing by?" Han Yuan quickly opened the formation. Du Yuanhe fell down, glanced at the spiritual field where 99 acres of land had been planted, and said helplessly, "Have you been farming these days?" Han Yuan said quickly, "I have been practicing hard every day, and I feel like I am close to a breakthrough these days." Du Yuanhe had a toothache? With the elixir he gave him, He could of course practice quickly, but his spiritual power was too scattered and would require a lot of time to purify, which would waste even more time. His consciousness felt Han Yuan's breath at this moment. The fourth level of qi refining has reached its peak and is indeed about to break through. Etc. Du Yuanhe was startled and said in shock, "When did you reach the peak of the fourth level of qi refining? Your cultivation speed is wrong. Isn't your fourth level of qi refining equivalent to someone else's peak of the fifth level of qi refining? I had an epiphany a few days ago, and my practice has reached the level of Deshang, so my practice speed is faster." Han Yuan sighed in his heart. His realm was still too low. He couldn't hide his breath in front of Old Man Du when he got the spell to conceal his breath and practice to a high level. He wouldn't have to worry. However, he still surrounded his spiritual consciousness around the Dantian to cover up the fact that the Dantian had changed again. Although he couldn't stop Old Man Du from forcibly exploring, Old Man Du sensed his spiritual consciousness, so he should have some face, right? Du Yuanhe did immediately explore Han Yuan's body, but before he explored the Dantian, he was attracted by the green fluorescence in Han Yuan's liver. This is, Du Yuanhe opened his mouth and his eyes popped out. Han Yuan said cautiously, "Master, what's wrong? Wait, what's going on with the liver?" Du Yuanhe's breathing became heavy. "When I was breaking through the fourth level of qi refining, I suddenly realized something, and my skills broke through. Then this thing appeared in my liver. It was originally very small, but now it is getting bigger and bigger. I was planning to ask Master, what is this? Is it harmful?" Han Yuan did intend to ask, so he did not use his spiritual sense to cover up the green fluorescence. Du Yuanhe's mouth twitched. He knew that Han Yuan's skills were at the great success level before. If he broke through again, wouldn't it be the perfect level? But the perfect level of ancient wood nurturing spirit skill can't produce this thing. He took a deep breath, looked at him with the eyes of a monster, and said leisurely, "Have you heard of the sword Heartclear?" Han Yuan said in surprise, I have heard of it, but I don't know the details. After realizing the sword Heartclear, you will make rapid progress in the sword way, and you can quickly master all kinds of swordsmanship and increase the power. At the same time, it is equivalent to booking a ticket for the golden elixir. Du Yuanhe said. Then Han Yuan looked at Du Yuanhe expectantly. You're as similar to Jin Xin Tong Ming, but it's still a little bit worse. Your realm should have just reached the level of Mu Xin Tongling. And this object is the prototype of Mu Ling Xin. Mu Ling Xin is usually born in precious and ancient spiritual trees. It is a natural treasure with many wonderful features. The most important thing is that it can be used to cultivate a second golden elixir. I never thought that this thing could be born directly in your body. Du Yuanhe's expression was strange and solemn. Mu Xin Tongling is already very amazing, but the more important thing is that this Mu Ling Xin can be robbed. You must not expose it. Han Yuan was a little surprised. It was so precious? This was beyond his expectations. No wonder this thing can be practiced independently. It is equivalent to another Dantian. It turns out that it really has this effect. Du Yuanhe looked at him with a complicated expression. This disciple was too amazing, far beyond his expectations. Such a disciple should be sent to the main peak of the Earth God sect and become the sect's true disciple, but he also had selfish motives. Lingguan Peak had been weak for a long time, and it had become a vicious cycle. If Han Yuan rose, it would surely drive Lingguan Peak to rise strongly, and he could also benefit from it. So, he did not mention this matter. He thought about it and said, "Wait for me here for a moment." Du Yuanhe soared into the sky and flew away on his sword. Han Yuan scratched his head. What was this old man going to do? Less than half a quarter of an hour later, Du Yuanhe hurriedly flew back. Take it. Du Yuanhe handed Han Yuan a jade slip. Han Yuan took it curiously, put it between his eyebrows, and checked it with his spiritual consciousness. Information was transmitted to his mind one by one. The turtle breathing technique is a low-grade earth-level technique that has the effect of concealing breath and hiding energy. Han Yuan was stunned and said, "Master, this is a low-grade earth-level technique. Did you get it right?" Yes, although this technique is a low-grade earth-level technique, the entry difficulty is only equivalent to the low-grade Shen-level technique. It is still relatively easy for you to get started. In this way, the foundation-building cultivators cannot easily detect your situation. Du Yuanhe said confidently. A question mark slowly appeared on Han Yuan's head. Low-grade Shen-level technique, not difficult for me? Master, did you misunderstand something? C19 exchange spells. Du Yuanhe said, I'll give you 3 months to practice. Don't go out this month. Don't worry about rumors or provocations from outside. After 3 months, I will hold a true discipleship ceremony for you and officially become a true disciple. Han Yuan Dao, but, don't worry. I'll take care of everything. Just practice with peace of mind. Du Yuanhe patted his shoulder and immediately rose into the sky. He looked at Du Yuanhe's retreating back, opened his mouth, and swallowed what he wanted to say. Looking at the mirage turtle concentrating breath in his hand, Han Yuan complained, "This book looks like it has the water attribute, can't you give it to the wood attribute? I will take the lead in practicing the water attribute earth level spells." He also knows his random gain multiplier cheat. His understanding is still the same as before. Unless he obtains an item that improves his understanding, he can change his understanding. But this kind of item is so rare that I have never heard of it before. Han Yuan opened the mirage turtle breath condensation technique and looked at it for a while. The writing on it was so confusing that he was sure that he would never be able to understand it. At this moment, there was movement in front of the cave door. Han Yuan looked over and saw a familiar figure. Hey, why is he here? Han Yuan's spiritual energy flowed to his legs, and he arrived at the entrance of the cave very quickly. Across the formation, Han Yuan looked at the person coming and asked, "Xin Feng?" Xin Feng said in surprise, "Brother Han, I didn't expect it to be you. I heard a few days ago that you had become a true disciple, so I hurriedly came to look for you. After 3 days of searching, I found out that you live here." Han Yuan asked doubtfully, "Are you coming here?" "I'm here to join Brother Han. We've been in the same hospital for 2 years. How can we say that our relationship is better than others, right? When I work for you, I'm definitely much more reliable than others, hee. Xin Feng said quickly. Han Yuan looked at him with a thoughtful look on his face and said, "Forget it, old Xin, go back and practice hard. This place is not suitable for you to mix. There are some things in this storage bag. I'll give it to you. You go." Bar. Han Yuan threw out a storage bag, threw it to Xin Feng, then turned around and left. "Hey! Brother Han, don't. I can do anything. Let me follow you. I can do odd jobs, too." Han Yuan did not turn around and waved his hand to signal him to leave quickly. Xin Feng stared blankly at Han Yuan's decisively leaving figure, lowering his head and arms in loneliness. "Alas, I was too arrogant before." Xin Feng sighed. Han Yuan's rejection was also expected by him. Before that, he had never looked at Han Yuan in the eye, and even mocked him a few times. If you don't retaliate against him, even if you are magnanimous, it would be normal not to accept him. Grabbing the storage bag in his hand, Xin Feng still felt a little disappointed. Behind the big rock not far from Xin Feng, 2 people watched this scene. Is this the Han Jinzhuan? So young. It's actually Han Yuan from the outer courtyard. I don't believe it until now. This Xin Feng is only at the 3rd level of qi refining and he still wants to become a true disciple. His brain is really bad. What a pity. I thought I had found a flaw in Han Yuan. What should I do? Should I tell the president? Forget it, it's such a small thing, what can you say? Yes, but you can inform the president that Han Jinzhuan has been released. It's okay to say it, but it's probably meaningless. I refused to meet the president before, so the retreat is actually an excuse. The 2 conveyed the news of Han Yuan's appearance to Lu Xinghe. After receiving the news, Lu Xinghe hurried over and arrived at the entrance of Tsangming Cave. He glanced at the 2 disciples who were hiding in secret, and motioned them to step aside. Later, Lu Xinghe came to the cave and shouted, "Lu Xinghe wants to see Han Jinzhuan." After a while, Shang Chun appeared at the door and said apologetically, "I'm sorry, Senior Brother Lu, our master has just entered the training room and won't be able to get out for a while. Please ask Senior Brother Lu to come over next time." Lu Xinghe's face couldn't help but darken slightly. He showed up at the door just now, and now he's in seclusion? This is obviously something he doesn't want to see. Lu Xinghe cupped his hands and said, "That's really unfortunate. I'll come back next time. Walk slowly," Chang Chun said. Lu Xinghe walked away with a puff of his sleeves. At this time, Han Yuan has indeed entered the cave to practice. It can be said that it is indeed unlucky. Chang Chun is not talking nonsense. Of course, even if he is not in retreat, Han Yuan will not see him. The result will be the same. Other side. Xin Feng walked a certain distance, but still couldn't help but be curious, and his spiritual sense penetrated into the storage bag. Then he was stunned. He pulled out a piece of white paper and his eyes lit up when he saw what was written on it. He looked at the storage bag again and found that it indeed contained the items needed for the mission, and he was reassured. He walked back happily. An hour later, he arrived at the Sutratiding Pavilion at Gomu Peak. A purple pharaoh looked at him and asked strangely, Which peak are you from, and why do you come to my Gumo peak to redeem your skills? Can't you change it? Qin Feng asked nervously. Of course you can. No matter which peak you are from, you can go to any sutra pavilion to redeem your skills. Tell me, what do you want? The purple-haired old man looked at him sideways. I want to exchange for a wood attribute spell that can restrain the breath and cover the realm. It is best to be a high-grade yellow-level spell. I also want to exchange for 3 low-grade yellow-level spells, which are air sword slashing, constant temperature and earth-building techniques. Qin Feng stated the request. The purple-haired old man looked at him strangely. Are you sure you want the yellow-grade upper-grade breath-retaining method? Can you afford it? It's also wood-attributed. You practice fire-attributed skills, right? Qin Feng took out a yellow-grade upper-grade spell exchange token. Elder, I'll use this. Ha! The purple-haired old man said in surprise, isn't this the exchange token for the top 10 outer sects? This is definitely not yours. You exchanged it for, oh, that kid Han Yuan, right? Qin Feng said in surprise, Elder, do you know Han Jinchuan? Ha, this kid has become a true disciple, how can I not know him? He exchanged the Spirit Rain technique and the Green Spirit technique from me before. With these 3 doors, the 5-element basic spirit plant husband spells are all complete. Ha, this kid has become a true disciple, but he still remembers farming. He is also a talent. Qin Feng smiled awkwardly and did not respond. Take out another 300 spirit stones, said the purple-haired old man. Yes. Elder, they are all here. Qin Feng took out the 300 spirit stones from the storage bag. The purple-haired old man took the spirit stone and token, stood up and went to get the magic jade slips. After a while, he handed him 4 jade slips. Don't look at these jade slips. They can only be used by one person and will be discarded after use. Disciple understands. Qin Feng nodded quickly. Well, I chose the ancient tree hidden chi art for him, which is a good yellow-grade upper-grade breath-retaining magic. Tell him to practice well and strive to comprehend it to perfection. If he really comprehends it to perfection, I will give him a set of ancient wood-nourishing spirit spell inheritance. Yes, Elder. Qin Feng apologized and then retreated. The purple-haired old man touched his chin, his eyes showing a strange look. Is it finally possible for a disciple to comprehend the ancient tree-nourishing spirit art simplified from the fragments of the Jianmu Immortal Classic? I hope you don't let me down, Han Yuan. C20 The most advanced materials for awakening spirit beasts. After Qin Feng came out of the sutra library, he headed towards the spirit beast peak. After asking around, he finally found Lu Cece. Seeing the cold and beautiful senior sister Lu who had been haunting him really appear in front of him, his expression could not help but be stunned. Lu Cece frowned slightly. You want to buy the Flamehound awakening materials? Yes. Yes. Qin Feng nodded quickly. Then where is your Flamehound cub? Lu Cece frowned. This is at home. Qin Feng said embarrassedly. Each Flamehound cub has different awakening materials according to its growth status and blood richness. Bring the Flamehound cub here first. Lu Cece waved his hand and asked him to bring the Flamehound here first. Qin Feng scratched his head, thought for a while, and said, Sister, do you know brother Han Yuan? Lu Cece was startled when he heard this, and looked Qin Feng up and down, and suddenly said, I have seen you before, the passerby standing next to Han Yuan. I said I don't remember selling your cub, and I was worried that I would steal the business of other brothers and sisters. Qin Feng was stunned for a moment when he heard this, as if he had just met Lu Cece. It turned out that the Spirit Beast Peak sold those spirit beasts that could not awaken their blood at a low price just to have the opportunity to harvest the money of awakening materials later. No wonder the value of awakening materials is more expensive than real spirit beasts. This is all a routine. First let people cultivate feelings with those unawakened spirit beasts, and then use the awakening materials to harvest wealth. Ha! It seems that he really talked to Sister Lu for the first time. Sister Lu was originally beautiful and cold, but now it seems better not to look at her. He bought the awakening materials, so I understand. I've seen Xiao Wankai and I know his situation. Let's do this. A top-level awakening material is only 255 spirit stones. It's cheaper for acquaintances, so 250. Lu Cece smiled. Qin Feng shuddered when he saw Lu Cece's smile and exclaimed, it's so expensive. A spirit beast at the first level of chi refining is only 100 spirit stones, right? What do you know? Lu Cece was very angry when her professional ability was questioned. This is a high-level awakening material that can increase the concentration of one-size blood several times. It's higher than that of a natural spirit beast. The potential is even greater. Qin Feng looked at her with suspicion. This look made Lu Cece very angry, and she said, you know shit. Do you have Han Yuan's contact information? I'll talk to him. Qin Feng subconsciously took out an attached token under Lu Cici's gaze. Lu Cici snatched the token from Qin Feng's hand and probed his spiritual consciousness into it. Wait! Qin Feng hurriedly stopped him. At this time, Han Yuan, who had just finished practicing in the practice room and walked out, happened to sense the vibration of the token. He probed into it with his spiritual consciousness and found that it was a communication request from Qin Feng. This kid, is he in trouble? Han Yuan's spiritual consciousness opened, and then a pleasant and beautiful female voice came over, which made him stunned. Han Yuan, hello, is that you? You are. Han Yuan hesitated. The voice became a little sharper. Good Han Yuan, I took care of you several times before, and you forgot it? Oh, it's senior sister Lu, I apologize, is that Qin Feng with you? Did you ask him to buy Wansai's awakening materials? Lu Cici said. That's right. You are a true disciple. You can't use low-level materials to awaken Wankai, right? I told him that a high-level awakening material cost 250 spirit stones, but he still thought it was too expensive. I won't sell this to anyone else. It can greatly increase the concentration of the spirit beast's bloodline, which is stronger than a natural spirit beast. I'm selling it at a lower price because I have a good relationship with you. What do you think, Han Yuan, do you want to buy it? Lu Cici's words came out like a string of cannonballs. 250? Han Yuan raised his eyebrows and said, are the materials of 250 spirit stones the highest level awakening materials? Are there any higher level ones? You want higher level ones? Lu Cici was surprised, it's just a flamehound. Wankai is my contracted spirit beast. Just like you said, I have become a true disciple, how can I treat it badly? The top level one, what's the price? We are all friends, give a friendly price. Han Yuan said. Well, wait a minute. The best materials need to be asked from the elders of our spiritual beast peak to confirm the price. Yes. Han Yuan nodded lightly. Lu Cici was secretly delighted. He had caught another fat sheep. Selling spirit beast cubs at low prices and awakening materials at high prices has become a traditional art of the spiritual beast peak. It is rare to meet a fat sheep, and this Han Yuan is an unprecedented big fat sheep. She has never even heard of anyone cheating a true disciple. This is normal. Only the outer disciples who have just entered the door will want unawakened spirit beast cubs. These disciples will have to wait for several years to break through the middle stage of chi refining. How can they be willing to buy too expensive awakening materials? Will she be the first genius in the spiritual beast peak to accomplish this feat? At this time, Han Yuan is also looking forward to the awakening effect of Wankai. Wankai is his contracted beast. Logically speaking, it belongs to him. Can he enjoy the benefits of random gain multipliers? His golden finger is not always triggered. For example, if he eats spiritual food, it will speed up the recovery of spiritual power, but it will not cause the golden finger to appear. It will only appear when there is a major breakthrough. He thought that the awakening of the spiritual beast is also a major event. Lu Cici put down the token, glanced at Qin Feng, and said, stay away. Oh. Qin Feng stood further away obediently. Lu Cici casually cast a soundproof spell and immediately contacted another person, a sister of her family, who was also from the Spirit Beast Peak and an inner disciple of the 9th level of Qi refining, with a very high status. Hello, is this Sister Lu Miaoyin? Lu Cici said softly. Are you Cici? What's the matter? The voice of the person on the other side of the communication spell was colder than Lu Cici's. It's like this, I have a big customer here who wants to buy the top-level Flame Dog awakening materials. The Flame Dog already has a blood concentration of 95% and can awaken at any time. Oh? Top level? Or Flame Dog? What kind of big fool would buy this? Ahem. Lu Cici glanced at Qin Feng and was very wise about his move. She whispered, it's that Han Jinshuan. Have you heard of him, senior sister? I sold him a flame hound cub before. So it was him. Well, sisters should be clear about accounts. The top awakening material for Flamehound, I'll look for it here. I can indeed get a copy. It can fully awaken the bloodline of Flamehound, and there is even a 30% chance that it will evolve into a blue Flamehound with potential for foundation building. The price is 2,000 spirit stones. It's up to you to sell it for. Okay, I'll test the waters, sister, wait. Then, Lu Cici waited for a while before opening the token communication again. Han Yuan accepted the message casually. Han Yuan, after much coordination, I finally found a top-level Flamehound awakening material. It can awaken into a flamehound 100%, and the blood concentration can be raised to the purest kind, and there is a 30% chance of being promoted to a blue flamehound, but the price is a little expensive. What price? 2,500 spirit stones. Lu Sisi said sincerely, this is the lowest price I can get. Han Yuan's mouth twitched. Are you having a hard time with 250? Give me 10 250s. Too expensive, 2,450 spirit stones. Han Yuan said. Lu Sisi's mouth curled up, and there was still distress in his tone. I have already given you a very low price. I really can't make money at this price. You can't let me work hard for a long time and only make a few spirit stones, right? Han Yuan raised his eyebrows. He didn't believe that Lu Sisi didn't make any money. He said, by the way, I don't have that many spirit stones. Can I use chi condensation pills instead? Lu Sisi's eyes lit up. Of course you can. Chi condensation pills are more valuable than spirit stones, because chi condensation pills are limited in purchase. One pill costs 50 spirit stones, and 2,450 spirit stones are 49 chi condensation pills. Okay, I'll give you 50 chi condensation pills, and the extra one will be exchanged for a spirit beast pill. Han Yuan said lightly. Lu Sisi gritted his teeth and said, forget it, just treat it as making friends, I'll sell it. Well, after you get the goods, come directly to my Sungming Cave Mansion to trade. No problem, don't worry, I promise to deliver it quickly. Lu Sisi smiled happily. Han Yuan was surprised, he didn't expect Lu Sisi to agree. He went to the pill pavilion to buy chi condensation pills, and the price he gave was 500 spirit stones for a bottle of 12 pills, and 50 pills were equivalent to 2083 spirit stones. Which middleman doesn't make a profit from the price difference? See 21 King Level Spirit Beasts, Flying Purple Flame Dog Chapter 21 King Level Spiritual Beast, Flying Purple Flame Dog 2 hours later. Qin Feng and Lu Sixai came to Sungming Cave Mansion together. Han Yuan opened the formation and let the two people in. Is this Sungming Cave Mansion? It's so majestic. Lu Sixai's beautiful eyes looked everywhere, unable to hide the envy in her heart. Qin Feng took the opportunity to say, Senior Sister Lu, why don't you also join Sungming Cave Palace? Our Lord, the Master of the Palace, is looking forward to your joining day and night. Really? Lu Sisi looked amused. Han Yuan glared at Qin Feng, and then said to Lu Sisi, you are an outer disciple of Spirit Beast Peak. It is not difficult to join my cave. You just need to transfer to Lingwen Peak when you enter the inner gate. Hearing this, Lu Sixai seemed to be proud and said, I have a backer at Spirit Beast Peak, and I have no intention of coming to your place. Well, let's do the deal. Take out the things. Han Yuan nodded. When Lu Sisi saw Han Yuan's attitude, she felt very angry. If she just said a few more words, maybe she would agree? Lu Sixai threw a storage bag to Han Yuan, it's all in there. Han Yuan's spiritual sense reached into the storage bag and saw a lot of materials. He nodded with satisfaction, thank you, this is the elixir for you. Han Yuan also took out a storage bag and handed it to Lu Sisi. Lu Sisi checked the elixirs and confirmed that they were undoubtedly chi condensing pills. After finding that the quality was better than normal, a satisfied smile appeared on his face. She glanced around a few times and asked doubtfully, where's Wang Kai? Behind a tree, Wang Kai looked at the place secretly. When he saw Lu Sixai coming, he hid. But he remembered that this female beast wanted to eat its flesh, which was very scary. Han Yuan noticed Wang Kai's bear-like appearance, coughed and said, it's going to rest. If Senior Sister Lu is fine, you can leave. Wait a minute, can you set up an awakening formation? Can you handle emergencies? What will you do if something goes wrong? I am a spirit beast trainer and am good at cultivating spirit beasts. I think you need someone like me. Professional assistance is enough. How about it? My appearance fee is very cheap, 100, no, 80 spirit stones will do. Lu Sisi opened his beautiful eyes and said seriously. Han Yuan thought about it, and it seemed to make sense, but he looked at her with suspicion. Are you okay? Or should I hire someone more powerful? Lu Sisi was furious on the spot. I am a direct descendant of the spirit beast family, and my family's craftsmanship is passed down from my family. Do you understand? 80 spirit stones. I already do it for the sake of my friends. Others asked me to take action. I don't have 250 spirit stones. Sure, there is no way I can take action. Han Yuan looked at her deeply and suddenly asked, by the way, your surname is Lu, do you know Lu Xinghe? Lu Xinghe? He, like me, is another branch of the Lu family, right? Lu Sisi said casually. Wait, another branch? Didn't you say you are a direct descendant? Han Yuan looked suspicious. Lu Sisai's pretty face turned red and she spoke quickly. Her eyes wandered as she said, I am extremely talented. Although I am from a collateral lineage, I am qualified to enjoy the treatment of a direct descendant. Oh, do you want it? Do you want me to leave? I want it. But I only give you one chi condensing pill. Oh, let me suffer the loss, so be it. In the lower-level training room on the Xuanjie of Tsangning Tower, Han Yuan and Lu Sixai lived in the same room. Rich spiritual energy filled the training room, and Han Yuan stared ahead in confusion. Lu Cixi did not turn around, but found that Han Yuan had been staring at her back, and suddenly she felt a little nervous. This person would not think. However, she didn't have time to think about it. Han Yuan withdrew his gaze and said calmly, it's time to start. Lu Cixi calmed down and said, no problem, Wang Kai is here. Woof! Woof! Wang Kai hid behind Han Yuan with a wary look on his face. Be good, let me awaken your bloodline, okay? Do you want to become a real blazing dog and charge into battle for your master? Lu Cixi followed the instructions. Wow! Wang Sai's eyes revealed a bright color. Go, Wang Kai, this is your chance to awaken. Han Yuan rubbed its head, come on. Only then did Wang Kai come to Lu Cixi. Lu Cixi also took advantage of the situation and rubbed Wang Kai. Xiao Wang Kai, I fed you when you were a child. You heartless man, have you forgotten your nanny? Wang Kai showed a confused look in his eyes. Lu Cixi chatted with Wang Kai for a while, and after dealing with Wang Sai's nervousness, he quickly started to arrange the formation, using awakening materials to set up formations, constructing an awakening pool, murmuring words, and casting spells at the awakening pool from time to time. Han Yuan was stunned for a moment. While Han Yuan was watching Lu Cixi's movements, he was thinking about what had just happened. After opening the spirit gathering array in the training room, his random gain multiplier did not take effect. Obviously, because Lu Cixi, an outsider, was present, the conditions for the gain multiplier to take effect could not be met. He had to be careful and keep this in mind. Xiao Wankai squatted uneasily next to the awakening array, looking at Han Yuan with innocent and fearful eyes. Han Yuan gave it a firm look. Wankai gradually calmed down and waited for the awakening to begin. After Lu Cixi's operation, the awakening pool was filled with fiery red liquid and full of rich heat. Lu Sixai looked solemn and handed a fruit to Wang Sai's mouth. Eat it. This is the 30-year red fruit. It is the most important material for your awakening. The remaining materials are to help you absorb the power of the red fruit. Be sure to try to absorb all the Zhugui energy. Wang Kai opened his mouth and swallowed the fiery red fruit, which was less than the size of an egg, and then Lu Cixi immersed it in the awakening pool. Lu Cixi cast a spell after another, which merged into Wang Sai's body. In less than 10 seconds. Wang Sai's body surface burned with red flames. Flames also burned in his eyes. Success! It succeeded so quickly. Lu Cixi said in surprise, you should immediately increase your efforts to absorb the red fruit and the liquid in the awakening pool in your body to increase your blood concentration. As she spoke, she shot the fiery red magic aura into Wang Sai's body. Ah! Wang Kai let out a loud cry full of pain, and his body was expanding at a speed visible to the naked eye. Its expression was very ferocious, as if it was enduring the pain of the burning flames, but it suppressed its mania and tried to absorb the energy in the awakening pool. Han Yuan cheered for Wang Kai. Come on, Wang Kai, I'm always by your side. Wang Sai's increasingly ferocious face showed a barely perceptible smile, and the flames in his eyes became brighter and brighter, like two flame crystals. Lu Cixi said in surprise, Wang Kai, good job, your blood concentration is constantly rising. Hang in there, you have the hope of fully awakening the blood of the flamehound, and even the hope of awakening a stronger blue flamehound. Wang Sai's hair on the surface of his body was burned out in the flames, but under the burning of the flames, golden hair gradually grew again, looking like a golden wolf born in the fire, with a streamlined body that was very handsome. Han Yuan could feel that Wang Sai's strength directly surpassed the first and second levels of qi refining and quickly rose to the third level of qi refining. Obviously, Wang Sai's awakening was very successful. At this time, Lu Cixi saw Wang Sai's outstanding performance and took out a blue stone from the storage bag. She said to Wang Kai, this is blue flame crystal, which contains a trace of flame essence that matches the flamehound. It can give the flamehound a chance to evolve when it awakens, but it will experience greater pain. Are you willing to try? Wang Kai looked at Han Yuan hesitantly. Han Yuan gave it a smile. Wang Kai, I support your decision infinitely, make your own choice. Wang Kai opened his mouth and sucked, and the blue stone in Lu Cixi's hand flew directly into Wang Sai's mouth. Lu Cixi gave Wang Kai a thumbs up, and then immediately began to assist Wang Kai in refining, and continued to inject the special spells of the spirit beast trainer to help Wang Kai evolve. With a click, a wisp of blue flame appeared in Wang Cai's abdomen and spread to all parts of his body. The pain on Wang Cai's face became more obvious, and his body began to tremble. This pain was obviously greater than before. The blue flame gradually spread to Wang Cai's head, and the flame in his eyes gradually changed from golden to ice blue. Han Yuan looked at it solemnly. The evolution lasted for half an hour. When Wang Cai's hair began to fall off again and grew light blue flame hair, Lu Sisi said in surprise, "Success! Wang Cai succeeded. Blue flame dog. This is a blue flame dog with the potential to build a foundation." Han Yuan was also happy for Wang Cai. After evolving into a blue flame dog, Wang Cai's strength directly broke through to the middle stage of qi refining, equivalent to a cultivator at the 4th level of qi refining. However, at this moment, an illusory dice appeared in front of Han Yuan. He first glanced at Lu Sisi, and seeing that he had no strange color, he looked at the words that appeared again. Random gain multiplier, 6, contracted spirit beast awakening evolution effect * 600%, just when Lu Sisi was about to carry Wang Cai out of the awakening pool. More blue flames suddenly emerged from Wang Cai's body. Lu Sisi was stunned. What's going on? In just a breath, Wang Cai's body was completely covered by blue flames, forming a blue flame cocoon. This time, Wang Cai's face did not show pain, but he raised his feet in confusion, wondering what happened. Woof! The blue flame seemed to have spirituality, and it was automatically increasing the concentration of Wang Cai's blood. Wang Cai, who had just reached 10% of the blue flame dog blood, had a rapid increase in the blue flame dog blood in his body. 10%, 20%, 30%. Soon it exceeded 70%, and it was still rising. Wang Cai's original evolution level was from a semi-spiritual beast, crossing the flame dog bloodline, and entering the blue flame dog bloodline. The increase was very exaggerated. Under such circumstances, it was simply unimaginable to increase it 6 times. Lu Sisi looked at Wang Cai and the blue flames in confusion, watching its hair gradually turn dark blue, and finally, the blue hair on its body fell off completely, and purple hair appeared on its body. Those burning blue flames were gradually replaced by wisps of purple flames. Is this the flying purple flame dog? Lu Sisi took a breath of hot air. The purple flame, like a noble king, showed its extreme presence. After Wang Cai accidentally jumped a few times, he suddenly flew into the air and ran in a panic in the air of the training room. Wherever he passed, the purple flame left a faint purple light, full of a faint sense of mystery. "Wang Cai, come to me." Han Yuan waved at Wang Cai. Wang Cai shouted happily, stepped on the air and threw himself into Han Yuan's arms, rubbing his head hard against Han Yuan's belly. The purple flame on its body did not hurt Han Yuan, and it was naturally absorbed into Wang Cai's body. The purple hair on its body gradually turned black, looking ordinary. Lu Sisi felt the terrifying aura that Wang Cai had just shown, and finally realized that it was not an illusion. This little Wang Cai actually awakened into a flying purple flame dog in one breath, with the potential of the golden elixir level. In the words of beasts, it is a king beast cub. It has the strength of the 7th level of qi refining just after awakening. With natural growth, it can be promoted to the golden elixir level. If such a cub is calculated with spirit stones, 100,000 spirit stones are only the lowest estimated value. Lu Sisi was stunned. And Han Yuan looked at Lu Sisi thoughtfully. Lu Sisi gradually came back to her senses and looked at Han Yuan. This time she didn't have any other thoughts at all, because she saw what Han Yuan meant. Lu Sisi gritted his teeth and said, "Han Jinchuan, I want to join Sangming Cave Mansion and join your team. Do you agree?" Han Yuan's cold face became gentle again, and he laughed and said, "I have seen Sister Lu's spirit beast training methods with my own eyes. I welcome Sister Lu to join me with both hands." Lu Sisi snorted. Her face was a little unnatural. She was naturally very clear about her own skills. Wang Cai's breakthrough to the flying purple flame dog had little to do with her. Obviously, Wang Cai himself had the blood of a king-level spirit beast, and her triggering was just a coincidence. And because she had encountered Wang Cai's potential, such a shocking secret naturally could not be known to outsiders. Lu Sisi was really a little worried that Han Yuan would kill her directly in the training room. She was just an outer disciple, while Han Yuan was a true disciple. The gap between their identities was too big. If Han Yuan killed her, he could find an excuse at random. At most, he would be severely punished, but he would not be killed. It was completely worth it to cover up Wang Cai's secret. So Lu Sisi expressed his loyalty at the first opportunity. Han Yuan also guessed Lu Sisi's thoughts. He would not kill her, but it was very likely that Lu Sisi would be imprisoned for a period of time. However, Lu Cixi made a better choice, and Han Yuan did not mind going with the flow. In a transaction of awakening materials, Lu Cixi sold herself to Han Yuan. For a moment, Lu Cixi did not know whether to be happy or sad. She regretted that she volunteered to stay and assist in awakening because of greed, but after thinking about it, it seemed that there was no need to regret. Although she was a little forced, Han Yuan was now a true disciple with a bright future. In addition, he had a spirit beast with the potential of a golden elixir, and his potential was even more outstanding. It seemed that she had gained something by being able to surrender to such a person in advance. Lu Cixi was worried about gains and losses. Han Yuan was pleasantly surprised to feel the changes in Wang Kai. In a word, he was reborn. C22 Unexpected Spirit Beast Contract Effect. Human-shaped King Beast? First, the spiritual power in Wang Cai's body broke through to the 7th level of Qi refining in one breath, saving countless hard work. Secondly, Wang Kai has two innate abilities, one is flying, which allows him to fly freely between heaven and earth, and the other is purple flame, which allows him to control a purple flame with amazing power. Speed and attack have reached the peak of the same realm. Woof! Suddenly, Wang Kai barked at Han Yuan, and a timid child's voice appeared in Han Yuan's mind. Master, Master. Wang Kai? Han Yuan found the source of the voice, which was a mysterious rune in the sea of consciousness, which was formed when the contract was made. Master, I am Wang Kai, woof woof. Wang Cai's joyful voice came from the rune. Han Yuan was happy that Wang Kai could speak, although it was through the contract rune, but, Han Yuan found that at some point, this contract rune was several times more complicated than when the contract was made. When his spiritual consciousness came into contact with this rune, he got a message from nowhere. Han Yuan widened his eyes and subconsciously mobilized the power of this rune. His feet were 1 centimeter off the ground. Then he hurriedly stopped trying and fell down again. Han Yuan looked at Lu Cixi and asked, by the way, junior sister Lu, how do you beast masters and spirit beasts cooperate in fighting? Junior sister Lu? Lu Cixi widened her eyes. Didn't her expression change too quickly? It was senior sister Lu a few minutes ago. She snorted and said, of course, it is to use magic to cooperate with spirit beasts in fighting. We beast masters have many ways to improve the combat effectiveness of spirit beasts. Although you have a flying purple flame dog, you are not a beast master. The cooperation between you needs to be more tacit. More cooperation? Can the beast master synchronize the abilities of spirit beasts to himself, so that the cultivator can have the abilities of spirit beasts, then the beast master will be invincible? Han Yuan asked. Lu Cixi rolled her eyes. Are you dreaming? She seemed to have thought of something, and said, I seem to have heard that there is a special beast taming sect that seems to have such ability. Humph, I am just an outer disciple. How much can I know? You can ask your master. Well, okay. Han Yuan carried Wang Kai out of the practice room, threw an attached token to Lu Cixi, and said, you can find a room to live in the cave, and you can lock your room with the attached token. There are many yellow-grade upper-grade practice rooms in the cave, and you can use them yourself. Lu Cixi's eyes lit up, and she smiled and said, yellow-grade upper-grade practice room? She had practiced in the yellow-grade lower-grade practice room before, and practiced for 1 spirit stone at a time. Now that she has just come to Tsangming Cave, she can enjoy the yellow-grade upper-grade practice room. It seems that there is no limit on the time of use. She immediately ran and directly surpassed Han Yuan, who was walking in front of her, and disappeared in an instant. Han Yuan took out the skills that Qin Feng had exchanged before to check. The first thing he checked was, of course, the breath-retaining technique, the ancient tree hidden Qi technique. According to Qin Feng's retelling, this technique is also a supporting technique for the ancient tree nourishing spirit technique. After perfecting it, can the elders give him other supporting spells for the ancient tree nourishing spirit technique? When Han Yuan heard this, he felt that there was something fishy. To be safe, it's better not to go find that purple-haired elder. Han Yuan has a golden finger, so he can just practice steadily. He doesn't care about any inherited spells, but he still has to practice this technique, as the demand for breath retaining is too great at the moment. He flipped through the ancient tree hidden Qi technique directly. The ancient tree hidden Qi art is divided into 4 levels. The first level can conceal one's own breath, making oneself like a tree. In forests and other environments, the concealment effect is doubled. The second level of minor success can not only conceal the breath, but also disguise a lowered realm. The third level of major success can not only disguise a lowered realm by 2 levels, but also disguise an increased realm by 2 levels. The fourth level of perfection, the disguised realm becomes 3 levels above and below, and it can make people who are 1 level higher unable to see through. Han Yuan values the perfection effect the most, which can make the foundation building cultivator unable to see through his disguise. Wan Kai, go out and play, I'm going to start practicing. Han Yuan patted Wan Cai's head. Woof, woof, master, I'm going out to play. Wan Kai jumped out and ran away happily. His speed was so fast that Han Yuan could only catch a little afterimage. Han Yuan made a sound of tsk tisk. Then a little purple flame flashed on his body. His figure came to the exclusive training room of the mansion owner like a residual image, stepped into it and closed the room. Han Yuan casually opened the spirit gathering array, and did not care how many times the random gain he got. His attention was on the spell training. Sure enough, this spell is matched with the ancient wood nurturing spirit technique. The spiritual power in the body circulated in several meridians according to the method of the ancient wood hidden Qi Ju. On the way, it just passed the position of the wood spirit heart. When passing by, the spiritual power brought a trace of spirituality. Then these spiritual powers flowed back to the Dantian, and in a certain order, they were connected from beginning to end and condensed into a three-dimensional figure. Han Yuan controlled it with his spiritual consciousness and completed this process easily. When the three-dimensional pattern was formed, it seemed to resonate with some kind of Tao between heaven and earth. The next moment, it condensed and changed into a small rune. A mysterious wave covered Han Yuan's whole body. His aura, which was originally at the peak of the fourth level of Qi refining, was restrained all of a sudden, just like a mortal. In Han Yuan's thoughts, his aura changed and turned into the aura of a small tree. It was not just a breath, but when he looked at himself with his spiritual consciousness, he actually seemed to be looking at a small tree. Only by looking at it with the naked eye can you tell that he is human. Ha! Such an effect! Han Yuan glanced in front of him. Random gain multiplier, 8, Gumo hidden Qi technique entry effect asterisk 800%, amazing 8 times the effect. The original ancient wood hidden Qi Ju, which was originally introduced, only had the aura of some trees, but in fact it had little effect and could be easily identified with spiritual sense. But now, after this effect has been increased 8 times, he is no different from a tree in the spiritual field of vision. Even because of the existence of the wood spirit heart, this camouflage effect has been strengthened again. If he learns a water mirror technique and transforms into a tree, wouldn't it be perfect invisibility? Han Yuan remembered this in his mind, and turned around to find a similar spell to form a combo. As expected of the ancient wood spirit nurturing technique, it is a supporting spell. It is very fast to practice. With the heart of the wood spirit and the state of the wood heart psychic, I am full of buffs when I practice this spell. The heart of wood spirit is a physical object, which can reduce the difficulty of casting wood attribute spells. The heart of wood spirit is a state, which can speed up Han Yuan's comprehension of wood attribute spells. Both of them can provide help in practicing ancient wood hidden Qi Ju. Han Yuan continued to comprehend the ancient wood hidden Qi technique, striving to quickly master Xiao Cheng's ancient wood hidden Qi technique. C23 The secret operation begins. In a blink of an eye. 7 days passed. Lu Sisi stood at the door of Tsangming Tower and looked inside. Why hasn't Han Yuan come out yet? I'm so anxious. Lu Sisi muttered in a low voice. What are you talking about? Han Yuan whispered. Lu Sisi was startled and turned to look behind her, and saw Han Yuan looking at her with a half-smile on his face. Well, Lord, hello. Have you eaten? I'll get it for you. Lu Sisi smiled awkwardly. Han Yuan waved his hand and said, What do you want from me? Just say it. Lu Sisi secretly looked at Han Yuan, and always felt that Han Yuan was very different from the past few days. She coughed and said, Master, I found a spirit beast garden and a fierce beast garden in the cave, which are very suitable for cultivating spirit beasts and fierce beasts. I want to go back and get some cubs to cultivate. I also have some spirit beasts that I cultivated before and put them in the spirit beast garden, and I want to move them here. Han Yuan thought for a while and nodded. You can use these 2 gardens if you want. When the time comes, just hand over the profits in proportion. 50%, 50% of the profits. Lu Sisi was surprised and said, Master is so kind. The conditions at the outer gate of the Spirit Beast Peak are worse than this, and they want 60% of the profits. It's really too black. Lu Sisi felt that it would be great to be able to move to Tsangming Cave. Han Yuan seemed to have thought of something and said, By the way, can I contract another spirit beast? Lu Sisi hurriedly shook his head and said, Master, Wan Kai is now at the 7th level of Qi refining. With your spiritual awareness, you should not be able to contract a second spirit beast. But when you break through the foundation building stage, you should be able to contract a second spirit beast. Han Yuan seemed to be thinking about something, nodded and said, I will give you a long-term task. Find some semi-spiritual beasts with precious bloodlines that have not awakened in the future. Lu Sisi was confused and said, This, master, is a bit difficult. Animals with precious bloodlines are usually spirit beasts at birth. If the blood concentration is too low and it is not awakened, it is difficult to detect hidden bloodlines. Try your best. I said it's a long-term task. If you can find it, I will definitely not be stingy with rewards. Han Yuan said. Okay, I'll pay attention to it. Lu Sisi didn't have any hope for this, and turned around and forgot about it. Han Yuan reminded him, after you go out, remember what to say and what not to say, right? I understand, don't worry, I'm not a fool. Lu Sisi immediately ran to prepare the cubs. Han Yuan's spiritual consciousness reached out, connected through the trees, and soon expanded to the entire cave. He saw Qin Feng was practicing hard, Chang Chun was still taking care of the spiritual rice in the spiritual field, and Wang Kai was also guarding the spiritual field, driving the birds and beasts away from the spiritual field. Han Yuan saw this and raised his eyebrows slightly. I do need a few spiritual plant husbands to help me deal with the spiritual field. Sometimes I forget the time when I practice for a while. He didn't expect that he would practice for 7 days at a time. The spiritual energy in the practice room was too strong, which directly made him achieve the effect of fasting, so he thought it had not been long when he practiced. When he successfully practiced the ancient wood hidden chi art to the small success level and broke through to the 5th level of chi refining, he woke up. After breaking through the 5th level of chi refining, the effect is still 3 times, which is equivalent to the state of others at the 8th level of chi refining. Han Yuan is still very satisfied. The effect of the small success of the ancient wood hidden chi ju is very general, and the effect is increased by 3 times, which can allow him to pretend to be 3 levels lower, pretending to be the effect of the 2nd level of chi refining, and it is enough to prevent the cultivators in the early stage of foundation building from seeing through. But he is still not satisfied. After coming out this time, after seeing that the situation of the cave is fine, he will practice again in seclusion until he has mastered the ancient wood hidden chi ju of the great success level. Without disturbing others, he turned around and entered the practice room again. At this time, outside the Tsangming cave mansion, Lu Xinghe, who was hiding behind the tree, saw Lu Sisi finally appear and breathed a sigh of relief. 7 days ago, he got the news that Lu Sisi and Qin Feng entered the Tsangming cave mansion together, and he knew that he was fooled by Han Yuan once. Originally, he didn't care when he learned that an outer disciple of the 3rd level of chi refining failed to join the Tsangming cave mansion. Unexpectedly, Han Yuan secretly accepted Qin Feng and told him to do something, which made him lose an opportunity to take action. Now that the second person appeared, he naturally had to pay attention. After some investigation, he found that this person was a member of another branch of his family. This time, it was difficult to use force. So, he overturned Plan A and used Plan B. After confirming that Lu Sisi came out, he quietly sent a message and asked people to prepare for action. Lu Sisi walked happily, humming a little song all the way, and returned to the Spirit Beast Peak. As soon as she reached the foot of the mountain, she saw the little apprentice sister walking towards her. Senior sister Lu, where have you been these days? I was so worried. Lu Sisi said awkwardly, I have something to do. Junior sister looked around seriously and whispered, I heard that you went to Tsangming cave mansion to trade, but how can a trade last for 7 days? You must have become the wife of the mansion master? Junior sister's eyes lit up, and she took Lu Sisi's hand and said, Senior sister, take me with you, I also want to join Tsangming cave mansion. Lu Sisi's mouth twitched, and he rolled his eyes and said, which bitch spread bad news about me? Even if I joined Tsangming cave mansion, it was because of my superb skills in taming spirit beasts. I am a talent, do you know the value of talent? As for you, it's not that I'm stingy, it's really a bit bad, try hard for a few years and see. Ah, this. What a pity. The little junior sister looked very disappointed, and this emotion was very real, without any intention of pretending. Lu Sisi comforted, it's okay, seeing that you care so much about me, I will show a little from my fingers in the future, which will be enough for you to eat. Yeah, thank you so much, senior sister. The little junior sister's eyes lit up. She seemed to be thinking about Lu Sisi, and said, then senior sister Lu must hold on to the true teachings tightly, and can't relax for a moment. Lu Sisi laughed and scolded, do I need you to teach me? The little sister seemed to have thought of something at this time, and whispered, by the way, I heard that there is a secret place on Lingguan Peak, Lingguan Ancient Stone Wall. If you comprehend 1 or 2 Lingguan on it, you will be able to dominate the same realm. 1 admission ticket costs 500 Lingshur. Your master of the mansion should not have entered yet. You can buy 1 for him. In case he comprehends some linguin, he will be happy and value you more, right? Lu Cece heard this, as if Ran said, "Now that you mention it, I remember that there is indeed this ancient stone wall with spiritual text, but 500 spiritual stones. If you don't want to give up the spiritual stones, you can't get the mansion master." My senior sister Lu, do you still care about the spiritual stones at this time? If you can please the true disciple, maybe you will become the wife of the mansion master, and the whole cave will be yours. Why do you still care about these 500 spiritual stones? The little junior sister gritted her teeth and said, "Well, I will take out 150 spiritual stones, and you only need to take out another 350 spiritual stones. Good girl, you are betting a lot on me, right? These 150 spiritual stones are your entire worth, right?" Lu Cece said in surprise. "Isn't it that you can't give up the spiritual stones and can't get the senior sister?" The little junior sister said shyly. Lu Cece was thoughtful. Even the little girl knew how to invest. As a senior sister, even if she was greedy for money, she had to look further. 500 spiritual stones and an admission ticket were exchanged. In the future, the profit ratio of the two gardens may be able to get another 10%. That money is even bigger. Lu Cece's eyes were shining, and then she spread her right hand to the little junior sister. "What's wrong?" The little junior sister was puzzled. "Where are the spirit stones?" Oh. The little junior sister handed over 150 spirit stones from the storage bag to her with a heartache. Lu Cece put the spirit stones in his arms, patted the little junior sister on the shoulder and said, "Don't worry, when my senior sister eats meat in the future, you will definitely be able to drink soup." Yeah. I like chicken soup the most." The little junior sister secretly looked at the extra 250 spirit stones in the storage bag, and was secretly happy. Lu Cece said goodbye to the little junior sister first, and then went to deal with the acquisition of spirit beast cubs and the handling of her original spirit beasts. After a few days of processing, she looked through the extra 150 spirit stones in the storage bag, and then remembered what happened a few days ago. Afterwards, she inquired about Lingwen Peak, and was pleasantly surprised to buy an admission ticket from an inner disciple at a low price, just 400 spirit stones. She only needed to pay an additional 250 spirit stones to get one. So happy. She didn't know that generally only inner disciples of Lingwen Peak could buy admission tickets, which required not only 500 spirit stones but also contribution points. It was obviously unusual to be able to buy admission tickets at a low price. Lu Cece returned to the cave, while taking care of the cave, while paying attention to the situation in Sungming Tower, waiting for Han Yuan to come out of retreat at any time. The junior sister sent messages from time to time, asking her if she had sent a gift. She was also helpless. Han Yuan never came out of retreat. The junior sister encouraged her not to worry, just wait slowly. Lu Cece would naturally not be anxious. Could Han Yuan still retreat for 100 years? C24 comprehend the spirit text on the ancient stone wall? Whoever goes is a fool. Time flies by. 80 days passed in the blink of an eye. Nearly 3 months. Han Yuan has been staying in the training room. He practiced hard every day, and it took him 60 days to reach the peak of the 5th level of chi refining, and then he started to break through. He never expected that he would encounter his first cultivation bottleneck in his life. "The first time I tried it, I failed without any preparation. And just now, he tried to pass the level for the second time, but failed again. It was only then that he suddenly remembered that his spiritual root was still a middle-grade spiritual root. Is it so difficult to break through the 6th level of chi refining from the 5th level? Han Yuan complained. To be honest, this is a normal phenomenon. In fact, he should have experienced a bottleneck when he broke through the 4th level of chi refining at the 3rd level, but now he has only encountered a bottleneck at the peak of the 5th level, which is already considered a good qualification. Fortunately, this is a small bottleneck. Theoretically, the 5th level of chain chi to the 6th level of chi refining still belong to the middle stage of chi refining. You can always break through by spending time and grinding slowly. But when Han Yuan failed to clear the level for the second time, he realized a thorny issue. The size of his dantian was no different from other people at the 8th level of chi refining. Is the difficulty of clearing the 5th level of chi refining different from that of others? Is the difficulty of clearing the 9th level of chi the same? If the difficulty is the same, if he wants to break through, it won't be that easy. Fortunately, apart from his cultivation, the practice of Gumu Hidden Chi Ju was finally smooth sailing. It only took 3 months for his ancient wood hidden chi technique to break through from a minor achievement to a great achievement. This speed is already very fast. He has learned the Lingyu technique for a year and is still at the entry level, not even a small success. By comparison, you can see how exaggerated it is that he can understand the ancient wood hidden chi technique of Deshang realm. The effect of Deshang is also very amazing. The effect is increased by 3 times, and 6 small realms can be adjusted up and down. The camouflage effect is probably not visible even to Jin Danjinren without careful observation. This made Han Yuan feel a lot more relaxed. With a thought, his spiritual energy fluctuations stabilized at the peak of the 5th level of ordinary people's chi refining. His spiritual power remained twice as much as that of ordinary people, and then all the excess spiritual power was covered up. In this case, how can ordinary people see through his disguise? He is indeed the peak of the 5th level of chi refining, this cannot be lied to. The doubled spiritual power was also for Du Yuanhe to see. A very perfect disguise. In addition, he has also learned 3 other spells used in farming, including Chi Sword Slash, Constant Temperature Technique, and Soil Cultivating Technique, all of which have reached the entry-level level. He was devoted to farming, and the reason was very simple. He knew that with his own general understanding, he couldn't handle things like formations in alchemy. In this case, he might as well work hard on farming honestly. Han Yuan adjusted his makeup and walked out of Songming Tower calmly. He looked up at the sky and muttered, I don't know how the preparations for Old Man Du's true inheritance ceremony are going. Counting the time, it should be here soon, right? At this time, Lu Cixi was walking out of the spiritual beast garden, subconsciously looking in the direction of Songming Tower, and happened to see Han Yuan standing at the door. Her eyes lit up and she ran over immediately. But faster than her is Wang Kai. A flash of purple light flashed. Wang Kai immediately threw himself into Han Yuan's arms. Woof! Woof! Master, I miss you so much. Okay, Wang Kai, you are 2 years old, what do you look like? Han Yuan rubbed Wang Kai's head dumbfounded. The prosperous little dog has a happy look on his face. It seemed that not seeing him for 3 months really made Wang Kai miss him. Wang Kai was said to be 2 years old and was only a year old. 3 months was indeed a long time for Wang Kai. Lu Cixi rushed over and said in surprise, Han Yuan, you are finally out of seclusion. Han Yuan raised his eyebrows, did something happen? That's not true. Lu Cixi shook his head and said, 2 months ago, I specially prepared an admission ticket to the Lingwen Ancient Stonewall for you. I always wanted to give it to you, but unfortunately I couldn't wait until you came out. Isn't this impatient? Lingwen Ancient Stonewall? What is that? Han Yuan looked doubtfully at Chang Chun and Qin Feng, who were running over from a distance. Chang Chun and Chang Chun also noticed Wang Kai's sudden change, and then discovered that Han Yuan had left seclusion. Chang Chun trotted over and said quickly after hearing the words, Palace Master, I know the ancient stone wall of Lingwen. This is a secret place unique to our Lingwen Peak. There is an ancient stone wall that has been passed down from ancient times. If you watch it, you have a chance to directly obtain the spiritual text. Each spiritual text has various special effects, and some are even equivalent to a set of top inherited spells, which can be practiced continuously. More importantly, the more spiritual texts you understand, the more wonderful abilities you can combine. The mystery inside is no less than the formations and inscriptions. Qin Feng also nodded repeatedly and said, what formations and inscriptions can do, Lingwen can also do, but formations and inscriptions require a long time to learn, while Lingwen can rely on the ancient stone wall of Lingwen. Those who can get started directly or even master it, but the admission fee is a little expensive. Han Yuan understood a little bit. Isn't this what Old Man Du recommended him to understand? He refused before because the spiritual text was very complicated. He actually didn't have a high level of understanding, so he refused decisively. He shook his head and admitted directly, my understanding is average, so I won't use this admission ticket. Don't! Lu Cixi said quickly, I have inquired about it. It is indeed necessary to have a high level of comprehension to properly comprehend the spiritual scriptures. However, on this ancient stone wall of spiritual literature, sometimes it does not all depend on comprehension. Many disciples are lucky. If you do, you can get the favor of Lingwen and directly obtain the inheritance of Lingwen. Even if you don't get the inheritance of Lingwen, it will still be of some help to your practice, so why don't you go? Han Yuan asked curiously, how much did you spend on this admission ticket? You don't use it yourself? 500 spirit stones. Lu Cixi said distressfully, I'm not willing to use it. Are you willing to use it on me? Han Yuan asked strangely. Ahem, aren't I investing in you? I'm not trying to please you. Lu Cixi's eyes wandered. Is there a difference between the two? Han Yuan was confused, but took her admission ticket. In that case, I will accept it. Chang Chun and Qin Feng opened their eyes wide and were dumbfounded when they saw Lu Cixi openly bribed in front of everyone. It was as if they were seeing Lu Cixi for the first time, and they felt a deep pressure. Han Yuan turned around and asked, Chang Chun, how is the Huangliang rice planting area? Chang Chun lowered his head in shame at this time. Sorry, Palace Master, Qin Feng and I have only cultivated 30 acres, and the remaining 70 acres have problems due to various reasons. At present, the growth of the remaining 30 acres is okay, but the distance is it will take another 6 months to mature. It's hard for me to guarantee the yield. Han Yuan raised his eyebrows. Is it so difficult? Chang Chun smiled bitterly and said, Yes, Palace Master, Huangliang rice is Huangjia's top-grade spiritual rice. It requires a lot of manpower to take care of it. Qin Feng and I can't water it at all. We also need to weed, remove insects, cultivate soil, and pick leaves, fertilization, insulation and other tasks. If there are enough manpower, it will not be a problem to increase the production by 30 to 50%. If there is not enough manpower, the production will probably be reduced again. Hearing this, Han Yuan nodded and said, I understand. The previous losses are nothing. The first year of planting is an experiment. I will also participate in farming later. In addition, I will try to find some farming talents. Chang Chun said seriously, Master, I will definitely work harder. Hearing this, Lu Cixi seemed to have thought of something, and asked, Han, Palace Master, can I also find some manpower? I can't see the spiritual beast garden and the ferocious beast garden. The output value of the two gardens is also high, not small. After hearing this, Han Yuan thought for a moment and said, We will discuss this later. I will give you the permission to issue tasks when the time comes. You are responsible for how many people you recruit. Anyway, just give me 50% of the profits. Lu Cixi's eyes widened when he heard this, and he couldn't help but curl his lips. Stingy Palace Master, just taking money and doing nothing. Han Yuan let a few people leave, holding an admission ticket in his hand and lost in thought. This certificate is a bit fishy. Han Yuan's eyes were deep. Whatever. I have to perform the true inheritance ceremony, and it's a fool to run out at this time. Regardless of whether there is someone behind the scenes, wait until it becomes the true inheritance. Han Yuan calmly put the admission voucher back into his storage bag, turned around and sat under the big banyan tree, drinking tea calmly. He is not anxious at all. He has a golden finger in his hand. Why is he anxious? Comprehend the ancient stone wall of Lingwen? Whoever goes is a fool. C25 The interrupted true teaching ceremony 2 days later. In a dark room. What? Han Yuan hasn't shown up yet? Lu Xinghe said with a gloomy face. A disciple said, No, we have confirmed that Lu Cixi had handed the admission ticket to Han Yuan 2 days ago, and Han Yuan also accepted it, but he didn't show up in the past 2 days. Another person said, I heard that the Peak Master decided to hold the true transmission ceremony in 3 days, and has already informed the head of the sect. I already know about this. Lu Xinghe said angrily, Old Man Du has lost his mind. Regardless of the opinions of other elders, he directly reported to the Jindan Jinren who was practicing in the peak, and directly ignored the opinions of the majority and started the true transmission procedure. The person next to him was surprised and said, This is unreasonable. It's not just unreasonable. It's simply like a quick knife cutting the Gordian knot. Lu Xinghe frowned slightly. Exclude all possibilities. Even if that possibility is incredible, it will be a fact. This Han Yuan's talent is too strong. It shocked Old Man Du too much. That's why he didn't hesitate to do things in advance. Then Han Yuan's talent is only a medium grade 5-element spiritual root? Lu Xinghe pondered, obviously, this is not the qualification for practicing spiritual power, and it is impossible for spiritual consciousness. At that time, all the peak masters were there. If there were huge abnormalities in spiritual consciousness, they would be discovered. It is also impossible for skills. Before, he could only grow blood spirit rice. Therefore, the only possibility is his comprehension. His comprehension is too amazing. Could it be that even the great success level of the practice can't be stopped, and the practice has been comprehended to the perfect level? Perhaps there are also great breakthroughs in other spells. He is too cowardly. In the Tsangming cave mansion, I have no way to deal with him. In this case, implement the final plan. Lu Xinghe finally made a decision. Yes. Everyone then retreated. Not long after, several pieces of news spread throughout the sect, including the inner and outer sects and even the menial disciples. In a corner, several disciples were chatting. Have you heard? Han Yuan, who is in the middle stage of Qi training at Lingwen Peak, is about to become a true disciple. He is only in the middle stage of Qi training, Why can he become a true disciple? I know that. I heard that he has amazing comprehension. He has cultivated the ancient wood nurturing spirit technique to the perfect state, and has also cultivated several spells to the minor and major success states. He is a genius of comprehension that only appears once in 500 years. So exaggerated? Are you kidding? Why would I lie to you? His comprehension shocked Du Yuanhe Dufengzhu, who rejected all the opinions and directly bypassed the elders. He didn't even do the assessment and directly started the true transmission ceremony. I don't believe it. I remember you said that he has just been a disciple for 2 years. Among the disciples of the same period, there is not even one who has achieved a minor success in his skills. You told me that his skills have been perfected? Do you believe this? Don't believe it? Let me tell you a little secret. An apricot tree in the outer gate residence where Han Yuan lived before has become a spiritual tree because of the daily absorption of Han Yuan's spiritual energy. It is said that if you can get an apricot flower to make tea, you can accelerate the comprehension of the ancient wood nurturing spirit skill. Is it true or false? News spread all over the divine sect. Some said that Han Yuan had comprehended the inherited spell. Some said that Han Yuan had superb skills and had become a first-level latest-stage array master. In short, the more it spread, the more outrageous it became. These news eventually reached the ears of the head of the sect, Feng Jianming. Feng Jianming sneered upon hearing the news, but he didn't care. If there was a genius with comprehension that only appears once in 500 years, he would have been detected during the entrance test and would have been secretly cultivated. But that night, a figure with sword-like eyebrows and star-like eyes appeared in the sky above a small courtyard outside the gate. He looked at the old apricot tree that was swallowing and exhaling spiritual power in the wind. It actually became a spiritual tree, and this is the luck route of the ancient tree nurturing spiritual power? Feng Jianming was surprised, and his face showed a thoughtful look. He waved his sleeves and disappeared in an instant, as if he had never appeared. In the inexplicable atmosphere of the entire sect, the day of the true transmission ceremony at Lingwen Peak came in a blink of an eye. Han Yuan put on the clothes of a true disciple and stood on Du Yuanhe's sword. Han Yuan asked worriedly, "Master, is there any problem with the true transmission ceremony this time?" Du Yuanhe blew his beard and glared, "I'm doing something, what are you worried about?" Han Yuan was relieved and said, "That's good." He looked at Han Yuan's body and said with satisfaction, "Not bad, the wood spirit heart is covered up. Wait for the ceremony to be smart and speed up." "Okay." Han Yuan nodded honestly. The two of them arrived at the main hall of Lingwen Peak in the blink of an eye. At this time, the 39 foundation building elders on Lingwen Peak were already in place, and each of them looked at Han Yuan with an inexplicable expression, as if they wanted to see him. And outside the hall, all the inner disciples of Lingwen Peak were already in line. Most of the inner disciples saw Han Yuan for the first time and were amazed. Even the true transmission ceremony was about to begin, and they really saw what he looked like. This was really the first time in the history of Dishen sect. So Han Yuan attracted so much attention that it was not an exaggeration to say that he was the center of attention. Han Yuan looked at his nose with his eyes, and his heart with his nose. After this true transmission ceremony, he decided to continue practicing steadily and first practice to the peak of qi refining. As time passed, everyone's attention to him would naturally decrease, so Han Yuan was very calm. The auspicious time has arrived. A foundation building elder shouted. Du Yuanhe looked serious, came to the center of the main hall, and saluted the patriarch of the Earth God sect in the hall. Du Yuanhe, the current lord of Lingwen Peak, pays homage to the patriarch. Meet the patriarch. The foundation building elders saluted one after another. Meet the patriarch. All the inner disciples and Han Yuan outside the hall saluted together. Du Yuanhe said solemnly, "Now I have a brother who is extremely talented and has good conduct. I am now recruiting him as a true disciple of Lingwen Peak. I am specifically reporting this to my ancestor." Du Yuanhe offered 3 sticks of incense and placed them on the incense table of the patriarch. The blue smoke is misty. The atmosphere in the hall became solemn. Du Yuanhe turned around, looked at Han Yuan and said, "Inner disciple Han Yuan, are you willing to accept me as your master and become a true disciple of Lingwen Peak?" In everyone's envious eyes. Han Yuan opened his mouth, and then his voice suddenly stopped. Etc. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound. Only a dozen figures were seen, arriving in unison. This made Du Yuanhe's expression change. He was very familiar with these people. They were all the peak masters of each peak, as well as the leader Feng Jianming. Du Yuanhe frowned. "Master, what do you mean?" Feng Jianming said in a deep voice, according to the rules of the Earth God sect, if a disciple reaches the level of the ultimate genius, all the peaks need to discuss together to decide the ownership of the genius. I heard that there is a disciple of Lingwen Peak who has reached the level of the ultimate genius, so this is the reason. Come and meet. Du Yuanhe raised his eyebrows and said, are you talking about Han Yuan? He is not yet a top-level genius. His skills have indeed reached the level of Xiaochang, and his physique has a slight advantage over foundation building. He is considered a good top-level genius, but is it too much to say he is a genius? Feng Jianming is surprised. Is there anything outstanding about his physique? He looked at Han Yuan, smiled and said, I am the leader Feng Jianming, can I check your physical condition? Han Yuan naturally had no objection and nodded. The leader took a look and discovered the condition of Han Yuan's dantian. He nodded and said, the physique is born with a higher level of foundation than others. It's not bad. He didn't pay much attention to this and said, I heard that Han Yuan has a good understanding. Peak Master Du may not understand his whole situation. Let's do it. There is an ancient Lingwen stone wall in Lingwen Peak. Let him understand it once. If you don't comprehend anything special, then I'll count it as a top-notch genius. If you can comprehend something, please bear with me and give it up. Upon hearing this, Peak Master Du said calmly, of course we must abide by the rules of the sect. He gave Han Yuan a you-know look. Han Yuan replied with a don't worry expression. When it comes to comprehending spiritual texts, he is 100% confident in his own understanding, and he definitely has nothing to achieve. He doesn't even need to show off, just perform normal enlightenment movements. Window, _tabula equals window, _tabula. Tabula.push, mode, thumbspeed 01, container, tabula below article thumbnail 300x250, placement, below article thumbnail 300x250, target type, mix, C26 Dai Inju comprehends the spirit text Du Yuanhe led Han Yuan to the direction of Lingwen ancient stonewall. A group of elders also followed with their magic tools. The head of the sect and the heads of the peaks naturally followed. Only the inner disciples stood there, looking at each other. They looked at each other, at a loss, should they leave or stay? They also wanted to watch, but it would cost 500 spirit stones plus 50 contributions to enter that place, and they couldn't waste spirit stones just to take a look. Lu Xinghe's eyes flickered, and a flying sword appeared under his feet, and he also flew towards the secret place of Lingwen ancient stonewall. He had naturally prepared the admission ticket in his hand. There were more than a dozen other disciples at the 8th and 9th levels of Qi refining, who also drove their magic tools to join in the fun. The remaining disciples could only sit down and practice helplessly. Chang Chun was among them, with a trace of worry on his face. If the mansion master becomes the head of the sect's true disciple, will I still be qualified to continue to follow the mansion master? He was a little worried. Lingwen ancient stone wall. Located in the core position of the back mountain of Lingwen Peak, it is rumored that there is a Jin Danjinren sitting there. Naturally, everyone did not see Jin Danjinren. Han Yuan opened his eyes and saw that he was taken to the bottom of a cliff. He looked up and saw the top of the cliff hundreds of meters high. There were 1,000 cushions in front of him, surrounding the cliff in a semicircle. It can be seen that this cliff is very smooth, as if it was cut by a sword that can reach the sky. It is obviously man-made. Du Yuanhe pointed to the stone wall and said, this is the Lingwen ancient stone wall. Han Yuan, you go and see it. Han Yuan glanced at the foundation building elders who were watching around him, and arched his hands, then the disciple will comprehend it. Under the gaze of everyone, Han Yuan came to a cushion and sat down in a relaxed state. His sitting posture was very stable, his movements were very calm, and his mentality was very peaceful. His eyes naturally fell on the stone wall. Without thinking too much, he quickly entered a state of wandering in the sky, in short days. That's right, Han Yuan was just daydreaming. He didn't have any hope for his comprehension, nor did he have the urge to comprehend anything. He just needed to be daydreaming for a few hours. Anyway, Old Man Du was optimistic about him. Even if he couldn't comprehend anything, he could still become a true disciple of Lingwen Peak. It was impossible for him to lose money. Speaking of which, it is easier for Kairefining cultivators to comprehend the Lingwen on the Lingwen ancient stone wall, right? Dai Zhu, the head of the alchemy peak, asked. Du Yuanhe shook his head and said, not really. The foundation building elders in the peak have poor comprehension effects, just because they have been here when they were refining qi. The Lingwen ancient stone wall values comprehension, opportunity, affinity, or other unknown things. Improving cultivation can actually improve the comprehension effect to a certain extent, but it is very limited. Dai Zhu understood and said, I have comprehended 3 times when I was refining qi before, but I didn't comprehend anything. It's just the right opportunity to comprehend it again. Then everyone saw in silence that Dai Inju sat on the futon behind Han Yuan and began to comprehend the stone wall. Du Yuan had ignored Dai Inju and looked at the headmaster Feng Jianming and said, "Headmaster, generally speaking, if you react within 1 hour when you first look at the Lingwen ancient stone wall, you are qualified to comprehend it. If you don't react within 1 hour, there is no need to wait." Well, everyone knows the situation of the Lingwen ancient stone wall, so 1 hour is the standard. Feng Jianming casually took out an incense altar and lit a stick of incense. When the incense burned out, it was exactly 1 hour. Du Yuanha also raised his eyebrows when he saw this. The headmaster had been prepared for this. At this time, Lu Xingha and other fighting disciples also arrived. Du Yuanha glanced at it and didn't look at it for long. His eyes fell on Han Yuan again, thinking, "Boy, don't comprehend anything earth-shattering, otherwise I will have worked in vain." Han Yuan really didn't think too much. As he was in a daze for a longer time, his mind gradually emptied, and gradually, he no longer thought about where he was. At the same time when he was freeing his mind, the wood spirit heart began to absorb and exhale spiritual energy autonomously. This is a feature of the wood spirit heart, which allows Han Yuan to be in a state of cultivation even when he is sleeping. Han Yuan does not value this. Compared with the speed of autonomous cultivation, the improvement effect of this wood spirit heart can only be said to be better than nothing. At this time, Dai Yinju, who was sitting behind Han Yuan, was indeed trying his best to comprehend the spiritual text. He had comprehended it 3 times in front of the ancient stone wall of spiritual text, but he had never comprehended anything. However, his 3 times of comprehension were not in vain. This time, as soon as he sat down, he easily entered the state. He gradually discovered that he did have a sense of resonance with a spiritual text on the stone wall. He is an alchemist who has come into contact with countless medicinal herbs and has been in contact with spiritual medicines and herbs for many years. In the process of alchemy, he has carefully studied the essence of spiritual medicines and has his own understanding of the way of wood. Perhaps because of this, Dai Yinju discovered that he resonated with a wood spiritual text on the stone wall. At this time, only a quarter of an hour had passed since Han Yuan sat cross-legged. The foundation building elders were still chatting with each other. Suddenly, an elder who had been paying attention to the ancient stone wall of Lingwen sent a message to everyone. "Look, the stone wall has reacted. How could it be so fast?" Everyone looked over. Especially Du Yuanha, who cursed in his heart, "This kid, I told you to use less power, can't you understand my eyes?" On the stone wall, there were traces on the stone wall that was originally without any words. Gradually, a green word gradually became brighter. "Wood." Someone said, "This is the wood spirit text." When Du Yuanha saw this spirit text, he sighed in his heart. It turns out to be the wood spirit text. This kid has already mastered the wood heart. Can he easily comprehend it even if he is at ease? Wait, it seems that it was Master Dai Feng who comprehended it. Everyone recovered from the shock, but found that it was not Han Yuan who comprehended the wood spirit text, but Dai Yinju who was sitting behind him. It turned out to be old Dai. I was shocked. Me too, I thought Han Yuan could comprehend the spirit text in a quarter of an hour. That's incredible. Everyone smiled gently. Old Dai has comprehended it 3 times before, which takes a total of 24 hours. It is normal that he can comprehend the spiritual text of wood now. He is an alchemist, why didn't he comprehend the spiritual text of fire first? What do you know? There are fire refining, water refining, gold refining, and other methods of alchemy. Only the spiritual text of wood represented by spiritual medicine is the most needed for alchemy. Xia Jiuyo explained. So that's it. Indeed, alchemists seem to deal with fire the most, but in fact it should be wood. Although the materials for alchemy are not only spiritual medicine, but also spiritual minerals, spiritual water, etc., the most important ones are spiritual medicine, so it is normal that Dai Yinju can comprehend the spiritual text of wood. As Dai Yinju comprehended more and more, the mysterious text on the ancient stone wall gradually became complete and bright. The wood spirit text on the stone wall is not an ordinary text, but a more complicated and mysterious heaven and earth spirit text. The text itself contains the truth of heaven and earth, and can easily mobilize the power of heaven and earth. For example, the legendary immortal scriptures are written in spirit texts, and only spirit texts can carry the vast immortal way. Dai Yinju let go of his mind and showed his understanding of the way of wood in front of the ancient stone wall with spirit text without reservation. His perception of wood was finally recognized by the wood spirit text on the ancient stone wall. The brightness of the wood spirit text finally reached its peak, turning into a green spiritual light, flying quickly towards Dai Yinju. The speed of the spiritual light was so fast that even the consciousness of the Jindanjianren could not catch up. However, when this spiritual light passed by Han Yuan, it paused slightly. This pause was so short that no one noticed it. The spiritual light still quickly fell on Dainju's head and sank into Dainju's body. After a while, Dainju stood up and returned to the crowd. He felt the spiritual text inheritance in his mind, laughed, and his face was full of joy. Everyone congratulated Dainju on his wish. Some people had obvious envy in their eyes. Not every foundation-building cultivator had comprehended the spiritual text. On the contrary, only 1/4 of the foundation-building elders had comprehended the spiritual text. There are too many benefits to comprehending a spiritual text. It has a very good improvement in cultivation, breaking through the realm, alchemy skills, and comprehending spells. The sooner you comprehend it, the better. But it is not too late to comprehend it at any time. As long as you can comprehend it, it will be fine. Hey, did you notice that the wood spiritual text did not hide directly? Everyone was startled, and even Dainju looked at the stone wall. They saw that the wood spiritual text did not disappear. According to convention, after the spiritual text is infused with the spiritual text inheritance, it will hide again, and even the position will change. It is difficult to comprehend the same spiritual text in the same position. There is no tricky way, but this wood spiritual text, abnormally, still stays on the stone wall, shining with a green light. See 27 Han Yuan's amazing performance. Han Yuan didn't care about the changes in the outside world. He was still distracted, with nothing in his mind, which was equivalent to a light sleep. The fluctuations of the wood spirit heart in his liver gradually resonated with the wood spirit text on the Lingwen ancient stone wall. Sometimes, the luck of a cultivator is really important. If Han Yuan comprehended it himself, it would be extremely difficult to activate the wood spirit text, not to say impossible. But because Dainju comprehended the wood spirit text by accident, when the spirit text inheritance was issued, he accidentally came into close contact with the fluctuations of the wood spirit heart, thus triggering another mechanism for issuing inheritance in the Lingwen ancient stone wall. It's not comprehension, but affinity. Possessing the wood spirit heart, the affinity with the wood spirit text is too compatible, so it doesn't matter if there is no contact. Since the Lingwen ancient stone wall has resonated with the wood spirit heart, it will naturally issue inheritance in the established way. Boom! 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 Han Yuan suddenly came to his senses. He felt something in his body beating rapidly. Han Yuan hurriedly used his spiritual sense to look inside his body. He saw that the wood spirit heart in his liver was beating faster for no apparent reason. A green ball the size of an eyeball was rapidly expanding and contracting. Every time it beat, it would temper the spiritual power passing through it and swallow out more refined wood spiritual power. All the spiritual power in his body was accelerating under the drive of the wood spirit heart. My God, what's going on? The wood spirit heart is going crazy. Wait. This seems to be a perfect opportunity to break through. Han Yuan didn't care that he was still comprehension of the ancient stone wall of spiritual text. He wanted to seize this opportunity to break through the bottleneck. Although this opportunity came very inexplicably, it didn't matter. Breaking through was more important. If he could take the opportunity to break through the bottleneck, he could save a lot of time and hard practice. Of course, Han Yuan also knew that there were outsiders present, so the ancient wood hidden Shiju was also running at full power to cover up the overly violent fluctuations. Fortunately, the people nearby were all high-level members of the sect. If he was outside the sect, even if he had this opportunity, he would not dare to break through directly. The foundation-building elders were still wondering about the changes in the ancient stone wall with spiritual texts, but they were also confused when they found that the wood spiritual text had not yet released the inheritance spiritual light. However, the fluctuations of Han Yuan's aura made the elders of the foundation building even more confused. He is breaking through? Dainju said in astonishment. Du Yuan, his mouth twitched. It does seem to be breaking through, but why is the wood spiritual text on the ancient stone wall with spiritual text still shining, and there is a trend of getting brighter and brighter, which is much brighter than when Dainju was comprehending before, as if someone is still comprehending the wood spiritual text. And Han Yuan is the only one left on the field. But when a person is breaking through with all his strength, can he really comprehend the ancient stone wall with spiritual texts at the same time? Is this caused by Han Yuan? Han Yuan was trying his best to break through, so he began to actively activate the wood spirit heart. As a result, the fluctuations of the wood spirit heart became more and more obvious, but it was still covered by the ancient wood hidden Shiju. But this fluctuation did not escape the induction of the ancient stone wall with spiritual text. Therefore, the brightness of the wood spiritual text on the stone wall became brighter and brighter. The bright smile on Dainju's face gradually converged, and began to twitch a little. This brightness was more than 3 times brighter than before. What's wrong with this kid? A group of foundation building elders or peak masters looked confused, not to mention the dozen inner disciples standing behind. None of them could understand what was going on. Although Lu Xinghe couldn't understand, he was sure that Han Yuan had definitely made something big, and his plan seemed to be about to succeed. If Han Yuan was too evil and was taken away by the main peak directly, wouldn't the position of the true disciple of Lingguan Peak be vacant? And who else in the weak Lingguan Peak was qualified to compete for this position except him? Thinking of the happy things, Lu Xinghe unconsciously revealed a faint smile. Han Yuan is still breaking through. With the experience of the previous 2 times, this time the speed is extremely fast, and the help of the wood spirit heart can be said to be extremely amazing. The solid Dantian was finally broken under the impact of the faster running and more refined spiritual power. The Dantian suddenly expanded. It expanded to 4 times the original again. He also found that each realm breakthrough has a fixed 3x effect. Although it is the lowest level, it is enough. The size of the Dantian expanded, and the spiritual power transformed again, washing Han Yuan's body. Especially the wood spirit heart, under the feedback of the realm breakthrough, the volume expanded again, and the fluctuation of the wood spirit heart finally reached the peak at the moment of the realm breakthrough. The brightness on the ancient stone wall of the spiritual text also reached a very exaggerated level, like a green little sun, illuminating the entire valley. Then a dark green spiritual light suddenly burst out from the wood spirit text and flew towards Han Yuan. Han Yuan opened his eyes in joy, just in time to see the green spiritual light rushing towards him. What? Before Han Yuan could even think of anything, the green spiritual light had already rushed into his sea of consciousness. In an instant, he quickly probed his consciousness into his sea of consciousness. A mysterious and prosperous ancient character appeared in his sea of consciousness, emitting mysterious fluctuations. When his spiritual consciousness probed into this object, a huge amount of inherited knowledge poured into his consciousness. Han Yuan looked confused. Wouldn't spiritual script inheritance? He looked at the spiritual text dumbfoundedly, and then looked at the direction of the ancient stone wall of the spiritual text. However, before he could figure out the situation, several lines of text suddenly appeared in front of him. Random gain multiplier 7, spiritual text ancient stone wall comprehension effect asterisk 700%. Wait, this is, Han Yuan's eyes almost popped out. He looked towards the direction of the spiritual text ancient stone wall in a daze. The wood spiritual text had indeed disappeared. But when the wood spiritual text disappeared, on the stone wall, there were 7 ancient and mysterious spiritual texts that gradually emerged. Behind Han Yuan, everyone was like Han Yuan, staring at the spiritual text ancient stone wall in amazement. Everyone's thinking was stagnant. What happened? Who am I? Where am I? What was I going to do? The powerful conflict between reality and past concepts shocked the elders of the foundation building and made their minds blank. Du Yuan has sat down blankly, his eyes dull as he sat on the stone. What is this? As the master of Lingguan Peak, he has been in charge of Lingguan Peak for more than 100 years and has seen everything. No, he had never seen the scene he saw before. 7 spiritual texts appeared at the same time. What does this mean? Talent? Comprehension? Or luck? Anyway, he could no longer understand it. Under the confused eyes of the crowd, the brightness of those spiritual texts became brighter and brighter, and they were comparable to the previous wood spiritual texts. You know, the brightness of the previous wood spiritual texts was already very exaggerated, more than 10 times that of the candle. Now, 7 of them have reached the same brightness, and the inheritance contained in them must be no less than the inheritance of the wood spiritual text. Under the attention of the crowd, the 7 spiritual texts bloomed with amazing brightness, and then each of them shot out a spiritual light into Han Yuan's mind. An elder who built the foundation took out the ancient spiritual textbook and flipped through it for a long time, and finally found the result, and said in a voice transmission, "These are the 7 spiritual texts of gold, water, fire, earth, hidden, sword and forest." The crowd came back to their senses. Gold, wood, water, fire, earth, and forest, these are the 5 elements of spiritual text, covering everything. The sword spiritual text is also very good, and the speed of practicing swordsmanship is definitely very fast. The appearance of the hidden spiritual text is a bit strange. Feng Jianming, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly said, "Master Du Feng, the Jindan stage breath-retaining spell Mirage Turtle Breathing that you exchanged at the main peak before, was it exchanged for Han Yuan?" Du Yuan's expression became embarrassed? He was numb, and it was useless to cover up. Han Yuan's performance was too amazing. He nodded in public and said, I did exchange of mirage turtle breathing for Han Yuan. I originally wanted to cover up an incredible place of Han Yuan. Unexpectedly, he was more incredible than I thought. Everyone was amazed. At this time, the head of the sect, Feng Jianming, said solemnly, Han Yuan's situation has exceeded my expectations. I will report to the sect's Jin Danjinren and even alarm the Yuanying patriarch. At that time, your memories may be modified or even erased. I hope everyone can understand and cooperate. Du Yuanhe was surprised and said, do I want it too? Feng Jianming sighed, sorry, maybe even I want it. The specific situation depends on what the ancestor means. C28 Secret Disciple Han Yuan closed his eyes tightly. In the sea of consciousness, 8 spiritual texts shone brightly and intertwined with each other. A large amount of inherited knowledge was passed into his soul, forming a spiritual text imprint. This kind of inheritance, similar to initiation, could only be used by himself in the early stage, because he only knew the result but not the reason. The benefit of obtaining spiritual texts through the ancient stone wall of spiritual texts is that you can still use spiritual texts without understanding the mystery of spiritual texts. And the 8 spiritual texts he obtained have reached the 3rd level of perception, that is, the mastery level. Spiritual texts can be used for enlightenment, cultivation, spellcasting, writing, etc., and have a wide range of uses, just like formations and inscriptions. They are very flexible and can even be used to refine tools, make pills, make talismans, etc. Han Yuan sighed in his heart. The spiritual text is so magical, but it is the most lonely among all the peaks. The reason is that the spiritual text is too difficult to comprehend. Every stroke contains the truth of heaven and earth, and the requirements for entry are exaggerated. The first level can be called a spiritual text apprentice, the second level can be called a spiritual text master, and the third level can be called a spiritual text master, which is enough for the Jindan level. This only refers to a single spiritual text. Not to mention that Han Yuanxing has obtained 8 spiritual texts, so those foundation building elders were shocked and lost their composure. This situation completely overturned their 3 views. Just as they were discussing, a purple-haired old man appeared out of thin air in front of the ancient stone wall of spiritual text. As soon as he appeared, the powerful aura instantly made everyone breathe rapidly. When the head of the sect saw this person, his face changed, and he immediately bowed and said, "Meet the purple cloud ancestor." The other foundation building elders woke up from their dreams and saluted one after another. "Greetings, ancestor." The purple-haired old man nodded to Feng Jianming, "You don't have to report anymore. I know everything. All of you present need to accept my memory modification. Are you willing to accept it?" "Disciple is willing," everyone said in unison. The highest-ranking Yuanying ancestor of the Earth God sect has come forward. How dare they refuse? Although the foundation building elders are of high status, they are not even children in front of the Yuanying ancestors. After Han Yuan sorted out the inheritance, he opened his eyes. Then he saw a familiar purple-haired old man 3 meters in front of him, looking at him with a smile. Han Yuan was startled and quickly stood up and saluted, saying, "Disciple greets the elder." He glanced behind him and found that the head of the sect was standing aside with his head down, not daring to say a word, so he knew that this was indeed the big boss of the sect. He knew that the old men sitting in the sutra library were all of extraordinary status. Han Yuan, you are very good. My name is Ziyun. I think you have guessed my identity. I want to make you a secret disciple of the sect. Are you willing?" "Secret disciple?" Han Yuan was stunned. "What level is this?" Secret disciples are the true disciples of the sect, representing the hope of breaking through the nascent soul stage and being qualified to access the sect's inheritance. Once the sect is at risk of being lost, secret disciples will become the seeds of the sect's resurgence, and their true status is higher than that of the sect leader. The Purple-Wood Elder explained. "Hiss. The sect actually has secret disciples? Higher than the status of the sect leader?" Many foundation building elders were shocked. They only then knew that the sect had such a foundation, and they were not qualified to know it before. Although they know this now, their memories will be modified later, and they will still not know it in the future, which is very helpless. Lu Xinghe hid behind, and was also amazed in his heart. He had never heard of such a genius, but he was worried about one thing. Once his memory was erased, would he offend Han Yuan again in the future? If he really offended him, it would be really sour. Han Yuan didn't think much about it and nodded. "Disciple is willing." The purple-haired old man nodded with satisfaction, Every secret disciple of the sect needs to hide his identity, and even the secret disciples don't know who else is a secret disciple. You only need to contact me separately in the future. I will give you a practice task, and I will give you a reward after you complete it. This is the way for secret disciples to obtain resources. Do you understand? I understand. Han Yuan bowed. Your situation is different from that of a normal secret disciple. You appeared in the middle. Once the change is too big, it is easy to arouse suspicion from the outside sect, so you still need to appear in front of everyone, but you are not suitable for too much attention, so I give you two choices. One is to become an inner disciple of Lingguan Peak, and the other is to continue to be a true disciple of Lingguan Peak. I will modify Du Yuan's memory and make him think that he has misjudged your talent, but it is not easy to regret it, so I will let you fend for yourself in the end. Ziyun Patriarch said lightly. Du Yuan heard this and spread his hands depressedly. It was really amazing. Han Yuan then said, if I become an inner disciple, will Sunming Cave Mansion still be given to me? Of course not. Then I will become a true disciple of Lingguan Peak. Zimu nodded, no problem. You can go back, and leave the rest to me. Yes, ancestor. Han Yuan said hurriedly. Han Yuan returned to Tsangming Cave Mansion by himself. And after Han Yuan left, Ancestor Ziyun released a dense purple cloud, covering everyone present, and everyone fell unconscious. Ancestor Ziyun closed his eyes and began to modify everyone's memory one by one. Then, while everyone was still asleep, he took everyone back to the main hall of Lingguan Peak again. The inner disciples who were waiting were also affected, and they all fell into the mist the moment they came into contact with the purple mist. After a while, the masters of each peak left first, each holding a flying sword, until they flew back to their own peaks. The purple in their eyes dissipated and they regained clarity. They did not realize that they had just experienced an illusion. The foundation building elders of Lingguan Peak also returned to the cave one by one. Then the inner disciples left one by one, and only woke up after leaving the main hall, and then talked to each other. I didn't expect that Han Yuan really became a true disciple of Lingguan Peak. TSK, I heard that the boy's comprehension is not as high as imagined. He didn't comprehend anything when he went to the Lingguan ancient stone wall. The previous rumors were very credible. Could it be that Han Yuan created momentum for himself in order to get promoted? Don't say it, it's really possible. Shoo, he is now a true disciple. Do you dare to say that about him? He is just a trash in the middle stage of chi refining. What can he do? The inner disciples were very disdainful of Han Yuan. In the hall, only the headmaster and Du Yuanhe were left. Du Yuanhe blinked and found that the headmaster had not left yet. He asked in confusion, Headmaster? The true teaching ceremony is over. Do you have anything else to do? Feng Jianming looked hesitant. Du Yuanhe said with a smile, I was wrong to recruit Han Yuan as a true disciple before you. I apologize here. Feng Jianming's mouth twitched and he shook his head and said, Brother Yuanhe, don't you think Han Yuan is not as insightful as you think? This time when he observed the ancient stone wall with spiritual characters, he didn't gain anything, which is proof. Du Yuanhe shook his head and smiled without saying anything. At the beginning, he winked at Han Yuan, so Han Yuan naturally didn't show any reaction. Feng Jianming seemed to have guessed Du Yuanhe's thoughts and said, I didn't find Han Yuan slacking off. He did try hard to comprehend, but he really couldn't comprehend anything. Do you think I wouldn't be able to tell if Han Yuan was faking it? Du Yuanhe heard this and the smile on his face slowly faded. He asked in surprise, no way? Feng Jianming said, I went to Han Yuan's outer residence before. The apricot tree in his yard did transform into a spirit tree. It is rumored that he broke through and triggered the apricot tree's breakthrough, but there is another possibility that the apricot tree's breakthrough led to Han Yuan's breakthrough. Du Yuanhe was shocked and said, how is this possible? Why not? Have you asked him? Feng Jianming said faintly. Du Yuanhe paused and hesitated after hearing this, then asked in confusion, since you found this problem, why didn't you stop me from recruiting him as a true disciple? Feng Jianming said lightly, I hope Brother Yuanhe will take this as a warning. He turned around, the flying sword under his feet soared a foot into the air, and flew away at a high speed, and his voice fell, I hope my guess is wrong. The hall was completely quiet. C29 Honest Han Yuan. Du Yuanhe thought about it and felt that he was indeed too hasty, so he rode the sword light to the top of Sanming Cave and knocked on the cover of the cave. Han Yuan was waiting, but when he saw Du Yuanhe, he immediately opened the formation cover. Master? Han Yuan asked carefully. Du Yuanhe took a deep breath and asked, I heard someone said that you realized the Deshang's ancient wood spiritual nourishing technique by chance? Is this true? At this moment, the voice of Patriarch Ziyun sounded in Han Yuan's ears. Just pretend that you have poor understanding. Han Yuan blinked and said to Du Yuanhe very sincerely, I did realize it by chance. I was in the room at that time, and it seemed to resonate with the apricot tree outside. Unknowingly, my skill made a breakthrough. Du Yuanhe's eyelids twitched and he continued, I remember that you have been practicing Lingyu technique for more than a year. What state are you in now? Han Yuan scratched his head and said sheepishly, we are still at the entry level. How is it possible, with your understanding, that a mere yellow-level low-grade spell is still at the entry level in 1 year? Master, my spiritual rain technique is indeed a beginner level. I don't know what level my understanding is, Han Yuan Dao said. Didn't you have a good harvest of blood spirit rice? How can the basic spiritual rain technique be enough? Du Yuanhe couldn't understand. Han Yuan said doubtfully, Master, I have indeed harvested a good harvest of blood rice. If I don't have enough spiritual rain skills, I can go pick up spiritual water and water it. Isn't that right? Du Yuanhe was at a loss. Could it be that the kid in front of him was really not as enlightened as he thought? Try it and see. Du Yuanhe was still confused. Han Yuan activated the spiritual rain technique in an unpretentious manner, with skillful movements and a serious expression. The surrounding water vapor condensed into a spiritual cloud, covering an area of 1 acre. A drizzle of rain fell. Du Yuanhe's heart went cold when he looked at the covered area. When his hand came into contact with the weak spiritual energy contained in the spiritual rain, his face completely fell. Han Yuan said cautiously, Master. Du Yuanhe glared at Han Yuan, why didn't you tell me earlier? What did you say earlier? Han Yuan was confused. When Du Yuanhe heard this, his expression froze. Looking back on the whole process, it seemed that Han Yuan didn't say anything from beginning to end, and he didn't ask Han Yuan anything. Everything was his own decision. It is not an exaggeration to say that he is arrogant. This time, he really made a mistake and became impatient. Forget it, just practice hard. With your great success in the ancient wood spiritual nourishing technique, there is still a lot of hope for you to break through the foundation building. Du Yuanhe's mood was waning, he shook his head and controlled the flying sword, and left in a very disappointed manner. The disciples he wants to recruit must have the potential of golden elixir. If they only achieve foundation building, as long as the resources are available, which one cannot become foundation building? Well, Han Yuan sighed in his heart when he looked at Du Yuanhe's disappearing back. He didn't lie. He also saw Du Yuanhe's disappointment after discovering that he had poor understanding. But he had no choice. If he lied, Du Yuanhe would definitely see it out. But it was really difficult to fake something like understanding. There was no way he could deceive a Dzogchen master like Du Yuanhe. It's also very helpless. And in the dark, Ancestor Ziyun also took note of Han Yuan's performance. This boy, his performance is too flawless. It doesn't look like a disguise. Ancestor Ziyun was a little surprised. Based on his many years of experience, he didn't see any sign of Han Yuan lying. Even the effect released by the spiritual rain technique was exactly like a beginner, with that kind of proficiency. His jerky movements were exactly the same as those of ordinary outer disciples. You know, if you really understand the magic to a high level and want to pretend to be in the entry level, you may not be able to do it, because those monks with average understanding can always make small mistakes in strange places, but because of practice after a long time, it can miraculously correct mistakes and allow the spell to be cast as usual. It feels so lame that geniuses with outstanding understanding may not be able to imitate it. Could it be that Han Yuan is really not a genius in understanding, and I have made a mistake? Ancestor Ziyun was startled by this sudden idea, and felt that he had thought too much. The scene where the 7 spiritual symbols appeared at the same time just now, he saw it with his own eyes. But he was still a little worried and appeared in front of Han Yuan out of thin air. Han Yuan was startled and quickly saluted respectfully. Han Yuan has met Ancestor Ziyun. Well, now, show me how to use the spiritual rain technique with all your strength. Ancestor Ziyun said calmly. Full strength? Han Yuan hesitated. That's right, use all your means. Ancestor Ziyun said calmly. Okay, Ancestor. Han Yuan closed his eyes and concentrated his consciousness in the sea of consciousness. The 8 spiritual texts shine brightly, illuminating the entire sea of consciousness. This time, Han Yuan's consciousness focused on the spiritual text of water. Since the ancestor wanted to see the effect of using the spiritual rain technique with all his strength, he naturally wanted to use the water spiritual one. Speaking of which, this was the first time for him to cast spells with the help of spiritual texts, and he was still a little nervous. Buzz! When he activated the water spirit text with his thoughts, the next moment Han Yuan's ability to perform the spiritual rain technique increased by 3 levels out of thin air. The spiritual rain technique is no more than a low-grade yellow level spell, but with the blessing of the 3rd level mastery level of water spiritual text, it is enough to elevate the entry-level spiritual rain technique to 3 minor realms and reach its full power. That's when he saw the dice appear again. A number quickly emerged. Random gain multiplier, 8, water spirit blessing effect asterisk 800%. For a moment, Han Yuan inexplicably realized that he seemed to be able to perform the spiritual rain technique more easily. This was a state of knowing it but not knowing why. But Han Yuan's hands had inexplicably made a complicated gesture, which faintly aroused the water-type spiritual energy between heaven and earth, and the spiritual energy in his body was quickly consumed like a dam bursting. Ancestor Ziyan looked up at the sky in confusion and saw a dark cloud gradually forming over half of the Tsangming cave. The entire cloud covered an area of more than 800 acres. Ancestor Ziyan glanced at the sky blankly, then turned to look at Han Yuan, and said in shock, "This is," however, he didn't wait for the next words. In the dark clouds, a bright thunder flashed away. Then, the pouring rain fell instantly. With the blessing of random gains, not only has the range covered by the spiritual rain been enlarged, but the quantity and quality of the spiritual chi contained in the spiritual rain have also been increased by 8 times, and the overall effect is more than dozens of times stronger. A large amount of spiritual rain fell, fast and dense. Wang Kai ran happily in the rain, his barking sound full of joy. This rain has already broken away from the category of spiritual rain, and its power is comparable to the latest age foundation building spells. Han Yuan's face quickly turned pale. His spiritual consciousness and spiritual power were declining at a cliff-like speed. In the blink of an eye, his physical strength and spiritual power were completely exhausted, and most of his spiritual consciousness was also consumed. The entire spell came to an abrupt end and was forced to be interrupted. Han Yuan sat down in the pond, with mud and water splashing all over him, looking so miserable. Ancestor Ziyan looked at him with twitching corners of his mouth. "Let you use your full strength, there is no need to fight so hard." He cast a spell and sank into Han Yuan's body. The spiritual power and spiritual consciousness in Han Yuan's body recovered at an astonishing speed. "Thank you, Ancestor. Okay, practice with peace of mind, and be careful not to be too high profile in the future." Ancestor Ziyun warned, turned into purple light and disappeared. Wang Kai glanced in the direction of Ziguang doubtfully, then shook off the water stains on his body and ran towards Han Yuan. Han Yuan didn't pay attention and was thrown to the ground by Wang Kai. "Don't! You idiot!" Han Yuan lay on his back in the pond, wiped his face, looked up at the sky, and the bright sunshine penetrated the clouds again and shone on his face. Window_Taboola equals window_Taboola, Taboola.push, mode, thumbsfeed 01, container, Taboola below article feed, placement, below article feed, target type, mix, C30. The effect of cultivation. After obtaining the spirit text I have gained a lot, but I am not in a hurry to study spiritual texts. Since I broke through the cultivation bottleneck by chance, I can just continue to practice now. Han Yuan knew very well that cultivation was the foundation of a monk, and he was not dazzled by these huge gains. No matter how powerful these spiritual texts are, they are actually foreign objects, similar to the 8 treasures. Once they reach the golden elixir, they are of little use. Cultivation is the basic level. At this time, Lu Cixi and Qin Feng hurried over. "Master, what just happened? Why is it raining heavily in the cave?" Lu Cixi rushed over while looking at the dispersing clouds in the sky with confusion. Han Yuan waved his hand and said, "It's okay. A senior came here just now to visit me, but he has left now. I want to continue practicing." "You can do whatever you want," Qin Feng said in shock. "Palace Master, has your true inheritance ceremony ended?" "It's over." Han Yuan nodded. Qin Feng was overjoyed. This meant that he had made the right bet. "By the way, where is Chang Chun?" Han Yuan asked. "He hasn't come back yet." Lu Cixi shook his head. Han Yuan immediately contacted Chang Chun and learned that he was still halfway there, so he informed him to collect the 3-month benefits of a true disciple. 3 months of benefits, 3 pulse protecting pills. Han Yuan said to the two of them, "I'm leaving first. When Chang Chun comes back, tell him that I'm practicing in Sangming Tower and will be out in about 2 hours." After saying that, Han Yuan drifted away very quickly. Lu Cixi looked at Han Yuan's quickly leaving back and said in shock, "What a speed! What state has the master of the palace reached? What kind of spell is this?" Qin Feng scratched his head and said, "Why do I feel that the palace master is flying? His feet are not touching the ground." Lu Cixi said speechlessly, "Junior brother Qin, remember to be realistic when you brag. Only Jin Danjinren can fly directly in the physical body. Jin Feng smiled awkwardly, I'm dazzled. But the two of them didn't know. Han Yuan was indeed flying, just flying close to the ground. When the awakening effect of Wankai increased several times before, the contract runes in Han Yuan's brain changed, allowing him to possess Wankai's two innate abilities, flying in purple flame. He had wondered how this was achieved before, but now he suddenly discovered that this contract rune was actually a special spiritual rune. Although he couldn't read the spiritual inscriptions, with 8 spiritual inscriptions, he naturally discovered that they were also spiritual inscriptions. Han Yuan didn't study it in detail, just use it. He flew all the way back to Tsangming Tower and returned to the training room. He put Wankai beside him and said to it, practice well, and the master's safety will depend on you in the future. Wankai was originally very lazy, but after hearing these words, his eyes sharpened, he raised his head and nodded heavily, woof, woof, master, I will protect you. It took a big breath, and the rich spiritual energy in the training room poured into its body, and it lay down to refine it. In fact, Han Yuan was very curious about how it cultivated. It seemed to have inherited memory, just like the spiritual text he obtained. Although it didn't understand it, it could use it, which was also magical. Han Yuan's spiritual sense penetrated into his dantian. It can be seen that his dantian is very wide. Only a quarter of the huge dantian contains spiritual power, and in the center of the spiritual power pool, there are several enlightenment spells. The magic marks left behind can also be called talismans. These talismans in dantian are different from the spiritual texts in the Sea of Consciousness. They were comprehended and condensed bit by bit by Han Yuan himself, so it will be okay even if they are lost. Han Yuan, it can be recondensed at will. For example, the talisman making technique is made by writing these spell marks on talisman paper. These talismans also represent the progress of Han Yuan's spell comprehension, which can slightly speed up the spell casting speed. Han Yuan ignored these magic marks for the time being. He looked at such a large capacity of his dantian and fell into deep thought. If at the 3rd level of Qi refining, his dantian capacity was 40 points, then now his dantian capacity at the 6th level of Qi refining is 2,560 points. Currently, he only has 640 points of spiritual power, and 3/4 of it still needs to be filled, which is 1,920 points of spiritual power. But the key is that Han Yuan also has a wood spirit heart, which can also store a similar amount of spiritual power, which adds up to 4,000 points of spiritual power. Based on the previous practice speed, the daily practice increases 13 or 4 points of spiritual power. As a result, it actually takes about 300 days to reach the 6th level of Qi refining, which is 10 months. This time is a rough estimate, but it's pretty close. Han Yuan frowned slightly at first, then relaxed after a while. 10 months is not too long. When did I become dissatisfied with this time? The size of his dantian now is basically the same as that of a monk at the 10th level of Qi refining, and the cultivation time only takes 10 months, which is about the same as the time it took him to break through from the 1st level of Qi refining to the 2nd level. This is already very fast. You still can't practice too much. Wait, Han Yuan thought of something in his heart. Lingwen also has the effect of blessing my practice. My exercise ancient wood spirit nurturing technique is a wood attribute exercise, and I have also learned the 2 spiritual words wood and lin before. Can this bless my practice? Speed? Han Yuan couldn't help but cast his eyes on the dantian, which represented the imprint of the ancient wood nourishing spirit technique. It was a talisman hundreds of times more complex than other magic imprints. His ancient wood spirit nurturing technique had already undergone a transformation when it was completed. Han Yuan didn't know the specific grade, but it was definitely still within the scope of foundation building, and it could definitely increase the spiritual text. While thinking, he began to experiment. He began to practice the ancient wood nurturing spirit technique, and his spiritual power began to circulate around the body. The mark of the technique in the center of his dantian also began to glow. At the same time, Han Yuan mobilized the wood spiritual text in his sea of consciousness. Gradually, the wood spiritual text also began to glow, and crossed the space, echoing with the technique mark in his dantian. Just like the previous amplification of the spirit rain technique, the wood spiritual text also amplified the ancient wood nurturing spirit technique. The technique mark also became denser at a speed visible to the naked eye, but Han Yuan unexpectedly discovered that the ancient wood nurturing spirit technique still could not be blessed to the perfect level, but was only close to the perfect level. What kind of technique has the ancient wood nurturing spirit technique become? The amplification of the spiritual text on the ancient wood nurturing spirit technique cannot temporarily reach the perfect level. The previous spirit rain technique directly reached the perfect state in one step. Although Han Yuan was surprised, he did not slow down. Following the wood spiritual text, he continued to mobilize the forest spiritual text. Lin Xuanmu is extremely compatible with the ancient wood nurturing spirit technique. He even suspected that this spiritual text appeared because of the ancient wood nurturing spirit technique. Sure enough, after Lin's spiritual text was added to the seal of the ancient wood nurturing spirit technique, the seal talisman really changed drastically and became a state that Han Yuan could not understand at all. The perfect level of the ancient wood nurturing spirit technique. The blessing of the cultivation speed is at least more than twice. In this way, it only takes 5 months to complete 10 months. This is not over yet. Han Yuan opened his eyes and several lines of text fell into his eyes. Random gain multiplier, 5, Lin Mu Lingguan amplification effect asterisk 500%, sure enough. The random gain multiplier appeared again. The seal talisman of the original Dantian was already very complicated, but with the infusion of a certain power, it continued to become more complicated. After the change of this mark was completed, part of Han Yuan's spiritual consciousness, part of his spiritual power, part of his blood and qi naturally reached a harmonious state with the mark of the technique. Han Yuan seemed to see a large amount of green light appearing beside him in a trance. Is this would attribute spiritual energy? He could observe with his naked eyes, feel with his spiritual power, and sense these would attribute spiritual energy with his spiritual consciousness. These would attribute spiritual energy seem to have all become his subordinates. When he thought about it, these spiritual energy also moved according to his instructions. Han Yuan had a sense of control over the surrounding with spiritual energy. What is this state? Han Yuan was stunned. His limited knowledge of cultivation could not explain his current experience. He needed to read the scriptures in the Sutra Pavilion in the future to understand. But he could be sure that in this case, his cultivation speed would undoubtedly be faster. The wood spiritual energy in the entire practice room obeyed his orders. Wouldn't it be easy to absorb it? He didn't even need to temper the spiritual energy of other attributes, because he mobilized the wood attribute spiritual energy to surround himself and directly repelled the spiritual energy of other attributes. The time originally reduced to 5 months can be reduced to 1 month again. This state of cultivation is simply the darling of heaven and earth. Han Yuan is worried that he will cultivate too fast? Can the meridians really hold up? C31 happy time of farming. Han Yuan finally took a firm hand. You can't start practicing with all your might at once. What if it explodes? He first started to slowly increase his training speed according to the previous one. When he reached 4 times the original training speed, he felt that his meridians could no longer bear it. So Han Yuan only kept practicing at 4 times speed and did not act too hastily. 4 times the speed can compress 10 months into 2.5 months, which is already very short. Fortunately, I didn't get carried away by the joy. If I accelerated to the limit as soon as I started, my meridians would be squeezed. Han Yuan said with lingering fear. I practiced like this for more than an hour. After the spiritual power in his body increased by about 50 points, he stopped practicing. The meridians reached their carrying limit and slowly recovered under the slowing down of spiritual power, becoming stronger and tougher. In the process of cultivation, spiritual consciousness is also consumed a lot, and it is also slowly recovering by absorbing spiritual power into the sea of consciousness. Hey, I seem to have ignored the issue of my own growth. The upper limit of the meridians and the upper limit of spiritual consciousness will be slightly improved after each practice. In this way, maybe only 2 months will be enough in the end. Han Yuan was in a good mood. He glanced at Wang Kai in the corner again. The aura on Wang Kai's body increased significantly. Wang Kai is a fire spirit beast, and it mainly absorbs fire spirit energy. Because he only absorbs wood spirit energy in his practice, he inadvertently helped Wang Kai eliminate the wood spirit energy. The content of fire spirit energy in the remaining spirit energy increased, speeding up Wang Kai's growth. The speed of cultivation. As if sensing that Han Yuan had stopped practicing, Wang Kai quickly calmed down the fluctuations in practice, opened his eyes, and flew over with his tail wagging. Oh, you have such a bad temperament for practicing. Forget it, after I go out, you won't be able to enjoy the double spiritual energy, so just stop. Wang Kai is his contracted spirit beast, and he can also enjoy the random buffing effect of his spirit gathering array. This was tested before he started practicing. In this way, the speed of Wang Kai's breakthrough is definitely not slow. Wang Kai's strength has improved, and his flying and purple flame abilities can also be improved. Han Yuan walked out of Songming Tower. Chang Chun was already waiting outside. Master, this is the pulse protection pill. Chang Chun handed over a porcelain vase. Han Yuan took it, scanned it with his spiritual consciousness, and nodded with satisfaction. Chang Chun looked hesitant. Han Yuan asked, "If you have anything to say, just say it." Chang Chun said, "Master, I heard from the disciples of the welfare hall that it is best not to waste elixirs like the pulse protecting pill in normal times, because after taking 3 pulsing protecting pills, the efficacy will be only half of the initial value. Generally, they are only used when trying to pass the test." "Oh, that's it. I understand. I have other uses for the pulse protection pill, so you don't have to worry," Han Yuan said casually. Drug resistance is completely ineffective for him. As if he thought of something, Han Yuan suddenly said, "Chang Chun, go check and find out which pills or treasures can permanently improve various qualifications. No matter how weak the effect is, even if the second pill is useless, you can give it to me. Find them out and make a list for me." Hearing this, Chang Chun nodded and said, "I understand, Palace Master, but what I can usually find are very common things, and some of the effects are too insignificant. Don't worry, as long as it has a little effect, I'll be useful." Han Yuan paused slightly. "This matter is very important. You try to find everything. The benefits of the task will not be less for you. The more comprehensive the investigation, the more I will give you. The more rewards you will get from the mission, and remember, don't do anything under my banner after you go out, and keep a low profile." "Yes," Chang Chun said excitedly, "I understand." Chang Chun hurriedly left Sunming Cave Mansion again to work for Han Yuan. Han Yuan was very satisfied with Chang Chun's attitude towards doing things, and he would not mind providing more resources in the future. Heavenly materials and earthly treasures can greatly improve your cultivation qualifications, but heavenly materials and earthly treasures are too rare. But it is not uncommon for treasures in the world to have only 1,000th of a thousandth of the heavenly materials and earthly treasures, although most of them it will be ineffective if taken multiple times, but my random buff seems to be able to ignore the problem of drug resistance. If it can be superimposed, then I can take off. Han Yuan discovered another way to open Golden Finger. He is a fake genius now, but if the speculation comes true, sooner or later he will become a real genius, even a peerless genius that surpasses everything in the world. However, no matter how weak the effect of these treasures is, they can still improve the qualifications. They must be expensive, and I am very poor now. Han Yuan finally set his sights on farming. The biggest asset in Sunming Cave Mansion, apart from the training rooms, is the hundreds of acres of spiritual fields within the mansion. If all of them are used, the annual income will be enough to reach the level of hundreds of thousands of spiritual stones. Not a small amount. Han Yuan took a step forward and soon came to the edge of the spiritual field. There were originally 100 acres of Huangliang rice, but now there are only 33 acres of Huangliang rice left in the spiritual field. Qin Feng is cleaning the weeds among the rice in the spiritual field, working very hard. Qin Feng noticed Han Yuan coming and walked over quickly, "Master of the palace." Han Yuan sighed with emotion, "Old Qin, you have worked hard during this time." "It's okay, this is what I should do," Qin Feng replied cheerfully. Han Yuan looked at the faintly visible weed seedlings in the field and couldn't help but feel itchy hands. "Let me try to use magic to clear the weeds," Han Yuan said. "Oh well." Qin Feng stood outside Ling Tian and looked at Han Yuan's movements curiously. Han Yuan's expression became serious, and he recalled the steps of the Qi Jianzhan spell. Qi Jianzhan is a gold-based spell, which is mostly used to deal with weeds, dead branches, pests, and even loose soil in the spiritual field. It is quite useful. Han Yuan made a hand gesture, and the spell mark of Qi Jianzhan in his dantian became brighter. A wisp of Qi Jian appeared between his fingers. His Qi Jianzhan was only at the entry level, and its power was very weak, but it was more than enough to deal with weeds. I saw that the Qi Jian jumped out from his fingers and shuttled between the spiritual rice. When the Qi Jian passed through the weeds, it cut off the weeds by the roots. In particular, the gold in the Qi Jian directly killed the activity of the weeds, eliminating the chance of the weed roots to regenerate. Cut, cut, cut. When the spell dissipated, the weeds between the 2 rows of spiritual rice had been cleared by him. Qin Feng enviously said, "Master, this spell works much faster than my sword." Han Yuan glanced at the long sword in Qin Feng's hand, and his mouth twitched slightly. Weeding with a sword? It always felt a bit wrong. I will take care of the spiritual field in the future. You go contact Chang Chun and complete a task with him, Han Yuan said. Oh, okay. Qin Feng smiled happily. It was great not to have to farm. He left excitedly, as if he didn't want to stay in the spiritual field for a moment. Han Yuan was just excited. Just now, after I performed the Qi sword slash, It seemed to have triggered the golden spirit and the sword spirit in the sea of consciousness. My understanding of the chi sword slash seems to have deepened a bit. Han Yuan just performed the chi sword slash once and immediately felt a significant change. When he was comprehending before, he still made little progress after practicing 10 times, and it was difficult to perceive his progress. However, today, he just performed it once, but he felt a sense of smoothness. Needless to say, it must be the spirit text that is taking effect. Although this effect did not alarm the random game multiplier, it was enough to speed up his comprehension of spells. Just try a few more times and you'll know. Han Yuan walked to the middle of another row of spiritual rice and used the chi sword slash again. A chi sword appeared between his fingers, and then, under the control of his spiritual consciousness, he cut the weeds in the middle of this row. The gold in the chi sword easily killed the vitality of the weeds and cut the weed roots buried in the soil into waste roots. If you weed like Qin Feng, the weeds will grow again in the rich spiritual energy after a day, and you can't remove all the weeds every day, but he can use the chi sword slash to prevent the weeds from regenerating. This time, when trying the chi sword slash, Han Yuan deliberately felt that he did have a feeling of active spiritual thinking. Many doubts in the previous practice of the chi sword slash were solved. He even had a strange feeling. How could he make such a mistake? Is this the feeling of a genius? Han Yuan didn't know what a real genius was like, so he couldn't make a comparison, but compared to his previous experience, it was a world of difference. Qi Jian Zhan. Qi Jian Zhan. Qi Jian Zhan. The lower-grade yellow spells don't consume much spiritual power, and Han Yuan's skills can recover automatically. He can recover the spiritual power he just consumed in a blink of an eye, so Han Yuan kept using Qi Jianzhan. When all the weeds in the 33 acres of spiritual fields were removed, Qi Jianzhan was already very proficient and entered the minor success realm. Han Yuan pointed his finger, and 3 chi swords shot out from his fingertips, winding and turning among the spiritual rice like spiritual snakes, occasionally looking back at the moon, vivid and much more flexible than before. It's so cool. Is this the minor success realm? Han Yuan couldn't help but sigh. The spirit rain technique was still at the entry level for a year, but Qi Jianzhan reached the minor success in one day. C32 The beginning of the spirit text superposition effect after clearing the weeds. You can apply thermostat to the spiritual field to adjust the temperature of the spiritual field. The principle of thermostat is very simple. It releases a low-temperature flame. If the ambient temperature is higher than the specified temperature, it will absorb the surrounding heat. If the surrounding temperature is lower than the specified temperature, the energy in the flame will be released to add warmth to the surrounding environment. But when he was about to cast a spell, he made a move. So, what is the most suitable temperature for Huangliang rice? Han Yuan was a little confused. This aspect of knowledge is the scope of Ling Jifu's ability. Each kind of spiritual grass and elixir has its own growing environment and temperature requirements. Some need to grow on high mountains, and some need to be bathed in lava. As for Huangliang rice, there must be some experience in growing this kind of spiritual rice in the Tibetan scripture pavilion. But Han Yuan suddenly thought of the characteristics of his technique. When he broke through to Deshang, he gained the ability to perceive and communicate with spiritual plants, and he had communicated with the big banyan tree before. Now, he can also sense the status of spiritual rice. Han Yuan tried to integrate his spiritual consciousness into a Huangliang rice plant. This Huangliang rice plant has no real spirituality and cannot communicate, but Han Yuan can feel its state. Among them, its perception of temperature is a bit scorching. Han Yuan's heart moved, and he started to use the constant temperature technique. A special, small, low-temperature flame appeared in Han Yuan's palm. When Han Yuan brought his palm close to the spiritual rice plant, the flame began to naturally absorb the heat around the spiritual rice plant. The surrounding temperature began to drop. Even if the sun was shining brightly, the temperature quickly dropped to about 18 degrees. The leaves of the spiritual rice plant stretched slightly, and the whole spiritual rice plant exuded a faint feeling of comfort. Under this temperature, the growth status of this spiritual rice plant has obviously improved. Han Yuan smiled. In this way, he successfully detected the optimal growth temperature of Huangliang rice. This flame can cover an area of 10 meters in radius, and many spiritual rice plants do seem to be more energetic than before, and the whole body has become more relaxed. However, when he tried to insert his spiritual consciousness into another spiritual rice plant, Han Yuan was surprised by how it felt about the temperature. It seemed that the temperature was not warm enough. Han Yuan seemed to have thought of something and searched every spiritual rice plant. Finally, I was surprised to find that the temperature requirements of each spiritual rice plant were not the same. Some require 18 degrees, some require 19 degrees, and some require 18.5 degrees. Although in the eyes of the monks, these Huanliang spiritual rice plants are all the same plant, in fact each spiritual rice plant is an independent individual, and their needs will naturally not be exactly the same. In addition, even if it is the same spiritual rice plant, as it grows, depending on the cycle, the required temperature, humidity, etc. will inevitably be different. After realizing this, his understanding of Mu Xilingwen became deeper. Faintly, he felt that he was stronger. Ha? Illusion? No, this is real feedback. The world of cultivating immortals is all about perception. If my understanding deepens, it can be directly fed back to my strength. Han Yuan felt it carefully and found that his wood spirit heart had expanded a little. Under the precise measurement of spiritual consciousness, it was certain. No wonder cultivators value understanding so much. Every bit of insight can enhance a cultivator's strength. Over time, quantitative changes lead to qualitative changes, which can eventually turn into monstrous power. For him, farming is not only a tool to make money, but also a way to practice diligently. He practices the ancient tree nourishment technique. Planting does not waste time, but is a boost. Han Yuan worked harder to use the constant temperature technique. One flame after another appeared in the middle of the spiritual rice fields. Each time, he tried to adjust to the most average adaptable temperature of these spiritual rice plants according to the conditions of each spiritual field. During the process of casting the constant temperature technique, the fire spirit text in the sea of consciousness unsurprisingly helped him, accelerating his understanding of the effect of the constant temperature technique. But at the same time, he unexpectedly discovered that the contract spirit that brought great wealth also helped him at the same time, allowing him to improve his understanding of thermostat. The purple flame ability that Wang Kai shared with him actually worked on his cultivation. This was indeed beyond Han Yuan's expectation. So when all the spiritual fields were filled with spiritual fires, his constant temperature technique had indeed improved to a small level, reaching the stage of minor success. The flame temperature is controlled more accurately, the upper and lower temperature limits are expanded, the duration is longer, and the range can be wider. Next, soil cultivation. Earth cultivation is an earth attribute spell. The soil can be cultivated, loosened, or compacted. Han Yuan performed the soil cultivation technique, and a piece of land began to absorb the spiritual energy in the air and became more spiritually powerful. The weeds on the land were covered by the soil, dissolving faster and turning into nutrients for the soil. In particular, some insect corpses have a miraculous effect on nourishing the soil. Under the soil cultivation technique, they turn into soil nutrients for spiritual plants to absorb. After a soil building technique, and then sensing the spiritual rice, there seems to be no beneficial feeling. This is normal. The cultivation of soil is a long-term process of nourishing the soil. 1 or 2 spells will not have much effect. Moreover, this is only a low-grade yellow-level spell, but these spiritual fields are high-grade spiritual fields of the yellow order, which further weakens the effect of soil cultivation. Effectiveness of the technique. Han Yuan was not in a hurry and continued to perform earth-building techniques one by one. But gradually, he found that his understanding of earth-building techniques was more than 10 times slower. The spiritual text of earth is also helping me speed up my comprehension of earth-building techniques, but the efficiency is more than 10 times weaker than before. After several attempts, Han Yuan was finally able to confirm that this was the normal effect of the earth spirit text and it had not failed. Because it would normally take him 2 years to comprehend the Xiaocheng earth-building technique, but now it only takes 2 months. This bonus is already very high. The previous rapid improvement of Qi sword slash and constant temperature technique was abnormal. So, the effect of 2 spiritual texts being blessed at the same time is increased by 10 times? It's not addition but multiplication? Han Yuan took a breath of cold air. Only then did he realize the horror of the spiritual text. A single spiritual text was very abnormal. If it was a combined bonus, the improvement effect would be even more exaggerated. No wonder those people were so surprised by my understanding of the 8 spiritual texts. I am also shocked now. No wonder those foundation building elders were like ignorant bumpkins, and even alarmed the Yuanying boss. Although when the realm is high and the spell level is high, the bonus of these spiritual inscriptions will definitely be weakened by most, but when combined with each other, the effect is extremely heaven-defying. Han Yuan tried to use Qingling technique again. This is a wood attribute farming spell that can accelerate the growth of spiritual plants and have the opportunity to increase the spirituality of spiritual plants. The introductory Qingling technique has an average effect. It can slightly increase the growth rate of Huangliang rice. If it is used every day, it can be harvested about 10 days in advance. Han Yuan used Qingling technique once and sensed the situation in the sea of consciousness. Sure enough, the wood spiritual text and the Lin spiritual text both had a blessing effect on his Qingling technique. Coupled with the blessings of the ancient wood spiritual nourishing technique and the heart of the wood spirit, it was as if he could comprehend the Qingling technique. With divine help, he only casts a few hundred spells. This will elevate the realm of Qinglingshu to the realm of Xiaocheng. Wait, let's talk about it. I used to practice the ancient wood hidden Qi Ju. With the blessing of the technique and the heart of the wood spirit, I easily reached the Deshang state in 3 months. If I can enjoy the hiding with the simultaneous blessing of the 3 spiritual symbols of Lingwen, Wood Lingwen and Lin Lingwen, how quickly will it reach the state of perfection? Han Yuan suddenly thought of the ancient wood hidden Qi Ju. This spell has reached the upper level of the yellow level. It is 2 levels higher than spells such as Qi Sword Slash. The bonus is not even 10 times, but several times, right? If the 3 spiritual texts are multiplied together, wouldn't the effects of cultivation and spells take off? C33 The breakthrough opportunity of the ancient wood hidden Qi formula. Han Yuan tried the spirit rain technique again. The effect of a single spirit scripture was indeed average. However, he had practiced the spirit rain technique for a full year, and it was the spell he had practiced the most times before. It was not far from the minor success realm. With the addition of the spirit scripture, it would soon be able to reach the minor success realm. After watering all the spiritual fields with the spirit rain technique, the night was already dark. In the spiritual fields, the spiritual fires released by the constant temperature technique faithfully released the power of fire to maintain a constant temperature for the spiritual fields. And Han Yuan had already returned to the practice room. He had 3 more vein protection pills in his hand. After thinking about it, he took them back. Chang Chun was right to remind me before. It is really unnecessary to use the pulse protection pills at ordinary times. This is not a question of whether or not there is drug resistance, but that the pulse protection pills can be saved for the time of breaking through the barriers. Others can only take one at a time, but I can take multiple pills continuously. When I break through the barriers, I can try to break through the barriers many times, without worrying about the problem of damaging the meridians due to failure. He remembered that when he broke through the barriers before, he had to rest for 10 days before he could break through again because of the failure. And if he had the pulse protection pills and prepared multiple pills, wouldn't he be able to try to break through the barriers continuously? When breaking through the barriers, the effectiveness of the pulse protection pills will be consumed quickly. Others can only take 1 pulse protection pill in a short period of time. Although they can protect the meridians even if they fail, they cannot continue to swallow the second pulse protection pill. It takes time to refine the poison in the middle, and the first pulse protection pill has the best effect. The second time I swallow the pulse protection pill, the effect is worse because of the problem of drug resistance. But he is different. The random gain multiplier makes the effect of the pulse protection pill stronger and reduces the poison of the pill a lot. He took several pills in a row, which was only equivalent to the amount of poison in 1 pill taken by others. Moreover, if taken continuously, there will be no drug resistance, and the effect will remain the same. He can try to break through the barriers multiple times at the same time. If 1 time doesn't work, what about 3 times, 5 times? Therefore, it is a bit of a waste to use the pulse protection pill in daily cultivation, so just save it for the breakthrough. We still have to farm. When the yellow rice matures, the spirit stones will be very abundant. The output of this cave is for the foundation building elders to spend. It is definitely enough for him, a chirofining cultivator. After putting away the pulse protection pill, he focused on the ancient tree hidden Qi Ju. The ancient tree hidden Qi Ju is a yellow level upper grade skill. He has practiced it to the great success level. It is not easy to practice it to the perfect level. Every kind of spell, when practiced to the perfect level, has a special effect, and according to Du Yuan, the perfect spell can be transformed into a true seed, which can be used to accelerate the practice speed of the Xian level inheritance spell after the foundation is built. To put it bluntly, a perfect yellow grade spell can make a Xian grade spell directly reach the entry level or even the minor success level. It is worth noting that the difficulty of practicing yellow grade spells is definitely lower than that of Xian grade spells, and the conversion saves a lot of time. Cultivators can also try to practice the matching inherited yellow grade spells to determine which Xian grade spell is suitable for them. This kind of inherited yellow grade spell can also be used to reversely screen out disciples who have the talent to practice Xian grade spells, without wasting resources. Wait! Han Yuan suddenly remembered what Qin Feng had brought him before. The old man in the Sutra Pavilion said that once he could practice the ancient tree hidden Shiju to the perfect level, he could get a set of all the matching spells of the ancient tree nurturing spirit for free. It turns out that this is the reason. It turns out that I have been spotted by the Purple Cloud Patriarch for a long time, or all the disciples are under his observation. Han Yuan shook his head and began to practice the ancient tree hidden Shiju. At the first moment of practice, he noticed the changes in the sea of consciousness. In the sea of consciousness, the three spiritual characters Yin, Mu and Lin emitted light, providing assistance for his cultivation process. The blessing effect of each spiritual character should be 6 times. The 3 spiritual characters superimposed should have a 216-fold effect. With the increase of the wood spirit heart in the liver and the ancient wood nurturing spirit in the dantian, the effect should be even more terrifying. Han Yuan estimated that the overall effect should be 300 times, but in fact it was only 150 times. It seems that these so-called blessings have limits, but the effect of 150 times is really terrifying. If I don't have any bonus, with my own understanding, it will take about 30 years to break through from Deshang to perfection. 150 times, then there will only be 2.5 months left. These are all estimates, and the actual cultivation time may be longer or shorter. Suddenly, a shadow flashed before his eyes. A dice appeared unexpectedly. When practicing other spells before, I also gained the spiritual text buff effect, but the dice did not appear. Now that the buff effect is so good, the dice actually appeared. The dice spun quickly and finally stopped at the number 9. Random buff multiplier, 9, buff effect of practicing the ancient wood hidden Shiju * 900%, Han Yuan took a breath of cold air. This is too powerful. In this way, he can practice the ancient wood hidden Shiju to the perfect level in a week. This buff is really stacked up. Han Yuan felt his scalp tingling. He only thought that the ancient wood hidden Shiju looked as simple as a low-grade yellow spell. The ancient tree hidden Shi'ard is not about hiding, but about integration. By turning oneself into a part of the forest and blending into it, one can achieve the purpose of hiding oneself, sense the breath of the trees, experience the changes of the trees, and blend into the atmosphere of the forest. The unity of man and wood is perfection. Han Yuan's comprehension seemed to have temporarily increased by hundreds of times, and he corrected the biggest mistake he made in his cultivation to the great success realm at the first time. The ancient tree hidden Shi'ard is not about rehiding, but reintegration. If this mistake is not corrected, it will be almost impossible for him to reach the perfect level. The previously calculated refining time does not count at all. Spell cultivation cannot be achieved by calculation. If the direction is wrong, what is the use of more efforts? Han Yuan really felt a sense of enlightenment. He suddenly realized how stupid and superficial he was before. His calculation of the cultivation time was so ridiculous. He used a shallow realm to calculate the refining time of a high level? This is too confident. It was like a child who learned 1 + 1 = 2½ a day, and began to estimate that it would only take 100 days to learn addition, subtraction, multiplication and division within 100. Now that he is practicing with full buffs, it doesn't take 7 or 8 days, but only half a day. The reason for such a fast speed is still because of the wood spirit heart. He had never discovered the effect of the wood spirit heart before. With the wood spirit heart, he can be said to be a humanoid spirit tree. Practicing the ancient wood hidden Shiju is as simple as eating and drinking water. To simulate the breath of trees? He has it. Human wood integration? He is. He began to suspect that he was mentally retarded before. It took him 3 months to reach the minor success level for such a simple spell. Incomprehensible. How could he make the mistake of getting the key points of the spell wrong? Isn't this something that can be seen at a glance? He directly overturned the effect of the previous 3 months of cultivation, dispelled the spell mark in Dantian, and then condensed a new spell mark again. This mark looks the same as before, but its essence has changed. The effect is still the same, but the basic principle of the spell effect is different. Going deeper along the new path of perception, Han Yuan gradually moved towards the perfect level of ancient tree hidden Shiju. When dawn broke on the horizon, Han Yuan's breath gradually calmed down, and his temperament became gentle and natural. Han Yuan walked out of Songming Tower and came under the big banyan tree. Without even using any skills, his breath naturally blended into the trees. Wang Kai passed by the big banyan tree, his eyes swept over Han Yuan's body, and then he seemed to see a tree and passed directly. But after walking for a while, he turned his head again in confusion. It tilted its head and woofed in confusion. Then shook its head and continued to walk forward 2 steps. Han Yuan smiled dumbly. Even Wang Kai couldn't see through his concealment. Wankai was a dog, and a spiritual dog with the potential to be a king beast. If it weren't for the contractual connection between him and Wankai, which made Wankai feel sensitive, he would definitely leave. Sure enough, because of the contractual connection, Wankai turned back and circled Han Yuan a few times. It seemed that from the direction of the contractual connection, it finally judged the true identity of this tree. Woof! Master! Wankai pounced directly. Han Yuan laughed, caught it and hugged it. Woof! Woof! Really the master? Wankai felt a trance in front of him, and finally saw Han Yuan's appearance. There was a big puzzle in his little eyes. How did the master become a tree? Is the master a tree demon? You are the tree demon. Han Yuan patted Wansai's head, this idiot. Now you can go to Ziyun Patriarch to ask what the benefits of being a secret disciple are. Han Yuan thought. See 34 potential crisis of the sect. When the ancient wood hidden Shi'art broke through to the perfect realm, the random gain multiplier was triggered as expected. A fourfold gain effect. Under normal circumstances, his hidden situation could not be seen if he exceeded one major realm, but now it cannot be seen if he exceeds 4 major realms. Of course, if he fights or a strong person seriously investigates him, the risk of exposure will naturally increase. Nothing in the world of immortal cultivation can be completely guaranteed. However, safety has indeed been greatly improved. The cultivation level that can be disguised up and down reaches 12 small realms. What surprised him was that he still could not disguise the cultivation level of the foundation building realm. It's like the chi refining realm is a bottomless pit that can swallow all 12 small realms. If you think about it carefully, you will understand what the real division of the chi refining realm is. The number of times the Dantian expands. If the Dantian can continue to expand, the realm can naturally continue to rise. Theoretically, there is no limit. Therefore, there was a cultivation system in ancient times, which was the chi refiner, who kept opening up the Dantian and constantly improving the upper limit of the quantity and quality of spiritual power. But this path is no longer popular now, because becoming an immortal requires enlightenment, and only after cultivating into a nascent soul can one better understand the Tao. Han Yuan packed up and flew out quietly from above the cave. When he flew out of the cave, he saw several figures near the door. He approached quietly without attracting the attention of these people, listening to their conversation. A few minutes later, a disciple said helplessly, "The president asked us to keep an eye on the Tsongning cave. How long will it take? I want to do tasks to earn spirit stones." Another disciple with a beard said, "Keep an eye on it first, and the president will still lack your spirit stones? He has already become a true disciple. What's the point of keeping an eye on him?" The position of a true disciple is not something that everyone can sit on. He ranks 7th. The third person quickly covered the disciple who just spoke without restraint, and whispered, "Shut up. What nonsense are you talking about? If someone hears us, we're done." Several people quickly shut up. Han Yuan listened for a while, and left quietly after making sure that there was nothing to gain. On the way, he was also thinking in his heart. His status as a true disciple is indeed ranked 7th, and there are 4 true disciples who have already died. Each true disciple has good talent, qualifications, and strength. How did they die? It is generally impossible inside the sect, that is, they died while going out of the sect to experience, take risks, or complete some tasks. So you can't be idle, and the realm you show outside can't be too high. If it is too high, you will be called out for experience. For example, the 4th sister is out for experience, and her cultivation is at the peak of chi refining. Speaking of which, the 4th sister just went out for experience. The 5 or 6 brothers and sisters have already died. It seems that the 4th sister also saw through it and suppressed her realm until she couldn't suppress it anymore. Han Yuan was thoughtful. He was different. He didn't need to suppress his realm because he could pretend to be at a low realm, which was perfect. Not long after, he came to Gumu Peak. By hiding his breath, he quietly came to the Sutra Pavilion in the outer gate area. A purple-haired old man was sitting behind the desk, looking at him with a smile. "You're here," said Ziyun Patriarch with a smile. "Disciple greets the Patriarch." Han Yuan saluted. "No need to be polite," Ziyun Patriarch said lightly. "I thought you would come to me soon, but I didn't expect you to be able to hold your temper to consolidate your newly broken cultivation." "Not bad. Thank you for the compliment, Patriarch." Han Yuan smiled lightly. He was not here to consolidate his cultivation, but to refine the ancient wood hidden Chi Sutra before coming here. If there was no coincidence, he would have no problem understanding the perfect level in one day. He would have no problem holding it for 2 or 3 years. Ziyun Patriarch nodded. This kid was thick-skinned. He waited for a moment, but did not see Han Yuan ask questions first, and he was not in a hurry. He picked up the tea and drank it. At this time, Han Yuan smelled a light and leisurely tea fragrance, and his eyes could not help but secretly glance over. Patriarch Xian chuckled, "This is the tea from the sect's only 5,000-year-old tea tree. It is a spiritual tea made through 37 processes and has the effect of stabilizing the foundation. Would you like to drink a cup?" Han Yuan's eyes lit up. How embarrassing. He stretched out his hand. However, Patriarch Xian blocked his action and said with a smile, "It's easy to drink. As long as you complete the task, you can get a reward." Han Yuan didn't pretend at this time and asked, "Ancestor, what are the benefits of my secret disciple?" There is still no sign. "You won't lie to me, right?" Patriarch Xian glared at him. "Why are you in such a hurry?" Han Yuan kept silent and stared at Patriarch Xian. After a while, the Purple Cloud Patriarch felt a little uncomfortable, so he said, "Our Earth God sect is descended from the Heaven God sect in the Middle Ages. Later, the Heaven God sect was destroyed, and our lineage moved to Baiuanzu and established the Earth God sect. At that time, there was also an ancestor in the Yuanshan realm sitting in charge, and the sphere of influence covered half of Baiuanzu. Heaven God sect? Why does this name sound like it's quite attractive? No wonder it was destroyed." Han Yuan muttered in his heart. Later, the Yuanshan ancestor died of old age and injuries, and eventually fell. After that, the Earth God sect never had a Yuanshan power again, and its sphere of influence gradually declined. Now it only occupies the territory of 40 dynasties in 4 dynasties, and occupies only 1/20th of the entire Baiuanzu. Han Yuan frowned slightly, with an ominous premonition in his heart, that is to say, the original territory of Ardishan's sect was occupied by other sections. They can't just watch us have another Yuanshan master and take the territory back, right? Ancestor Xian looked at him in surprise and nodded. "You are very smart." "Yes, although the strength of Ardishan's sect and the nearby sects is not much different, and there is peace on the surface, the nearby sects have a tendency to work together to suppress Ardishan sect. However, Ardishan sect still has the Yuanshan foundation in hand, and they dare not tear their faces." "Then it's dangerous for Ardishan sect to go out and venture?" Han Yuan muttered. "Which great master didn't come out of the mountains of corpses and seas of blood?" This situation seems to be a crisis, but it is also your opportunity. With the pressure from other sects, you have a better chance to break through the bottleneck. Now my Dishan sect has a constant number of Yuanian cultivators, just because of this. Ancestor Ziyun said lightly. Han Yuan didn't agree with him. No wonder 4 of Ling Wenfeng's true disciples died. Once they left the sect, there were enemies everywhere, and the true disciples couldn't stand it. "Ancestor, after saying so much, you still haven't told me what the benefits of secret disciples are?" Han Yuan asked curiously. Ancestor Ziyun glared at him. "Didn't you hear it? Are you so stupid again this time?" Han Yuan's expression froze. "Our Dishan sect has a long heritage. Now it looks like a Yuanian sect, but it has Yuanshan inheritance, and even higher level inheritance. Other sects have no way to enter the gate when they reach Yuanian, but our Dishan sect has it. The benefit of secret disciples is naturally that they can practice the real inherited skills and practice all the way," Ancestor Ziyun said proudly. Han Yuan's palms were sweating when he heard this, and he said in surprise, "If I were another nascent soul sect, we would definitely unite to attack the Earth God sect, because other sects with the inheritance of the Yuanshan are not easy to fight, and we have the inheritance of the Yuanshan, but we are only a nascent soul sect." This, Ziyun Patriarch said calmly. "We are of course aware of this, but these sects are also dirty, and coupled with the problem that the cultivation method is difficult to transform, how can those people be of one mind? And can they really obtain the Yuanshan method by attacking our Earth God sect? If it was that easy, they would have started it long ago, and they could still live in peace for thousands of years?" Hearing this, Han Yuan nodded slowly. Indeed, they have lived in peace for thousands of years, and it seems that everything is fine, but who is he? A time traveler. The time traveler has entered the Earth God sect. According to convention, the scene of 3 or 5 sects besieging the Earth God sect can be expected. A sense of urgency suddenly rose in Han Yuan's heart. Patriarch Xian looked at his slightly impatient expression and smiled slightly. This was also his purpose. If he didn't put some pressure on this kid, how could he grow quickly? "Okay, you are just a young cultivator now. These matters between sects will not fall on you. Since you want the benefits of a secret disciple, I will give it to you." See 35. The amazing treatment of the secret disciple. Han Yuan looked at Patriarch Xian expectantly. "Our sect has a total of 15 peaks, including animal materials, alchemy talismans, array patterns, metal, wood, water, fire and earth, as well as the Earth God peak. Each peak actually has a technique inherited by the Yuan Shen. The main peak of the Earth God peak, there are even more, there are skills above the soul. So theoretically, there are a total of 15 secret disciples, and by the way, there are 2 more in the main peak, a total of 17. Han Yuan was shocked, so many? Do other sects not have even one soul technique? That's right. Ancestor Ziyun said proudly, other sects don't know this. They only know that we have Yuan Shen Kung Fu, but they don't know there are so many. You must not tell anyone. After leaving the Sutra Pavilion, just pretend it's not the case. The corners of Han Yuan's mouth twitched. Ancestor, that's what you told me? I'm so panicked. Don't worry. Under normal circumstances, you can't tell anyone. Ancestor Ziyun smiled mysteriously. Han Yuan suddenly realized, and then asked doubtfully, so, I am actually the secret disciple of Gumu Peak? But I am the true disciple of Linguin Peak. The recruitment scope of secret disciples is originally from the whole sect. It depends on the vision of the ancestors of each peak. First come, first served. Ancestor Ziyun said. So that's it. Han Yuan suddenly realized. Ancestor Ziyun turned over with one hand and handed him a green hexagonal crystal. Han Yuan took it and looked at the crystal curiously. This is the inheritance crystallization of Jianmu Immortal Code. There is only one chance to inherit it. It includes the main skills and all the supporting spells. You integrate them into the sea of consciousness. Every time you break through a realm, you can obtain the next great realm. The content of this crystal is an inherited treasure. Once you die, it will automatically dissipate. Once someone forcibly obtains the inherited crystal, it will also self-destruct. Han Yuan said in shock, all of this is for me? Ancestor Ziyun sighed. In the past, the Tianqian sect was passed down level by level. Later, the Tianqian sect destroyed the sect. The ancestors who escaped only had the skills above the Yuan Shen of their own lineage, and the other skills were all Yuan Shen. God level, Yuan Shen and above are completely lost, so the new sect learned from the pain and gave it to them in one go. Han Yuan said blankly, Ancestor, aren't you worried about undercover spies or something? Ancestor Ziyun said calmly, this inheritance crystal can only be passed on once. It can only be passed on to others unless it has been cultivated to a very advanced level. But since it has been cultivated to a very advanced level, the local Shen sect can cover the sky with one hand, so why bother to become a disciple? Undercover, wouldn't it be better to go directly to the local Shenzong ancestor? It made sense, but Han Yuan was speechless. Don't be shy, just blend in, said the ancestor of Ziyun. Yes. Han Yuan solemnly placed the inheritance crystal on his forehead, after his spiritual sense penetrated it. The original crystallization of inheritance seemed to have turned into an illusory shadow, drilling directly into the center of his eyebrows. The next moment, it appeared in his sea of consciousness. When his consciousness was concentrated, some knowledge was directly passed on. Huangjie's top-grade Qigong, ancient wood nurturing spiritual Gong, complete Qi training. Xuanjie's top-grade Kung Fu, Aoki Yuan Ling Kung, the second chapter before foundation building. Huan level high-grade core spells, ancient wood hidden Qi technique, ancient wood Qi restoration technique, ancient wood Qi control technique, core spells of high-level Shan level, Aoki Yin Yuan method, Aoki Yuan method, Aoki Yuan method and 18 other high-grade wood attribute spells. The rich content made Han Yuan speechless. In this way, he won't have to worry about the skills in the future. Are you satisfied? Ancestor Ziyun smiled faintly. Even if you are a true disciple, the inheritance spells you can obtain can reach up to the nascent soul level at most. Only secret disciples are eligible to obtain this kind of inheritance that directly leads to the Yuanshan. You may still be I don't understand. Only when you see those nascent soul cultivators in the future and feel their helplessness of staying in the nascent soul stage and not being able to make any progress will you truly understand how valuable the identity of a secret disciple is. The law should not be passed lightly. Han Yuan still understood the meaning of this sentence. It's a very simple reason. Even the true disciples of the entire Earth God sect are not qualified to receive the inheritance of the Yuanshan. There are only 17 disciples in the entire sect who are qualified to inherit the inheritance. How many people are there in the entire sect? There are definitely more than 17 Jindan masters, but none of them are qualified to inherit the Yuanshan Kung Fu. And he is only in the Qi refining period and has already obtained the inheritance qualification. Thinking of this, he realized how exaggerated his previous astonishing performance of the 7 literary figures appearing in front of the ancient stone wall of Linguan was to allow a nascent soul ancestor to show off his secret disciple qualifications so readily. Satisfied. Disciple is so satisfied. I will definitely work hard to practice and make great contributions to the future of Dishan sect in Gumu Peak, and strengthen our Dishan sect in Gumu Peak, Han Yuan said clearly. Ancestor Ziyun laughed dumbly. Let's wait until you break through the golden elixir before you talk about this. Han Yuan scratched his head and said, besides inheritance, can I get other resources? My cultivation speed is a bit slow. Ancestor Ziyun asked doubtfully, don't you already have Sanming Cave Mansion? Han Yuan said awkwardly, I don't dare to be too high profile, Ancestor, you understand. Ha ha. Ancestor Ziyun smiled faintly, being a secret disciple naturally has benefits. You even have the opportunity to choose any treasure in the Gumo Peak treasure house. You have a chance to obtain those magic weapons and important treasures. Han Yuan's eyes lit up, then, simple. I will issue you a task, and you will get rewards after completing the task. I have told you this before, well, you currently only have the 6th level of Qi refining. The task I give you is very simple, which is to convert Ancient Wood Returning Qi Ju, Ancient Wood Qi Control Technique and Ancient Wood Nurturing Spirit Technique have been comprehended to a perfect level. The difficulty of the Ancient Wood Qi Restoration Technique is more than 10 times more difficult than the Hidden Qi Technique. I will give you 1 year. If you can understand it perfectly within 1 year, I can let you go to the 1st level treasure house to choose from. A treasure. The Ancient Wood Qi Control Technique is more difficult than the Ancient Wood Qi Restoration Technique. I will give you 9 years to practice. After you complete it, I will let you go to the 2nd floor of the treasure house and choose any treasure. The Ancient Wood Spirit Nourishing Technique is a technique for the Qi refining period. It requires a certain amount of opportunity to be perfected. The time is difficult to determine. If you can perfect it within 10 years, you can choose 2 more treasures in the 2nd level treasure house. So few? Han Yuan said helplessly. You can imagine how precious the things that can be put into the treasure house are. You will know when the time comes. Ancestor Ziyun shook his head without explaining. Then what if I realize it in advance? Han Yuan asked. Ancestor Ziyun shook his head and said, don't aim too high. The time I gave you is already relatively short. If you can successfully comprehend it within this time, it is already very good. No matter how fast you try, it will be counterproductive. It seems that there are no additional benefits. Han Yuan rolled his eyes, but, I have already fully understood the Ancient Wood Hidden Qi Ju. Since the next 2 spells can receive awards, if I have fully understood this spell, I should also be able to receive a reward, right? Ancestor Ziyun looked at him strangely, thought for a moment, nodded and said, okay, I'll give you a little sweet taste. I'll take you to see the treasure house. Han Yuan's eyes lit up, thank you, Ancestor. Come with me. Ancestor Ziyun walked forward with his hands behind his back. Han Yuan naturally followed immediately. The 2 of them walked on Gumu Peak and met many outer disciples along the way. It's just that when everyone sees the 2 of them, they subconsciously ignore them. What method is this? Han Yuan asked curiously. Do you want to learn the true wood illusion technique? This is my own method. Some plants have hallucinogenic properties. I have observed them for many years and created an illusion technique. Ancestor Ziyun smiled faintly. This is also the origin of my Taoist name. Purple clouds are also phantom clouds. Han Yuan nodded suddenly. This spell is awesome, it can be used for sneak attacks, and you can catch him instantly. I want to learn. Han Yuan nodded. Then complete the mission as soon as possible. Ancestor Ziyun said calmly. Han Yuan curled his lips. The 2 came to the sect's main hall, ignored the Gumo Peak Master and several foundation building elders who were sitting in the main hall and were talking, and went directly to the hidden treasure house behind the main hall. A figure suddenly appeared at the door of the treasure house and bowed to Patriarch Ziyun. Ancestor Ziyun waved his hand. I'm picking up something, don't worry about it. Yes, Ancestor. This middle-aged man who suddenly appeared had a very strong aura. He should be a real Jin Dan from Gumu Peak, but this real man did not find Han Yuan's figure. At this time, he suddenly thought of something and asked Patriarch Ziyun, Ancestor, I heard others say that Lingguan Peak is lonely. Is it because Lingguan Peak doesn't have the Yuaning Patriarch? Ancestor Ziyun said doubtfully, it is indeed true, but how did your idea get here? I see that this elder knows your existence, which means that Master Du must also know whether there is an ancestor in his peak. Only if there is no ancestor of nascent soul, he is so eager to have a potential true disciple appear. Han Yuan didn't say a word. He made such a big noise at the ancient stone wall of Lingguan. The ancestor of Lingguan Peak did not show up, but the ancestor of Gumu Peak appeared instead. This can already explain something. The 2 of them talked as if no one else was around, and the Jindan master actually didn't notice anything strange at all. Han Yuan was secretly shocked. The two walked into the treasure house. There are many formations here to protect you. Please don't sneak in here. Your inheritance crystal can be used as the key to the treasure house. Ancestor Ziyun suddenly reminded. Han Yuan was stunned. Could this be done? He didn't think much about it at first, but Patriarch Ziyun reminded him like this. Was it intentional? Okay, pick one yourself. Ancestor Ziyun stood still and pointed at the treasure in front of him. Han Yuan looked around, and the treasures on the first floor fell into his eyes. At his first glance, he saw boxes after boxes of spiritual stones. Each box contains at least 10,000 spirit stones. Don't worry about these spirit stones, they are the most worthless things here. Ancestor Ziyun kindly reminded. Han Yuan nodded and looked at other things. There were various kinds of materials that could not be seen to be of high quality. There were various magical weapons such as guns, swords, and plates. There were also pills, talismans, arrays, and flags. There were many of them. Han Yuan, they all looked fancy. He could see that there were not many famous things, such as a cyan flying sword. He had seen the price at the exchange office. It was 30,000 spirit stones. Only the peak chi refining or foundation building stages could afford it. He sighed, then turned to look at Ancestor Ziyun. Ancestor, can you help me find a treasure that can be effective on me? Can't choose? Well, I will help you choose this time. From now on, you have to learn more knowledge and go to Spirit Beast Peak, Spirit Plant Peak, and Spirit Material Peak for more walks. Otherwise, when you go out to experience, the treasures will be in front of you. I can't recognize it. Ancestor Ziyun said with slight contempt. Han Yuan said that he understood that these things are indeed very important. In the future, when stealing, digging for treasures, if you don't recognize the treasures, it will be the end. Your choice is still okay. For you now, treasures that can strengthen your own foundation are indeed more important. Ancestor Ziyun moved to a jade bottle, pointed at it, and said, this is the wood heart liquid of purple vine in the Jindan period, a total of 100 drops, which can slightly improve your wood spiritual roots. Your wood spiritual roots are only of the middle grade, which is indeed a bit too low. The first drop of these purple vine wood heart liquids has the best effect, and the latter is getting worse and worse, but after all are used up, your spiritual roots can also be improved a little. Although it cannot be improved to the upper grade, it can at least make you practice faster. Han Yuan widened his eyes. A treasure that can improve spiritual roots? This is a treasure ranked top in value in the first level treasure house, worth 10,000 spirit stones per drop, and there is no market for it, so it is not available at all. It's a bargain for you, said Ancestor Ziyun. Han Yuan picked up the jade bottle with surprise and immediately put it into the storage bag, fearing that Ancestor Ziyun would regret it. Ancestor Ziyun smiled faintly. If you want the horse to run, how can you stop the horse from eating grass? He believed that Han Yuan would be able to give him good news soon. See 36 Secret Talk on the road. Han Yuan bid farewell to Ancestor Ziyun and returned to Lingwen Peak. When passing by the courtyard of a certain inner disciple, his nose couldn't help but twitch slightly. Ha! This smell is a bit familiar. It seems to belong to junior sister Lu 6i? Han Yuan looked around doubtfully. Wait, why is my nose so sharp? Han Yuan was stunned, and subconsciously glanced at the contract spirit text in the Sea of Consciousness, and the corners of his eyes twitched. Couldn't this be One-Size ability? I actually also brought One-Size ability to smell? But why didn't I notice that I gained this ability? Han Yuan sniffed gently again, took 2 steps, and slowly cast his eyes on a courtyard not far away. Han Yuan raised his eyebrows. Does Lu Cixi have any small plans? He thought for a moment and slowly approached the courtyard, carefully concealing his breath in the process. When he got to the edge of the courtyard, he discovered that the courtyard was shrouded in a soundproof formation. This formation was not very advanced, but it was enough to isolate sound. If it was touched with spiritual consciousness, it would be broken instantly, causing the people inside to have attention. Han Yuan looked around and suddenly saw the willow tree in the yard. Planting trees in the yard is one of the habits of the Earth God sect, and this willow tree is particularly tall, with many branches extending out of the yard. Those branches were not covered by the formation. Even if the wind blew the branches, it did not interrupt the formation, because the ripples of the formation could automatically identify the branches and leaves of the willow tree and thus pass over the branches. In this way, the outside of the branch is isolated by the formation, but the inside of the branch is not within the scope of the formation. This is a flaw in the formation. But ordinary people really can't take advantage of this flaw. But Han Yuan can do just that. A ray of his spiritual consciousness then reached a wicker, extending upward along the inside of the plant. Lu Shu never refused Han Yuan's spiritual consciousness, and even showed a fragmentary thought of intimacy. Han Yuan's spiritual consciousness followed Liu Shu's body and passed through the soundproof formation. Then he not only heard the sound, but even saw the scene in the courtyard through the willow trees. There were 3 people sitting under the willow tree. An old man, a young man, and a graceful girl were none other than Lu Cixi. The young man turned his head away and looked at the willow tree with a very depressed expression. He did not know that this made Han Yuan look at his face. Han Yuan knew this person, it was Lu Xinghe. Chang Chun had already known this person. I showed him the portrait. And he didn't recognize the old man. Han Yuan was a little confused. What were these people doing? Xinghe, it seems that your idea of becoming a true disciple has come to nothing. According to the family, you need to be under the name of a foundation-building elder. The old man said calmly. Lu Xinghe said depressedly, obviously I have already planned it. According to Han Yuan's understanding, I will definitely be able to make him the true successor of the main peak. It is no surprise that I can win the true successor of Lingwen Peak. Who knows what he is like? Lu Cixi hummed in a low voice, that's not necessarily true. The palace master's talent is beyond your imagination. He is already at the 6th level of qi refining. Do you know how old he is? He is only 18 years old. Do you understand? How valuable is 18 years old? Lu Xinghe snorted coldly, fool, you have obtained so many resources, and you can break through several realms in a year. Do you understand the gold content of the resources of a true disciple? You? Lu Cixi thought for a while and didn't know how to refute. Okay, what are you arguing about? The old man snorted coldly, Xinghe, you also know the value of a true disciple. Don't go against Han Yuan again in the future. What happened before has a moderate impact. You created his intellectual genius. Even if the news spreads, it's okay, but you must not do unnecessary things, otherwise even if you don't take action, once something happens to him, our Lu family will be implicated. Get the people at the door out quickly. Do you think the higher-ups are blind? Right? Yes, clan elder. Lu Xinghe nodded gloomily. The old man looked at Lu Cixi kindly and said pleasantly, Cixi, you did a good job. You were able to penetrate into the Tsangning cave. You laid a good foundation. Keep doing it and become Han Yuan's right hand. Being a go-getter is also a very simple matter. The family will allocate certain resources to you to help you gain a foothold in Tsangning cave, so don't worry about your level and foundation not being able to keep up. Lu Cixi nodded in surprise, thank you, elder. In addition, the family means that it would be better if you could go further, the clan elder said with a smile. Go further? Lu Cixi was stunned. Yes, Han Yuan is only 18 or 19 years old now, and you are only 20 years old. We can talk to each other. If we can become a true preacher couple, the benefits to the family will be even greater. Lu Cixi slowly shook his head and said, no, clan elder, I can't do this. Since I have become Han Yuan's subordinate, I cannot compromise the interests of the palace master, otherwise it will be all in vain. The old man hated iron and said, why are you so stupid? Who asked you to compromise his interests? Let's talk about the spiritual rice in Tsangning cave. Will it be sold after it matures? Who can he sell it to? What does the sect say? The price given is not high, and he has no channels. At this time, if you come forward to help the Lu family eat the spiritual rice, you can help him get rid of the spiritual rice quickly. He can quickly withdraw the funds, and the price we can give will be higher than that of the sect. He made more. After we obtain the spiritual rice at wholesale prices, we can distribute it through various channels and naturally make a profit. In fact, this is a win-win situation for both parties. He paused and said, more importantly, he has no background, but he has so much fat on his body, which makes people greedy. After cooperating with our Lu family will also bear the risks for him. Supporting him from behind, he will be safer. In short, this is a win-win situation for both parties. Lu Cixi fell into hesitation. She thought about what the elder said, and it seemed to be true. The elder saw Lu Cixi's excitement and continued, in addition, your parents can also be rewarded for your contribution. Your mother doesn't seem to have a high status, but the more you do for the family, the more she can benefit. At least I can prepare a barrier-breaking pill for her to break through to the late stage of qi refining. Lu Cixi was stunned for a moment, thinking of his mother's previous depressed look, and finally nodded and said, I will try my best. I will try my best to be his right-hand man. As for whether I can become his Taoist partner, I can't guarantee it. Well, I hope you understand. The old man smiled very satisfied. The value of a true disciple is not small. The spiritual fields alone can produce hundreds of thousands of spiritual stones a year. If you earn 1 or 2%, you can earn 100,000 spiritual stones. In addition to the various conveniences and rights that identity can bring, the benefits are huge. A daughter of a collateral family with a middle-grade qualification can exchange for this benefit, which is absolutely a sure win. Han Yuan secretly heard these words and thought about it. It seems that the temptation brought by his status as a true disciple is enough to attract the attention of some immortal cultivation families. Now that the Lu family has started to bet, what about other families? He thought silently, and the conversation in the field has not yet ended. After the old man finished talking about Lu Sisi, his eyes turned to Lu Xinghe. Lu Xinghe noticed his gaze and asked in confusion, "Elder, is there anything else?" Now, there doesn't seem to be anyone in front of him who can show off. If you don't, Elder, even if I can't get the status of a true disciple, I can still get a core disciple. My foundation pill is ready, and I can try to break through at any time. I'm just waiting for the status of a true disciple. Now that the true disciple is not available, I will become a core disciple as soon as possible, and then prepare to break through. Lu Xinghe hurriedly refused, not giving the elder a chance to speak. He did miss the opportunity to become a true disciple, but he didn't admit that he was not as good as Han Yuan. After he breaks through the foundation, he also has the hope of breaking through the golden elixir and becoming a golden elixir real person, and his status is not worse than that of a true disciple. The old man nodded. He also knew that Lu Xinghe was not the type to be willing to be behind others. It was just a pity that Lu Xinghe was still a little bit unlucky. He thought he had a chance when he arrived at Lingwen Peak, but he didn't expect to fail in the end. Han Yuan found that he couldn't hear anything interesting, so he left quietly. On the way, he found that a disciple named Di Qing sent him a message that he wanted to visit. He really remembered this person. When the first season of Blood Spirit Rice was ripe, it was this person who took it away. At that time, he and Di Qing did exchange contact information, but he didn't expect that he would contact him now. Originally, he didn't intend to pay much attention, but thinking of the conversations he just heard, he replied with a message to meet in 3 days. Then he didn't think much about it and quickly rushed back to Tsongning Cave Mansion. Without attracting anyone's attention, he entered the practice room of Tsongning Building and prepared to refine the purple vinewood heart liquid. C37 Amazing effect of purple wisteria wood heart liquid, spiritual root transformation in the training room. The spiritual energy is as abundant as ever. Multiple amounts of spiritual energy formed clouds and mist, covering Han Yuan's body. Han Yuan took out the jade bottle from the storage bag and looked at it carefully. This jade bottle is not a simple item, it is actually a second-level magic weapon. The magic weapon is divided into levels. The first level corresponds to chi refining, the second level corresponds to foundation building, the third level corresponds to golden elixir, the fourth level corresponds to nascent soul, and so on. Spiritual weapons are also divided into levels, but the initial level is the second level, and the subsequent levels are similar to magic weapons. Magic weapons are also divided into levels. The lowest level is level 3, which corresponds to the golden elixir. Lingbao, the lowest level, is the fourth level, corresponding to the nascent soul. Within the same level, there are differences in types and qualities. In terms of type, spiritual treasures are greater than magic weapons, spiritual weapons are greater than magic weapons, but when it comes to higher levels, it depends on the situation. Generally speaking, fourth-level magic weapons are better than third-level magic weapons. The magic weapon is powerful. As for how to distinguish between magical weapons and spiritual weapons, I will not explain them one by one here. Han Yuan poured his magic power into the jade bottle, and the jade bottle opened automatically. A refreshing fragrance hits your nose. Turn the bottle upside down, and a drop of crystal purple-green liquid slowly falls. Han Yuan raised his head and swallowed the next drop of wisteria wood heart liquid. He resealed the jade bottle, and then began to refine the muxian liquid he swallowed. A large amount of cool breath spreads from the belly to the whole body. Han Yuan carefully sensed the situation inside his body. He was curious, what exactly was the so-called spiritual root? Spiritual roots are the most important thing in the early stage of cultivation. Without spiritual roots, even spiritual energy cannot be absorbed. And since spiritual roots can detect it, the monks themselves should also be able to sense it. Han Yuan followed these purple-green energies and saw them rushing towards the vertebrae. Ran into the bones. Han Yuan was shocked. His spiritual consciousness followed, but he only saw the purple-green energy disappearing inexplicably, and he couldn't see anything at all. At this time, his wood spirit heart beat slightly. In the dark, Han Yuan seemed to have entered a special artistic conception. Where there was nothing in his spiritual consciousness, a green luminous body suddenly appeared, embedded in the center of the spine, and appeared one by one. Shape. He saw that there were 10 small sections at the bottom, forming a complete large section, but on the second large section, there were only 3 small sections of green luminous body. Spiritual roots. Is this actually the spiritual root? Han Yuan clearly saw that the purple-green energy falling into the 4th section of the 2nd section was accelerating the growth of this section's spiritual roots. The spiritual root actually looks like this. If one large section is a low-grade spiritual root, then 2 large sections are a middle-grade spiritual root. And my spiritual root only has 1 large and 3 small sections, and the middle-grade spiritual root can only be considered a low-grade spiritual root. Han Yuan was also very excited to see the condition of his spiritual roots so intuitively. Under his gaze, purple-green energy filled the 4th section to a full 1/10. It's a bit less. This is the most effective effect of the first drop. It is estimated that if you drink 100 drops normally, it will fill up the 4th section at most. Even so, it is worth more than 1 million spiritual stones, and there is no market price. Han Yuan felt that this kind of treasure was best used by those geniuses who were just a short step away from reaching a higher level. After taking it, they would have a chance to reach higher levels. But obviously Han Yuan is much more important to Ancestor Ziyun than a top-grade or even top-grade spiritual root. But I have a golden finger, and the effect it exerts is extraordinary. Han Yuan opened his eyes at this time and looked forward. Sure enough, a dice was spinning. The moment he glanced over, the dice stopped spinning. 7. As soon as the number 7 appeared, the dice disappeared and were replaced by a few lines of explanatory text. Random gain multiplier, 7, the effective wisteria wood heart liquid is increased by *700%, the purple-green energy that had been consumed appeared out of thin air in the dantian, and the amount was much greater than before. The purple-green energy slowly poured into his wood spirit roots as before. The wood spirit roots are growing at an extremely fast speed. Han Yuan looked at this scene in surprise. When the purple-green energy disappeared, 1/8 of the 4th section of the 2nd section of Muling root was filled. This is the charm of 7 times the efficiency. So scary. Han Yuan had to sigh again at the power of Golden Finger. This method of increasing energy out of thin air is simply unbelievable. Han Yuan carefully sensed the wood spiritual energy around him, and it was indeed easier to sense than before. He even felt that the difficulty of controlling the wood spiritual energy had dropped a bit. Spiritual root is undoubtedly the most important qualification in the early stage of a monk. For high-grade spiritual root disciples, joining the sect will directly lead to the treatment of inner disciples, and for top-grade spiritual roots to join the sect, they will directly receive the treatment of core disciples. Han Yuan's middle-grade spiritual roots also have benefits, and they will directly have the outer sect disciple treatment. With high-grade spiritual roots, there is a hope of breaking through to the golden elixir, and with top-grade spiritual roots, there is a hope of breaking through to the nascent soul. And above the nascent soul, we don't just look at the spiritual roots, but it is enough to illustrate the importance of the spiritual roots. Han Yuan no longer hesitated, took out the jade bottle again, and poured a drop of spiritual liquid into his mouth. The second time I swallowed the muxin liquid, the dice immediately started spinning. He also discovered that, generally speaking, for the same item, the dice will appear late for the first time, but will activate quickly the second time it is used. Random gain multiplier, 6 times random gain multiplier. Han Yuan quickly digested the extra muxin energy in his belly. His wood spirit root began to rise again. This time, the muxin directly filled up the 4th quarter and began to attack the 5th quarter. Time passes quickly. In the blink of an eye, the 10th drop of muxin was swallowed. In his surprised eyes, Mu Lingzhen successfully filled in all 10 subsections of the 2nd section. The middle-grade spiritual root is perfect, and there is a trace of energy that begins to grow in the 1st section of the 3rd section. Han Yuan's originally surprised look suddenly turned into a bit of shock. Wait a minute, does the wood spirit root in the 3rd section consume so much energy? The drop of wood heart liquid just consumed only a small part of the energy, and a large part should fill up 5/10 of the 1st subsection of the 3rd section. But now, it is only less than 1/10 full. If you look carefully, it is only 1/20. Han Yuan suddenly said, no wonder such an amazing treasure is still ranked on the 1st level of the treasure house. It turns out that the effect on high-grade spiritual roots is so low. This is still with the blessing of random gain multipliers. It seems that before I'm overthinking it. Think about it, this kind of wood heart liquid is taken from a wisteria demon in the golden elixir stage. If it can have such a powerful effect on high-grade spiritual roots, it is estimated that the wisteria demon will be exterminated. But to me, it doesn't matter if it's weakened 10 times. I just used 10 drops. Han Yuan thought about it and found that even if the average randomness was 10 times, it seemed that 90 drops would not be enough for him to fill the third quarter. I hope you have better luck. It will be great if you can explode a few high magnification ones. Han Yuan was still a little stressed. But he didn't panic too much, because with so many 90 drops, there was always a chance to get a large multiplier. He had already experimented with the effect of the spirit gathering array before, and every time he tried it about 50 times, there would be one great magnification. Sure enough, when he swallowed the 48th drop of wisteria with spiritual liquid, a huge digital prompt appeared in front of him. Random gain multiplier, 24, wisteria with spirit liquid effect *24, the effect is increased by 24 times. Originally, the fifth section was only 1/3 full, but it suddenly reached the point where the fifth section was almost full. This increased value is more than 60 times the normal value. Obviously, the 24-fold improvement effect is not simply the superposition of quantity, and the quality must also have improved a lot. And the more times you take it, the more times you will see large magnifications, with magnifications of 13 and 15 often appearing. Han Yuan silently took the purple vine spirit liquid, until he swallowed the 99th drop of wisteria wood heart liquid. An astonishing number appeared in front of us. Random gain multiplier, 32, 32 times is the maximum magnification that Han Yuan has seen for the first time. Originally, he had reached 9/10 of the 10th section. After swallowing this drop of wood heart liquid, he quickly reached perfection and powerfully occupied part of the first section of the fourth section. At this moment, his wood spiritual root transformed again, from a high-grade spiritual root to a top-grade spiritual root. He swallowed the last drop of Mu Xin Yi, only to find that the 10x Mu Xin Yi was completely ineffective and had no effect on the spiritual roots in the first section of the fourth quarter. Han Yuan was a little lucky. It seemed that he could really break into the ranks of top-grade spiritual roots by relying on the 32-fold random gain effect. Otherwise, he would only be able to reach the perfection of high-grade spiritual roots, but would not be able to surpass them by even half a step. See 38 performance after transformation of top-grade spiritual root the next morning. Han Yuan stood by the spiritual field, using Qi sword slash to clean up the weeds that had grown up again. Weeds have grown again between the spiritual fields that were cleaned yesterday. Where did these weeds come from? They are so tenacious. Han Yuan couldn't help but complain. His spiritual consciousness sensed the growth status of these weeds and spread downwards along the grass roots. A large number of grass roots were greedily absorbing every nutrient and continuously supplying their own growth. He looked fascinated, lost in thought about these weeds. Lu Cixi approached cautiously and saw that Han Yuan seemed to be comprehending something. He quickly pulled Wang Kai back and gave him a waiting look. Wang Kai didn't understand her look, but he understood her gesture. He quickly stopped and looked at the standing Han Yuan curiously, wondering in his heart, why did the master get lazy after half the work? A quarter of an hour later, Han Yuan came back to his senses, withdrew his spiritual consciousness, sensed his body, and found that his spiritual power had become more active again. His wood spirit heart also expanded a little, and his spirituality seemed to have become stronger. He had just lamented the tenacious vitality of weeds, and recalled the forest and grassland scenes in the animal world in his previous life. He had an inexplicable insight, and then his skills seemed to have improved a little more. Is this the horror of the best wood spirit root? Every bit of understanding related to the exercises can be transformed into one's own strength. Han Yuan withdrew his feelings and turned his head to look at Lu Cixi. What's the matter? Lu Cixi hesitated and said, Han, senior brother Han, I would like to ask, how will these spiritual rice be sold when they mature? Han Yuan said casually, can't we just find a place and sell it? The sect will also harvest spiritual rice, right? Lu Cixi's face showed a hint of joy, and he was about to say what he had been preparing for a long time. Suddenly Han Yuan slapped his head and said, oh, I remembered it. When I planted the first crop of spiritual rice, a senior fellow from Lingshaifeng named Di Qing came to harvest it. He said yesterday that it would be harvested in 3 days. Come and visit me, and then just ask him how to sell the spiritual rice. Junior sister Lu, you're a good reminder. Di Qing? He said he wanted to come to visit? Master, did you agree? Well, I mean, do you need to prepare things to receive guests? Lu Cixi coughed and almost choked. Han Yuan said with a smile in his eyes, it doesn't matter, you don't need to prepare anything, but please help me check what is going on with Di Qing. He won't visit him until now. He will not visit me suddenly until I am really sure of his identity as a true disciple. There must be an idea. Lu Sixai said firmly, okay, senior brother, I will help you get to the bottom of it. Well, I believe you. Han Yuan nodded. Lu Sisi left in a hurry. Han Yuan continued to farm. Wang Kai ran over and stretched out his paw diligently, indicating that he wanted to help. Ah, can you weed? The roots of these weeds go deep into the ground. Han Yuan laughed. Wang Kai raised his dog's head proudly, and purple flames suddenly appeared on his paws. The purple flames fell on a weed, and the weed burned into ashes in the blink of an eye. Wang Kai looked at Han Yuan proudly. Han Yuan shook his head and smiled, then pointed his finger and released the Qingling technique. The green energy falls on the place where the wealth is burned. While Wang Kai was stunned, a brand new grass grew out of the ashes, growing taller than before. Wang Kai scratched the dog hair on his chest and walked around the weeds with a confused look on his face. Woof woof? What's going on? Ha, this is a plant. Although it is difficult to move, it is also difficult to really kill their vitality. As long as the vitality continues, life will not stop. Woof, woof. Wang Sai's eyes lit up. It seemed to understand something. Flames burst out from the claws again, burning the newly grown weeds and burning them all the way down along the roots, until the ground was completely burnt dry. Wang Kai grinned, wagging his tail crazily, and asked Han Yuan for credit. Han Yuan's mouth twitched. Would you like to take a look at the spiritual rice beside you? Wang Kai looked at a spiritual rice plant next to him. The plant was dry, its branches and leaves were limp, and it was already dying. Wang Kai realized that he had done something bad, so he quietly took a few steps back, and then ran away in a hurry. Spiritual rice is much more delicate than weeds. Han Yuan glanced at the fallen spiritual rice and lost in thought. It would be great if spiritual rice could be like weeds. He shook his head and found that he could really think about it. If he really went deep into it, he might really be able to develop a new variety of spiritual rice, but he wouldn't have that much effort. Speaking of which, top quality wood spirit roots also have a good bonus for practicing wood attribute spells. Han Yuan casually released another green spirit technique and landed on the spiritual rice plant. There was no need to pinch the spell or mobilize the magic mark in the dantian. It was so easy and instantaneous. One thought and the magic was accomplished. Under the influence of Qingling technique, the originally sick spiritual rice regained its vitality and straightened the planting pole. The great Qingling technique can only be accomplished with a single thought. I didn't expect that it can be done with small achievements now, and the effect of the spell has also been improved to a certain extent. Compared with himself yesterday, only his spiritual root has changed, but nothing else has changed. However, his cultivation effect and spell casting effect have been significantly improved. The improvement of the best spiritual root can be seen. Even the requirements for understanding and practicing magic have been reduced. Han Yuan used the spiritual rain technique again, but didn't feel any changes. He used the soil cultivation technique again, and the effect seemed to be slightly improved, but not obvious. It was not until he used the constant temperature technique that he discovered obvious changes. His control over the constant temperature technique was greatly improved, and the constant temperature was more precise. It seemed that the upper and lower limits of the temperature were also improved. He even had a new understanding of the purple flame ability shared with him by Wang Kai. Fire attribute spells, what produces fire? Han Yuan was thoughtful. He took out the token and sent a message to Chang Chun. Chang Chun soon returned to the cave. Chang Chun hurried back and said quickly, Master, I have collected more than 70 items with permanent buff effects. Do you need them now? Oh, you are so fast? Okay, let me see it first. In addition, have you brought the spirit stone plate I asked you to borrow? I brought it. Chang Chun quickly handed a list and a spirit stone plate to Han Yuan. Han Yuan glanced at the list and nodded with satisfaction. Here are a few qi condensation pills. Take them to practice first. Han Yuan handed him a jade bottle. Chang Chun was overjoyed, and very tactfully took the jade bottle and left first. Han Yuan returned to the practice room and placed his hand on the spirit stone plate. After a while, 5 green or red lights lit up on the spirit stone plate. However, Han Yuan was a little surprised. The wood spirit root did reach the best quality, although it was just barely reached, it was also the best quality. And the magical thing is that the fire spirit root actually reached the best quality. The earth spirit root reached the middle quality. The water and gold spirit roots are still the lowest quality, but they seem to have reached the level of perfection of the lowest quality. Can it be like this? Han Yuan was surprised. He had guessed it when he was experimenting with the spell just now, and he was not sure until he really measured the actual situation. While his wood spirit root reached the best quality, other spirit roots also benefited. This was indeed beyond his expectations, but it seemed to be reasonable. No wonder when upgrading the top-grade spiritual roots, the consumption increases tenfold. Some of the energy of the wood spiritual roots is converted into fire spiritual roots, and the fire spiritual roots are converted into earth spiritual roots. The consumption here is only increased tenfold, which is not much. Han Yuan showed a satisfied smile on his face. This is much better than the top-grade wood spiritual roots alone. The top-grade wood spiritual roots can only develop in a single way, which is very limited. Now the spiritual roots have been improved and can be developed in all aspects. Especially the improvement of the fire attribute spiritual roots, it can definitely make achievements in refining tools and alchemy. However, the premise of everything is to improve the cultivation first. Practice is the foundation. Whether it is farming or refining alchemy, it is to improve the cultivation. Don't forget this. Han Yuan warned himself, and then he started his first practice after becoming a top-grade wood spiritual root. Warm reminder, if you find that clicking the next page will force you to jump to other websites, please use the chapter error or contact us at the bottom to inform us. We will deal with it as soon as possible. Thank you for your understanding. C39 Smooth cultivation of top-grade wood spiritual root. Open your mouth and inhale. A large amount of wood spiritual energy poured directly into the body, and all the pores on the body were opened, absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy simultaneously. His body was like a bottomless pit, swallowing up the spiritual energy around him. Damn, it's too strong. My meridians are almost gone. Han Yuan's expression changed, and he quickly took out a pulse-protecting pill and swallowed it. An illusory dice is still spinning rapidly. Hurry up, stop turning. The rapid spinning of the dice stopped abruptly, and the number stayed on 13. Random gain multiplier. 13, efficacy of pulse-protecting pill * 13, pulse-protecting pill erysipelas 100%, the power of the pulse-protecting pill increases rapidly and spreads throughout the body, protecting those meridians that are impacted by a large amount of spiritual energy, especially those tens of thousands of tiny meridians under the surface of the skin. Some of them originally burst. Under the power of the pulse-protecting pill, after repairs, it slowly recovered. These tiny meridians are as numerous as capillaries, just like the roots of a plant. They are rooted in the surface of Han Yuan's skin. They gather in small meridians layer by layer, then transfer to large meridians, and finally flow to Dantian and Muling. In the heart. The normal efficacy of the pulse-protecting pill cannot act on these small meridians, but the pulse-protecting pill with a 13-fold increase in efficacy is obviously abnormal. Han Yuan's condition quickly returned to stability. He never expected that the gap between the top-grade spiritual roots and the middle-grade spiritual roots was so big. He had been cultivating with all his strength before, and there was nothing wrong with his meridians. Now that he hasn't practiced at all, his meridians will be unable to hold on. That's right, he had just stabilized his hand and did not use the ancient wood spirit nurturing technique at full power. He only exerted 3 successes. Then the amount of spiritual energy inhaled is 10 times that of before. If you let go with all your strength, wouldn't it be more than 30 times greater? Does a normal top-grade wood spirit root have such an exaggerated cultivation speed? This could be due to a variety of reasons, and exploring the causes is not the time to do it now. Han Yuan devoted himself wholeheartedly to refining spiritual energy. As his practice progressed, he gradually discovered that the main and auxiliary meridians and even the 96 small meridians were not the main force in the operation of the technique and the refining of spiritual power. On the contrary, those tiny meridians, seemingly inconspicuous, supply a large amount of spiritual power. The total length of capillaries in the human body is 90,000 kilometers. The total length of these micromeridians is not a small number. No matter how small they are, the total number is dozens of times that of the main and auxiliary meridians. In a daze, Han Yuan felt that he had become an ancient tree. The 8 main veins were the trunk, the dantian was the fruit, the heart of the wood spirit was the heart of the tree, and the small meridians and micromeridians were the roots and roots, rooted in the world. A piece of soil absorbs nutrients to its heart's content. Even his spiritual consciousness is like invisible roots, drawing strength towards the heaven and earth further away. When his spiritual consciousness spread out of Tsangming Tower, he seemed to see some people similar to him. The one closest to him is a familiar big banyan tree. From a special perspective, the big banyan tree is just like him, with its roots, branches, and leaves also absorbing the surrounding aura. The big banyan tree seemed to sense his spiritual consciousness and sent out a friendly and cheerful spiritual consciousness. He also saw more spiritual trees and even spiritual plants in the distance, all in the same state. But soon, Han Yuan discovered something was wrong. These spiritual plants absorb spiritual energy very quickly, but they do not appear to be surging with spiritual energy. Although these spiritual plants are absorbing spiritual energy, they are also releasing spiritual energy at the same time. Although the amount of spiritual energy released is less than the amount of spiritual energy absorbed, it has very little impact on the concentration of surrounding spiritual energy. For example, he was often under the big banyan tree and never felt much change in the spiritual energy concentration, as if these spiritual plants did not absorb the spiritual energy at all. If he absorbs spiritual energy from the outside world, it will definitely cause a whirlpool of spiritual energy, making a lot of noise. Why is this? Han Yuan couldn't help but think of the content of Ancient Wood Rejuvenation Technique. This is the core spell that needs to be practiced after the Ancient Wood Hidden Shi Ju. At this time, he took it out of his mind and studied it carefully. Gradually, Han Yuan finally understood. If the Ancient Wood Hidden Shi technique allows people to blend into the trees, then the Ancient Wood Shi returning technique already makes you become an ancient tree. Where do plants get their nutrients from? One comes from the sky, such as sunlight and air, and the other comes from the earth. The same goes for a plant that transforms into a spiritual tree. It not only absorbs the spiritual energy in the air, but also absorbs the spiritual energy in the earth and transforms it into its own spiritual power. The excess is transmitted back to the sky, forming a spiritual energy loop. The roots of the spiritual tree absorb the spiritual energy from the earth, not by the roots themselves trying to absorb it, but by the circulation of this spiritual energy back and forth. Similar to the siphon effect, this is also a special effect of spiritual energy. It can also be called the spiritual suction effect. Lingmu was born with the ability to absorb this kind of spiritual energy. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is a racial talent. Generally, it can absorb double the spiritual energy according to the amount of spiritual energy it releases. This ordinary spiritual tree actually contains such a great mystery. The accompanying spell Ancient Wood Chi Restoration Technique that simplifies the Ancient Wood Spirit Nurturing Technique of Jianmu Immortal Code utilizes this spiritual suction effect. Awesome, so awesome. Those who can create these techniques and spells are such amazingly talented people. Han Yuan was amazed that he found it difficult to learn the skills of his predecessors now. However, the predecessors learned the skills while watching the world. In comparison, Han Yuan felt quite ashamed. He couldn't compare. Even if I have perfected my understanding of the techniques and spells, I still have no right to be proud. Han Yuan sighed secretly and began to practice and refine spiritual energy while comprehending the Ancient Wood Restoration Technique. This spell can only be comprehended while practicing, so it is called a matching spell. Under his extremely fast cultivation, Gumu Chi Restoration Technique got started very quickly. At a certain moment, his spiritual consciousness seemed to penetrate the isolation of the ground and finally felt a trace of fluctuations in the earth's veins. Hey, it seems that because the underground of the training room has been renovated, it seems that it is easy to access the earth's veins, which is just suitable for my training. Han Yuan was a little surprised. The conditions for cultivation are fulfilled. Sure enough, when his spiritual consciousness pulled, a much thicker spiritual energy penetrated directly from the ground through the stone slab and poured into his body from the surface of his skin. Spiritual consciousness is consumed very quickly. In order to drag this ray of earth vein spiritual energy, the amount of spiritual consciousness consumed is 100 times that of absorbing the spiritual energy between heaven and earth. But Han Yuan did not panic. Driven by his spiritual consciousness, the earth's spiritual energy began to swim in the body. As the meridians traveled, the spiritual energy began to gradually separate. Some parts are becoming more and more pure, and some parts are still the same as before, but under the refining of the meridians, the heavy aura has also been peeled off, and it seems to have become lighter and more agile, gradually converging with the normal aura. In the end, the pure spiritual energy was integrated into the heart of the wood spirit, while the remaining part of the spiritual energy took a turn in the main meridians, and then transferred to other secondary meridians, and then passed through the small meridians and micro-meridians until it started from Han Yuan drilled out of his pores and merged into the world. The next moment, when he pumped another ray of earth vein spiritual energy, the consumption of spiritual consciousness dropped tenfold, and he only needed to absorb 10 times the consumption of spiritual energy between heaven and earth. In this way, he has undoubtedly mastered the Ancient Wood Restoration Technique. A tiny spiritual suction effect was formed in his body. Although the consumption of getting started is 10 times greater than normal, this is just the beginning. When you are a small success, the consumption is the same as normal. When you are a big success, the consumption is 1/10 of the normal. When you are perfect, it is 100 times. Return speed. Ancient Wood Rejuvenation Technique is indeed a core spell, it's so awesome. The battery life is full. Suddenly, an illusory dice appeared in Han Yuan's eyes. Ha! Here we come. Han Yuan was a little surprised. The dice were spinning rapidly in front of him. Han Yuan couldn't see clearly how many sides it had and what the number was. He didn't know if he would be able to see it clearly when he became more advanced. Stop! Han Yuan sent out his thoughts. The dice stopped instantly. The number stopped at 5. Han Yuan didn't care, but looked down at the ground. 5 strands of earth vein spiritual energy were drawn out from below the ground, and then poured into Han Yuan's body, operating in the same way, and finally formed 5 spiritual energy loops with the spiritual suction effect. Han Yuan could enjoy the consumption after absorbing 6 strands of earth vein spiritual energy again. Benefits of falling. What Han Yuan was curious about was whether these 5 rays of spiritual energy were originally in the earth's veins, and were they generated out of thin air? Forget it, why are you thinking about all this? Let's reach the Deshang state as soon as possible. Not to mention the perpetual motion machine at that time, my cultivation speed will definitely increase. Han Yuan practiced hard, but the efficacy of the pulse-protecting pill was consumed unexpectedly quickly. Even the 13 times the efficacy seemed not to last long. In the future, the demand for pulse-protecting pills will be extremely high. He suddenly had an additional thought: if I make an elixir, can I enjoy double the effect? 1 pill becomes 5 pills? But it's not something that works on me, and it doesn't seem possible. You'll only know if you try it. Window_Taboola equals window_Taboola. Taboola.push, mode, thumbsfeed 01, container, taboola below article thumbnail 300x250, placement, below article thumbnail 300x250, target type, mix, C40. The great achievement of Recovery formula, wonderful spell combination. A day and a night passed in the blink of an eye. The effect of the pulse protecting pill had worn off. Han Yuan was still standing on the floor of the practice room, practicing with his eyes closed. If someone opened his spiritual consciousness, he could see that there seemed to be thousands of roots on his skin, connected to the underground veins. A large amount of thick earth vein aura was transmitted into his body along these roots. After these earth vein auras went around in his body, some of them stayed, but some of them were emitted from his skin or fluttering hair. A large amount of light aura evaporated, forming white mist, like an immortal. He seemed to have become a bridge between heaven and earth, absorbing nutrients from the earth and supplying the aura of heaven and earth. This state was very spectacular, but it was too eye-catching. As time passed, his absorption speed did not slow down, but the aura fluctuations around him were slowing down at a speed visible to the naked eye, gradually becoming invisible. Han Yuan opened his eyes, feeling that he was still connected to the ground, and that the ground was providing him with abundant spiritual energy at all times. A satisfied smile appeared on his face. So this is the real effect of the ancient tree hidden Qi Ju, Han Yuan exclaimed. What is a matching spell? Now he understood this. The simple ancient tree recovering Qi Ju was very noisy and conspicuous, and others could easily see the problem. Now he superimposed the effect of the ancient tree hidden Qi Ju on the ancient tree recovering Qi Ju, and something amazing happened. The fluctuations and violent noises caused by the recovery of Qi all disappeared and merged into the world. As mentioned before, the key to the hidden Qi Ju is not to hide, but to integrate. When combined with the recovering Qi Ju, the same principle applies. While running the ancient tree recovering Qi Ju, the ancient tree hidden Qi Ju is also run, so that the huge noise caused by the recovering Qi Ju is all integrated into the world, allowing the world to cover for itself, thereby achieving the purpose of reducing noise or even hiding. This is simply an amazing combination of spells. He thought that the purpose of ancient wood hidden Qi Ju was simply to ensure the safety of the practitioner himself, but this is obviously just a side effect. Hiding Qi is really created to hide spiritual energy. This name has more layers of meaning, and it is simple but not simple. This is just a simplified Qi refining period technique of Jianmu Shendian. I didn't expect that there are so many mysteries hidden. If the comprehension is worse, I can't think of this at all. Han Yuan smiled and looked at the lines of text that were about to disappear. Random gain multiplier, 6, ancient wood Qi recovery Ju great success effect *6, 6 times the gain, the effect is good. In 1 day and 1 night, Qi recovery Ju has been upgraded from entry to great success. Among them, there are the reasons of the top grade wood spiritual roots, the reasons of the middle grade earth spiritual roots, the role of the wood spirit heart, the role of the 2 spiritual texts of the wood forest, the bonus of the transformed technique, and the bonus of the cultivation environment and chain conditions. This spell is different from other spells in the way it is practiced. It can only be practiced when practicing the ancient wood spiritual cultivation technique. Obviously, the higher the level of the skill, the better, and the longer the practice time, the better. At the very least, you have to be in the minor success level to start practicing the ancient wood chi recovery skill, otherwise you can't do two things at the same time. So this spell is too difficult for others. And his skill has reached the great success level, and it has been transformed, which is no worse than the perfect level. Moreover, the earth vein is under his feet, and the spiritual energy of the spirit gathering array is equivalent to the earth level cave. In addition, in order to practice this spell, he gave up the 7th level of chi refining, and finally got what he wanted. Carefully sensing, he should have had a 10-fold recovery speed. With the addition of 5 by 5 by 6 times, his recovery speed increased to 150 times. It is equivalent to 1.5 times the effect of perfection. Now, as long as I stand on the ground, spiritual energy will be supplied to me in an endless supply. I can use it for cultivation at ordinary times, and it has extremely strong endurance in war. However, it still consumes spiritual consciousness to operate the ancient wood recovery art. If the battle is fierce and the spiritual consciousness is exhausted, it will be useless. And if the enemy is much stronger than me, I can be killed in one move. No matter how fast the recovery is, it will be useless. Practicing this spell is not invincible, but this thing is indeed of great help in the same realm or in a war of attrition. But against people with higher cultivation than him, this spell is dispensable. How to deal with being killed in one knife. So cultivation is the most important. But there is another reason why Han Yuan is so concerned about this technique. This spell also has the effect of training meridians. After the extremely heavy earth vein spiritual energy is transformed through his meridians, part of it turns into light spiritual energy and returns to the world. In this process, the heavy breath is gradually absorbed by the meridians, making the meridians gradually become as tough as trees, and full of vitality and vigor. Obviously, the creator of the technique has taken into account the problem of the fragility of the meridians of the chi refining cultivators. The perfect effect of the spell is to increase the speed of chi recovery by 100 times. If the bearing capacity of the meridians is not considered, this spell will need an additional pre-spell for cultivating the meridians. But this spell does not require a pre-spell, because the process of running the spell is already strengthening the individual's meridians. And this effect is also under the multiplier bonus, but this is gradual, and the meridians cannot withstand too much spiritual energy in a short period of time. TSK, advanced skills are better. I have thought of everything. In this way, even if the sect is in decline and the inheritance is declining, as long as the disciples are more talented and have higher understanding, they can practice on any hilltop. Speeded might be a little slower, but not by much. Han Yuan once again felt the benefits of being a secret disciple. Really, only one inheritance is enough, other things are secondary, and the skills have been clearly considered. He is now looking forward to the ancient wood chi control technique. Ancestor Ziyun gave him 1 year to practice the chi restoration technique, but for this spell, Patriarch Ziyun gave him 9 years. Obviously, this spell is the most difficult. In addition to the progress in magic, his cultivation level has also improved greatly, reaching the peak of the 6th level of chi refining in one breath. It originally took 2.5 months to complete the cultivation, but with the 33 times increase in cultivation speed, it only takes 2 days, and the 2 days he refers to are not included in the calculation of using the pulse protection pill. Yesterday, after using the pulse protecting pill, the total training time has long exceeded the requirements. He even had a chance to directly break through the level and break through the 7th level of chi refining. But sharpening his sword did not stop him from chopping wood, so he concentrated on practicing the chi restoration technique. All in all, it was quite rewarding. When he walked out of Songning Tower, he saw Chang Ming waiting at the stone table, with some hot spiritual food already placed on the table. Wang Kai looked up at the stone table from time to time, looking like he wanted to move but didn't dare. Lu Cixi, on the other hand, was pacing back and forth with a frown on his face. Qin Feng was still sweeping the bluestone road in the distance, looking very attentive. It's just that these people's attention was focused on the entrance of Songning Tower. When he appeared, they all moved. Wang Kai was the first to take action, running over and tugging at his trousers. Woof! Woof! I also want to practice. Good, Wang Kai, you have also made progress. When I practice in the future, you will come with me. Han Yuan stroked Weinsai's dog's head with satisfaction. He raised his head and glanced at a few more people. Why do you feel a little strange today? Chang Chun glanced at the two of them doubtfully, and then spoke first. Palace Master, I received a notice from the welfare hall today, saying that there is a problem with the supply of pulse-protecting pills. The only way to use qi-condensing pills next month is, and one day there are only 10 pills in the bottle. I specifically asked, 10 pills is the normal amount for true disciples, but, Han Yuan raised his eyebrows, is this so realistic? Any other news? Chang Chun said cautiously, the people from the mission hall also sent a notice asking me to complete the 3-year mission of the inner sect disciples as soon as possible. The inner sect disciples have to complete a sect mission every 3 years. It has been 2 years since I entered the inner sect, and there are still some left. The 1-year time limit needs to be completed as soon as possible, otherwise you will be assigned to bad tasks. I remember that true disciples have 3 mission-free disciple quotas, right? You can get one. Han Yuan Dao. Thank you, Palace Master. Chang Chun said with joy on his face, and then asked, however, the mission hall requires you, Palace Master, to register in person at the mission hall. C41 Han Yuan's response. You want me to go in person? I understand, Chang Chun, don't worry, if you help me, I will definitely protect you. Han Yuan said calmly. Chang Chun understands. Chang Chun nodded heavily, then he bid farewell to Han Yuan and continued to search for a list of treasures that could increase permanent effects for Han Yuan. He had not yet completed this task. There were too many documents in the scripture pavilion alone. Lu Cixi wanted to come up and talk at this time. Han Yuan smiled, don't be anxious yet. He looked at Qin Feng, it's rare for you to come to me. Tell me what happened first. Qin Feng quickly put down his broom and ran over. Palace Master, do you remember that Hu Yifan? He secretly spread bad news about you in the outer circle. Qin Feng paused slightly. Han Yuan's eyes signaled him to continue. He said that you are not qualified to be a true disciple at all. You relied on dark means to spread rumors to mislead the peak master and elders about you. In the end, you deceived you into being a true disciple. He also used his identity as a neighbor to prove that you too his cultivation over the past few years has shown that your cultivation speed is slower than his, and he secretly instigated people to boycott you from becoming a true disciple, in an attempt to oust you from your position. Qin Feng's face was very panicked. Palace Master, what should we do? Hearing this, Lu Sixai's face also showed surprise and worry. Han Yuan said calmly, have you ever heard of any true disciple being revoked? Qin Feng shook his head, I don't know. And Lu Sixai said, I have read some history books before. In the past thousands of years of the Earth God sect, I have never heard of an example of someone who became a true successor and was kicked out. Even if they lost all their cultivation due to an accident, they have not abolished it. Han Yuan said calmly, isn't this the end? No matter what means I use to get the true inheritance, since I sit on it, I am not afraid of being kicked off. If I am really kicked off, after this first time, there will be the second time. Other true successors or those who want to become true successors will not agree, and the peak master cannot afford to lose face. Lu Cixi was thoughtful. Qin Feng nodded with sudden realization, and he was obviously relieved. However, this Hu Yifan really doesn't know how to advance or retreat. Han Yuan narrowed his eyes slightly. Is he taking orders from someone? He glanced at Lu Cixi with his head lowered. Lu Sixai also felt a little weak in her heart, muttering secretly, Lu Xinghao wouldn't make trouble again, would he? Qin Feng said, I feel that he is jealous of your status as a direct disciple, so he is jealous. I heard that many people are ostracizing him. I guess he can't stand this ostracism? He often talks about me behind my back. Ha, you're just a talkative idiot. Han Yuan understood and didn't pay much attention to Hu Yifan. He was just thinking about the reaction of the Lingwenfeng Welfare Hall, thinking about the changes in the mission hall, and chuckled in his heart. It seemed that some people were not convinced by him, but so what if they were not convinced? He was still a secret disciple. But you really need to give a reaction, otherwise these people will definitely take advantage of it. Suddenly, he thought of Hu Yifan that Qin Feng had just mentioned, and his eyes narrowed. He suddenly asked, Junior Sister Lu, what is the punishment for breaking limbs? Lu Cixi was stunned, the limbs, how? The punishment shouldn't be serious, right? It seems like 3 months of confinement will be enough. The injuries to the limbs can be easily recovered. Lu Sixai thought for a while and said, what if the outer disciple's dantian is destroyed by mistake? Han Yuan said quietly. He specifically clicked on the identity of the outer disciple. Qin Feng understood something and couldn't help but take a breath of cold air. This is a very serious matter. You will be punished with more than 20 or 30 years of confinement. Even the spiritual energy there is very thin. It is almost impossible to have a chance to build a foundation after being locked up for such a long time. Lu Cixi was serious. Road. Han Yuan muttered, punch away with one punch to avoid hundreds of punches coming. Xin Feng said hurriedly, Palace Master, please don't do anything. Han Yuan rolled his eyes. What are you thinking? How could I do it? What? Xin Feng was stunned. Han Yuan Dao, I remember Hu Yifan has a friend named Wu Chao, right? Go and ask him if he is willing to discuss with Hu Yifan. If he accidentally hurts Hu Yifan, he can come to work here in Sangming Cave Mansion when he comes out, and I will protect him reach the peak of the 9th level of qi refining before the age of 60, and give him a chance to build the foundation. This, Xin Feng's eyes widened. He suddenly had the urge to do it himself. If he practiced on his own, he really wouldn't be able to reach the peak of the 9th level of qi refining before the age of 60, and obtain the foundation establishment pill to try to break through. Han Yuan thought of something, turned to look at Lu Cixi, and said, if you behave well, you can also reduce the number of years in solitary confinement, right? There should be a way. Lu Cixi said hesitantly. She thought of her family's power. Although the sect was relatively safe, there were actually many factions, and those who touched their interests would be bloody. Okay, then I can think of a way to fish him out in advance. Of course, the premise of all this is that he is willing to do it. Han Yuan looked at Xin Feng. Do you understand? Oh, I understand. A trace of cold sweat broke out on Xin Feng's forehead. If he doesn't want to, he can find Hu Yifan's other friends. There will always be something he wants. In addition, after he is caught, you can send this to him to make him feel better on the inside. Han Yuan threw a bottle of qi condensing pill to him. Yes. Xin Feng took it and wiped the sweat from his forehead. Well, do your moves cleanly and don't leave any trace behind. But you still need to spread some rumors later. For example, Han Yuan is a cunning villain who is bound to take revenge. For example, Hu Yifan used to offend Han Jinzhuan and what fate he met now. And so on. This, Xin Feng was greatly shocked. Can this still be done? Lu Cixi seemed to have gotten to know Han Yuan again, and her expression became a little embarrassed. Han Yuan looked at the two people's expressions speechlessly. Why did he look at him like this? When others mess with him over and over again, the clay figurine is also very angry, right? Can't he resist? He doesn't cause trouble, but he's not afraid of it. Xin Feng walked away with heavy steps. And Lu Cixi stood next to Han Yuan, without his usual carelessness, and there was a hint of complexity in his eyes. What's the matter? Han Yuan asked with a gentle smile. Lu Cixi collected her thoughts and then said, Brother, I have found out Di Qing's identity. Tell me about it. Di Qing is indeed a descendant of the Di family, a cultivating family, and he is also one of the direct descendants. Their family is mainly engaged in the cultivation of spiritual plants and the sale of spiritual medicines. Many clan members have joined the planting peak, and there are even some elders. He also has a wide range of connections, and has cooperative relationships with many alchemists and alchemy families, and he can be regarded as a top-ranked Jindan family. Lu Cixi said clearly, without hiding anything. Han Yuan looked a little surprised and said, Can a disciple I met randomly be a child of the Jindan family? Well, Palace Master, you actually underestimate yourself. Lu Cixi explained, you can grow a whole season of blood spirit rice by yourself before entering the planting peak. Your planting talent is not bad, and it will attract some attention. Normally, if the Palace Master hadn't soared into the sky, he might have looked into your situation and invited you to join the plantation peak. Han Yuan nodded suddenly. It turns out that this is the case. He had farmed in his previous life when he was a child, and he had mastered some rice-growing skills. In addition, he was a wood spirit root, so he had some experience in farming. Unfortunately, things in the world are constantly changing. If Golden Finger had not appeared, he may be taking the path of a pure spiritual husband. Lu Cixi secretly looked at Han Yuan's thoughtful expression, then gritted his teeth and said, Actually, I am also a disciple of the Jindan family, just a sideline. The relationship between the sect and the family is very deep. Basically, many disciples are with a family background. Does Hu Yifan have it? Han Yuan suddenly asked. Lu Cixi was slightly startled. She didn't expect Han Yuan to ask this suddenly. She was also worried that Han Yuan would be disgusted with her. She quickly shook her head and said, No, he is just an ordinary disciple. He has no connections and doesn't seem to have any background. She just secretly sent a message to Lu Xinghe to make sure it wasn't him. Han Yuan nodded. The sect's water was not shallow. Normally, Hu Yifan would be unhappy with him, complain about him, scold him, hate him, and be filthy. But at this critical moment, if he doesn't show some attitude, anyone seems to be able to bully him. Like him, Hu Yifan also hit the muzzle of the gun just in time. Okay, let's continue. I guess your family also gave you some tasks? Han Yuan smiled slightly. Yes. Lu Sixai admitted openly. She slightly straightened her hair that fell in front of her forehead and put it behind her ears. Her pretty face turned red and she said, Our family also want to cooperate with you, such as selling some mature spiritual beasts, ferocious beasts, and spiritual rice elixirs. In addition, true disciples are also qualified to occupy or operate some industries outside the sect, and these can also be cooperated. Han Yuan asked in confusion, aren't you breeding spiritual beasts? You also need spiritual rice? Spiritual grass? Lu Sishi said quickly, a family's business operations are naturally diverse, but they just focus on different aspects. We also have distribution channels for spiritual rice, alchemists, etc. Oh, that's it. Han Yuan looked thoughtful. I'll give you a reply on this matter tomorrow, but don't worry, there will definitely be a share for your Lu family. Han Yuan said. Lu Sishi breathed a sigh of relief, with a smile on his face. C42 The time has come, retribution is inevitable. Qin Feng was walking on the mountain path to the outer peak of Molten Peak. He thought a lot along the way. At the age of 18, he was still pondering Han Yuan's words carefully, and the profound meaning in those words made his heart surge. Some of the words his parents had told him before parting 2 years ago gradually came back to his mind. Only then did he understand a little of the complicated look of relief and worry in his parents' eyes before parting. Qin Feng couldn't help but sigh quietly, and his expression quickly became excited again. The decision I made impulsively may be the most correct decision in my life. He had heard the news that Han Yuan had become a true successor before, and he came here on impulse. Others said it was just a rumor, so how could Han Yuan become a true successor? But he didn't think much about it, and just wanted to come over and have a look first. Then he successfully became Han Yuan's subordinate. In just over 3 months, his cultivation level has improved from just entering the 3rd level of qi refining to the late stage of the 3rd level of qi refining. He can use the Huangjia high-grade training room unlimited times, and he has also been assigned the use of qi condensation pills from Chang Chun. Plus Chang Chun occasionally gives a few words of guidance on his cultivation. Can his cultivation speed not be fast? These are the benefits gained from taking refuge in Han Yuan. But he often worries, fearing that his cultivation level is too low, and as the number of people in the cave increases, he will end up just being a handyman. He is also worried that he will lose his usefulness, and that the 2 years of friendship with fellow outer sect members will be wasted. However, he does not have Chang Chun's cultivation and ability to deal with affairs in the later stage of Qilian, and he does not have Lu Sishi's beauty and family background. He was just a little shrimp on the 3rd level of qi refining. When he was in an outer courtyard, he was still very proud. Only when he arrived at Sangming Cave Mansion did he realize that the 3rd level of qi refining was really not enough. So what is his use? But today, he seems to have seen some places where he can play his role. Take today's matter for example. This job is a bit dirty, and the spreading of rumors later is also shameful. It seems a bit shady. Changchun has no time to deal with this kind of thing, and Lu Sishi can't do it. This is where he can play. There's room. Gradually, Qin Feng's eyes became brighter. I want to handle this matter beautifully. This is an opportunity for me to prove my effectiveness. If I can leave a little impression in the mind of the palace master, the benefits will be in the future. How can I be missed? The master of the palace can give outsiders a chance to build a foundation, but why not prepare it for his own people? Faintly, the childishness on Qin Feng's face faded a little, and his breath became colder. Has Wu Chao made a breakthrough? If so, there will be some trouble. Qin Feng narrowed his eyes. He was thinking about whether to secretly recruit some people. The reason why this job fell on him today was because he happened to find out about it. Otherwise, why would this job fall on him, and there was no manpower to handle it, is also very difficult. Thinking of this, he originally headed towards the outer peak of Molten Peak and changed his direction. He still knew many outer sect and handyman disciples. He didn't pay much attention to them before, but now it seems that he can get in touch with them. Don't look at him. In the Sangming Cave Mansion, he is just a handyman, but outside, with his astonishing progress to the late stage of the 3rd level of qi refining just 2 years after joining the sect, he is also a figure, and is the target of many people, not to mention those behind him. There are also Sangming Cave Mansion and Han Yuan covering them. The psychological change changed Qin Feng's way of doing things. Half a day later, in a small courtyard, Wu Chao and Hu Yifan met for a friendly discussion. After a friendly battle, Wu Chao accidentally destroyed Hu Yifan's dantian. Hu Yifan spat out a mouthful of blood, slumped to the ground, clutching his stomach with a pale face, and said with a painful and distorted expression, "Brother Chow, Wu Chow. Why did you destroy my Dantian and cut off my path? Don't you know that you will too? Are you going to be punished by the sect? I'm done. You're done too." Wu Chow had a look of remorse on his face. "Junior brother I was in a daze just now and I missed it." "Missed, missed," Hu Yifan laughed miserably. To destroy the Dantian without harming his life, he had to hit it accurately with his spiritual sense. How could he do it so accurately if he missed? He felt the spiritual power gradually dissipating in his body, and looked at Wu Chao with hatred in his eyes. Just because I caused you to be against Han Yuan before, you were so cruel to me? No, you contact him. It's his order, right? You've offended him. How could he let you go when you still do things for him? Aren't you a fool? Look, isn't he taking revenge on me now? I said something weird before, he is a villain. You are really stupid. Hu Yifan said half angrily and half mockingly. Wu Chao looked at him with pity. I just made a mistake. I will bear the consequences. As for me offending Han Jinzhuan, I have apologized a long time ago. How can he have trouble with a little person like me? Hu Yifan looked at him in astonishment. Apologize? Will you apologize? His expression was dazed, and he suddenly remembered that morning when he saw Wu Chao passing by his door with a wooden box and heading to Han Yuan's house. He guessed that Wu Chao was going to apologize, so he hesitated for a long time, and finally in the evening, I also went there with a wooden box, but by that time Han Yuan had already gone and the building was empty. He thought that Wu Chao, like him, didn't wait for anyone, but obviously the result was different from what he imagined. At this time, Hu Yifan began to regret a little. Wu Chao didn't want to talk nonsense with a loser anymore, so he took out his identity token and went directly to the law enforcement hall for summons. Law enforcement hall? I am Wu Chao, a disciple of the outer peak of Ronghua Peak. I accidentally destroyed the Dantian of a fellow outer disciple. I feel very guilty. I want to surrender and plead guilty. A few minutes later, a team of Lei Chi training disciples drove magic tools and arrived quickly. The law enforcement captain glanced at Hu Yifan, who looked depressed but in good health, and then looked at Wu Chao, who looked terrified and sincere, and nodded knowingly. Are you surrendering? Wu Chao said distressfully, It's me. I didn't mean it. The law enforcement captain looked at him indifferently and said, Well, according to convention, you have surrendered yourself and you have accidentally injured someone. Go to the confinement cliff and be imprisoned for 20 years. Wu Chao had regret on his face, but he was relieved in his heart. 20 years was a little shorter than he thought. He could wait for 20 years. No. He did it on purpose. He was instructed by someone. I know who that person is. I want, Hu Yifan said sternly. Do you have evidence? The law enforcement captain looked at him. Hu Yifan's words stopped abruptly. But he quickly thought of something and immediately said, No, I have said some bad things about Han Yuan these days, so he deliberately hurt me. It must be like this. I can let those people testify. Are you talking about the new true disciple of Lingwen Peak? The law enforcement captain said unexpectedly. That's right. Hu Yifan said affirmatively. A law enforcement disciple sent a message to Hu Yifan. You are an outer disciple, and you want to provoke a true disciple? Do you have any background? Background? What background? Hu Yifan was a little confused. The law enforcement team member shook his head and complained in his heart. Without background, without strength, you are an outer disciple, crossing the inner disciples and core disciples to provoke a true disciple. What is this thinking? Wu Chao said, It's all my fault. I really made a mistake. Hey, I'm in pain. Hu Yifan is my best friend. If it wasn't a mistake, how could I hurt him? The law enforcement captain waved his hand to let Wu Chao calm down, stop acting, and turned to look at Hu Yifan again. Do you have other concrete evidence? What you said is useless. There is no other use except to put you in solitary confinement. Are you sure you want to find those people? Hu Yifan lowered his head. Evidence, no more. The law enforcement captain shook his head and said, If you have evidence, I might be able to apply for a meeting with Han Jinchuan. If not, don't think about falsely accusing others. Take them away and go back to close the case. Both of them were taken away together, attracting the attention of many disciples along the way, asking each other what happened. Hu Yifan was carried by the magic weapon to fly at a low altitude, and his face was all gray. At this time, he was already thinking about the future. Although he could get a compensation, for him who had no Dantian, what was the use of taking the compensation? It might even attract the prying of others. He simply couldn't stay in the sect, so he had to return to the Fan dynasty, but that wasn't a place where he could live freely for the rest of his life. There were also traces of immortal cultivators, and there were also many warriors. He couldn't even beat the warriors now. He glanced at Wu Chao. Wu Chao was going to be punished to the confinement cliff, but he didn't seem to be too distressed. Those law enforcement disciples didn't look at Wu Chao like a prisoner, and they even talked to him occasionally. He could even see the envy in the eyes of some law enforcement disciples. Envy of being confined? Do they believe that Han Yuan will help him after Wu Chao comes out? 20 years, by then Han Yuan would have forgotten him long ago. Obviously, Hu Yifan still didn't understand. This was not a problem of Han Yuan's credibility, but the status, rights and credibility of the true disciples of the Dishan sect that had been maintained by all the true disciples for thousands of years. What is a true disciple? Like Lu Xinghe, a top-grade genius disciple of the Jindan family, who deliberately came to the weakest Lingguan peak, he could have built a foundation long ago and was not in a hurry to build a foundation. Isn't this what he was looking for? C43 Di Qing arrives a piece of gossip spread among the outer disciples. In the new Hanxinjuan, in order to retaliate against Hu Yifan for gossiping, he deliberately had his Dantian destroyed, and the person who did it was Hu Yifan's friend. It is said that Han Jinjuan is an insidious person with a strong desire for revenge. Speaking ill of him in private will arouse his dissatisfaction and lead to revenge. He especially likes to test the trust of his friends, which is very insidious. With such rumors and seeing Hu Yifan's tragic situation with their own eyes, everyone kept silent and stopped talking about Han Yuan. They even went out of their way to forget his existence. Han Jinjuan? Who is that? Have no idea. And this rumor eventually reached the Di family. Elder of the clan, are you looking for me? Di Qing came to a middle-aged monk and said respectfully. The middle-aged monk nodded and said, I have heard some rumors about Hanjin, have you heard about it? Di Qing suddenly understood, nodded and said, I've heard of it. Oh, you have met him. What do you think of this person? The middle-aged monk asked. Elder of the clan. Di Qing said cautiously, to be honest, I have only met him twice, once outside his small courtyard and once at the test conference. The first impression I felt was that he was a person with a peaceful temperament, he is extremely gentle in dealing with others, and he still looks very sunny. The second time, when I was in the stands, I could see that he was neither arrogant nor impetuous. He detected that the fourth level of chi refining was not arrogant, and he replied when I got to the team. I still stood in the corner and watched quietly, smiling at the people who gathered around me, so I think the incident outside was probably a rumor. The middle-aged monk smiled slightly. I checked specifically. Do you know who spread the news? Who? Di Qing was confused. Qin Feng, the middle-aged monk said calmly. Who is he? Wait, I seem to have some impression. He is Han Yuan, the person in the outer courtyard who was the first to detect the third level of chi refining. Di Qing was confused. Why did he spread the rumor? You don't know, he is now Hanjin's descendant and has been working in his cave for a long time. This time Wu Chao's matter was probably arranged by him. How is it possible? Someone would deliberately smear themselves? That Hu Yifan deserves it for causing trouble. He is not at the level of a sinister villain. Di Qing couldn't understand. The middle-aged monk affirmed, this is what he did. Ha, do you think it is that easy for everyone who becomes a true disciple? It is even more difficult for him to become a true disciple from an outer disciple with no background. Can you imagine? So, a 16-year-old boy can already plan his future and save spiritual stones to exchange for the spiritual rain technique? In this process, he still has to endure the glares and ridicule of fellow disciples, as well as the temptation of spiritual stones and elixirs. It takes a year or even 2 years to save. Later, he even learned how to purchase formations to protect the spiritual field, and spent the spiritual stones he had accumulated for half a year without hesitation. Do you think such a person would be simple? At such a young age, he can be so mature. Are you sure you can see his character? What are the considerations behind his self-slander and how do you know? Maybe it's to protect yourself, maybe it's to wait for someone to jump into the trap. Di Qing heard the words and thought about it carefully. He couldn't help but feel his scalp numb. He could see the truth in every detail. He was still too young before. He was only a 16-year-old boy and was an orphan. Without the guidance of his elders, he could make such a plan and endure it. All kinds of temptations are really terrifying. He even thought a little more. How did this young man get his farming ability? Naturally, it was obtained by observing the farmers in the same village on weekdays, and it was not simply imitating, but summing up the experience and innovating. The observation time was at least several years, and he definitely had to help himself. How old was Han Yuan at that time? Living in a dilapidated hut, still struggling to survive for tomorrow, and still starting to think about your future at such a young age. This is really not easy. Not simple. It's not simple no matter how you think about it. He originally looked down on Han Yuan's status as a true disciple, thinking it was luck or trickery, but now that he thinks about it, things are definitely not simple. He is too superficial. The middle-aged monk stroked his beard and nodded with a smile. It seems that your mind has not been frozen by the identity of the direct descendant of the Jindan family. Every true disciple is not simple. You must remember this sentence. This is Han Jinshuan, with an ordinary background. Some we can find out what happened. What about the other true legends? Those who died in the battle were also killed by beings of the same level. The others who survived and were not destroyed can basically reach the golden elixir realm. Di Cheng nodded slowly. I asked you to come here to ask you to pay attention to your attitude when visiting him tomorrow. Don't be fooled by his appearance and rumors. Don't underestimate him too much, and don't tarnish the family's reputation. How to do this depends on yourself. To measure, I will be outside the cave when I arrive. If you have any questions, please contact me at any time. Yes, clan elder. Di Cheng said cautiously. In the blink of an eye, another day passed. In the early morning, Han Yuan, who was not simple in Di Cheng's eyes, was still busy in the spiritual field. She sword slash. She sword slash. Where did these weeds come from? When I was farming in the outer yard, there weren't so many weeds at all. Han Yuan couldn't understand. Xin Feng worked diligently from the side and said with a smile, Palace Master, it seems that weed seeds can float with the spiritual energy. Some weeds will turn into spiritual grass after a long time, and their seeds will follow the spirit energy. With the movement of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, it is transmitted to all parts of the world. Therefore, in places with strong spiritual energy, there will be more weeds. Unless they are directly sealed, like the spiritual fields next to them, if the spiritual energy does not flow, there will be no grass. Or in the legendary secret realm, there aren't many weeds there. Han Yuan glanced at Xin Feng in surprise, and said in surprise, can it still be like this? Why don't I feel anything when I absorb spiritual energy? Those seeds are very fragile and have very low activity. They need to absorb a lot of spiritual energy in the soil before they can truly break out of the soil and be absorbed into the body. They are directly refined and turned into impurities and spit out. Xin Feng said. Han Yuan seemed to know Xin Feng again and asked curiously, how do you know? Xin Feng coughed and said, I have some friends from outside the Zhongfeng Peak. I asked about some planting matters during our chat and learned about it. Han Yuan sighed, it seems that there is a lot of knowledge in farming. When my cultivation slows down, I will definitely delve into the details of it, but the fact that there are seeds in the spiritual energy is really strange. Han Yuan let go of his spiritual sense, sensed the wood attribute aura in the air, and finally shook his head regretfully, I can't see it, I can't detect it at all. It seems that only Master Jindan's spiritual consciousness can see clearly. Xin Feng said uncertainly. Forget it, she sword slash. She sword slash. A series of metallic air swords flexibly shuttled between the spiritual rice plants, killing weeds with vigor. Xin Feng watched from the side and was secretly frightened. Are there so many chi sword cuts? At the same time, he seemed to see more than 30 chi swords acting together. Even the continuous release of chi sword slashes was unreasonable. Is this definitely something that the spiritual consciousness of the 6th level of chi refining can control? Xin Feng was frightened, but Han Yuan didn't feel anything. He just wanted to clear the weeds as soon as possible, so he used his chi swords to cut. However, his spiritual consciousness was not burdensome at all in controlling these chi swords, so he didn't realize that he could control them. There is something wrong with such a chi sword. Bell, the bell at the door of the cave rang. Han Yuan stopped and looked over. I saw Chang Chun at the door. He seemed to be talking to someone outside the door, so he opened the door of the cave. A familiar figure to Han Yuan walked in, it was Di Cheng. Oh, someone is coming, move faster. Han Yuan couldn't help but increase the number of air sword slashes. In Xin Feng's disbelief, he quickly cleared the weeds in the spiritual field. Han Yuan walked away. Only Xin Feng was still stunned. He felt the threat of death from every chi sword, and there were more than 100 such chi swords. Lu Cixi saw him standing stupidly in the distance and immediately shouted, Xin Feng, go prepare some tea. Oh, here I come. Xin Feng came to his senses and hurriedly ran to prepare tea. See 44 two families compete, Han Yuan benefits the 4th floor of Tsangning building. Han Yuan smiled gently and said, Senior brother Di, long time no see. Di Cheng said in panic, how can I call you senior brother? The one who has achieved great things in the sect comes first, I should call you senior brother Han. Brother D is too polite, please sit down, please sit down. Han Yuan laughed. Di Ching sat down slightly stiffly. Serve the tea. Xin Feng immediately stepped forward and poured tea for Di Ching. Thank you. Di Ching deliberately glanced at Xin Feng, who was silently pouring tea, then at Lu Sisi, who was silently playing the piano on the side, and then at Han Yuan, who was smiling faintly. Why did he feel inferior? Han Yuan asked curiously, Brother D, you are here to see someone, what is it for? Cough, cough. Di Ching coughed twice and secretly looked out the window. From the fourth-floor window, he could see that a small area of spiritual rice had been planted in the distant spiritual fields. These spiritual fields were all excellent spiritual fields. Planting spiritual rice was actually quite cost-effective. Planting some precious spiritual plants would bring greater returns. Looking at those idle spiritual fields, he already had an idea. Brother Han, I came here this time to actually cooperate with you. Di Ching said straight to the point. Lu Sisi paused imperceptibly while playing the piano, and hummed softly between the wings of his nose. Han Yuan noticed her little action and asked with a smile in his eyes, how do you want to cooperate? Di Ching said, I can arrange people to help you manage the spiritual field. We are responsible for the cultivation of the spiritual field. We can split the spiritual plants produced by 50-50. Hearing this, Han Yuan smiled faintly. 50-50 split, I am a bit at a disadvantage. I can assign tasks to the task hall. There shouldn't be too many disciples who want to work here. More than 90% of the output of the spiritual field will belong to me. Why should I cooperate with you? Di Ching said, Brother Han, those disciples are not managed in a unified way, and their farming skills are generally not high, much worse than ours. I come from a farming family and have sufficient experience in this area. At least the output can be increased by 50%. In addition, those Shen-level spiritual fields are not reliable by the way of task distribution alone, and there are some people will take on tasks that take too long, but we can continuously send people to take care of them, and we can also provide seeds and seedlings of precious spiritual plants, and the output can be increased by more than 50%. In other words, you don't have to do anything, and you can actually get the original income of all the spiritual fields, and we have paid a lot of costs, time, manpower, etc., and the cost is not small. Han Yuan listened, did not comment, and then said, what else? Di Cheng paused when he heard this, looked out the window again, and said, you actually have some spiritual beast gardens and fierce beast gardens here, and only 2 are currently in use. We can also take over together, and you will definitely make a lot of money. Lu Sisi couldn't bear it anymore, and he stopped playing the piano, and couldn't help but say, you D family really have a big appetite, aren't you afraid of eating a stomachache? Di Ching was startled, looking at Lu Sisi with doubts in his eyes. Han Yuan briefly introduced, this is Lu Sisi, originally a disciple of the outer peak of the Spirit Beast Peak, from the Lu family, and she is the one who manages the 2 animal parks. Lu family? Di Ching was surprised and frowned slightly. He didn't expect that someone had acted faster than them. Moreover, the other party had an advantage in gender. Judging from the other party's appearance, he was already very familiar with Han Yuan. The lack of intelligence made Di Ching a little nervous. He couldn't help but secretly send a message to the elders of the clan. Lu Sisi snorted, you only came to visit me after you saw that my senior brother had really become a true disciple. You value profit over friendship, and I was the first one to come to my senior brother. Do you understand first come first served? Di Ching seemed to have received the news. He smiled slightly when he heard it. Junior sister Lu turned out to be an elite disciple of the Lu family. I was indeed short-sighted. However, the Lu family mainly deals with matters related to spiritual beasts, so I will not interfere with the animal park. He looked at Han Yuan and said solemnly, Senior brother Han, our D family is willing to give another half. What do you think? Han Yuan smiled in his heart when he heard it. The 2 of them were fighting, and he had the advantage. Look, he automatically gave up half of the profit before he even started bargaining. Han Yuan pretended to be embarrassed and said, Brother D, it's not that I don't want to. Junior sister Lu helped me a lot before, and I promised her that she must have a share. This matter, I am also embarrassed. Lu Sisi's mouth curled slightly, and he looked at Di Ching with a slight sense of superiority. She smiled at Han Yuan and said, if you are willing to let my Lu family manage the spiritual field, we are willing to give you 60% of the profits. Di Ching's face sank. He was indeed a step slower, and the Lu family took the lead, but since he was here, he had naturally made all kinds of psychological preparations. Brother Han, please believe in the professionalism of our D family. In addition, the proportion we give can also be raised to 60%, and our 60% is much more than the 60% given by the Lu family. They are a family of spiritual beasts, and planting is just a sideline. Di Qing said seriously. Hearing this, Han Yuan looked thoughtful and sighed. A few months ago, I was short of spiritual stones. At that time, Brother Di was able to handle things impartially and let me get through the difficulties smoothly. I am deeply grateful. If I don't give Brother Di a share, I will feel bad. Lu Sisi rolled his eyes at Han Yuan. This reason is too far-fetched. How about this, so that no one can suffer too much? 60% of the spiritual farm will be managed by the Di family and 40% by the Lu family, and the zoo will be managed by the Di family 40% and the Lu family 60%. What do you think? Han Yuan smiled. Di Qing and Lu Sisi were both stunned, as they did not expect Han Yuan to allocate it this way. Neither of them answered immediately, and both began to discuss with the people behind them. Han Yuan did not urge him, but picked up the tea and drank it. Next to him, Xin Feng offered Han Yuan a lot of money with great discernment. He was also amazed at the huge amount of this kind of cooperation. 1 acre of Huangjie high-grade spiritual field can produce 2,000 to 4,000 spiritual stones in a year. 300 acres is 6,000. 100,000 to 1.2 million spirit stones. This does not include the Shen level spirit field. The output of the beast garden is also quite a lot, starting with at least 1 million spirit stones. 60% already has at least 1 million spirit stones. This is all going down. Calculate. Lu Sisi was the first to give the reply. Okay, senior brother, our Lu family agrees to your proposal. Di Qing's face changed over there and he hesitated. Can there be more in Lingtian? Han Yuan glanced at Lu Sisi and said, the number is fixed, but more high-level spiritual fields can be given to the Di family. The same goes for the animal garden. More high-level animal gardens can be given to the Lu family. What do you think? Di Qing's face softened slightly and he agreed. In this way, our Di family also agrees. When Han Yuan heard this, his smile did not diminish and he waved his hand. Next to him, Xin Feng immediately took out a resource map of Songning Cave and placed it in the center. This is the distribution of resources in the cave. You can discuss how to share it. Di Cheng and Lu Sisi each looked at the distribution of resources, especially the high-grade Shen level spiritual fields and the high-grade Shen level beast gardens, both of which were rare resources. The two of them tacitly agreed to allocate the Xuanjie high-grade spiritual field/animal garden to each other, and the rest were quickly divided according to proportion. Han Yuan discovered that the two of them also left him the 33 acres of spiritual land where spiritual rice was currently being grown. In this way, he could still farm in his spare time, which was pretty good. After the two people discussed it, they both looked at Han Yuan. Di Qing said, Senior brother Han, how about we make a written contract? We can also report it to the sect. Han Yuan said, that's no problem, but regarding the income, I have a small proposal. I wonder if you are interested in hearing it. Han Yuan said suddenly. Say it. Di Cheng said. Lu Sisi also looked at him curiously. Han Yuan said calmly, you can estimate your total income for a year and give me half of the estimated income in spiritual stones in advance, such as 500,000 spiritual stones. If the year-end income exceeds 1 million, the first 1 million will be paid according to the 5-favor rule. The excess will be divided into 64 points. If it does not reach 1 million, I will not refund the 500,000 spirit stones. Lu Sikai raised his fingers in confusion, his eyes a little confused. What does this mean? Di Qing glanced at Lu Sisi speechlessly. The meaning was very straightforward. Han Yuan could maintain the harvest despite droughts and floods. If there was a bad harvest, Han Yuan could still get half of the estimated spiritual stones. If the valuation of the spirit stone is lower, you can steadily get a 5,050 share of the part. If the valuation is higher, you will increase your risk, but you can also get more 5,050 shares. Generally speaking, Han Yuan can guarantee the bottom line, and they can also get some profits, which benefits both sides. Di Qing took a deep breath in his heart. Could such an idea really be thought of by an 18-year-old boy? C45 Achieving in-depth cooperation. Lu Sisi thought for a long time before he understood the logic. He muttered to himself that Han Yuan was a profiteer. In this way, Han Yuan would make a profit without losing money. She informed the elders of the clan of the news, and the elders quickly agreed to the proposal. Generally speaking, there was no big problem with this proposal. As long as the heart was not greedy, it was indeed a concession. The original 64% ratio could basically reach 55%, which was much better than the previous conditions. Han Yuan looked at the two people discussing with the family behind them at this time, and laughed in his heart. He didn't care about 50% or 60% of the profit at all. The key was that he had no money in his pocket now. Now he had no money, even the spirit stones to reward his subordinates, and he was almost unable to make ends meet. The most important thing was to get a sum of spirit stones first. With spirit stones, he could buy some items to improve himself. After a year, he was no longer the same as before. This time advantage was much more important than a mere 10% profit. Di Cheng and Lu Sisi naturally agreed in the end. Di Cheng hesitated and said, "Brother Han, we have agreed, but we need the elders to come and sign the contract. What do you think?" "Me too." Lu Sisi also said quickly. "Okay, ask them to come." Han Yuan also knew that this kind of thing was not something these two people could really decide. "Thank you, Brother Han," Di Cheng said gratefully. Lu Sisi also breathed a sigh of relief. In this way, the contribution she made here was enough for her mother to live a better life, and she could also get resources from the family. Her face was flushed and her smile was like a flower. Not long after, at the door of Tsangming Cave Mansion, two figures quickly appeared. One was the old man of the Lu family, and the other was the middle-aged cultivator of the Di family. The two met and bowed to each other. The middle-aged cultivator was the first to speak with a smile. "I didn't expect the Lu family to make such a quick decision, one step faster than us, and have a unique vision. It's all coincidence." The old man laughed. "In the future, everyone will work under Han Jinshuan, and it's good for everyone to cooperate with each other. Some people's eyes, my Lu family can really resist, and with your Di family, we are relieved." No, we are relieved to have your Lu family cooperate together." The two exchanged politeness, and the door was opened at this time. Chang Chun smiled at the two and said, "The master of the mansion is waiting for the two elders." "Ha, let's stop chatting, go up, don't let Han Jinshuan wait for a long time." "Okay, let's go together." The two walked into the cave gate together and walked towards Tsangming Tower. Chang Chun swallowed his saliva and secretly looked at the backs of the two. These two are foundation building cultivators. The foundation building elders have come, but the palace lord did not go out to greet them in person. He had heard rumors before that the status of the true disciples was higher than that of the foundation building elders, and only lower than the peak masters and golden elixir elders. It was finally confirmed. It was really the case. How could Han Yuan be so arrogant? It was just that the two foundation building elders were too fast. He had already arrived in front of Tsangming Tower to greet them in person. Han Yuan greets the two elders. Han Yuan smiled. "I, Lu Zixian, greet Han Jinshuan." The old man laughed. "Di Hong greets Han Jinshuan." The middle-aged cultivator also responded with a smile. "Please come up, both of you." Han Yuan led the way. The two followed as he was told. The two foundation building cultivators, one middle-aged and one old, could not help but look at Han Yuan. At this time, Han Yuan's aura was the peak of the 6th level of qi refining. What he hid was too exaggerated. The cultivation level on the surface was really the real realm. This disguise was unsolvable. Such a stable cultivation level, without any fluctuations in the aura, it doesn't seem like it was fed by the elixir, but how long has it been since the cultivation level was tested? Lu Zixian, the elder of the Lu family, was a little surprised, and Di Hong on the other side felt the same way. He knew that every true teaching was not simple. This one was Han Yuan, who was underestimated, obviously has the real stuff. The confirmation of the true disciple is not only determined by the peak master, but also by the Jindan elders. Can the Jindan elders really be blind? Han Yuan was calm. Even the Yuaniang elders could not see through his disguise, let alone the two foundation building elders. After a while, at the window of the reception room on the 4th floor, Di Chang and Lu Sisi were standing behind the two elders at this time, and the person in charge had been replaced by Di Hong and Lu Zixian. "Han Jinshuan, this is the agreement contract discussed before, in 4 copies, 1 copy is submitted to the sect for reporting, what do you think?" Di Hong handed the drafted written agreement to Han Yuan for inspection. Han Yuan carefully checked it and nodded, "No problem." After the three of them confirmed, they signed their names on 4 copies of the agreement, and Han Yuan also printed the marks of the true transmission token and the cave mansion token. In this way, the agreement was successfully signed. The three of them smiled, and the atmosphere became harmonious. Lu Zixian said, "I will verify this income valuation when I return to the clan, and I will be able to deliver the spirit stones tomorrow. I will also deliver it as soon as possible. My initial estimate of the total income is 4 million spirit stones a year. This is the first year, and there will be more in the future." Di Hong said. Han Yuan took a sip of tea to hide his surprise. For million spirit stones, he can get 2 million. His previous annual income was 1 or 200 spirit stones, which increased 10,000 times in an instant. Lu Zhixian coughed and said, I estimate that there should be 3.5 million spirit stones here. Han Yuan smiled and nodded, I believe in the credibility of the two families. The others put away the agreement. Di Hong and Lu Zhixian looked at each other. Then Di Hong spoke first, Han Jinchuan, in fact, the income of the Jinchuan disciples, in addition to the output in the cave, a large part comes from the industries outside the sect. Han Yuan paused slightly, looked at the two, and said, I would like to hear the details. Di Hong said slowly, for example, the newly discovered spiritual minerals in spiritual fields within the sect's territory, the Jinchuan disciples are qualified to send people to occupy them. In addition to giving a part to the sect, the rest can be distributed by the Jinchuan disciples themselves. There are also industries such as shops in the market. Only the Jinchuan disciples and Jindan elders are qualified to use the banner of the sect. We, the foundation building elders, are not qualified. Han Yuan asked in confusion, aren't you a Jindan family? Lu Zhixian coughed and said, a Jindan Jinren also has a share limit. Han Yuan nodded. He also guessed that the benefits that the Jindan elders can get on the surface must be limited, such as a few minerals, a few shops in the market, etc., and it is impossible to expand indefinitely. What they want is his name and his share. If he has a family background, this share will naturally not fall outside. If he has no background, someone will naturally come to cooperate with him. Obviously, the cooperation behind this is even more important. He estimated that both families have some hidden industries that are not suitable for exposure, but now if he is involved, they can be registered here in the sect and get protection from the sect. Some things cannot be said too clearly, but those who understand will understand. Han Yuan tapped his fingers on the table, making a slight thumping sound, and fell into deep thought. Such cooperation will undoubtedly block his way to open up industries in the future, but he didn't plan to do industry in the first place. If he can get benefits from it, it is not impossible. Thinking of this, Han Yuan asked, I wonder how the two elders plan to cooperate. Di Hong and Lu Zhixian looked at each other, as if they had communicated secretly. Di Hong said, for industries like this that the sect has not discovered or intervened in, such as mineral veins and farmland, if they are reported to the sect and occupied by themselves, they need to pay 30% of the income. My plan is that Han Jinchuan will take 20%, and the remaining 50% will belong to us. Han Yuan was surprised that this was not a small amount, and said, you will take 50%? Lu Zhixian shook his head and said, if the sect takes it directly and rewards a batch of spirit stones at one time, the subsequent income will have nothing to do with us. Han Yuan looked out the window and fell into thought. Di Hong and Lu Zhixian did not interrupt Han Yuan's decision-making, and quietly waited for Han Yuan's reply. This was also an important decision. However, in fact, Han Yuan did not hesitate too much. He had decided to cooperate with the two families, and he was actually thinking about how much the treasures that could be purchased on the list of permanent effects that Chang Chun gave him before could enhance his foundation. C46 A huge amount of spiritual stones arrives, super large purchase. Han Yuan said, okay, I agree. However, these Nanzong industry shares need to be delivered once a quarter. The first quarter is the same as before. I need to give me an estimated profit in advance, and then I will follow the normal sharing time. Di Hong and Yanagisawa expressed their agreement at the same time. We happened to accidentally discover 4 minerals in 6 fields in the past few days. Then we can put them in your name, Di Hong said with a smile. Our family has also discovered 7 special treasures for breeding animals in the past few days, plus 3 mines, which can also be put in your name. Yanagisawa coughed first and said. The corners of Han Yuan's eyes couldn't help but twitch. Is it such a coincidence? Did you just discover them in the past few days? There is no need for this. If these industries are not reported to the sect, it actually does not violate the sect rules. It is just a matter of safety. However, if it is added to the sect's industry list, the sect will form a guardian mission. Many tasks in the mission hall come from here. Yes, if we encounter an irresistible and powerful enemy, the sect will also send out strong men. Okay, let's sign the agreement, Han Yuan said calmly. Good. Both of them were obviously prepared, and they took out the agreement and contract. According to the same procedure, each family had 3 copies. In addition to 1 copy for each person, they also needed to deliver 1 copy to the sect. In this way, Han Yuan, the Lu family, and the Di family were deeply tied together. While reaping the benefits, some costs naturally had to be paid. In fact, this is good. Han Yuan can hide under the influence of the two families, absorb the nutrients of the two families and grow up, and at the same time, he can block the eyes of others. One day passed in the blink of an eye. At the end of the day, Han Yuan was busy for a long time, especially the handover with the sect, which took a lot of effort, but fortunately everything was done. In front of the entrance of Songming Tower, Han Yuan watched quietly as a group of people put boxes of spiritual stones into the warehouse on the third floor of Songming Tower. Next to him, Chang Chun was shaking as he watched. Every time someone passed by, he would tremblingly write down the number of spirit stones that had been delivered in his notebook. The accumulated figures were extremely exaggerated. Qin Feng was also checking the number of spirit stones. He was already numb from counting. In his opinion, no one is considered rich if he does not have more than 1 million spirit stones. Di Cheng and Lu Cixi were also waiting nearby, supervising the work of their family members. They were also surprised by the number of spirit stones. Although they were members of the family, they had never seen so many spirit stones before. Only Han Yuan remained calm. Can you not calm down? In his previous life, he had heard that a company could lose several trillions. Now these are just a few million spirit stones. Although the things are different, the order of magnitude does seem very ordinary. It is only a few million, not even 10% of a small goal. 1. The monk carrying the spiritual stone was finally done. Lu Cixi came up and said, "Senior brother, I went to see how they arranged the zoo. Go ahead, you will be responsible for the management of the zoo from now on." Han Yuan nodded with a smile. Di Cheng hesitated, stepped forward and saluted, "Senior brother Han, can I also work with you?" "Ah, that's great. You will also be responsible for Ling Tian's affairs." Han Yuan looked at the two of them and said, "You two can gather your daily affairs with Chang Chun first. From now on, Chang Chun will be in charge of the affairs of the cave." "Yes." Di Cheng responded quickly. Chang Chun immediately blushed and said, "I will definitely handle it." He was very happy. In this way, he had firmly established himself as the butler of the cave. Qin Feng. Han Yuan looked at Qin Feng next to him again. "Exist. There are still some functional buildings in the mansion, such as the alchemy pavilion and the like. You can take care of it for the time being. If you have anything, you can report it to Chang Chun." Han Yuan paused and continued, "Chang Chun, you can recruit some people to run these places. Now that the spirit stones are running, the cave doesn't even have a cleaning disciple, so it's really a bit shabby." "Yes." Qin Feng said excitedly, he finally got a specific position. "Okay." Chang Chun also looked happy. In this way, he can also take charge of the people directly under his command. The people in the spiritual field and the animal garden are not under his control. "Yes." Han Yuan nodded and said to Di Cheng and Lu Cixi, "You two go and do your work first. Chang Chun, Qin Feng, you come in, I have something to explain." Lu Cixi and the others left first. Chang Chun and Qin Feng followed Han Yuan into Songming Tower. The three of them came to the door of the warehouse and could see a large number of spiritual stones placed inside. "How much is the total?" Han Yuan asked. Chang Chun immediately reported, "Dijia Dongfu Industry has given 2.2 million spirit stones in advance, Zhonghuai Industry has 500,000 spirit stones, Liujia Dongfu Industry has 1.9 million spirit stones, Zhonghuai Industry has also given 400,000 spirit stones, a total of 5 million spirit stones." Han Yuan nodded. In the first quarter, 20% of the revenue from Zhonghuai Industry was 900,000. This was only a quarter, only 20% of the revenue, and the total revenue was 18 million. On average, an industry earned 900,000 spirit stones in a year. These spiritual stones will leave 1 million for the cave to run. I want to spend all the other 4 million. Han Yuan said calmly. Chang Chun was shocked. All flowers? Qin Feng was also suffocated. 4 million was spent as much as he wanted. Do you still remember the list I asked you to collect? Han Yuan asked. Of course I remember. Remember. Chang Chun and Qin Feng both nodded quickly. Chang Chun immediately said, I have added some item information during this period, and they are all here. Qin Feng also replied, you asked me to collect the common items in the market and sect trading market. I have also checked them out. Here is the list. The two of them each took out a list. Now, mark out all the items that are easy to buy. Han Yuan instructed. Hearing this, Chang Chun and Qin Feng looked at each other in astonishment. However, they did not dare to ask any more questions and quickly took out the lists they had collected and compared them one by one. Han Yuan watched from the side, also making comparisons together. The number of items found in Changchun has reached more than 120, and there are indeed quite a few. However, many of them are off-the-shelf items that are either rare in quantity, expensive, not cost-effective, or simply not available on the market. So the number was easily cut off by 100, and then a comparison was made, and a dozen or so inappropriate ones were removed. In the end, only a total of 9 items were left for Han Yuan to choose from. Bloodroot grass, grass leaves with red veins, can be refined into qi and blood pills to improve physical fitness. Swallowing the 10-year-old bloodlock grass directly can permanently improve the qualifications of a small amount of calcining the body. It will be ineffective after 3 swallows. Price, 30 spiritual stones/plant, 10 years old. Yunling grass can be used to refine qi gathering pills and qi condensing pills. Swallowing it directly after 10 years can permanently increase the speed of absorbing a small amount of spiritual energy. It only takes effect once. Market price, 80 spirit stones/plant, 10 years old. The gallbladder of the rhinoceros snake, a yellow-grade high-grade monster snake gallbladder, has a certain effect of clearing the eyesight. If swallowed, it will permanently improve the qualifications for some types of magic practice. The market price is 200 spirit stones/piece. Tongmai pill, a high-grade yellow-grade elixir, can expand the width of meridians. It only takes effect once. Market price, 500 spirit stones per pill. Lingsue, the ore associated with the Lingshi mine, has the effect of improving the aura and spiritual power quality of various items. It is mostly used in skills such as refining weapons, elixirs, and talismans. Monk refining can also improve the quality of spiritual power in a small amount. Price, 800 spiritual stones/piece. Ghost fruit, which grows mostly in dark and moist swamps, can permanently improve your spiritual consciousness cultivation qualifications. It can only take effect once. Market price, 1000 spiritual stones/piece. 9-leaf sword qi grass is a weed that grows in the Sword Valley. Absorbing the sword qi from the leaves can permanently improve your sword practice qualifications. Each leaf can only be used once, but the common one is only 1 leaf of sword qi grass, which only takes effect once. Market price, 1500 spirit stones/plant, 1 leaf. 100 poison bee peak honey can permanently improve your ability to resist toxins. Price, 2000 spirit stones/box. Life extension pill, a top-grade Huang-level pill. Swallowing it can permanently increase your lifespan by 1 year. You can take up to 5 pills. Price, 5000 spirit stones per pill. When Han Yuan saw the last item, his eyes couldn't help but straighten. Life extension pill? Life extension pill. He frowned slightly, wondering whether this elixir could really increase his lifespan? Or is it just improving something on the side to increase lifespan? Is there a recipe for longevity pill? Han Yuan asked. There is only some information about the main ingredients. Chang Chun said, it is made from 50-year-old bloodfruit and the core of the spirit tree. Han Yuan thought in his mind, this life-extending pill should enhance the activity and vitality of the physical body, thereby extending the lifespan. He has heard some sayings that the limit of a person's lifespan can only be broken through breakthroughs in cultivation. This elixir can extend lifespan only because the physical body has weakened, but the lifespan of the soul has not yet reached the limit. It can improve the condition of the physical body, but the lifespan of the soul has reached the limit. There is absolutely no way to break it. But since this elixir can permanently increase life, there must be something extraordinary about it. Han Yuan had made up his mind and said to the two of them, you should prepare to purchase these 9 items during this period. You don't have to buy them all in one go. Buy as much as you can. Yes. Chang Chun and Qin Feng said in unison. C47 Unexpected effect of 100 poison bee honey. Han Yuan originally thought that it would take a long time to buy these goods, and they would need to be purchased in batches. But in the blink of an eye, only 3 days had passed. The spiritual stones in the warehouse had already been reduced by more than 3 million, and most of the items he needed had been bought back. What surprised Han Yuan the most was Qin Feng's efficiency. In just 2 days, he bought back tens of thousands of blood vein grass and soul-enriching grass, which were the largest in quantity. At this time, in the training room, Han Yuan had already sat cross-legged. There were already many storage bags beside him, each with a standardized name on it. There were 10,000 blood vein grass and soul-enriching grass, each with 1,000 plants in one storage bag, for a total of 20 storage bags. There were 500 Lingxi snake gallbladders, and 5 storage bags. There were 1,000 Tongmai pills, and a total of 100 porcelain bottles, which were stored in just one storage bag. There are also 500 spiritual essences, 100 ghost fruits or rare, 300 sword grass leaves, 200 boxes of 100 poison bee honey, 200 longevity pills, and only one storage bag for each type. The total market price is 4.05 million spiritual stones, but it only cost 3.5 million spiritual stones to acquire it, not including the salary he gave. Obviously, the price is better for the large quantity. Take the 100 poison bee honey first. Han Yuan's eyes were on the storage bag marked with the honeycomb pattern of the 100 poison peak. Why take this first? He was thinking, is the poison of the elixir also a kind of poison? Whether it works or not, it is undoubtedly the best to take this first. He took out a box of 100 poison bee honey and opened it. There was a whole piece of honey inside. Qi Jian Zhan. A Qi sword from the fingertips drew several sword marks on the honey, directly dividing it into 24 small pieces. He took out a piece and put it in his mouth and swallowed it into his stomach. Han Yuan then urged his spiritual power to start refining the honey. The honey spread, and a cool breath permeated all parts of the body. Han Yuan could not see the specific changes, but he did feel much more comfortable. Especially the stomach, which was first wrapped in the cool breath. The breath became much stronger at a certain moment, making the changes in the stomach more rapid and profound. After a while, Han Yuan opened his eyes. Sure enough, the familiar words were gradually fading. Random gain multiplier, 8, Baidu Bee honey effect asterisk 800%, Han Yuan felt it again and did not find any big changes. So, Han Yuan continued to take Baidu Bee honey. After refining a whole box of Baidu Bee honey, he finally saw obvious changes. In addition to the fact that the flesh and blood in all parts of the body were more active, especially the liver, the changes were the biggest. The entire liver was covered by a green glow, which was very obvious from the perspective of spiritual consciousness. Liver again? Han Yuan was startled at first, then he recalled some knowledge from his previous life. The detoxification organs of the human body are indeed the liver and kidneys, and this kind of honey, to put it bluntly, is also produced from plants. The liver belongs to wood, so it is very reasonable that the detoxification effect of this honey can improve the function of the liver. In particular, Han Yuan found that the beating of the wood spirit heart became stronger. Originally, there was some incoordination between the wood spirit heart and the liver. This wood spirit heart was also accidentally produced. It was not something that originally belonged to the liver, but under the transformation of these honey energies, it seemed to gradually coordinate with the wood spirit heart, making the role of the wood spirit heart more obvious. Honey improves the liver to adapt to the wood spirit heart, and the wood spirit heart in turn drives the liver to transform, forming a virtuous circle. There is no doubt that the detoxification effect of the liver has also been greatly improved. This is also the reason why Han Yuan found obvious changes in the liver. It is really an unintentional planting of willows, and willows grow into shades. Han Yuan had not realized before that the wood spirit heart had not yet exerted all its power, and was completely dragged down by his own configuration. After the liver configuration is improved, the effect of the wood spirit heart can be better exerted. Good stuff. Han Yuan was very satisfied and took out the second box of 100 poison bee honey without hesitation. This time, he directly transformed the spiritual power into roots, inserted them into the second box of 100 poison bee honey and refined them in one breath. A rapidly rotating dice appeared at the same time. Han Yuan felt it and his mind was determined. A conspicuous number 12 appeared on one side of the dice. The next moment, the cool energy that was many times richer flowed into his body along with the spiritual power, improving his body. The wood spirit heart began to beat violently at this moment, and the entire liver seemed to be activated, absorbing a large amount of special energy that flowed into the body, especially those spiritual powers that shuttled through the meridians and quickly gathered in the wood spirit heart. The wood spirit heart then transmitted it to various parts of the liver, and the absorption efficiency was much faster than other body organs and flesh. Seeing this, Han Yuan did not stop it, but took the initiative to increase the operation of the wood spirit heart, absorbing these special energies more efficiently. The changes in the liver were even greater than the first time, and the green light became more and more intense. It seemed that green threads extended from the wood spirit heart, connecting to various parts of the liver, making the liver more magical. Han Yuan could sense that the wood spirit heart needed more honey energy, so he waved his hand, and all 10 boxes of 100 poison bee honey were opened. His spiritual power wrapped around the 10 boxes of honey, and a large amount of special energy entered his body. 10 dice appeared at the same time, and then instantly turned into a larger dice. Han Yuan was stunned by this scene. This was the first time he noticed this change. Thinking about it carefully and recalling the size of the dice when using items before, he was surprised to find that the sizes of these dices were indeed different, ranging from big to small. Obviously, the greater the number, the larger the dice. Could it be that the larger the dice, the higher the upper limit? He didn't care about guessing, and locked the dice with his mind based on his feeling. The dice stopped spinning instantly, and a number appeared in front of his eyes. 18. It's even bigger than the previous number. The more of the same type of thing used at the same time, the higher the doubling rate? Han Yuan memorized this rule and waited for subsequent verification. In fact, it is estimated that it is almost the same. The next moment, a lot of special energy poured into Han Yuan's body. Every organ in the body has been transformed by special energy. The stomach, kidneys, large intestine, and small intestine all have special changes. The most important change is still the liver. Under spiritual observation, the entire liver has turned into a transparent green. You can see that the flesh and blood inside has become crystal clear. The threads extending from the heart of the wood spirit are very obvious, as if the liver has become a wood spirit. The outer extension of the heart. The beating of the wood spirit's heart became unprecedentedly fast, and the movement of spiritual power was also extremely fast. If the meridians hadn't become much stronger during the operation of the ancient wood restoration technique, they might not have been able to sustain the self-operation of the wood spirit's heart. This spiritual power speed is already 1/3 of the speed of Han Yuan's full cultivation, especially since the heart of the wood spirit is incomparably compatible with the ancient wood spirit nurturing technique and can automatically run the spirit nurturing technique without the need for him to use his spiritual consciousness to control it. Han Yuan discovered that the operation of the ancient wood chi restoration technique could be left to the heart of the wood spirit. Perhaps the opportunity for the perfection of the ancient wood chi restoration technique lies in the heart of the wood spirit. Surprise! What a surprise! I thought it would just improve my detoxification ability, but unexpectedly it improved my core abilities. This is much better than simple detoxification. Han Yuan smiled. His wood attribute skills and spells are all in harmony with the heart of the wood spirit. Improving the heart of the wood spirit will naturally speed up his skills and spell comprehension, which in turn improves his own understanding. He had previously regretted that he had not found a treasure that could increase his understanding. Now that he has improved his abilities, it can be considered an unexpected blessing. Han Yuan continued to refine Baidubi honey in an orderly manner. There were 200 boxes of honey, which was not as much as Han Yuan had imagined. I thought it would take a long time to refine. However, the linked changes in the wood spirit heart greatly improved his refining ability. It is not a problem to digest 10 or even 15 boxes of honey in one go. When the last box of honey was consumed, Han Yuan's liver was completely as clear as jade, and the heart of the wood spirit was beating rapidly like a perpetual motion machine, still continuing to transform the liver, refine wood spirit energy, and accumulate wood spirit energy. Force. It is truly worthy of being the treasure of the second Dantian. He is now very sure that his liver and wood spirit heart can detoxify erysipelas. However, the erysipelas when he refined the elixir was originally very small, or even non-existent, making this function useless, but there are comparisons. Not much stronger. In this way, taking other materials will undoubtedly become more efficient. His eyes fell on the remaining 8 materials, choosing the second one to refine. C48 The flourishing Sungming Cave. Han Yuan took some time to check the time. 5 days had passed in a blink of an eye. He thought it hadn't been long, but it was longer than he thought. Han Yuan left the training room and went to the 4th floor window to look out. The entire cave had changed drastically. A large number of cultivators were active in the cave. Hundreds of acres of spiritual fields were already full of spiritual plants. Some cultivators were busy in the spiritual fields. The tender sprouts of spiritual plants had already covered the ground, and the greenery was lush. Han Yuan noticed that these cultivators all had a badge on their chests. One was a wisteria flower, which was the blooming flower of the wisteria in the wisteria wood heart liquid that Han Yuan had taken. The other was a spiritual beast with wings on its back. It didn't know its name but was full of majesty. In the animal garden on the other side, there were also many people. Many spiritual beasts and fierce beast cubs were playing around mischievously. The cultivators behind looked a little clumsy and were played around by the spiritual beasts. The scene looked a little joyful. There were also many monks moving around in some functional buildings in the center. He noticed that the monks here did not wear badges, but they all wore a wooden sign with Sungming written on their waists. A disciple wearing a wooden sign saw Han Yuan standing by the window in the distance. He first bowed to Han Yuan, then quickly turned around and entered the house. Soon, Chang Chun rushed at Sungming building at a very fast speed. Han Yuan nodded and smiled at him. "Thank you for your hard work." "Not hard," Chang Chun replied. Han Yuan said, "How is the operation of the cave now?" This is the operation of the cave in the past 5 days. Please take a look, Lord. Chang Chun handed over something like a report. Han Yuan glanced at it. The Lu family and the Di family each arranged 200 monks to settle in the Tsangming cave mansion, responsible for the operation of the industry in the cave. Chang Chun also recruited 200 disciples to operate the cave and functional buildings. A total of 600 people were operating inside the cave. Chang Chun arranged disciples to guard the gate, clean, patrol, communicate, etc., and the arrangements were in an orderly manner. Han Yuan's eyes lit up when he saw the accounts. He thought that recruiting disciples would have a considerable expenditure, but Chang Chun had already achieved a balance between income and expenditure. The functional buildings managed by Qin Feng had offset the income of disciples and other expenses, which was beyond Han Yuan's expectation. Speaking of which, if Chang Chun had not appeared, he would have been at a loss for the operation of the cave. He also gradually understood that the true disciples were originally prepared for the children of the family, and even had some meaning of benefit transfer, because most of the high-level members of the sect originally had family backgrounds, and these huge benefits were prepared for them. Although occasionally there would be grassroots disciples who became true disciples and became rich overnight, this was only a minority, which was considered to give the grassroots some hope, and the operation of the cave required a large number of manpower, and the benefits would eventually be transferred to the various families, moistening things silently. Even though it is a 50/50 split, the price of the raw materials is naturally the wholesale price. After the Di and Lu families refine them into finished products, the profit from selling them will definitely double. So what is the real ratio? Han Yuan knows it well. There must be disciples from other families in the functional buildings. Han Yuan put the report aside, looked at the thriving scene outside the window, and smiled meaningfully at Chang Chun. Chang Chun, you did a good job, but the most important thing for a cultivator is his own cultivation. You have been busy during this period, and your cultivation has fallen behind. Chang Chun smiled awkwardly. It's true that I'm a little busy during this period. I will step up my cultivation later. You don't have to worry too much. You have helped me a lot. I won't treat you unfairly. At least I can let you try a few more times to build the foundation. Han Yuan painted another pie. Chang Chun said excitedly, Chang Chun will definitely not disappoint the expectations of the palace master. Well, you go and get busy. I'm going to continue my retreat. Yes. Chang Chun withdrew. Han Yuan noticed that there was another thing on the table, and the contents were sealed. He picked it up and opened the seal. Qin Feng reported that his subordinates accidentally learned that Chang Chun was suspected to be a descendant of the side branch of the Chang family who had been expelled. 2 days ago, a disciple named Chang talked with Chang Chun for a long time and left half an hour later. Looking at this content, Han Yuan smiled indifferently. Flames appeared out of thin air and burned the letter to ashes. Wang Kai, who was standing aside, looked at Han Yuan in confusion, raised his paws and burned the flames, looking at him expectantly. Han Yuan was speechless and threw the report to Wang Kai. One size flames burned the report to ashes in an instant, and its tail shook rapidly, seeming very happy. Didn't you often follow Lu Cece before? Asking her for spirit beast pills, why are you climbing upstairs in Sungming Tower to bask in the sun now? Han Yuan said with a smile. Woof, woof. Her smell has changed, and it smells uncomfortable. Wang Kai looked at Han Yuan innocently. Dog nose, come on, accompany me to practice. Woof, woof. Okay, Wang Kai wagged his tail happily. The Tsangming cave mansion is still running steadily. Han Yuan has silently closed the door of the practice room. Random game multiplier, 20, spirit gathering array spirit gathering effect *20, the spiritual energy in the practice room is increasing at an astonishing speed. Han Yuan picked up a Tongmai pill and threw it directly to Wang Kai. Wang Kai caught it and swallowed it. The medicinal power of Tongmai pill began to radiate in his body. Han Yuan pressed his palm on his body and used his spiritual power to help Wang Kai refine it. Wang Kai wagged his tail happily, and he felt very comfortable. Han Yuan gave it these precious ingredients in turn, and even gave Wang Kai a life-extending pill. After finishing the set, Wang Kai has undergone obvious changes, and his cultivation is about 20% faster than before. It's a pity that you can't enjoy the random multiplier normally. You will probably have the opportunity to enjoy it when you break through the foundation building. Han Yuan patted Wang Kai and signaled it to practice. Wang Kai ran around the training room, then lay down in the corner, inhaling spiritual energy very obediently. Through the changes in Wang Kai's body, Han Yuan discovered that the next best thing to swallow was the blood cortex grass. Although immortal cultivators don't focus on physical training, the stronger the body, the stronger the abilities in all aspects. The blood grass seems to be the most inconspicuous, but maybe it is the most helpful to me. He took out a bloody grass, picked a total of 4 grass leaves on it, and swallowed it. The newly strengthened stomach began to quickly digest the grass leaves, and a strange medicinal power began to spread from the stomach. His spiritual consciousness saw that some blood-red energy came into the flesh and blood, and then naturally formed a new red vein. Because it was exactly the same color as the flesh and blood, it would be difficult to find traces of them unless he kept staring. After the flesh and blood has these veins, it becomes more active and tougher. These blood-colored veins seem to have become the meridians of the flesh and blood. Some of them seem to be connected to the micromeridians, and they secretly absorb the spiritual power in the micromeridians to improve the various abilities of the flesh and blood. Interesting, it turns out that this is how the so-called physical qualifications are improved. To put it bluntly, it is an additional way to absorb spiritual power. The bloody veins on the blood veins are very magical. They can be integrated with the flesh and blood of the human body without any obstacles. There is no strangeness of foreign things. Even if he doesn't pay attention, he can't find these veins at all. Not only are there more ways to absorb spiritual power, these veins can also protect flesh and blood from damage, and can even mobilize the chi and blood everywhere to speed up the recovery of flesh and blood damage. What a good thing! Han Yuan marveled at the magic of blood cord grass, but the world did not value it, because the body-forging qualifications that could be improved were not many, and they were only a few successes, and they would be ineffective after not much use, and immortal cultivators did not value body forging. Because in the end it is about cultivating the soul and enlightening the Tao, and the role of the physical body is much smaller. Han Yuan did not care about the improvement of the physical body, but focused on the blood veins themselves. Because these veins are magically connected to those micromeridians. Ordinary monks have no use for these micromeridians, and they don't even know that the meridians are so tiny. They only use the main and auxiliary meridians, and at most add some small branch meridians. But Han Yuan's skill is different. His skill has undergone random doubling and transformation, and is somewhat different from the original ancient wood-nurturing skill. He can make use of these micromeridians, and even because of the large number of these micromeridians, instead, he became the main force of Gu Mu's spiritual nourishing technique. Now that these bloody veins are hooked up with his main force, can he not pay attention to them? C49 The magical blood vein grass is a yellow-grade lower-grade spiritual grass, and its grade is not high. Even a 10-year-old blood vein grass costs only 30 spirit stones per plant. But Han Yuan felt that this grass was not simple. He did not care about the random gain multiplier, and carefully observed the formation of the blood veins, trying to see the principle behind it. But if the principle was really that easy to see, it would have been hidden long ago, and it would not appear so commonly on the market. The veins were formed naturally. The shape of the veins is completely different from that on the grass leaves. The blood veins on every inch of flesh and blood are also different. This is formed according to local conditions, just like a natural carving, natural and harmonious. Han Yuan scratched his head. He had tried his best to observe, but still could not see the inside. This thing is a bit like an inscription pattern, and a bit like a spiritual text, but it is not the same thing as the two. The mysteries of the world of immortal cultivation are no less mysterious than the physics of the previous life, and even more mysterious and difficult to understand. Han Yuan even mobilized the spiritual text of wood and forest in his mind, but the addition of these two to the blood veins was negligible. Han Yuan opened his eyes and watched the number 3 dim rapidly. He also discovered that these words would not disappear until he really saw them, no matter how long he waited in the middle, and if the dice were not locked in advance, they would choose numbers on their own, and such numbers were usually very small. Forget it, since I can't figure it out, I'll absorb the special power of the blood vein grass. Han Yuan waved his hand, and 10 blood vein grasses flew out. Qi Jian Zhan. With a thought, 10 Qi swords passed by in an instant, and 40 leaves fell down. Han Yuan opened his mouth and sucked, and all the leaves were sucked into his stomach. He opened his eyes and refined while looking forward. 40 dice flashed and turned into a dice that was 1 point larger. The dice spun rapidly, but Han Yuan still couldn't see the numbers clearly. Wait until I practice a spell of the species. Han Yuan's eyes fell on the storage bag of the Lingxi snake gallbladder. He specially selected the Lingxi snake gallbladder for the purpose of practicing a spell of the species in the future, so as to see the numbers of the dice clearly. There was no other deep meaning. For the time being, he didn't have a good spell of the species, so he didn't rush to take this material. This was originally for future consideration. Han Yuan came back to his senses and locked his mind on the dice. The next moment, a number 7 appeared on one side of the dice. The blood-colored energy in the body became even larger, and quickly spread to the flesh and bones all over the body. This time, the blood-colored energy was already very obvious. From the perspective of spiritual consciousness, when the blood-colored energy attached to the flesh and blood, it would quickly form some blood-colored veins, and connect with the blood-colored veins that had already formed around it to form larger blood-colored veins, and some of the veins were connected with the micromeridians again, and the parts that intersected with each other formed a very magical room-like structure. After the spiritual power passed through this position change, it would change into blood-colored energy, flow in the blood-colored veins, nourishing itself and the surrounding flesh and blood. As the scale of the blood-colored veins expanded, the speed of absorbing spiritual power also began to increase greatly. Han Yuan did not stop it, but instead activated the skills to allow part of the spiritual power to flow to the connection position, allowing the blood-colored veins to transform and absorb. The blood-colored energy of the blood-colored grass was digested very quickly, and the power of 10 blood-colored grasses could not make any waves at all. During the refining process, Han Yuan gradually discovered why this blood-colored grass had to be swallowed raw to be effective. The blood veins on the leaves are a whole. If they are destroyed, the blood energy will disappear. What he absorbs is the blood veins themselves. The leaves are just carriers. Although the leaves also have the effect of improving the physical body, this effect will affect the absorption of the blood veins. Han Yuan's heart moved and he took out 4 leaves again. This time, he did not swallow them into his stomach, but held them in his mouth. The spiritual power directly wrapped the blood veins on the leaves and directly extracted them. After these blood veins separated from the leaves, they turned into red energy and merged into Han Yuan's body. He found that these blood energies cannot be without carriers. They must be transferred from one carrier to another. If they are suspended in the mouth, they will also be destroyed. He took out the leaves again and placed them on his palms. The spiritual power refined the blood veins on the leaves. Sure enough, they turned into blood energy again and merged into his body along the skin. In this way, refining is easy. He took out 100 blood vein grasses in one breath. The Qi Jianzhan was used, an invisible sword Qi stripped the leaves off completely. Then the Qi Jianzhan restrained its aggressiveness and pulled the leaves to fall on Han Yuan. Han Yuan quickly mobilized his spiritual power to refine it. After the blood veins on the leaves were refined, they would fall off by themselves and float around Han Yuan. Han Yuan quickly refined the blood vein grass. The Qi Jianzhan had been used to perfection without him noticing. Those sword Qi were like the extension of Han Yuan's fingers, extremely flexible. When sharp, they could cut gold and jade, and when soft, they would not hurt plants or hair. The Qi Jianzhan had been perfected without him noticing. Han Yuan did not notice this, and his attention was focused on the blood veins. Each group of blood energy could form a blood vein. After doubling, there would be several or even dozens of veins. Each vein could be connected to a micromeridian. 1 or 2 blood veins are inconspicuous, but when millions of blood veins all over Han Yuan's body truly condense into a complete blood vein system, Han Yuan's physical qualifications have reached an incredible level. Millions of blood veins are connected to millions of micromeridians, forming an extremely complex network. However, the wood spirit heart can still coordinate the operation of the meridians perfectly, and the operation of spiritual power is still smooth. Especially in the liver, the blood veins are also spread throughout the liver, but the power of the wood spirit heart is also spread throughout the liver at this time. The interweaving between the two is undoubtedly countless times tighter than the flesh and blood in other places. A large amount of wood spiritual power is transported to the blood veins through the connection, and the conversion speed of the blood veins is not as fast as the transmission speed of the wood spiritual power. These blood veins gradually turned light green. Han Yuan was shocked to find that the wood spirit heart was refining these blood veins and incorporating them into its management scope. To be honest, these blood veins are indeed a little difficult to control. Although they are all in Han Yuan's body, they also feel like foreign objects, but in the liver. These blood veins have gradually been controlled by the wood spirit heart. And Han Yuan can mobilize these flesh and blood veins more naturally. After discovering that the effect of transforming blood in Qi did not disappear after the color change but became stronger, Han Yuan did not stop this change, but instead accelerated the refining speed of the wood spirit heart. When all the blood vein grass was consumed, Han Yuan focused on accelerating the integration of the wood spirit heart and the blood veins. Time flies, and I don't know how much time has passed. Han Yuan opened his eyes, and there seemed to be a dense green network in his eyes, turning his eyes into green eyes, but after a while, everything became normal, and the black and white eyes revealed a lively spirituality. He glanced at the few lines of numbers that flashed in front of him. Random gain multiplier, 72, blood veins grass enhancement effect asterisk 72, 72 times? Han Yuan's eyes widened. This was the largest multiplier he had ever seen. He had never imagined such a large number before. It seemed that the huge number of 10,000 blood vein grasses really raised the upper limit of the dice's multiplier. Han Yuan skimmed over the text and felt the surging vitality in his body. He was very satisfied. His breath seemed to carry the fragrance of grass leaves. Well, it was not as if. At this moment, he was indeed buried in a large number of discarded blood vein grass leaves. C50 The blood veins mutate again. Han Yuan was happy for a short time before his brows furrowed. He was surprised to find that his speed of recharging could not meet the speed of spiritual energy consumption. The spiritual energy that originally filled Dantian had begun to decline. What's going on? He looked inside himself and found that his flesh and blood, even bones, were absorbing blood energy and improving. And the source of these blood energy was the spiritual energy in his body. Those red and green veins were rapidly extracting his spiritual energy. The improvement of a piece of flesh and blood was nothing, but all the flesh and blood in the body were absorbing nutrients, and the demand skyrocketed. The Deshang Ancient Wood recharging arc reached a 150-fold recovery speed, but it could not catch up with his consumption speed. Of course, he could stop his flesh and blood from absorbing spiritual energy, but he was getting stronger, so of course he would not stop, and the solution was very simple. At this time, he had two materials, Yunling grass and Tongmai Dan, which were related to the meridians. The former could increase the speed of absorbing spiritual energy, and the latter could expand the meridians. Han Yuan took out a piece of Yunling grass, removed the leaves from it, and put it into his mouth. The leaves quickly entered his stomach. He was a little curious about how Yunling grass could speed up the absorption of spiritual energy. As the spiritual power was refined, a cool breath merged into the walls of the meridians. He could feel that the spiritual energy was running faster as it passed through the meridians. Han Yuan suddenly realized, it turns out that it speeds up the passage of spiritual energy, thereby increasing the speed of absorbing spiritual energy. He knew that the descriptions of the effects of these herbs were not accurate enough, but the effects were good. The medicinal power of a Yunling grass quickly spread to the 8 main meridians, increasing the speed of spiritual energy passing through by 10%, and the effect was still good. Not long after Han Yuan refined it, several more Yunling grass medicinal powers appeared and began to spread to the 12 secondary meridians. After refining this part of the Yunling grass power again, Han Yuan found that his spiritual power was consumed faster. Because only the main and secondary meridians were increased in speed, the small and micro meridians were not strengthened, and the speed of spiritual energy absorption did not increase too much. The majority of spiritual energy absorbed by his skills came from those micro meridians. However, Han Yuan did not panic. Once he strengthened the micro-meridians, the speed of spiritual energy absorption would increase. He thought about it and swallowed a Tongmai pill. After the Tongmai pill was refined, it emitted a burning medicinal power, which was integrated into the meridian wall, causing the meridian wall to expand a little. The cross-sectional area of the meridians was naturally increased, which increased the instantaneous amount of spiritual energy passing through. After looking at the effect, it was true that the Tongmai pill only strengthened the size of the main and secondary meridians. After the expansion, it made it easier for spiritual energy to spread to the blood veins, and the consumption of spiritual energy increased again. Han Yuan was also at a loss for words. Fortunately, he could continue to take the Yunling grass and Tongmai pill, and the effect could cover all meridians. Time passed slowly. Han Yuan silently refined the Yunling grass and Tongmai pill. Among them, Tongmai Dan has Dan poison, but Han Yuan can often shake it to more than 10 times, and there is no Dan poison at all, but 10 times more, which seems to convert Dan poison into medicinal power, making the medicinal effect stronger. With the improvement of detoxification ability, the influence of Dan poison on him has been reduced to a negligible level. At a certain moment, Han Yuan felt that his micro-meridians had been washed by the medicinal power of Yunling grass, and was about to stop refining Yunling grass. But his spiritual consciousness was surprised to see that some cool energy extended to the blood, green, veins along the ends of the micro-meridians. Will there be any problems? Han Yuan looked at the veins covered with flesh and blood with some nervousness. These veins came from the blood vein grass. Under the transformation of the wood spirit heart, they were a little mutated, but they could still transform the wood spirit power into blood and increase the strength of flesh and blood. If the medicinal effect of these Yunling grass caused a mutation, he would have to stop refining the Yunling grass immediately. I saw that the cool energy was very skillfully attached to the blood, green, veins, strengthening these blood veins like strengthening the meridians. When the cool energy was exhausted, Han Yuan stared at the blood veins closely, wondering if there was anything abnormal. He found that there seemed to be nothing abnormal. The flesh and blood where the blood veins were located was just a small piece of flesh and blood in his abdomen. From the outside, it seemed that there was no change. Han Yuan breathed a sigh of relief and was about to look away. Suddenly he found something wrong. The skin on the flesh was absorbing spiritual energy, which should have been transferred to the micro-meridians, and then transported to the higher-level meridians after being refined by the micro-meridians. But he suddenly found that the blood veins attached to the flesh also absorbed this part of the spiritual energy at the same time. The spiritual energy circulated in those blood meridians and was actually converted into part of spiritual power and part of blood energy. He was stunned to see that the blood color naturally merged into the flesh and blood, and the spiritual power, along the connection, was transferred into the micro-meridians. Wait! Something extraordinary seems to have happened. Han Yuan stared at the small piece of flesh and blood, watching the blood veins repeat the process again. After confirming that he was not blind, he was surprised. These blood veins can no longer absorb spiritual energy or circulate spiritual energy. They can only convert spiritual energy into blood energy through the connecting part at the end for absorption by flesh and blood. But now, after absorbing the cool energy, they can actually circulate spiritual energy, and even refine spiritual energy and convert it into spiritual energy and blood energy. Although the spiritual energy delivered to the micro-meridians circulated for a moment, and then converted into blood energy through the connecting part, and continued to flow back to the blood veins to supply flesh and blood, it seems that this effect is not very useful to him. But what if the size of the blood veins is expanded? Tong Mai Dan can also increase the speed of blood veins to absorb spiritual energy instantly. He controlled the medicinal power of Tong Mai Dan to transfer to this area. The burning medicinal power of Tong Mai Dan flowed into this piece of blood veins, and indeed began to expand the diameter of the blood veins. And the absorption speed of spiritual energy is indeed increasing. This scene made Han Yuan dazzled. He seemed to have discovered a new world. He began to speed up the absorption of Yunling grass and Tong Mai Dan, and transferred the two medicinal powers to the blood veins. How many blood veins are there? But fortunately, Han Yuan has the random doubler in his hand, and the medicinal power is endlessly supplied to his strengthening project. Wang Kai in the corner raised his head from time to time to look at Han Yuan in the center, and seeing that he was still practicing, he would immediately lower his head helplessly to continue practicing. It can also practice fasting in such a rich spiritual state, but it feels uncomfortable in the stomach if it doesn't eat something. Then its eyes were fixed on the blood vein grass leaves that Han Yuan swept aside. It can sense some of the owner's emotions and know that these grass leaves are useless to the owner, so it hesitated, picked up a piece of blood vein grass leaves, chewed a few times and swallowed it. Although the grass leaves without blood veins cannot improve the physical qualifications, the grass leaves themselves still have the effect of tempering the body. Swallowing them can really resist hunger. Wang Kai thought the taste was average, but he felt warm in his stomach after eating it, so every time he finished absorbing spiritual energy, he would eat one or two leaves, and then continue to practice. The energy of the blood vein grass leaves gradually merged into his body as he practiced, strengthening his body, but he didn't think much about it, just didn't want to starve. One piece of blood vein grass after another entered Wang Kai's stomach, and his aura had unconsciously improved to a small realm. Han Yuan didn't notice Wang Kai's little action, otherwise he would definitely feel ashamed that his pet had fallen to the point of eating grass leaves. Although this grass leaf is a bit expensive, for leaves are the amount of a blood vein grass, and one leaf is worth 7 spirit stones. These blood vein grass leaves can still be used to refine pills, and even the process of removing impurities is omitted. I guess no one thought that someone would use tens of thousands of blood vein grass to feed chi refining stage spirit beasts, which is really too luxurious. C51 The hidden wealth. Han Yuan opened his eyes, and a glimmer flashed in his eyes. He looked at the words in front of him. Random gain multiplier, 58. The effect of the soul-storing grass is increased by 58. Random gain multiplier, 32. The efficacy of Tong Mai pill is increased by 32. The maximum medicinal power is 58 times? Sure. Han Yuan sighed at his own transformation, which can be described as a complete transformation. He felt that he was not a human anymore. The veins in his flesh and blood made his flesh and blood look a bit like leaves, and he could absorb and release spiritual energy through his flesh and blood. At this point, he knew that the perfect level of the ancient wood chi recovery art was already waving at him. When he was about to break through the ancient wood chi recovery art, he looked around. The storage bags were neatly placed. Wang Kai was also practicing in the corner, and the ground was also quite clean, similar to when he came in before. The practice room had a built-in dust cleaning function, which was enough to ensure that he was dust-free when practicing. I seem to have forgotten something? He looked around and made sure that the storage bag was not missing. He couldn't help scratching his chin in surprise. I always feel that something is missing, but it seems that it is not. Han Yuan looked at Wankai again and found that its breath had increased a lot. He nodded with satisfaction. Forget it, let's break through the ancient wood chi recovery art first. Han Yuan closed his eyes again. When he closed his eyes, Wankai opened one eye guiltily. When he found that his master did not notice the missing grass leaves, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Then he looked at the stems of the soul-enriching grass that Han Yuan discarded. When Han Yuan swallowed it, he only swallowed the grass leaves. The grass stems did not have a permanent improvement effect, so they were discarded by Han Yuan and piled up next to him. However, these grass stems can also be used to refine qi-gathering pills and condensing pills, as long as the amount is calculated. When Han Yuan fell into deep practice, Wankai was a little greedy again, and the empty stomach felt very uncomfortable. So, it quietly came to the haystack beside Han Yuan, picked up a grass stem and returned to the corner, quietly swallowing it. Wankai was the spirit beast contracted by Han Yuan, and he had no bad thoughts about Han Yuan, so Han Yuan did not notice Wankai's approach. His spiritual consciousness was all focused on the changes in the spiritual energy of the earth veins, and Wankai could not affect the spiritual energy of the earth veins. After Wankai swallowed the stem of the soul-enhancing grass, he felt extremely comfortable in his abdomen. A large amount of cool and pure spiritual energy spread from his abdomen to his whole body, making him feel extremely cool and practicing smoothly. Once it practiced, it would quietly come and pick up a grass stem to eat, and the whole haystack was gradually decreasing in height. Han Yuan was running the ancient wood recovery art with all his strength at this time. This time, he mainly modified the running direction of the ancient wood recovery art. The previous Kyer turning technique was to absorb and release spiritual energy through micro-meridians, so as to achieve spiritual energy circulation. In this process, the micro-meridians are both absorbers and releasers, so the operation is a bit messy. Even if the wood spirit heart controls it, the efficiency will undoubtedly decrease a lot. This time, with the participation of the blood meridians, the situation is different. After the earth vein spiritual energy enters the body from the skin, it circulates in the micro-meridians. A part of it enters the small meridians along the micro-meridians, and then transfers to the main and secondary meridians. Finally, it is refined into pure wood spiritual power in the wood spirit heart and accumulated. The other part of the spiritual energy is directly transferred to the blood veins through the connection between the micro-meridians and the blood veins, and then dispersed into the flesh and blood through the blood veins, and merged into the world, so as to achieve a new spiritual energy circulation. In this process, the blood veins mainly act as a releaser, while the micro-meridians mainly act as absorbers. The two do not interfere with each other, thereby improving the efficiency of absorbing spiritual energy. In the micro-meridians, there will be spiritual power input into the blood veins to improve the flesh and blood. Now it is just adding another kind of earth vein spiritual energy. In the process of the earth vein spiritual energy dissipating in the flesh and blood, his flesh and blood are also washed by the earth vein spiritual energy and become stronger. In this way, the operation of Han Yuan's internal skills became smoother and smoother. Gradually, the ancient wood nourishing spirit skill and the ancient wood recovery art became closer and closer to the perfect level in operation. He felt that there was only one opportunity left for the ancient wood nourishing spirit skill to break through the perfection, but he could never touch it. However, with the improvement of the spiritual energy circulation, the ancient wood recovery art has gradually reached the perfect level. A spiritual energy circulation is achieved between his body, the earth, and the air, reaching a perfect and harmonious state. After tens of thousands of spiritual energy circulations gradually succeeded, a much larger dice finally appeared in front of him. Han Yuan stared at the dice's rapid rotation and instantly gave an order with his mind. Stop! The dice stopped moving instantly, and one side of the dice appeared in front of him. 20. Han Yuan was overjoyed. Random gain multiplier, 20. The effect of the ancient wood chi recovery technique is improved by *20, with an exaggerated multiplication of 20 times. Countless earth vein spiritual energy poured into his body, forming a series of spiritual energy loops. All the micro-meridians in his technique were connected to the earth vein spiritual energy. A large amount of earth vein spiritual energy poured into his body, but was swallowed up by the micro-meridian network that had expanded several times. Under the strengthening of the soul-enriching grass and the meridian and blocking pill, the micro-meridians became wide and smooth, and a large amount of earth vein spiritual energy poured into them and was still able to be accommodated. The spiritual power in his dantian, which had originally been reduced by 1/3, was also quickly replenished in this process. Soon, the spiritual power in the dantian returned to a perfect state. This time, Han Yuan chose to break through without hesitation. Break through! The powerful spiritual power impacted the barrier of the dantian. It was originally thought that it would take multiple impacts, but under the impact of the wood spiritual power, it was broken in one impact. The dantian expanded several times at once. The original spiritual power was less than a quarter of it, and the quality of the spiritual power was also concentrated once during the impact. This time, Han Yuan understood more clearly the changes in spiritual power during the breakthrough, and could not help but suddenly said, "No wonder my dantian reached the size of a cultivator at the 10th level of qi refining before the breakthrough, but I never felt the feeling of breaking through the foundation. It turns out that every time I break through, my spiritual power will also undergo a transformation. Although his spiritual power transformation has also increased by 3 times, it is more of a quantitative change, and the qualitative change is indeed not as good as the effect of a proper breakthrough to the 10th level of qi refining. Despite this, his spiritual power, which has now broken through to the 7th level of qi refining, is estimated to have reached the effect of others at the 9th level of qi refining. He is undoubtedly qualified for foundation building. The role of spiritual essence is here. The improvement of spiritual power quality will increase the success rate of foundation building. No wonder one piece costs 800 spiritual stones. This is because others have restrictions on the use of spiritual essence. One person can't take many pills. If they can take many pills, the price will definitely be higher. Han Yuan looked at the storage bag marked with spiritual essence and was about to reach out. Suddenly he moved and looked at a place beside him. He remembered very clearly that when he used the soul-enriching grass before, he threw the grass stems aside and piled them up very high. But now, the original grass pile is gone. The ground is spotless, as if the pile of grass has never appeared. At this time, he remembered that he seemed to have forgotten something before. Where are the leaves of the blood vein grass that have lost their blood veins? Even the grass stems of the blood vein grass have disappeared. He turned around in the training room and looked at Wang Kai in the corner with suspicion. In the entire training room, apart from it, he really couldn't think of where those grass leaves would go. After waiting for a while, Wang Kai finished his training and habitually opened his eyes to look in the direction of Han Yuan. Then he saw Han Yuan squatting in front of him with his hands folded across his chest, looking down at him. "Woof! Woof! Master, have you finished your training?" Wang Kai's voice was filled with joy, and his tail was shaking vigorously. "Where are the blood vein grass leaves and soul grass stems?" Han Yuan asked faintly. Wang Kai's expression did not change, and there was even a hint of confusion on his face, but the tail behind him was shaking twice as fast, which had exposed his behavior. Han Yuan picked it up and planned to see where it hid the grass leaves, but suddenly found that the dog was more than 10 times heavier than before. "Oh my god, what did you eat? It's so heavy?" At this time, Han Yuan probed his spiritual consciousness into Wang Kai's body and could feel the extremely surging blood and qi in Wang Kai's body, and the fire spiritual power in his body was extremely exaggerated. Wang Kai didn't know when he had reached the late stage of qi refining. His cultivation progress was even more exaggerated than his master. Han Yuan looked at Wang Kai, who was avoiding his eyes, with some strangeness. He finally knew where those grass leaves went. 10,000 blood vein grass, 300,000 spiritual stones. 10,000 stems of Yunling grass, minus the grass leaves, are worth about 300,000 spiritual stones. This dog ate a full 600,000 spiritual stones. Forget it, since you have already completed qi refining, go and ask you how to break through. Spirit beasts should not need foundation building pills for breakthroughs, right? Han Yuan hugged Wang Kai and walked outside the training room. His breath connected with Wang Kai's breath and slowly blended into the surrounding environment, as if he was invisible. Without attracting anyone's attention, he soon arrived at the animal garden. After a walk, he saw Lu Sisi. Lu Sisi's temperament had changed a lot at this time. She walked vigorously, and she had the flavor of a strong woman. 2 disciples followed behind her, and they seemed to be reporting the income of the animal garden. Deacon Lu, for the past 5 months, the output of the animal garden has been in line with the plan, and even exceeded by 1/10. The plan made at the beginning of the year has been completed without any problems. A female disciple reported. Lu Sisi nodded slightly. Report the growth status of the spirit beasts in a timely manner, and there must not be any mistakes. Yes. The 2 female disciples who followed nodded quickly. Han Yuan was also very surprised to see the big change in Lu Sisi. The original Lu Cixi had a kind of senior sister style, generous, with obvious innocence and simplicity in her eyes, but today she has a bit of the appearance of the outer courtyard deacon that Han Yuan is familiar with. With a little bit of superiority and a little bit of arrogance, although it looks the same as before, the taste has changed a little. C52 The teachings of the clan elders. Han Yuan did not rush forward to ask about Wangcai's advancement, because he saw Lu Zixin standing in the distance, looking at the place expressionlessly. Liuzi didn't see Han Yuan first. Unless he was looking for it, others would regard Han Yuan as a small tree with no sense of existence. Lu Cixi also noticed Yanagisawa, waved his subordinates to leave, and then hurriedly walked towards Yanagijin. Han Yuan and Wang Kai, one person and one dog, both looked over curiously. Elder of the clan, why are you here? Lu Cixi smiled and saluted. Lu Zixin said calmly, I remember that you almost arranged the zoo 2 months ago. Why are you still busy here? Lu Cixi was startled and asked doubtfully, did I do a bad job? Yanagisawa shook his head first and said, no, you did a good job and managed the zoo in an orderly manner. I never noticed before that you still have a certain talent in managing this matter, but you have missed the point of the matter. Lu Cixi said blankly, the important point? Please ask the clan elders to explain. Let me ask you a question, are you from Sunming Cave Mansion or Lu family? Lu Zhe first looked into Lu Cixi's eyes. Lu Cixi's mind changed and she replied, of course I am from the Lu family. Wrong. Yanagisawa said first. Lu Cixi blinked and said, then I am from Sunming Cave Mansion? Humph, that's wrong too. Lu Zhe snorted coldly. Lu Cixi didn't understand what Lu Zixin meant. Lu Zhe sighed first and said, you are Han Yuan. And it is not the Han Yuan in Han Jin's biography, but simply Han Yuan. I don't understand, Lu Cixi said with a pale face, and she felt a faint sense of uneasiness. Let me ask you, what do you want to do by gathering connections and gaining power in the zoo? Do you really think that you can sit in this position of deacon because of your talent? Wrong, it's because of the relationship between you and Han Jin relationship. Without this relationship, you are no different from ordinary family members. You may eventually be able to get into a middle-level management position, or at most become a foundation-building monk, but so what? Yanagisawa suggested first. Lu Cixi vaguely understood what Lu Zixin meant. A few months ago, her mother came under her influence and the situation gradually improved. She sent him a letter telling her all the tips and tricks of managing connections. She was also deeply inspired. But now, it seems she did something wrong? Liuzi first looked at the busy people in the distance, then pointed at Sangming Tower and said, who do you think the owner of Sanming Cave is? Lu Cixi hesitated. Do you think that the Sanming Cave Palace has been jointly controlled by the Lu Di family, the Chang family and other families, and Han Jinjuan is of no use? There is only one title left? The owner of the Sanming Cave Palace has already been replaced? So, you started to stop paying attention to Han Jinjuan? Do you want to focus on the Lu family? Lu Zhe first revealed Lu Cixi's thoughts. Lu Cixi bit her lip and lowered her head, but she didn't know how to refute. Isn't this allowed? Can't people think about their own future? Lu Zhe sighed first and said, if it were a mortal dynasty, you would be right to think so, but in the world of cultivation, only strength is supreme. He looked into the distance with a solemn look in his eyes and said, the reason why our Lu family has such a large territory and interests is because of the ancestor of the family, Jin Danjinren. Once the ancestor reaches the end of his life or dies midway, if the family does not have follow-up additions from Jin Danjinren, then our huge family will fall apart overnight, and the family will give away a lot of benefits. The main line will die, and the branches will go to other places to survive. In the meantime, many clan members will be killed. The hostile forces were killed, separated, and their power was greatly reduced. It was not until a real Jin Dan was born again in the family that all the branches could be restored. Lu Cixi took a deep breath, and she finally understood what Lu Zixin meant. Sure enough, Lu Zixin continued, as for Han Yuan, I asked you to become his person before, not because he became the true successor, but because he could become the true successor. The true successor of the sect is not set up casually, and those who can become the true successor, everyone has the potential of the golden elixir and even the potential of the nascent soul. He must make friends with such people no matter what. If Lu Xingha had this potential, he would have become a true successor long ago. He thought that the peak master was blocking him. But they don't know that the peak master is not the final decider, but the Real Jin Dan hidden in the mountain peak and even the ancestor of Yuanying are the deciders. So, not long after Han Yuan arrived at Lingguan Peak, he directly became the true successor. This is not just a trick. It also shows that he has huge potential and does not even need to be observed for a period of time. No matter what is said outside rumors, that doesn't matter. Do you believe in the vision of chi refining and foundation building outside, or the vision of Master Jean Dan? Once Han Yuan becomes the golden elixir, if something goes wrong with our Lu family, he will take care of it. The tragedy will not happen. Even if we become in-laws, the benefits that our Lu family can get will be greater than all the properties today. 10 times 100 times. Lu Cixi understood. She heard what Lu Zishan meant. What she should do now is to get close to Han Yuan, help him, and work for him. But, clan elder, am I helping him now? This is what he ordered. Lu Cixi said a little at a loss. Ha, Chang Chun and Xin Feng also served Han Jinzhuan, so did you know that Han Jinzhuan had been out of seclusion once before? At that time, Chang Chun and Xin Feng both took action immediately before Han Jinzhuan gave the order, but you were the only one. No idea. That Di Ching, Lu Cixi bit her lip. Can he be the same? To put it bluntly, he is an outsider and a latecomer. You three were originally the closest people to Han Jinzhuan. But now, let alone saying that you are on good terms with him, even your status as a close subordinate has disappeared. It's just like Na Di Ching. Lu Zhe first hated the fact that iron cannot be made into steel. You go to Tsangming Tower, wait for Han Yuan to come out at any time, prepare hot food at any time, and let him see you as soon as he comes out. This is what you should do. Lu Cixi understood completely. The clan leader still asked her to take the initiative to get close to Han Yuan, but she wanted to prove herself with her ability. Isn't she weak? Her cultivation level has been able to jump twice in a row during this period of time, rising from the 5th level of Qi refining to the 7th level of Qi refining. Her spiritual beasts also advanced to the late stage of Qi refining, and she even contracted an additional spiritual beast with the help of her family's secret skills. She was promoted to an inner disciple of Lingguan Peak, and she learned several spells. Why does the clan elder think that she just needs to be a flower demon who can seduce people? Han Yuan and the innocent Wang Kai looked at each other. Wang Cai's eyes were blank. Han Yuan's heart was calm. Lu Zishan's idea was quite good. If Lu Caisai approached him like this, although he would not directly let her become his Taoist companion, he would definitely take care of the place he could take care of. After all, he has always been very kind to his own people. But now that Lu Cixi is half his own and half Lu family, the relationship has indeed become a little weaker. Still getting better with age. Han Yuan left quietly. Neither of them noticed what was happening around them, and they had no idea that someone was eavesdropping on their conversation. Han Yuan looked at the sky with some suspicion and murmured in his heart, "Don't tell me sooner or later, but when I show up, these two people say these things. Is it such a coincidence?" He was relieved when he thought about his identity. At this time, he was very glad that he had not been out of Zhonglang before. This kind of thing could happen just right, and other things were probably not bad either. At first he felt that he was a little invincible, but after thinking about it, there were so many golden elixirs out there, so he still had to develop steadily. C53 The Peak Master comes out of retreat. Du Yuan have practiced for half a year, and there was a spiritual light jumping in his sea of consciousness. At a certain moment, his consciousness finally broke through and also reached the realm of false elixir. False elixir means the great perfection of foundation building. At this moment, he was only half a step away from the golden elixir and could be ready to break through at any time. At this moment of breakthrough, he felt that there was a forgotten area deep in his memory. Du Yuanhe widened his eyes. Part of my memory was once sealed by someone. He was surprised. When his consciousness broke through, he did not hesitate to let a large amount of consciousness impact that area. Even if his consciousness retreated to the late stage of foundation building, he would break the seal. He was the master of a peak, and his memory was sealed. If he told others, he would be laughed at. Break! 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 Du Yuanhe urged his consciousness to impact the seal. His consciousness was consumed a lot, but he didn't care. At the same time, Ziyun Patriarch, who was sitting in the Sutra Pavilion of Gumu Peak, unexpectedly glanced at the direction of Lingguan Peak. He chuckled. It seems that the position of the master of Lingguan Peak will be changed soon. In the practice room. As his spiritual consciousness consumed 9/10 of it, the memory seal was finally broken, and a large number of familiar and unfamiliar memories flooded into his mind, causing a lot of conflicts with the previous memories. He could tell at once that the memories he thought were normal were actually false external memories. He sat on the futon in a daze, his face uncertain. Han Yuan, the ancient stone wall with spiritual characters, 8 characters appear at the same time? Secret disciples? Hiss, it turns out that there are secret disciples in the sect. Du Yuan has suddenly realized, and then smiled bitterly. I thought it was only the head of the sect that was attracted, but I didn't expect that even the ancestor was attracted by Han Yuan. Then he smiled again. It seems that my eyesight is still fine, and nominally, I am still Han Yuan's master, and he is still my true disciple now. If he really becomes the ancestor in the future, wouldn't I, he. He looked in the direction of Gumu Peak and touched his chin. Ancestor Ziyan must have discovered that I broke through his memory seal, but he didn't stop me, and even wanted me to discover it. In this way, it should be no problem for me to contact Han Yuan again. He took out the token and wanted to contact Han Yuan. But after thinking about it, he put down the token, walked out of the practice room directly, and flew to Songming Cave Mansion in person. Master. Outside the door, a woman smiled kindly. Are you out of retreat? I just bought your favorite roast fairy goose and forget worry wine from outside, and they are still hot. Do you want to eat them first to warm up your body? Du Yuanhe took a look and suddenly said, It's Xian Xian. He looked at the table of things next to him, and his action of leaving was slightly paused. On second thought, since half a year has passed, it doesn't matter if he eats for a while. He sat down. Yu Xian Xian next to him hurriedly poured wine for Du Yuanhe, and said cheerfully, Master, did you gain anything from retreat? Haha, a little bit. Du Yuanhe drank a cup of warm forget worry wine and sighed. Xian Xian still loves Master. She remembers to buy forget worry wine for Master when she goes out to train. She is usually busy, so there is no need to run to me. Forget worry wine is a specialty of Wanyu Valley. A pot costs 50 medium-grade spirit stones. The key is that it is limited to purchase. Obviously Yu Xian Xian is thoughtful. How can that be possible? Yu Xian Xian glared at him. You don't want me anymore? Ah, Xian Xian, of course I won't want you. I see you are busy practicing and dealing with Lingguan Peak's affairs all day long. Why do you still take time to accompany me, an old man? Hurry up and practice to build your foundation as soon as possible. Du Yuanhe said with a smile. Master, look. Yu Xian Xian said proudly as she turned around in front of Du Yuanhe. Du Yuanhe was surprised and said, You broke through? Of course, I was in a hurry to come back to accompany Master. I broke through the foundation building level in a few strokes. Yu Xian Xian said excitedly. Good, good, it seems that my vision is really good. Du Yuanhe nodded with satisfaction. A trace of surprise flashed in Yu Xian Xian's eyes. She had heard people say that her master's vision had deteriorated and he accepted a useless disciple, but it seemed that he was still confident in his vision. By the way, Xian Xian, have you seen my new disciple? Du Yuanhe said with a smile. Well, I just came back not long ago, and I haven't seen the 7th junior brother yet, Yu Xian Xian said. In fact, she has been back for a few days, but she heard that the 7th junior brother's reputation was average, so she didn't think of visiting him. Moreover, she is the 4th senior sister, and Han Yuan should come to visit her. She also learned some news that the 7th junior brother is in seclusion as a whole. Even most of the people in Songming Cave Mansion have never seen Han Yuan himself. Then you must get close to him, he is a genius. Du Yuanhe laughed. Yu Xian Xian blinked, looking confused. Du Yuanhe smiled and said, Did you hear the rumors outside? I pretended to be for others to see, don't underestimate him. Yu Xian Xian suddenly said, So that's it. Master, your method is really powerful. It seems that everyone thinks that the 7th junior brother has the name of the true teaching, but not the real teaching. Du Yuanhe coughed. This is not his method. But of course he would not explain, and said, after eating, Come with me to meet Han Yuan. Okay. Yu Xian Xian asked curiously, Master, what is the genius of my junior brother? Well, his understanding is amazing. He has mastered the exercises half a year ago. He also had an epiphany before and learned some very amazing things. I will keep the secret from him. You can ask him yourself, ha ha ha. Du Yuanhe seemed to have thought of something and laughed again, the smile on his face not pretending at all. Yu Xianxian was secretly shocked. The junior brother had not approached the master for half a year, but the master seemed to be very satisfied with the junior brother, and even showed signs of being more satisfied than her. This situation was a bit beyond her expectation. Originally, she thought that there was only one second senior brother who was a contender for the position of peak master, but now, it seems that the situation is not clear. Thoughts were rolling in Yu Xianxian's heart, and at the same time she did not hide her curiosity. Then I really want to see what is so special about junior brother Han. Du Yuanhe smiled and said nothing. After the two of them finished eating the food and wine, they flew towards the Songming cave with their magical weapons. Du Yuanhe looked at Yu Xianxian and asked, Have you prepared a meeting gift? There is no time to prepare it now. If not, Master will give you one here. Ha, you are a senior sister, so you can't lose face. Yu Xianxian said with a smile, I heard that Master has recruited a junior brother, so I specially prepared a big gift. Master doesn't need to spend any money. That's good. Du Yuanhun nodded with satisfaction. Yuexiangxian, on the other hand, reached into the storage bag with his spiritual consciousness, took out the contents of the box that he originally prepared, looked through the storage bag, and put something pressed at the bottom into the box. This was something she got through hard work and luck during her training outside, and its value was already extremely precious to her. There was a look of pain in her eyes, but she naturally understood the advice given by her master. Master naturally wouldn't think that she didn't have anything to make a gift, but just hinted that the gift should not be too light, but should be as heavy as possible, and he wouldn't even mind lending her a big gift. The kindness she gave to her master was certainly not in vain, and this reminder was worth it. Yu Xianxian's eyes were full of curiosity. What was so magical about this little junior brother that her master called her? Her master actually felt like he was keeping it secret. Window_Tabula equals Tabula.push, mode, thumbsfeed 01, container, Tabula below article thumbnail 300x250, placement, below article thumbnail 300x250, target type, mix, C54. The amazing words of the fourth sister Lu Sisi returned to her residence, thought about it, and felt that what the elder said made sense. She went to the dressing table and put on some light makeup. Then she pinched her pretty face to make the curves softer and less cold. She encouraged herself and went out to Tsangming Tower. At the same time, Han Yuan, who was thinking about life, felt the vibration of the true transmission token. He probed into it with his spiritual consciousness, and then looked up at the sky in astonishment. Hey, Master and fourth senior sister are coming? Han Yuan was a little surprised. As soon as he came out of retreat, things happened one after another, which was really a bit coincidental. He dispersed part of the hidden effect of the ancient wood hidden Shiju, opened the door of Tsangming Tower, and walked out in one step. Lu Sisi saw Han Yuan just opening the door, and couldn't help but be stunned. Did he see her coming to open the door? She remembered the words of the elder before, hesitated for a moment, and walked forward. But before she got close, Changchun came to Han Yuan without knowing when, and bowed respectfully. Master, are you out of retreat? In less than 2 seconds, Qin Feng also arrived quickly, and it was unknown whether he had been staying nearby before. Han Yuan's expression eased. You came at the right time. Go and prepare food and tea, my master and senior sister are coming. Changchun immediately replied, Master, no problem, I will immediately prepare the reception room and the people to be entertained. Qin Feng's eyes also lit up. Master, it just so happens that I heard that the dining hall has just slaughtered a fierce beast Iron Thorn Blood Bull in the middle stage of foundation building. I will send someone to buy some beef now. Changchun also replied, I accidentally got a box of precious Shin level high quality tea before, which is just right for entertaining, and it should not disappoint the master of the peak. Very good, you did a very good job. If you are short of spirit stones, go to the warehouse to withdraw them and register the accounts. Han Yuan smiled and nodded. At this time, Lu Sisi came over. She stood aside, a little at a loss, watching Changchun and Qin Feng take out the token and start arranging people to do things. They arranged things properly in minutes. She felt that she seemed a little redundant. These two people are too good at flattering, right? Han Yuan looked at Lu Sisi and smiled slightly. Junior sister Lu, how is it? Can you handle it during this period of time? Well, it's okay. Lu Sisi nodded and said, Senior brother, Han Yuan interrupted with a smile. Wait a minute, my master and fourth sister will be here soon. If there is nothing urgent, wait until they are done. Oh, okay. Lu Sisi stood aside and watched Changchun and Qin Feng busying themselves with others. Changchun arranged people to clean Tsangming building with dust removal techniques and tidy up the reception room on the 4th floor. He also prepared several female cultivators with good figures and looks to come as guests. The carpet was laid out and incense was lit, which suddenly looked solemn. At this time, Di Chung also came late. For a while, he stood awkwardly beside Lu Sisi and asked Lu Sisi in a daze, what's wrong? The lord of the mansion said that the peak master is coming. Lu Sisi replied absent-mindedly. Di Cheng stood beside Lu Sisi, smelling the faint fragrance on Lu Sisi's body, and glimpsed her rosy cherry lips and slightly wrinkled eyebrows, and couldn't help but look at her a few more times. Lu Sisi noticed his little move, frowned slightly, and moved away from him directly, then came to the other side of Han Yuan, and got closer to Han Yuan. Di Cheng's mouth twitched, and there was a trace of annoyance between his eyebrows. He looked at her with disdain, came to Han Yuan, and hurriedly bowed and said, Lord of the mansion, is there anything I can help with? Oh? Han Yuan thought for a while and said, you two come with me to greet the peak master. Yes. Di Cheng responded quickly. Okay. Lu Sisi smiled and nodded. Han Yuan nodded, not caring about the two people's little thoughts at all, and headed for the cave gate. Along the way, some disciples were seen cleaning and tidying up the functional buildings in a hurry, but when they saw Han Yuan coming, they would stop and salute one by one. Han Yuan was a little surprised. These people seemed to know him. He would nod and smile every time. Lu Sisi was embarrassed to see that the Lu family disciples looked at Han Yuan, but they were confused. Instead, they saw her salute, and then looked at Han Yuan with some curiosity. The Di family disciples on Di Qing's side saw that even the direct descendants of the Di family stood respectfully behind Han Yuan. Needless to say, they guessed Han Yuan's identity. Although they were a beat slower, they also saluted after reacting. Lu Sisi secretly looked at Han Yuan's reaction, but saw that he looked calm. She couldn't help but lower her head, and her face was a little hot. She looked down on Chang Chun and Qin Feng a little before, but now she found that she did something wrong. She remembered what the elders said. Was she from the Lu family or Han Yuan? If she was from Han Yuan, how could she not remember to promote Han Yuan's appearance and the etiquette to the Lu family? She hurriedly sent a group message to let the Lu family pay attention to etiquette. She didn't know if it was too late to make up for it now. Han Yuan was naturally not as complicated as she thought. He was mainly thinking about why old man Du came to him. He didn't care who was around to salute him. At most, he had an impression. Arriving at the gate, Han Yuan opened the ban and looked into the distance. Two magic weapon lights were rushing over at a very fast speed. They fell 300 meters away from the gate, revealing two figures, walking slowly towards this side. It was old man Du and a strange beautiful woman. Han Yuan walked up quickly and said with a smile, "Master, you can just fly in directly, why are you so polite to your disciple?" "Ha, Han Yuan, you won't blame me for not paying attention to you for half a year, right?" Du Yuanhe laughed exaggeratedly. "How could that be? I haven't paid my respects to you in the past 6 months. It's my fault," Han Yuan said hurriedly. "I heard that you have been in seclusion for half a year, so it's normal that you didn't come to my place. It just so happens that I have been in seclusion for half a year and just came out of seclusion. It just so happens that your fourth sister has also returned from training, so I brought her to visit you together. Ha, I didn't expect you to come out of seclusion too. I'm lucky," Du Yuanhe said with a smile. Han Yuan also looked at the beautiful female cultivator curiously. Her eyebrows and eyes were charming, lively and youthful, with a smile on her face, looking at him without blinking. The two looked at each other, and the female cultivator did not lower her head, but looked at him with more interest. "This is your fourth sister, Yu Xianxian," Du Yuanhe introduced. Han Yuan meets the fourth sister. Han Yuan said respectfully, "Hey, junior brother, why are you so reserved? Junior brother, you are so handsome. With sharp eyes and starry eyebrows, you are tall and straight, like a sapling, outstanding, and make me so happy." Yu Xianxian smiled sweetly. Lu Sisi and Di Qing both lowered their heads, not daring to look at her anymore. After Lu Sisi's status in the Lu family increased, she also came into contact with more information. For example, she naturally knew about the second true disciple of Lingwen Peak. Yu Xianxian was the eldest daughter of the Yu family, with a noble status, extraordinary talent, and profound knowledge. The Yu family was once a Yuanying family, and their ancestors had a Yuanying ancestor. Although there is no Yuanying ancestor now, there are several Jindan in the family, which is much more powerful than the Di family and the Lu family. Lu Sisi secretly looked at Yu Xianxian. She was very confident about her appearance, but her appearance was obviously several levels lower than Yu Xianxian, especially the aristocratic temperament that came from the heart, which was not comparable to her. However, a shocking scene happened. Yu Xianxian came to Han Yuan's side, hugged Han Yuan's arms with both hands very familiarly, and chuckled, "Junior brother, I don't have a Taoist partner yet, would you consider me?" "Xianxian is a great beauty, you are lucky." Han Yuan was stunned, and hurriedly tried to move Yu Xianxian's hands away with his other hand. "Senior sister, don't joke, junior brother, I know myself," Han Yuan said in a sweat. "Ha, you still despise me?" Yu Xianxian snorted lightly, and then laughed, "Am I not beautiful, senior sister?" Yu Xianxian blinked her big eyes at Han Yuan, and the mist in her eyes made people confused. Han Yuan smiled bitterly and said, "Sister, please don't tease me, your junior brother." "Sister, how could I tease you? I, Xianxian, have never regretted what I said. If you don't believe me, go ask around in the peak. What I said is like water spilled out, never taken back." Yu Xianxian leaned over and whispered, "Sister, I'm still a virgin." She let out a sweet laugh and let go of her hand. Han Yuan wiped the non-existent sweat from his forehead. He never expected that his sister was so hot. See 55 Master and disciple gathering. Lu Cixi was dumbfounded. Isn't this too direct? She can be sure that Yu Xianxian has never regretted what she said. Ever since Yu Xianxian became the true successor, she has always been consistent in helping the peak master handle affairs. Although her personality is generous, she has never been so close to a male monk. Still take the initiative. If you are joking, it seems that it is not necessarily a lie. Such an outstanding woman actually threw herself into her arms when they first met. She felt that her brain was not enough. Not to mention her, Han Yuan was a little overwhelmed and looked at Du Yuanhe for help. Du Yuanhe also watched their fight in a funny way. Seeing Han Yuan's eyes asking for help, he laughed and said, Xiao Yuan, Xianxian has a good temper and is very caring about people. If you don't mind, I can be a matchmaker, match you up. Yu Xianxian looked at Du Yuanhe and then at Han Yuan with some surprise. The strange color in her eyes became more obvious. The meaning of Du Yuanhe's words was that she was not worthy of Han Yuan and needed to be consulted. Han Yuan's opinion made her curious even more. Han Yuan looked like he was being fooled by Du Yuanhe, and complained helplessly, Master. Du Yuanhe coughed, okay, just kidding, let's go into the cave. It was empty before, but now it seems to be lively. Yu Xianxian patted his head at this moment. By the way, I almost forgot to give you the greeting gift. She stuffed a box into Han Yuan's arms and said, watch it yourself later, don't let anyone see it. Oh, thank you, senior sister Xianxian. Han Yuan said with a clear smile. He accepted the gift very simply. He was professional in receiving gifts. Several people smiled all the way and walked into the cave. Du Yuanhe's consciousness swept across the cave, looking at the bustling and beginning to show its scale. He was a little surprised and said, I heard that you have been practicing in seclusion, but I didn't expect that the cave is managed so well. Han Yuan shook his head and smiled, I am not managing this. I cooperate with the Lu family and the Di family. Most of them help me. I am just a rent collector. The two people next to me are responsible for the Di family and the Lu family here. Lu Cixi and Di Qing, please meet the peak master. Di Qing was startled and quickly saluted. Di Qing pays homage to the peak master. Lu Cixi pays homage to the peak master. Lu Cixi also saluted quickly. Du Yuanhe nodded kindly towards the two of them and smiled, not bad, Di Qing and Lu Cixi. You two have good vision. It will definitely be in your favor to help Han Yuan handle the industry affairs in the future. Well, wait, when Han Yuan and I have something to talk about, you can go and do your work first. Di Qing was happy. His name was registered with the peak master, which will definitely be beneficial in the future. He quickly said happily, okay, peak master, I will manage it clearly. Instead, Lu Cixi nodded in confusion. She didn't know what to say for a moment. She wanted to keep up with the three of them. But the pace of Han Yuan and the others quickened instantly, and they were far away from them in the blink of an eye. Watching Han Yuan's chatting and laughing figure gradually disappear, Lu Cixi realized that something was wrong. Di Qing looked at Lu Cixi, who was stunned on the spot, couldn't help but chuckle, shook his head, and left directly. Lu Cixi's face turned pale, and then he sighed quietly. Then she gritted her teeth and cheered up, others can do it, why can't I? I can work hard to improve my cultivation and abilities. She regained her confidence. She is not that kind of person, nor is she good at flattery. Instead, she feels relieved. She prefers to let nature take its course when it comes to fate. She doesn't want to force others, nor does she want to force herself. On her way back to the zoo, her steps became much brisker than before, and the arrogance that had grown on her face disappeared. She once again devoted herself to the process of cultivating spiritual beasts in the zoo. Become more focused and attentive. She is Lu Cixi, not from the Lu family, nor from Han Yuan, she is herself. On the way to Songning Tower, Yu Xianxian unexpectedly discovered that Han Yuan's speed was not slow, or in other words, a little too fast. She didn't see any signs of Han Yuan casting spells at all, but he walked extremely fast, elegantly and swiftly, not at all like the normal 7th level Qi refining speed. Suddenly her beautiful eyes opened and she asked in surprise, Junior brother, I heard that you only refined the 4th level of Qi half a year ago, right? You have already refined the 7th level of Qi now? Han Yuan responded with a faint smile, this is normal. There are pills given by the master, and the spiritual beasts produced in the cave have also purchased a lot of treasures to take. It is abnormal if the cultivation level is not improved quickly. Don't talk about me. My dog has also eaten a lot of spirit stones and is about to break through the foundation. I just want to ask master how to help it break through. Yu Xianxian's eyes were a little suspicious. She looked at Du Yuanhe. Du Yuanhe was also observing Han Yuan. On the surface, Han Yuan's aura is normal, and his cultivation has reached the 7th level of chi refining. He is already very fast, and his aura is stable. It doesn't look like he got it from pills. This kind of performance is not seen among the true disciples. Considered at the bottom. But Du Yuanhe knew that Han Yuan's physique was different from ordinary people, and he also had the heart of the wood spirit, but now let alone the heart of the wood spirit, he could not even detect the abnormality in his dantian that he could originally observe. What level of concealment has it reached? Du Yuanhe smiled gently. Oh, I can help you take a look. Several people quickly returned to Tsangming Tower. The three of them climbed up the stairs and soon arrived at the reception room. The female nuns arranged by Chang Chun had already arrived, and when they saw the three of them, they all bowed. Meet the Peak Master. Master, please take your seat, Han Yuan said. Han Yuan said to Chang Chun, who was waiting beside him, bring tea. Just keep it simple, these people can leave. Du Yuanhe sat down without any hesitation, and pointed at the woman who was ready to serve next to him. Han Yuan laughed and signaled Chang Chun to remove these people with his eyes. It seemed like a waste of effort, but it represented Han Yuan's attention. He handed the tea prepared by Chang Chun to Du Yuanhe with both hands. Master, drink tea. Du Yuanhe smiled with relief, took a sip, and praised, this tea is good. Han Yuan poured tea for Yu Xianxian again. Yu Xianxian had no time to drink tea. She pulled Han Yuan to sit down and asked in a low voice, Junior brother, do you have any secrets? Why don't you tell me secretly? We can go to the separate room on the 3rd floor to talk. Han Yuan smiled calmly, I don't have any secrets. I have the qualifications of a middle-grade spiritual root. I have worked hard for half a year to practice chi refining level 7. I can say that I am very proud of it. Yu Xianxian was surprised. You have a middle-grade spiritual root? She glanced at Du Yuanhe. Du Yuanhe was calm. Of course. My entry test is a middle-grade spiritual root. Han Yuan said with certainty, this can be checked. Yu Xianxian flipped her hand and took out a spiritual stone plate. Come on, put your hand on it. She grabbed Han Yuan's hand and pretended to put it on the spiritual stone plate. Han Yuan was stunned and quickly pulled his hand back. Yu Xianxian didn't grab him hard at all, but looked at him with a smile on her face. Han Yuan couldn't help coughing twice and said, by the way, master, take a look at my greedy dog. It has wasted hundreds of thousands of my spirit stones. If it can't break through, I will kill it. Han Yuan shouted downstairs, Wang Kai, come up quickly. Woof, woof, master, I'm coming. A black puppy ran up quickly, its small body jumped flexibly, and soon came to the 4th floor. It looked at the strangers curiously, and felt the strong breath on them, and couldn't help hiding behind Han Yuan. Han Yuan's face turned black, and he pulled it to the middle. That's it. Yu Xianxian looked at it for a few times, and asked in some confusion, is this a flame dog? Du Yuanhe looked at Wang Kai with strange eyes, shook his head and said, this is not a simple flame dog, it is definitely evolved. Han Yuan, let it show its true state. Han Yuan patted Wang Kai's head, come on, show yourself. Wang Kai nodded obediently. Then, under the gaze of several people, Wang Kai's body suddenly expanded a lot, and the hair on his body stretched and fluffed, changing from black to purple, and the aura on his body was also rising rapidly. Bang! Purple flames suddenly burned all over his body. He stepped on the empty space with both feet, soared into the air, and jumped in the air in the reception room. Wherever he passed, purple flames were left. The purple flames were extremely hot and frightening. Wang Kai's cute face turned into the majesty of the king of beasts in the blink of an eye. His dog face was angular, and his eyes looking at Yu Xianxian and others became sharp, like a demon king who devoured people. Chang Chun was so scared that his legs went weak on the spot. Xin Feng sat down directly. God knows how he fooled the dog before. He thought of the good beef prepared before, which seemed to be not prepared by the owner of the house, so it was just right to feed the dog. Flying purple flame dog? And what a solid foundation! Du Yuanhe exclaimed with a look of amazement. Yu Xianxian was surprised and said, Junior brother, where did you get this beast king cub? You said you have no secrets. Han Yuan said innocently, I bought this Wang Kai from the outer peak of the Spirit Beast Peak. Did you see that loose Cici just now? She was from the outer peak of the Spirit Beast Peak before. I bought Wang Kai from her, and then she helped to awaken it. She said there is a certain chance of awakening a blue flame dog, but I didn't expect it to awaken into a purple flame dog. It's a flying purple flame dog. The royal family of purple flame dogs. Yu Xianxian added. She couldn't help but say, what kind of luck is this? Help me find a spirit beast later, so I can contract a new one. Han Yuan ignored her shamelessness, looked at Du Yuanhe expectantly, and asked, "Peak Master, is it okay for it to break through?" Du Yuanhe pondered for a moment and said, "It's easy for your spirit pet to break through, but if you can break through in the purple flame dog spirit beast group, you may be able to stimulate the blood of the real king beast." What is a king beast? A king beast that does not lead a group of beasts is not a real king beast. Han Yuan frowned, glanced at the silly Wang Kai, shook his head and sighed. It's better to break through simply. Where can I find the purple flame dog group? Wang Kai heard Du Yuanhe's words, and his originally innocent eyes gradually brightened. He sent a thought to Han Yuan, "Master, I want to be the beast king." Han Yuan's face darkened. "Your wings are hard, right?" He jumped up directly and pressed his palm on Wang Kai's dog head. Wang Kai burst out with the powerful power of a perfect king beast cub, but it was useless. Han Yuan's hand seemed to have 1,000-pound force, and dozens of earth veins of spiritual power turned into a powerful binding force, pressing Wang Kai directly to the ground, unable to move. This scene made Du Yuanhe and Yu Xianxian stunned. And Han Yuan was also startled, and an illusory dice appeared in front of him. Random gain multiplier, 8, ancient wood control chi ju entry effect asterisk 800%, see 56. The key to ancient trees raising spirits. Han Yuan was really surprised. He had no intention of practicing the ancient wood chi control technique in a hurry, but before he knew it, he had already used it. This is also his expected performance after his various qualifications have been improved. It turns out that the so-called controlling chi is controlling the energy of earth veins. The hidden chi technique is to merge into the ancient wood, the chi restoration technique is to become an ancient tree, and the chi control technique is to transcend the ancient wood. He didn't believe that ordinary spiritual trees could control the earth's spiritual energy. The earth's spiritual energy is thick and heavy, but his spiritual consciousness is like 1 or 2,000 pounds. He uses the spiritual energy to circulate to mobilize the earth's spiritual energy. The more Earth's spiritual energy is mobilized, the more terrifying the power caused. He had just mobilized dozens of spiritual energy loops to suppress the prosperity of the great perfection of chi refining. On the one hand, this was because the quality of his spiritual power at the 7th level of chi refining was no different from that at the 9th level. On the other hand, it also had a random multiplier. The reason why the power of chi control technique is enhanced. All in all, this performance is pretty normal. Han Yuan retracted his palm as if nothing had happened and said to the two of them with a smile, "This dog still obeys my words." I made a suppressing gesture and it stopped moving. Woof! Woof! Wang Kai actively shrank his body, the flames receded, his hair turned black again, and he lay in the corner with his head curled up, looking like he didn't dare to cause trouble again. Yu Xianxian looked at Du Yuanhe with a suspicious look on his face and said, "Master, why did I feel that my junior brother should have used magic just now, but I didn't sense any movement?" Du Yuanhe fell silent. He couldn't admit that he didn't understand how Han Yuan suppressed Wang Kai just now, right? He could be sure that Wang Kai had used at least 50% of his strength just now, but Han Yuan suppressed Wang Kai lightly and did not rely on the contract to suppress it. This is actually because Han Yuan used the hidden chi technique to cover up the fluctuations of the Earth's spiritual energy. The Earth's spiritual energy is not invisible, but it is too common. The spiritual energy between heaven and earth is light and easy to absorb. Who would spend dozens of times the effort to absorb it? Earth energy? Yu Xianxian didn't get an answer from Du Yuanhe, so he turned around, stared at Han Yuan with burning eyes, and said, "Junior brother, why don't we two compete?" Du Yuanhe quickly scolded, "Xianxian, you are a bit ridiculous now. You have already established the foundation. Even before the foundation was established, you can still fight 1 against 100. How long has Han Yuan been practicing? How could it be? Your opponent." Yu Xianxian added, "It's okay. My realm has been suppressed to the 7th level of chi refining. I don't use magic weapons or powerful spells. I just want to see my junior brother's current strength. I only defend but not attack." Du Yuanhe looked at Han Yuan and asked his opinion. Han Yuan also smiled bitterly and said, "Sister, please forgive me. Don't I know how much I weigh? I have never practiced attack spells. Everyone on my side can testify, go check it out. I'll know it from the record of my exchange of spells." Du Yuanhe also nodded in approval. He has only been practicing for 2.5 years. During this time, he has been cultivating spiritual power. He really has no time to practice spells. Xin Feng, who was standing aside, suddenly remembered the scene a few months ago when the palace master used hundreds of air sword slashes to clear weeds. Every air sword slash seemed to be able to easily kill him instantly. Are you sure this isn't an attack spell? Xin Feng suddenly remembered that Chi sword slash was indeed a farming spell used to eat weeds. He had helped to purchase it. The Lord seemed to have several similar spells. Han Yuan's expression was very sincere. He thought about it and made sure that he had never practiced any offensive spells. He had never even killed a chicken. Hearing this, Yuexiangxian shook his head with some regret. Junior brother, the world of cultivating immortals is very dangerous. If you don't prepare some means of survival when you go out, you won't survive for a few days. Just like this experience, I killed other sections. The sect's 2 true disciples, 17 core disciples and 138 inner sect disciples also destroy 3,000-person strongholds and a small demon cave with 10,000 people. Han Yuan was dumbfounded, and even Du Yuanhe next to him was shocked. Xian, did you really kill 2 true disciples? Du Yuanhe said urgently, why didn't you say anything before? Xian shrugged, what a big deal, my 5th junior brother and 6th junior sister were killed, I have to take revenge, right? Otherwise, wouldn't my job as a senior sister be in vain? Du Yuanhe's expression calmed down after hearing this. It turns out it's those 2, well, I'll just kill them. Alas, it's a pity that Xiaotao and Yingfei died. Yuexiangxian also sighed. Han Yuan took a sip of tea silently. Obviously they were talking about his 5th senior brother and 6th senior sister. The world of cultivation was indeed more dangerous than he imagined. True disciples would die if they wanted to, but the sect was still safe. He was more I don't want to leave the sect anymore. Du Yuanhe also said, Han Yuan, if you have time, you can also go to the Sutra Pavilion to choose 2 or 3 self-defense spells. Although you should focus on realm cultivation now, you also need to practice spells. Disciple, please remember this. Han Yuan nodded. Du Yuanhe nodded and continued to ask, I came here just to see how you are doing. It seems that you are doing well. In addition, if you have any questions about cultivation, you can ask me. Although I am not a cultivator ancient wood nurturing spiritual skill, there is still some general practice experience. Han Yuan's eyes lit up when he heard this, and he quickly asked, Master, for a while, I have been stuck in the Deshang state of ancient wood spirit nurturing technique. I always feel that I am only one step away from perfection, but I have not crossed over. Oh? Are you almost at the point of consummation? Du Yuan had touched his chin and felt relieved when he thought of Han Yuan's enlightenment of the wood spirit heart. Xian next to him was also surprised. The technique is more difficult to comprehend than the spell. It is very rare to reach the great success. If it is perfect, it is rare among the true disciples. Xian spoke first. As for the ancient tree nurturing spirit technique, I don't know how to practice it to the perfect level, but I have seen several battles of disciples who have reached the perfect level of the ancient tree nurturing spirit technique. They like to cultivate some special spiritual plant seeds. When they are sown on the ground, a large number of spiritual plants will grow quickly for battle. Among them, some common ones are some vines. They can control these vines to fight. The opponent is usually beaten to death by a large number of vines. In addition, their combat effectiveness is much stronger in an environment with many trees. Han Yuan listened thoughtfully. Cultivate spiritual plant seeds? Fight with vines? And you can also use the environment of the forest? This seems to be quite different from what he practiced. In his opinion, the most powerful thing about the ancient tree nurturing spirit technique is the speed of recovery, that is, endurance. The ancient tree nurturing spirit technique with the chi recovery technique is enough to form a magic turret, and there is no need for spiritual plants to fight. The limitations of spiritual plants are great, but this provides him with an idea. He has also thought about whether the ancient wood nurturing spiritual skill is to cultivate the spirituality of spiritual plants. It seems that this path can be taken. Du Yuan has smiled dumbly at this time. Don't be led astray by your senior sister. The most magical thing about the ancient wood nurturing spiritual skill is that it can enhance one's own spiritual consciousness. It is because of the strong spiritual consciousness that a large number of spiritual plants can be controlled to fight. In addition, in the woods, you can absorb the special spiritual energy emitted by the trees to restore spiritual consciousness, so the combat ability is naturally stronger. Han Yuan was surprised and said, the ancient wood nurturing spiritual skill can enhance spiritual consciousness? Du Yuanhe looked at him strangely and said slowly, the word nurturing spirit in ancient wood nurturing spiritual skill, doesn't it refer to one's own spiritual consciousness? This should be common sense. Didn't you feel it during your practice? He seemed to think of something, and suddenly said, by the way, you didn't go to the inner gate. This thing seems to be learned in the inner gate transmission hall. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Practice is not closed door practice. If you stay in the practice room for a long time, you will be stumped by some strange levels sometimes. Yes, go out more often. In addition, fighting is also one of the best ways to improve your skills and spells. You can't avoid it. You can ask some core disciples to practice with you, which can increase the speed of your practice. Yu Xianxian was also in a dilemma. Little junior brother, have you been practicing alone to a level that is almost perfect? I really don't know whether to say you are smart or too stupid. Aren't you afraid of going astray in your practice? Han Yuan said with shame, I understand, I will pay attention in the future. Yu Xianxian put her hands on her waist and shook her head. You, how can you make progress if you don't want to fight with your senior sister? You practice well for 3 months, and I will come to fight with you after 3 months and teach you some moves. This time, Han Yuan did not refuse, and nodded. Okay, senior sister, I will ask you to guide me in the future. Yu Xianxian patted her chest. Don't worry, I will definitely teach you everything I know. Window, _ tabula equals window, _ tabula.push, mode, thumbs feed 01, container, tabula below article feed, placement, below article feed, target type, mix, C57 shocking breakthrough of perfect kung fu. Du Yuanhe chatted for a while, then left with Yu Xianxian. He wants to go back and help Yu Xianxian deal with the follow-up issues of killing the true disciple. Although this is a personal grudge, the true disciple is a true disciple after all, and it is always a bit troublesome to kill him openly. Han Yuan continued to return to the practice room. He left Wang Kai in the training room next to him and let him find a way to break through. Now Wang Kai doesn't need spiritual energy. As long as he can find an opportunity to break through, he can break through. Han Yuan sat cross-legged on the futon, lost in thought. Old Man Du asked him to go to the Chuan Gong Hall for more walks, but his condition was completely different from that of a normal practitioner. Although the skill was still the ancient wood nurturing spirit technique, the difference was too big. But the basic core remains the same. It turns out that the ancient wood spiritual cultivation technique, the so-called spirit, refers to spiritual consciousness? Did I practice it wrong before? No, it should be that the technique itself contains multiple meanings. One is to cultivate the spirituality of the spiritual plant, and the other is to enhance the spiritual power. The third is to cultivate the spirituality of the wood spirit heart, and the fourth is to cultivate one's own spiritual consciousness. This technique is simplified from the Jianmu Immortal Code, and obviously the true meaning contained in it is not simple. Han Yuan's eyes suddenly focused on a black fruit storage bag. Since the perfection level falls on the spiritual consciousness, this ghost fruit enhances the permanent spiritual consciousness cultivation effect. If a worker wants to do his job well, he must first sharpen his tools. Taking this fruit first will undoubtedly improve the efficiency of the cultivation method. There are 100 ghost fruits in total, and each one only costs 1,000 spirit stones. Since each person can only swallow one of these fruits, the price is not high, but the output is also not high. It is not a lot to get 100 at a time. Han Yuan swallowed a ghost fruit. The ghost fruit melts in your mouth, and a large amount of cool breath surges directly to your head. Han Yuan's spiritual sense closely observed the whereabouts of these medicinal powers, and saw that these medicinal powers were flushed through the head along the meridians and consumed completely. The whole brain is indeed very refreshing, and the speed of spiritual consciousness improvement has been improved by half. It does have an effect, but it can only be said to be better than nothing. Han Yuan opened his eyes and looked forward. The dice stopped spinning the moment he looked over. Random gain multiplier, 10, the effect of ghost fruit on strengthening meridians is increased by *10, strengthen the meridians? Han Yuan was slightly startled. Doesn't this increase the speed of spiritual consciousness cultivation? Why strengthen the meridians again? Before he could figure it out, 10 times more medicine poured into his head again. This time the medicine was much more powerful, and he could feel the changes in the medicine's power more clearly. I saw that the cool ghost fruit medicinal power began to integrate into the meridians in my head, especially the meridians near the consciousness C acupoint, which absorbed a particularly large amount of medicinal power. Han Yuan had a sudden idea, and while the medicine was exerting its power, he used the ancient wood spirit nourishing technique. With the operation of the technique, the wood spiritual power begins to circulate in the meridians. When the spiritual power reaches the meridians in the head that are being strengthened, the spiritual power begins to be consumed for no reason and is transformed into a much milder energy that enters along the meridians. In the sea of consciousness, you can see that after these energies come to the sea of consciousness, they sink to the bottom of the sea of consciousness, where the soul is located. After wandering around in the soul, it was refined into spiritual consciousness, which was quickly integrated into the original spiritual consciousness. Han Yuan suddenly realized that he had not paid much attention to the growth of spiritual consciousness in the past, but it turned out that the improvement of spiritual consciousness did not occur out of thin air, but came from spiritual power. Compared with gold, water, fire, and earth, the the spiritual power of wood is indeed more spiritual, and it is indeed easier to transform into power for the soul to absorb and refine. Especially under the operation of Han Yuan's skills and the tempering of the wood spirit heart, the spiritual power itself is gentler and more spiritual, making it easier to refine the soul. Suddenly, he remembered the transformation of spiritual power and blood energy at the connection between the micromeridians and the blood veins, plus the changes in spiritual power in the meridians near the sea of consciousness, and he thought of a sentence. Refining essence and transforming into chi, refining chi, and transforming into God. The ancient secrets of cultivation are vividly demonstrated in him. Blood energy represents essence, spiritual power represents chi, and spiritual consciousness represents God. Blood energy can be converted into spiritual power, and spiritual power can be converted into spiritual consciousness. The three of them progress layer by layer through the transformation of meridians. However, after his physical transformation, spiritual power can be converted into blood. In other words, as long as spiritual power is sufficient, spiritual consciousness and blood can be replenished quickly, and his ancient wood chi restoration technique ensures the replenishment of spiritual power. This is perfect. The perfect cultivation cycle system only needs an increase in the speed of spiritual consciousness cultivation. Han Yuan continued to swallow the ghost fruit. The cool energy continues to strengthen the meridians near the sea of consciousness. As the power of the medicine continues to increase, the scope of the medicine's diffusion is also increasing, gradually covering the micromeridians. Han Yuan was pleasantly surprised. Originally, the meridians that transformed spiritual power were only the main and secondary meridians in the head. Now it seems that even the micromeridians can transform the energy promised by spiritual consciousness. After his transformation, his ancient wood spirit nurturing technique has long been able to utilize these micromeridians, and now it is also applicable to the transformation of spiritual consciousness. Although the micromeridians are inconspicuous, when there are more of them, the combined conversion efficiency is dozens of times greater than that of the main and auxiliary meridians. In this way, the speed of spiritual consciousness improvement will naturally be greatly increased. At this moment, he could feel that the barrier to perfection in Gu Mu's spirit nurturing technique had been broken silently, and he could reach perfection at any time. However, at this moment, as the ghost fruit was digested, he discovered that the cooling power spread through the micromeridians and flowed into the blood veins. After the energy passed through those connecting parts, the natural lines gradually became more complex. The blood veins also naturally began to absorb the medicinal power of the ghost fruit. This scene seemed familiar to Han Yuan. He had seen it before when he swallowed the soul fruit, and now, the medicinal power of the ghost fruit seemed to be undergoing the same transformation. The blood veins were even more magical than he had imagined. The transformation of the blood veins was still ongoing. A brand new dice had gradually emerged in front of him. The dice was obviously larger than ordinary dice, and the numbers on it rotated faster. Han Yuan raised his eyebrows, but still couldn't see the numbers on it clearly, and still locked it by feeling. A number 24 appeared on it. Random gain multiplier, 24. The effect of the ancient wood nourishing spirit skill is improved by *24. Han Yuan was surprised. The multiplier of the skill is very important. This is his main skill, so the larger the multiplier, the better. However, he was curious, where will the 24-fold effect be improved? Han Yuan observed himself and didn't seem to feel any changes. Suddenly, his attention came to the sea of consciousness. The sea of consciousness is the place where a cultivator's soul is located. In addition to the soul and the sea of consciousness, there is only a piece of misty spiritual consciousness that wraps the soul body. There is also a piece of gray energy below the sea of consciousness. He didn't know the source of this energy before, but now he knows that it comes from the transformation of spiritual power. The edge of the sea of consciousness is dark, and as the spiritual consciousness improves, the edge of the sea of consciousness will also expand. When his attention came to the sea of consciousness, countless illusory meridians suddenly extended from the bottom of the sea of consciousness. In Han Yuan's astonishment, these meridians instantly entangled in his soul body. These meridians poured into his soul body, weaving a network of meridians in his soul body, forming an extremely complex meridian map. Han Yuan compared them and found that these meridians were exactly the same as the meridians in his body. As he was in doubt, gray energy suddenly flowed into the illusory meridians in the air in the sea of consciousness, and entered the newly appeared meridians in the soul body along the meridians. Then he was surprised to find that there was also a wood spirit heart in the soul body, which was automatically running the ancient wood nourishing spirit technique. Those gray energies were quickly refined during the operation of the technique, part of them were integrated into the soul body, and the other part was transformed into spiritual consciousness and radiated into the sea of consciousness. He then looked into his body and could feel that now, except for the meridians in the head, most of the meridians on the body had spiritual power disappearing inexplicably during the operation of spiritual power. The more Han Yuan looked, the bigger his eyes widened. Isn't this the ancient wood recovery technique? That's right, if you compare it, those gray energies are like strips of earth veins, and the meridians in his body are like strips of earth veins. The soul is like extracting the earth veins, extracting the gray energy transformed from the spiritual power in his body, and those spiritual consciousnesses transformed by soul refinement are like light spiritual energy scattered between heaven and earth. This is a spiritual consciousness loop in his sea of consciousness that is similar to the spiritual energy loop. This is truly a work of genius. C58 Spiritual Power Refining, Catfish Effect. Han Yuan felt refreshed. With the use of treasures and the breakthrough of skills, his foundation became extremely profound, from the physical body to the meridians to the spiritual consciousness, all of which underwent earth-shaking transformation. Cultivation is like building a building. Only when the foundation is solid can the cultivation be fast and good. At this moment, he was breathing in a huge amount of spiritual energy. A large amount of earth vein spiritual energy and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth in the practice room were all poured into his body like entering a whirlpool. Millions of micro-meridians are like countless rivers, converting spiritual energy into spiritual power and then transporting it to all parts of the body. There are 4 final destinations for the transportation of spiritual energy. One is to enter the Dantian and become Han Yuan's own cultivation. The second is to enter the heart of the wood spirit and become the nutrients and storage of spiritual power of the heart of the wood spirit. The third is to enter the blood veins and transform into blood and qi to improve one's own physical body. The blood and qi finally gather in the heart and condense one's own blood essence. The fourth is to transform into gray energy, be refined by the soul body, and release spiritual consciousness. The further these 4 go, the more spiritual power they need. After only 5 days of practice, he filled up the spiritual power in Dantian, but the remaining 3 places are still consuming spiritual power, especially the third and fourth, which are big consumers of spiritual power. My spiritual power is already equivalent to the 12th level of qi refining, but the quality of my spiritual power is only about the 9th level of qi refining. I will use the spiritual essence first to improve the quality of my own spiritual power before breaking through. Han Yuan took out a spiritual essence and began to refine it. The spiritual essence is a companion or of the spirit stone mine. It is a treasure that can condense spiritual power. However, the effect of this kind of condensed spiritual power is not outstanding. It is more used in alchemy and refining to improve the success rate of refining. Han Yuan only felt a special spiritual energy pouring into his body. After the practice was circulated and refined, it turned into a new spiritual power pouring into Dantian. As soon as it entered Dantian, this spiritual power was like a catfish entering a school of sardines, and began to devour the original spiritual power around it. Those spiritual powers really seemed to be chased sardines, flowing quickly, fearing that they would be swallowed by this special spiritual power. During the flow, the spiritual power became more condensed. And the special spiritual power was gradually assimilated by the surrounding spiritual power and became ordinary spiritual power. Strands of special spiritual power entered the Dantian, stirring up the Dantian. When the special spiritual power refined by the spiritual essence was exhausted, the spiritual power originally filled in the Dantian also decreased by 1/10. Han Yuan was stunned. What is the principle? He said he couldn't understand it. Although his spiritual power became more pure and condensed in the end, the strange process made him laugh and cry. His spiritual power seemed to have spirituality, and it made itself purer with the instinct of survival, and strengthened its ability to resist the swallowing power of the spiritual essence. Is the spiritual essence a companion or of the spiritual stone mine? This is not a companion, it is like a natural enemy. Han Yuan sighed at the magic of the world of cultivation. But it did not prevent him from continuing to refine. After refining a spiritual essence, the dice with random multipliers appeared again, and more special spiritual essence spiritual power entered the Dantian, and began to continue to chase the original spiritual power in the Dantian. The storage of spiritual power in the Dantian dropped by 30% again. Han Yuan also practiced the exercises to replenish spiritual power. The newly generated spiritual power circulated in the Dantian for a circle, and no special steps were required to become more refined spiritual power later. The effect of the spiritual essence is permanent. Looking at the obvious loss of a large amount of spiritual power, Han Yuan was very calm. He continued to practice the exercises. The spiritual energy that originally turned to other parts of the meridians all entered the dantian. The spiritual power inside the dantian gradually filled up at an astonishing speed. This time, the spiritual power was fully restored in just one day. The dantian became full again. If people knew about this speed, they would definitely be scared to death. This is equivalent to the dantian of the 12th level of chi refining. 40% of the spiritual power can be cultivated in one day, while others need to calculate it in years. This is Han Yuan's exaggerated cultivation speed. Spiritual text blessing plus top-grade spiritual roots plus special meridians plus perfect exercises plus super recovery plus super high spiritual energy concentration. Can Han Yuan's cultivation speed be faster? When the dantian spiritual power was full, he used the spiritual essence again. This time, his refining speed was a little faster. At the same time, a large amount of special spiritual power entered the dantian, and began to pounce on those docile spiritual powers like a hungry tiger. The dantian spiritual power naturally huddled together for warmth again, avoiding the spiritual power of the spiritual essence. In the process of escaping, it gradually became more condensed. After digesting it this time, although the multiplier reached 6 times, the final spiritual power decline was only less than 20%. Obviously, after the quality of spiritual power has improved, the effect of the spiritual essence is weakening. Han Yuan didn't care how much it weakened, as long as it was effective, he would continue to take it. Every time it dropped by 10%, he would run the exercises to replenish the spiritual power and replenish the consumption of dantian spiritual power. In this way, he practiced over and over again for a full month. Han Yuan continued to refine the last spiritual essence like a machine. Random gain multiplier, 36, spirit essence refining effect increased by 36, hey, is it the last one? Han Yuan touched it and found that the 500 spiritual essences in the storage bag were all refined by him. Come to think of it, I haven't seen the situation in dantian for a long time. He looked into dantian and was a little confused by what he saw. I saw a circular vortex in his dantian. A closer look revealed that 2 spiritual powers were chasing each other. One was the spiritual power formed by the refining of the spiritual essence, and the other was naturally the spiritual power originally in the dantian. The head of the spiritual essence spiritual power was devouring the tail of the dantian spiritual power, and the dantian spiritual power was no longer what it used to be, and their heads were also assimilating the tail of the spiritual essence spiritual power. What surprised Han Yuan was that the spiritual essence spiritual power seemed to have an additional feature compared to the original one because of the high random multiplier increase, that is, after devouring the normal spiritual power, it still maintains the aggressiveness of the spiritual essence spiritual power. The previous spiritual essence spiritual power would naturally become ordinary spiritual power after devouring the normal spiritual power, but now they can always maintain their own state unchanged. After many transformations, the dantian spiritual power has also improved a lot in assimilation ability, and can directly assimilate a small part of the spiritual essence spiritual power into its own spiritual power. If the spiritual power of the two is dyed with color, wouldn't this be a Tai Chi ball? Han Yuan was scratching his head. What had he cultivated by accident? He tried to control it. Whether it was the aggressive spiritual power or the more docile dantian spiritual power, he could easily control it. Even if he dispersed these spiritual powers, they would still form the state of Tai Chi ball in the end. However, during the trial, Han Yuan also found the benefits, that is, the spiritual power was being tempered all the time. The degree of concentration of the 2 spiritual powers was increasing at a weak speed at the same time, as if there was no end. Very good, my cultivation state is getting more and more abnormal. Han Yuan smiled. He was not disgusted. On the contrary, he felt that this state was not bad. Since the spiritual stone mine must be accompanied by the spiritual power mine, it was in line with the law of nature that his dantian had the spiritual power mine. See 59 Jianmu seed, alternative breakthrough based on the quality of my spiritual power. It should be easy to break through the foundation building, right? Han Yuan estimated that the quality of his spiritual power had already matched the quality of the 12th level of Qi refining. At this time, the success rate of breaking through the foundation building was undoubtedly calculated based on the normal 12th level of Qi refining, which was a 50% success rate. Han Yuan frowned, is this only a 50% success rate? No, with the addition of his top-grade wood spiritual roots and wood spiritual text, this success rate can be increased to 99%. He flipped through the advanced practice Qingmu Yuan Linggong. At this time, the inheritance crystal had passed all the Qingmu Yuan Linggong of the foundation building chapter to him. What surprised him was that there were two ways to break through the Qingmu Yuanling Gong. One is to follow the normal practice steps to liquefy the spiritual power. When the liquid spiritual power fills the dantian, you can condense a solid golden elixir and condense mana. The other practice method is a little different from other practices. You need to cultivate a Jianmu seed to break through the foundation building. After that, the Jianmu seed will be cultivated to perfection, which is the golden elixir. At this time, he also understood why the inheritance crystal can only be passed on once. Because, this inheritance crystal actually hides a real Jianmu fragment. Han Yuan took a breath. He suddenly believed that what Ziyun Patriarch said about the Tianqian sect was real. Jianmu Shendian was originally a practice above the level of Yuanshan, but because the high-level members of Tianqian sect fell and the inheritance was cut off, it fell to the level of Yuanshan practice. However, the intention of this practice itself is extremely high, and the difficulty of practice is naturally extraordinary. If it is practiced in a normal way, it will be fine. Although it is still difficult, the difficulty is actually within the range that ordinary geniuses can bear. But if you practice in another way, the difficulty will increase 100 times. Ziyun Patriarch probably doesn't think that Han Yuan will choose another path, so he didn't even mention it. But who is Han Yuan? A dignified time traveler. How could a time traveler with a golden finger choose an ordinary path? That path can even see the foreseeable future. After reaching the Yuanshan, he will face the dilemma of having no skills to practice. But choosing another path is different. The mystery of Jianmu Shendian lies in Jianmu. Cultivating Jianmu that belongs to oneself, and then creating a more advanced skill based on Jianmu, it seems that there is a trace to be found and a way to go. Since he has laid such a solid foundation, he naturally has to take this path. Han Yuan held his breath and looked at the floating inheritance crystal in the sea of consciousness. He solemnly conveyed his thoughts, "Disciple Han Yuan, I am willing to embark on the ancient secret path. Please give me the seeds of Jianmu." The inheritance crystal did not move. Han Yuan solemnly repeated the same words 3 times. The next moment, the inheritance crystal moved, and it poured out a broken piece of wood. This piece of wood is very small, only the size of a fingernail, but the breath contained in it seems to have the power of heaven and earth. He can't even look directly at its existence. Before Han Yuan could see the original appearance of the wood block, a suction force erupted from the broken wood block. In his sea of consciousness, a large amount of spiritual consciousness rushed towards the broken wood block. The broken wood block was like a bottomless pit, devouring his spiritual consciousness crazily. Damn! 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 I finally know why it is the ancient wood nurturing spirit technique. He thought about the ultimate mystery of the ancient wood nurturing spirit technique many times, and now he finally understood what it means to raise the spirit of the ancient wood. Ancient wood does not refer to anything else, but to the fragments of Jianmu. Raising the spirit is indeed to cultivate spirituality, but the cultivation is his own spirituality in Jianmu, which is a bit like taking over. It is true that improving the speed of spiritual consciousness is right, but this is not the purpose, because this is exactly for refining the fragments of Jianmu. The hidden Qi technique is to prevent his spiritual consciousness from being rejected by the fragments of Jianmu, and what is hidden is his breath belonging to humans. The Qi returning technique is also for the moment of refining the fragments, because the spiritual consciousness required by the Jianmu fragments in a short period of time is too terrifying. The purpose of the Qi control technique is to adjust the direction of the Qi return, accelerate the speed of the Qi return for the second time, and mobilize the spiritual power of the whole body to supply to the sea of consciousness. Everything is to carry and refine this Jianmu fragment. This is the subtlety of the super technique. Why does the technique need to be perfect? Why are there 3 core spells? These are all prepared in advance. His Qi control technique is only the entry level. Under normal circumstances, he can't meet the needs of refining. But Han Yuan's foundation is too deep. His Qi return technique is 20 times the recovery of the normal perfect realm, and the speed of Qi return is 3,000 times that of the normal Qi refining 12-level cultivator. Coupled with the perfect mutation of the ancient wood nurturing spirit technique, it is enough to easily extract the spiritual power in the meridians of the whole body and supply the refining of the spiritual consciousness. A large amount of spiritual consciousness is being born, supplying the absorption of the broken wood. Han Yuan is wholeheartedly focused on refining the Jianmu fragments, and his spiritual consciousness gradually generates a new spirituality in the wood. Time passes day by day. In a blink of an eye, another month has passed. Han Yuan sat cross-legged in the practice room, with a slight smile on his face. With a month of continuous supply and refining, the Jianmu fragment was finally successfully refined by him. This Jianmu fragment had obviously been processed. When he successfully refined it, the whole Jianmu fragment instantly collapsed. The next moment, it condensed into a small, shriveled seed like a soybean. There were 36 gullies on it, and it seemed that it needed spiritual power to be watered. The seed of Jianmu. Han Yuan took a deep breath and controlled it with his mind. The Jianmu seed naturally followed his control and came to the main meridian. Along the meridian, it came to the dantian and stayed in the center of the dantian. In an instant, the dantian was more than doubled stable. The spiritual power Tai Chi ball and the dantian revolved around the Jianmu seed. Both the offensive spiritual power and the gentle spiritual power were absorbed by the Jianmu seed. Han Yuan knew that when the shriveled seed became round, it was the time for him to advance to the foundation building stage. Once the seed expanded to the size of a pill and the true symbol was imprinted on the surface, it meant that he had broken through the Jindan. Once it began to germinate, he could break through the Yuanying. This looks simple, but the amount of spiritual power required is very exaggerated. The spiritual power of a dantian can't fill a small gully at all. As Han Yuan pondered, he suddenly looked in front of him. A dice that was much larger than before suddenly appeared and began to spin rapidly. Han Yuan opened his eyes wide and looked surprised. The random gain multiplier is triggered. This can also be triggered? This is the Jianmu seed. But he didn't have time to think about it, and his eyes were fixed on the dice, trying to see the number on it clearly. But unfortunately, although his realm has been improving, the speed of the number will also increase with his realm, as if it is increasing in proportion, and you will never be able to see the number on it clearly. But the feeling in the dark made Han Yuan instantly lock the dice. 10. Random gain multiplier, 10, all kinds of effects of Jianmu seed are improved by 10, Han Yuan immediately looked at his dantian. I saw that the Jianmu seed, which was originally the size of a soybean, was expanding at an astonishing speed. It expanded to the size of a longan, and the number of gullies on it increased 10 times compared to before, becoming 360. Although the number increased, the speed at which the Jianmu seed absorbed spiritual power also increased 10 times at the same time. In other words, although the size increased 10 times, the time of improvement did not increase. At the same time, his dantian was 10 times more stable than before. As the stability of his dantian increased dramatically, the spiritual power in his dantian actually began to liquefy at a speed visible to the naked eye. This is autonomous liquefaction. This means that his spiritual power will be transformed into true essence. It also means that he has reached the foundation building stage. Even after refining the gray energy transformed from true essence, the soul also released a divine consciousness that is much more powerful than the spiritual consciousness. However, judging by the orthodox practice method of Qingmu Yuan Linggong, he is still in the qi refining stage. See 60 practicing self-defense spells in this world of cultivating immortals. The realms are not randomly divided. Like the qi refining realm, when you break through a small realm, you can easily expand your dantian. This is destruction and then reshaping, and the power of heaven and earth is helping the monks. But after breaking through to the realm of foundation building, this help disappears, and the dantian cannot easily expand. The monks need to find a way on their own. The realm of foundation building is mainly to stabilize the dantian and condense the true energy. Therefore, the more breakthroughs during the qi refining period and the larger the dantian, the greater the advantage. However, if it is too large, the training time will be lengthened. There are advantages and disadvantages, and the monks need to weigh them themselves. Han Yuan's state at this time is very strange. It is said to be the foundation building state. He does have liquid true energy and spiritual consciousness, but because he is practicing the second path of building what immortal code, the determination of the state it has been transferred to the Jianmu seed. Before the Jianmu seed has absorbed sufficient energy, it will not reach the foundation building realm. It's very simple to know. I'll try to expand my dantian. If it's easier, it proves that I still belong to the qi refining realm. Thinking of this, Han Yuan controlled his spiritual power, real energy, and attacked the barrier of dantian. Even if the dantian is 10 times more stable, the barrier of the dantian still collapses quickly under the impact of spiritual power, and then an even larger dantian is formed. In the process of expansion, the spiritual power actually became more condensed again. The spiritual power that was originally only partially liquefied was liquefied at a faster speed. With that, things are clear. Now, in the eyes of heaven and earth, he still belongs to the 8th level of qi refining, but in the eyes of the monks in the world of immortality, he has already belonged to the early stage of foundation building. This is such a situation, which is easy to understand. After the spiritual power gradually liquefied, the spiritual power only occupied a small area at the bottom of the dantian. The two types of spiritual power were still chasing each other, forming a Tai Chi lake. The Jianmu seed is suspended in the middle of the Tai Chi spiritual power lake, absorbing the liquid spiritual power to nourish itself. A large amount of spiritual energy entered the dantian, falling like rain from the sky above the dantian, and fell into the Tai Chi spiritual power lake, increasing Han Yuan's cultivation. Taiji Lake's rising speed seems very slow, but in fact the spiritual power increases every minute and every second is more than 100 times that of the past. The liquefied spiritual power spreads throughout the body along the meridians. The meridians, flesh and blood, and even the soul, are all undergoing astonishing improvements under the nourishment of the new spiritual power, gradually approaching the state of a foundation-building monk. The wood spirit power in the heart of the wood spirit also began to transform simultaneously. The wood spirit power inside was also transformed into liquid spiritual power, and it also turned into a Tai Chi pool that kept spinning. The breakthrough is finally over. Han Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. Generally speaking, the cultivation level has entered a period of peace. The heart of the wood spirit is still running the ancient wood spirit nourishing technique, rapidly absorbing the spiritual energy. Now there is a large consumer of building wood seeds. Big breakthroughs will have to wait for a while. In fact, he was making rapid progress every moment, but after the spiritual power was liquefied, it seemed calm. There are only a dozen days left in March. Fourth senior sister is coming to fight me, so we'd better practice some self-defense spells to fight. He didn't care about the practice of spells before because it was more important to improve his realm. Now that his realm is good enough, it's time to practice a few spells. In Han Yuan's inheritance, in addition to the 3 core spells, there are also 9 supporting spells that can be practiced in the Qi refining part. What he chose was Spirit Eye Technique and Sword Qi Changlin. The Spiritual Eye Technique improves one's own eyesight and can observe the trajectory of spells, which is of great help in battle. The Sword Energy becomes a forest, which means that the sword energy is regarded as a tree, and the energy becomes a forest, killing the enemy. This move is overwhelming and consumes a lot of spiritual power, which is very suitable for Han Yuan's speed of recovery. Fast Monk. Both of these are yellow-level high-grade spells, and both have advanced spells. They are of the same origin when practiced. Han Yuan took the lead in practicing the Spiritual Eye Technique. The wood spirit power was running, and 2 wood spirit powers came to the eyes at the same time, and then controlled by divine consciousness, 2 spell runes were condensed in the blink of an eye. The next moment, a green light flashed in Han Yuan's eyes, and he saw the flow of spiritual energy in the training room. He saw a large amount of spiritual energy pouring into his body. You're ready now? Han Yuan was a little surprised. This speed of cultivation was beyond his expectation, and it was obvious that he was still not used to the changes in his own talent. A familiar dice appeared, confirming his thoughts. Random Gain Multiplier, 3, the entry-level effective Spiritual Eye Technique is increased by *300%, the effect of the Spiritual Eye Technique has been increased by 3 times, and the spiritual energy fluctuations can be seen more clearly. I haven't taken the snake gallbladder yet. Han Yuan took out the snake gallbladders from the storage bag. Each snake gallbladder was like a small bead. Han Yuan opened his mouth and swallowed one. A cool breath blended into his eyes, and he felt that his eyes seemed to be getting better. If he didn't observe carefully, it would be an illusion. He glanced ahead and waited for a moment. The dice did not appear. It's a pity that my body has gone through many transformations, and now the effect of the snake gallbladder on me is minimal. It can't even activate the dice. Han Yuan shook his head, but he was not too frustrated. There was a limit to the benefit effect of items. Even if he swallowed snake gallbladder first and then other items, the final transformation effect of his eyes would be almost the same. The blood energy transformed by his current spiritual power is constantly strengthening his eyes, which is even more effective than the gallbladder of a snake. He put away the snake gall and continued to practice the Spirit Eye Technique. The 2 runes gradually became clear in his eyes, and the vision in his eyes gradually became obvious. 3 days later, the Spirit Eye Technique was perfected. Random Gain Multiplier, 10, Spirit Eye Technique Perfect Effect *10, the tenfold Spirit Eye Technique Perfect Effect is amazing. Han Yuan lowered his head and saw the trajectory of the spiritual power in his body. The hidden Qi Ju was activated, and the Spirit Eye Technique was like a layer of black cloth, and the spiritual power trajectory could not be seen. But this is his hidden Qi Ju, and it is difficult for others to have such a powerful concealment spell. In this way, he can see through the opponent's spiritual power at a glance, see through the spells that the enemy wants to cast in advance, and anticipate the enemy's moves. The realm has been raised, and practicing the upper-grade yellow-level spells is actually easier than the lower-grade yellow-level spells. This is one of the benefits of the realm. Han Yuan thought of the ease and speed of practicing the Spirit Eye technique in the past 3 days, and then thought of the difficulty of practicing the Spirit Rain technique, and sighed. Putting down the Spirit Eye technique first, he picked up a sword. Sword Chi forming forest. To get started, you need to control 3 sword Chi at the same time. Minor success can control 10 sword Chi, major success can control 30 sword Chi, and perfect success can control 100 sword Chi. This sword Chi is similar to the Chi sword he performed before, but the latter is just the Chi gene stimulated by the fingers, while the latter is the sword Chi stimulated by the magic weapon, and the power of the two is very different. However, with the experience of Chi sword before, it is very simple for him to get started with sword Chi forming forest. The wood spirit force successfully released 3 wood attribute sword Chi through the sword, and these 3 sword Chi pulled each other into the forest, and the difficulty of control was reduced a lot. Go! The 3 sword Chi were controlled at the same time and slashed on the stone in the corner of the training room. Puff! The sword Chi instantly pierced into the stone, leaving several cracks on the stone. Han Yuan was surprised. This stone was used to simply test the power of spells for foundation building cultivators, and he used the yellow grade upper grade spell to create the power of the foundation building level. No, my spiritual power has become true essence. The power of the spell is based on the quality of the spiritual power. Han Yuan understood. In this way, it was normal for him to upgrade the power of the upper grade yellow level spell to the power of the black level spell. But in this way, what should he do when fighting with the 4th senior sister later? His spiritual power has all transformed. Forcibly reducing the power will be more troublesome. Can't I just use the Chi sword to cut? Han Yuan once again focused on the lower grade yellow level spell Chi sword that he had learned before. With a flick of his finger, a Chi sword cut on the test stone. After waiting for a while, there was indeed no trace. Han Yuan was relieved and took out a leaf of sword Chi grass, intending to refine it to improve his qualifications in swordsmanship. This is a good treasure for practicing swordsmanship. 1 piece is worth 1,500 spirit stones. See 61 Swordsmanship Prodigy. In Han Yuan's view, the swordsmanship of the immortal cultivators is just a means of controlling objects. Spiritual power changes its own nature through magic tools, turning into more powerful sword energy and knife energy, and then controlling these sword energy or knife energy to fight against the enemy. These sword energy are naturally more aggressive and destructive than the spiritual power of the cultivators themselves, but in essence they are still controlling energy and objects. Why not control the sword itself? It is naturally because the spiritual power required to control the physical sword and knife is too high, and the control is more difficult. In the Chi refining realm, these sword energy will naturally be chosen as the main one. When the cultivation level is high, you can control magic tools and even spiritual tools and magic treasures to fight against the enemy with your body. At that time, the power will naturally be greater, which can be called sword control, weapon control, etc. Of course, there are cultivators who specialize in swordsmanship and call themselves sword cultivators. Swordsmanship is something different in their eyes. Han Yuan is a pragmatist. No matter what it is, as long as it can exert its power, it will be fine. Since there is a leaf of sword energy grass, he naturally chose to practice swordsmanship. Put the leaves of the sword energy grass on the palm of your hand. He input his spiritual power into the leaves. The next moment, a weak but sharp sword energy burst out from the leaves and invaded his body. The sword energy quickly advanced along the meridians, causing indiscriminate damage to the meridians it passed through. But his meridians had long been extremely tough, and the sword energy could not hurt the meridians at all. The sword energy came all the way to the dantian. Han Yuan was well prepared, and the spell mark of the sword energy into a forest that he had just successfully cultivated went up to meet it. The sword energy hit the spell mark of sword energy into a forest, and began to destroy the spell mark. In this process, the cultivator can feel the swordsmanship. Han Yuan was not very talented in swordsmanship, but unfortunately he had the blessing of the sword spirit text. Observing the crisscrossing of the sword energy, Han Yuan really realized something. When the sword energy was consumed, the spell mark of sword energy into a forest was restored again, which was much clearer than before. His understanding of this sword technique was surprisingly smooth and natural. He had become much more proficient in the sword technique that he had just started. He was also a little surprised. He knew that practicing magic would form magic marks or magic runes, which could be used to speed up the casting of magic. It didn't matter if they were destroyed. He could condense them again at any time because he had already learned this magic. But now, after the magic mark evolved, it could actually improve the progress of magic practice, which refreshed his cognition. Others use this one-leaf sword energy grass half to improve their sword skill qualifications and half to break through the sword skill realm. I actually use it for daily practice. Han Yuan complained to himself, and then he happily saw that 5 more sword energies appeared again after the random gain effect and began to rush towards his Dantian. Han Yuan was very happy and opened his arms to let them enter his Dantian. However, Han Yuan was surprised to find that after the 5 sword energies came to Dantian, they actually combined into a combined attack. Attacking the sword chi becomes a forest spell mark repeatedly, trying to erase his sword mark. During the attack, many mysterious sword techniques were revealed, which touched Han Yuan more deeply. It was like a teacher who was imparting the inheritance of sword techniques to him without reservation. Han Yuan subconsciously stretched out his fingers, and 5 sword energies were simulating the trajectory of the sword energy in his body. It was just that the trajectory of the sword energy that he thought could be easily simulated was like a wild imagination, running in a trajectory different from the ordinary people's way of thinking. Before he could figure it out, the sword energy was consumed. The spell mark of sword chi becomes a forest became more condensed, and his understanding of this spell was also rising rapidly. It was indeed a good thing, and the effect was very significant. Han Yuan continued to refine a leaf of sword energy grass. One leaf could transform several sword energies into the body. Han Yuan was shocked to find that the trajectory of the sword energy that entered each time was different. Obviously those trajectories were just appearances, and he did not comprehend the deeper things. No wonder the sword technique can be listed separately. It's a bit difficult. Han Yuan gradually realized that the reason behind this was not simple, but he was not obsessed with figuring out the reason, and it was not a loss to be able to accelerate the comprehension of sword technique into forest. One leaf after another was consumed, and the sword of the sword energy on Han Yuan's finger also casually imitated the attack trajectory of those sword energies. He has been imitating, and every time he imitates, he can gain a little bit of understanding, but it is very insignificant. Unknowingly, the sword technique into forest broke through to the small success, and then reached the great success in just 2 days. The number of swords on Han Yuan's fingertips also increased to 36, like a flower through a brocade, sometimes combined into a flying bird, and sometimes combined into a big fish. The sword is as flexible as his fingers. However, Han Yuan didn't pay any attention to the chi sword at all. His movements had become instinctive, and he now focused most of his attention on cultivation. At first, he wanted to comprehend some of the mysteries of the sword, but after more than 2 days of trying his best to comprehend, he still didn't understand the deep mystery of the sword's trajectory, so he decisively gave up struggling. The sword was too ethereal, and it was more practical to cultivate spiritual power. Little did he know that for a normal sword cultivator, the progress of comprehending a sword technique is calculated in years, and it is normal to improve a little bit every year. Han Yuan was spoiled by the rapid improvement of his realm and magic during this period, and he was a little arrogant. The rapid improvement of his cultivation during this period did make people's mood fluctuate easily, but this situation can be gradually improved with age and experience. The rapid improvement of cultivation naturally has some harmless sequelae. However, perhaps it was precisely because Han Yuan didn't care that when he imitated the trajectory of the sword energy of those sword energy grasses, there was less human intervention, and gradually he fitted in with a kind of unrestrained and free swordsmanship. The sword energy on Han Yuan's fingertips gradually became a little mysterious, and the sword energy of the sword energy grasses began to be similar in spirit from being similar in appearance. All changes are subtle and silent. Han Yuan's mind moved, and his spiritual power could roll up a blade of sword chi grass. The sword chi would naturally rush into his dantian and attack his sword chi forest with a mysterious trajectory. He would subconsciously imitate it, making the sword chi on his fingertips as similar as possible to the sword chi in his dantian. Even if he couldn't imitate it almost exactly, it didn't matter. Anyway, it was a side benefit. His main purpose was to practice sword chi forest. Unknowingly, this spell was almost perfect. Sure enough, the effect of sword chi grass is good. Every time I attack the spell mark, I will deepen my understanding of this sword method, as if this sword method is becoming simpler and simpler in my eyes. Han Yuan had a feeling that the sword method of sword chi forest seemed to be getting simpler and simpler in his feelings. The changes of the sword forest composed of dozens of sword chi seemed to be the same, and there were only a few types of swords. He also secretly praised the excellent feedback effect of the spell mark. This way of making people easily understand spells is really suitable for people like him who have average understanding. At this moment, the number of sword chi slashing through his fingertips had reached 14, and the formation was changing at an astonishing speed. The complexity of the formation had already surpassed the perfect level of sword chi forming a forest. C62 Kendo awareness doubled finally. Under Han Yuan's observation, the spell mark of Jin Shi Chang Lin has successfully condensed into a complete and clear spell rune. This means that his Jin Shi Chang Lin has reached the perfect level. And the sword grass has not been consumed yet. In this case, Han Yuan took the initiative to look at the advanced spell Jin Shi Chang Lin of Jin Shi Chang Lin. Compared with Jin Shi Chang Lin, Jin Shi Chang Si reduces the size of each sword chi, and each sword chi is more condensed. The offensiveness is increased by more than 10 times, and the flexibility is greatly improved. Jin Shi Chang Lin still turns the sword chi into trees. The sword chi is very conspicuous. Jin Shi Chang Si, each sword chi is reduced by more than dozens of times, and both the speed and quantity can be improved by an order of magnitude. The former is the limit of 100 sword chi, while the latter is just the basis. Han Yuan admired the difficulty of practicing this spell, but his two spells are of the same origin. He can transform the progress of practicing sword chi into forest into a certain progress of practicing sword chi into silk. After some attempts, the spell mark of sword chi into forest was successfully transformed into another more complex spell mark. While it was more complex, it also became more illusory. Han Yuan also successfully entered the sword chi into silk. When he tried to condense the sword energy was easily reduced in size. The sword energy that originally reached the normal sword size was easily reduced by a circle. Silk is a perfect effect, and each level is a process of shrinking. At first he thought it was difficult, but after trying it, he found it unexpectedly simple. This is the benefit of advanced spells, which can easily absorb the previous practice results. Han Yuan was very satisfied and continued to absorb a leaf of sword energy grass to improve the spell mark of sword chi into silk. During this process, he was still imitating the trajectory of the sword energy. Although he did not expect to comprehend any sword art, he still had a fluke, so he would still imitate it, but he did not have much hope. So his main energy was put on cultivating spiritual power. The heart of wood could indeed cultivate itself, but with his control, the cultivation speed would increase by dozens of times, so he would naturally cultivate whenever he could. When he closed his eyes and concentrated on cultivating, the number of chi swords on his fingertips had increased to 64. Some of the chi swords were able to synchronize the trajectory of the sword energy in the dantian in real time, and some were imitating the trajectory of the sword energy he had seen before. In terms of external performance, part of the sword energy on the upper part of his left hand formed a snake, and the other part of the sword energy on the upper part of his right hand formed an eagle. The two quickly intersected above his fingers, and the two looked as if they really had a spirituality, as if there was really a snake and an eagle fighting, which looked a bit magical. Han Yuan cultivated comfortably for another 10 days. The spiritual power in the dantian was greatly increased, and the liquefied Tai Chi spiritual power lake increased by 3 times, which was a cause for celebration. At the same time, after the sword energy grass was consumed, the spell mark of sword energy into silk also successfully reached the perfect state, enough to condense 1,000 sword energy, each like a silk thread. This is a top-grade spell of the Xian level, which can be achieved so easily. Han Yuan had to sigh that the effect of the sword energy grass was really good. Just at this time, he opened his eyes casually. The next moment, he was stunned on the spot. I saw that on his left hand, a tiger composed of hundreds of air swords was staring at the top of his right hand, and the fierceness in his eyes was like substance. On his right hand, there was also a giant long sword composed of hundreds of air swords, floating in the air, graceful and erratic, with cold light flashing on the sword body, like a peerless sword. The two sides confronted each other through the air, and the atmosphere seemed stagnant. Han Yuan looked at the two things that suddenly solidified and motionless in a daze, and finally realized that this was the chi sword he had cast. With a thought, the tiger and the sword suddenly broke apart and turned into a large number of chi swords, which disintegrated again and turned into countless spiritual energy that dissipated in the air. Han Yuan raised his fingers, suddenly closed his eyes, and recalled the sword comprehension of this period of time. Countless sword comprehension rushed into his heart at the same time like a spring, and a stream of enlightenment hit his heart, like a continuous tide. The next moment, a huge dice suddenly appeared in front of Han Yuan, and Han Yuan had no time to take care of it. The dice started to rotate on its own, rotating at an astonishing speed. The rotation speed is the fastest ever. At a certain moment, the dice stagnated instantly, and the number stayed on 36. Random gain multiplier, 36, Kendo perception effect increased by *36. At this moment, countless and even greater sword perceptions poured into Han Yuan's consciousness, and he entered into enlightenment on the spot. At this time, outside the Tsongming cave mansion, Yu Xianxian stood with her arms folded, holding a sword in her hand. "Where is your mansion, master?" Yu Xianxian asked Chan Chan next to her. The mansion master is still in seclusion. Chang Chan replied hurriedly. Yu Xianxian raised her eyebrows. 3 months have passed, he is still in seclusion? Has he come out before? Chang Chan shook his head and said, since you left, the mansion master has been in seclusion, and he has not come out once until now. Yu Xianxian was speechless and said in surprise, he was like this before? Basically. Chang Chan responded carefully. This junior brother is still an ascetic monk. Yu Xianxian didn't know what to say. I made an appointment with him 3 months ago to come and fight with him. He won't forget it, right? Chang Chan lowered his head, not daring to reply at all. In that case, I'll wait for him a little longer. Yu Xianxian sat boredly at the stone table, waiting for Han Yuan to come out, while looking at the sky in trance. Chang Chan was helpless. Why did this ant keep waiting? The last record of the palace master's retreat was 5 months, so there is a lot to wait for. Yu Xianxian muttered in his heart, has he discovered the treasure I gave him? Speaking of which, I really haven't figured out what it is, but if it can appear in the Golden Core ruins, it must be a treasure, but no matter how precious it is, it's only at the level of golden elixir. If you give it, you'll give it. In the training room, Han Yuan's understanding of the way of swordsmanship increased by leaps and bounds. He had a completely new understanding of the way of the sword. The sword spiritual text shines brightly in the sea of consciousness, and countless knowledge about the sword spiritual text is also integrated in this process. It was also the moment of his epiphany. The box he put aside casually moved. That was exactly the gift Yu Xianxian gave to Han Yuan. Originally, Han Yuan wanted to check it, but he forgot about it after practicing. And at this moment when his knowledge of swordsmanship exploded, the things in the box seemed to sense something and showed signs of trembling. As Han Yuan's understanding became deeper and deeper, the changes in the box became more and more obvious. The box was not locked, so at a certain moment, a strange metal ball broke through the box and floated in the air. It seemed to be studying Han Yuan, as if it had confirmed something, and instantly flew to Han Yuan's dantian. Surprisingly, this metal ball actually penetrated the surface of Han Yuan's body. When the metal ball came to dantian, it rushed towards the center, trying to occupy the central position of dantian. However, at this moment, Jianmu seed burst out with power. The metal ball seemed to be startled, and then was driven out of the dantian. The metal ball came to the meridians and began to travel through the meridians. When it came to the liver, it seemed to sense the existence of the heart of the wood spirit. So the metal ball hesitated for a while, then rushed into it, and then allowed the wood spirit power to enter its body, and even accelerated the refining process. At the same time, Han Yuan's knowledge of swordsmanship seemed to have something to carry it, pouring into the metal ball. When the metal pellet appeared in Han Yuan's body, he sensed it. He subconsciously prevented the metal pellet from entering his dantian. Then, without sensing the danger, he allowed the metal pellet to do what he did. After passively refining the metal balls, a stream of inheritance information actually poured into his sea of consciousness, which contained a large amount of swordsmanship inheritance knowledge. Xiaoyao Jianwan, a 4th-level low-grade spiritual treasure, was left by the Yuanying realm Xiaoyao Jinren. Only those who understand the same or similar sword intent as Xiaoyao Jianwan can inherit Xiaoyao Jianwan. If the inheritor has the opportunity, he will be destroyed. Kill the real person Xingyue. During the process of enlightenment, Han Yuan received the insights of the sword. The corner of his mouth twitched slightly. A doubt passed through his mind. He was in seclusion in the cave. Where did this sword pill escape from? Isn't this just taking the next piece of cause and effect out of thin air? Could it be that he is on the list of gods? C63 Sisters Guidance. Han Yuan walked out of Songning building and stretched out his hand to block the sunlight. Swoosh! A figure appeared in front of Han Yuan. Junior brother, why did you come out just now? Yu Xianxian's tone was full of strong dissatisfaction. As she spoke, she threw the skewers in her hand away. Han Yuan looked to the side. Qin Feng was grilling skewers and brushing them with seasoning from time to time. He seemed to find something unusual and looked up, just in time to meet Han Yuan's eyes. Qin Feng was a little embarrassed for a moment. It was not right to put it down, and it was not right not to put it down. Han Yuan signaled him to continue with his eyes, then smiled and said, Sister, I have been practicing hard for so many days. I am so happy to see you as soon as I finish. After hearing this, Yu Xianxian's expression eased a bit, and her face turned slightly to one side, saying, Okay, now that you have come out of seclusion, do you remember what I said to you 3 months ago? Of course I remember. Han Yuan said seriously, Sister is willing to teach me to practice magic. Han Yuan is more than happy. That's good. Yu Xianxian nodded with satisfaction. Han Yuan pointed to the back of Sangming Tower and said, "There is a place to practice magic behind it. Let's go there to fight." "Okay, let me see how you have been practicing in the past 3 months." Yu Xianxian casually looked at Han Yuan, and suddenly sensed the aura on Han Yuan's body, and said in shock, You have broken through to the 8th level of qi refining?" Han Yuan smiled shyly, "I don't have any skills to show off, so I naturally have to work hard to practice. I have made a little progress in my cultivation, please keep it a secret for me, senior sister." Yu Xianxian said strangely, "Are you sure you are only of the middle grade qualification? The best spiritual roots are just like this, right? It's a little chance." Han Yuan said. Yu Xianxian suddenly realized. She patted Han Yuan on the shoulder. "Don't worry, little brother, I won't tell anyone, I promise to keep it a secret for you, but you also have to be more careful and practice some spells to hide your breath." Han Yuan seemed to be moved and said, "Thank you for your concern, senior sister, the master has taught me a hidden spell to practice, senior sister, please take a look." Han Yuan slightly increased the power of the hidden breath art, deliberately concealed a layer of realm, and reached the 7th level of qi refining. In this layer of concealment, he did not use the power of the perfect hidden breath art. If it exceeded a major realm, it can be seen that he hit a layer of cultivation, but it can only be seen that he is an ordinary 8th level qi refining. The liquefaction of spiritual power, the expansion of Dantian, the heart of the wood spirit, etc. are still covered up tightly. Yu Xianxian explored with her divine sense and said with satisfaction, "Yes, without the divine sense strength of the late stage of foundation building, you can't see your cover." Han Yuan was surprised and said, "Senior sister, can you see my true situation?" Yu Xianxian's pretty face showed a hint of pride. "Do you think my true teaching is fake?" Han Yuan looked admiring. Yu Xianxian's mood became cheerful. She ignored the praises of others, but the praise of her junior brother made her sincerely happy. "Wait, I will give you some pointers, so that you can see how powerful my senior sister is." The two talked for a while and came to a special practice field, which was covered by a formation to resist the prying eyes of the outside world. At the same time, the field was transformed and could withstand the round-robin attacks of the perfect foundation building, meeting the needs of the cultivators to practice spells. The two soon fought in the practice field. Yu Xianxian hooked her white and tender fingers towards Han Yuan, smiled gently and said, "You go first, don't worry, I only defend and don't attack." Han Yuan's expression became solemn. This practice was indeed a major test for him. The test was not the power of the spell, but the control of the spell. How to make the power of the spell 10 or even 100 times weaker. To be honest, this is indeed a technical job. Han Yuan carefully mobilized his own consciousness, tried to divide a tiny part, and then used the small part of consciousness to cast the yellow-level lower-grade spell Kijiansen. On his fingertips, a sword-sized chi sword condensed out. This chi sword is more than 10 times larger than the normal chi sword, which can be called sword chi. The wood spirit power flows in the chi sword, making this chi sword stained with green, looking like a real wood-attributed sword chi, and the appearance of Kijiansen is completely invisible. Yu Xianxian looked at it for a few times and asked in confusion, "What kind of spell is this?" "Ahem." Han Yuan coughed and said, "The yellow-level top-grade spell 10,000 wood sword technique. In fact, the essence is the sword of qi." "Oh? Then attack." Yu Xianxian raised her eyebrows. "Excuse me." Han Yuan used a tiny trace of divine consciousness to control the sword of qi to attack Yu Xianxian. When controlling spells, the more divine consciousness is used, the more comfortable it will be to control, and it can also increase the speed and power of the spell attack, which is one of the important factors affecting the battle. Han Yuan's only trace of divine consciousness control naturally appears very stiff in terms of flexibility. When Yu Xianxian saw the sword qi rushing straight towards her without any changes in the middle, the corners of her mouth couldn't help twitching. Cultivators are not fools, how could they stand there and let others hit them? This kind of straight attack, even the outer disciples can't hit it, right? She recalled Han Yuan's resume and suddenly found that he behaved very normally. This was because Han Yuan had only been in the company for 2 years and had only been doing ordinary tasks that did not require any Hansen work. He had never even taken on a combat mission and had no combat experience at all. "It seems that I have more places to point out than I thought," Yu Xianxian thought as he casually held up a small round shield with a huge face made of flames. The sword energy hit the round shield, but it couldn't break the round shield at all. Instead, it stuck to the flame shield. Before the wooden sword energy could pull away from the round shield, it was entangled in the flames, and the wooden sword energy moved with astonishing force. The speed was consumed, and it was completely shattered in less than a second. Han Yuan looked embarrassed and said, "Senior sister, how is my performance?" Yuexiangxian couldn't bear the blow, sighed, and said, compared to beginners, it is better. The sword energy is relatively condensed and does not break at a touch. The power has also reached the normal high-grade yellow level. It should be no problem to deal with the same level, it's just that your sword energy changes too little, or not at all. You have to try to change the movement trajectory of the sword energy, get past other people's defenses, and then attack the enemy, instead of stupidly charging straight up, which will most likely be avoided. Yuexiangxian pointed out Han Yuan's shortcomings one by one. Han Yuan listened carefully and nodded repeatedly, but he was extremely surprised. Did the power of his sword energy just now really reach the 7th or 8th level of chi refining? The spiritual consciousness he used was less than 1% of the normal spells, and his spiritual power was also drawn out a little. He was also prepared to try it the first time and it didn't work well, so naturally he wouldn't be able to use it now. Understood, let's do it again now. Yu Xianxian said. Okay, senior sister, be careful. Han Yuan became serious and used a trace of his spiritual consciousness to perform a chi sword slash again. The sword energy attacked Yu Xianxian again. This time, he tried his best to use this ray of consciousness to control the sword energy to make changes. I saw the sword energy winding forward in a shape, and its speed was 1 minute faster than before. Very good. Yu Xianxian praised Han Yuan's progress, but this is not enough. The round fire shield in front of Yuexiangxian instantly moved half a meter sideways, directly blocking the sword energy that intended to cross the round shield. The sword energy did not directly hit the buckler like last time. Instead, it retreated and swam around Yuexiangxian, ready for a second attack at any time. Yu Xianxian's eyes lit up. Yes, I have made rapid progress. I already know how to make detours and turn backs, looking for opportunities, but fighting is not about you hitting me, and I hitting you. When you attack the enemy, the opponent will also attack you at the same time. Yu Xianxian flicked his finger, and an arc of light struck the sword energy and cut it off. The sword energy immediately dissipated, declaring the attack failed. Although your sword energy is still quite condensed, it is still too scattered and the target is too big. You can increase the amount of sword energy or improve the degree of concentration of the sword energy. The power exerted will naturally be stronger. And the change path of sword energy is still simple. There should be control moves in your swordsmanship that you can use. Yuexiangxian gave instructions. Her interest in being a teacher was aroused by Han Yuan. Before Han Yuan, there was really no one who was weak, incompetent, and worthy of her personal guidance. When the 5th junior brother and the 6th junior sister became direct successors, they were both at the peak of chi refining and had good combat power. Han Yuan pretended to be thoughtful. After thinking for 3 minutes, Han Yuan launched another attack. C64 Genius Lugo Dawafei. This time, Han Yuan condensed 2 sword chi, and the size of the sword chi was also compressed. The number of spiritual consciousness increased to 4 strands, and the movements of the 2 sword chi were much more flexible than before, like 2 flying eagles, attacking Yu Xianxian. Yu Xianxian raised her eyebrows. Her suggestion was for Han Yuan to go back and practice and improve. How could he improve it on the spot? If the sword chi of the first attack was like a child, the second attack was a teenager, and the third attack had grown to an adult. Such a change would take at least several days for an ordinary person, but Han Yuan could do it in a few minutes? It should be said that he is worthy of being a true disciple. It's interesting, but your sword moves are still too scattered and unsystematic, and they can be easily seen through by others. Yu Xianxian flicked her fingers, and 2 fire arcs swept through the air. The 2 fire arcs did not change much in the middle, but hit the sword chi that was constantly changing its position in the air one by one, and directly hit the center of the sword chi, breaking up the 2 sword chi. Han Yuan was really thinking about it this time. Yu Xianxian had predicted the trajectory of his sword energy and accurately hit the weak point of the sword energy. In other words, his sword moves were seen through. This is combat experience, which is exactly what Han Yuan lacks. Senior sister, watch. Han Yuan entered the state, and 3 sword energies condensed in front of him, and the size of the sword energy was more condensed than before. Yu Xianxian was a little surprised, but still said with a relaxed look, come on. The 3 sword energies crossed the sky at a faster speed this time, and the changing trajectory of the 3 sword energies was more complicated than before. Yu Xianxian was very calm, and flicked her finger, and 2 more arcs of fire shot out. The 3 sword energies are ranked among the 3 talents, and there are more ways to change them. However, these tricks were no secrets in front of the fire arc. The crescent-shaped fire arc blade drew 2 beautiful curves in the air and hit the 2 sword chi one by one. However, this time the sword chi did not collapse in one blow, and a part of the main body remained intact, but the power was not much. The fire arc was also damaged, but it still maintained more than 90% of its power. Han Yuan let the remaining sword chi take advantage of the two fire arc blades to attack his teammates and cross the two fire arcs to attack Yu Xianxian. However, the two fire arcs came from behind, and before the sword chi came close, it was destroyed by the two arcs. Yu Xianxian smiled and said, "Junior brother, your sword energy is starting to take shape, and the progress is not slow. However, your sword energy speed is still a little slow." Han Yuan said respectfully, "I don't know how to increase the speed?" You can increase the investment of spiritual consciousness, improve the degree of concentration of spiritual power, continue to condense sword energy, improve the level of swordsmanship, perform combination spells, etc. Hearing Yu Xianxian's words, Han Yuan suddenly remembered that ancient wood controlling Qi Ju. This spell was originally prepared for the returning Qi Ju, but it seems that it can also be used to control the Qi sword. Thinking of this, Han Yuan's eyes lit up, and he bowed to Yu Xianxian and said, "Junior brother is very inspired. Please comment on it, senior sister." Yu Xianxian was surprised. What did she point out? Isn't it just some old sayings? Han Yuan performed the Qi sword slash again, condensing 3 more condensed sword energies, and at the same time running the ancient wood controlling Qi Ju. The method of controlling Qi also acted on the 3 sword energies in front of him at the same time. In this way, the 3 sword Qi, with extremely limited spiritual power consumption and spiritual control, actually burst out several times faster than before. This is incredible, which means that when he bursts out with all his strength, he can also enjoy the bonus of the controlling Qi Ju. Yu Xianxian was also surprised to see the 3 sword Qi coming, which was much faster than before. She couldn't help but look serious, and at the same time launched 3 fire arc light blades to intercept Han Yuan's sword Qi. However, with the blessing of the controlling Qi Ju, Han Yuan's control of the sword Qi became easier, and the changing sword moves also seemed weird. The fire arc light blade could no longer hit the sword Qi with one strike. When they crossed in midair, the 3 fire arc light blades actually only intercepted 2 sword Qi, and another sword Qi passed the fire arc and came to Yu Xianxian. The fire round shield condensed in front of the sword energy out of thin air, intercepting the sword energy. Before the sword energy tried to escape, the fire round shield turned into a fire arc blade in an instant, cutting off the sword energy. Han Yuan was stunned. Senior sister is really powerful. Yu Xianxian was not very happy, but was shocked. The magic changes she used just now were not something that ordinary cultivators could do. Han Yuan could force her to use this method, which already showed that he had a certain attainment in magic. But at the beginning, the blunt attack was still vivid. What happened in this quarter of an hour? She was a little confused. You are making such a fast progress? Yu Xianxian couldn't help asking. Maybe I am a magic genius? Han Yuan said tentatively. Yu Xianxian couldn't help choking when she heard it. Indeed, Han Yuan was selected as a true disciple in advance. How could he not be a genius? She was making a fuss. Han Yuan smiled faintly in his heart. This was a plan he had made long ago. In his opinion, hiding oneself completely is not hiding. It is telling him clearly that there is something wrong with him, and it will make him appear unworthy of his position, which will attract dissatisfaction and prying eyes. The most stable approach is to pretend to be a genius, but the level of genius is not yet to the level of a demon. There are so many geniuses, and new geniuses are born every year. In front of more talented people, geniuses have no sense of existence. First, people know, and second, no one asks. And geniuses have secrets. When he makes a move to cover up his situation, it will also seem natural. They can only find his small secrets, but no one knows the big secrets hidden behind the small secrets. This is his genius flow. Sister, let's continue fighting? Han Yuan asked. Yu Xianxian snorted lightly. Okay, since you have made such great progress, let's do something challenging. I will attack you and move my position. This is much more difficult than before. You must be mentally prepared. Han Yuan nodded. The next moment, Yu Xianxian's figure immediately moved. At first, you can still see the shadow, but soon it turned into a residual image. And several crescent-shaped arcs of light attacked him from all directions. Han Yuan was shocked. Is this for real? Spiritual eye technique. Han Yuan's eyes were covered with a layer of green light, and the speed of the arc light immediately slowed down in his eyes, and Yu Xianxian's figure also appeared in his field of vision. Yu Xianxian moved very fast, and moved in a mysterious trajectory, making it impossible for people to capture her position. Han Yuan had no intention of standing there stupidly. With a step, his figure also moved quickly, and he dodged the attack of several arc lights in an instant. Yu Xianxian's eyes were surprised. This speed was a bit abnormal. She had seen it once before in the cave. At that time, she didn't think much about it. Now she found it even weirder, because she couldn't see any trace of Han Yuan using magic. Han Yuan had never learned the magic of body movement. His way of moving was based on the innate ability shared with him by Wonkai flying. He just tapped the ground a few times on purpose, which looked like a body movement. It's getting more and more interesting. A hint of excitement flashed in Yu Xianxian's eyes. She was going to make a move, and she would use her own fighting power in the Qi refining realm to attack Han Yuan. The next moment, 36 arc blades of fire were released by Yu Xianxian at the same time, and instantly blocked Han Yuan's moving direction and position. Han Yuan's face changed. Under the spiritual eye technique, these arc blades had blocked his moving direction. Flying was not a special body technique, and it was a bit poor in terms of changes. Han Yuan did not panic. He also made a move. His spiritual consciousness activated the Qi sword/spell mark in his dantian, and 12 Qi swords appeared around him at the same time. These Qi swords looked more condensed than before. When 3 arc blades that blocked his forward direction attacked, Han Yuan controlled 6 swords to intercept, while the other 6 swords passed these arc blades and attacked Yu Xianxian, who was moving. "Hey, you can actually see me." Yu Xianxian looked at Han Yuan's green eyes with some surprise. This junior brother had practiced a magic spell of spiritual eyes, but he was still too naive. Of Yu Xianxian's 36 arc blades, half of them instantly changed their targets and sniped Han Yuan's 12 sword energies, while the other half of the arc blades continued to besiege Han Yuan. Han Yuan rushed left and right, looking a little embarrassed, but in the process, Han Yuan's combat experience was also really increasing. C65 strength test. The battle lasted for half an hour. During this process, Yu Xianxian was more and more frightened. Han Yuan's combat experience and spell power improved at an astonishing speed. It was not until a quarter of an hour later that Han Yuan's progress slowed down, but he could still clearly feel his progress. Until Han Yuan could cause her little trouble from time to time, her pressure rose sharply, because she had a hunch that she and Han Yuan would probably lose in the duel in the Qi refining realm in a while. So she found an opportunity and used a big red palm to push Han Yuan aside. The big red palm was not too aggressive, and the powerful push was beyond the scope of the Qi refining realm. Han Yuan was pushed aside and was a little confused. What was he going to do? Okay, today's spell practice is here, and your spiritual power is almost exhausted. Be careful when you go out in the future, don't let your spiritual power consume too much. When there is only 1/5 left, you can consider running away. Yu Xianxian suddenly said. Han Yuan looked inside his dantian and saw that his spiritual power was still the same as at the beginning, and even increased a little. He couldn't help but fall into deep thought. He was not even warming up. Yu Xianxian didn't want Han Yuan to find the key to the problem, so she changed the subject and said, "Your combat experience has already taken shape, but this is just a simple basic combat. The combat power of a cultivator also includes various auxiliary means, such as magic tools, talismans, elixirs, formations, spirit beasts, poisons, spirit texts, inscriptions, etc. You can't be careless." Han Yuan said with gratitude, "Thank you for your guidance, senior sister. I have gained a lot. I will make up for other aspects as soon as possible." Well, Yu Xianxian thought of something and said, "There is one thing I want to remind you." Han Yuan said curiously, "Senior sister, please say it." Yu Xianxian said angrily, "Didn't I kill 2 true disciples of the outer sect before? Those people actually wanted the sect to compensate, and we naturally couldn't give them, so they took this opportunity to beat them. The true transmission competition will be held in 3 months. Calculating the time, there are only 5 days left before it starts." Han Yuan was shocked. "Are they coming to our sect?" Yu Xianxian shook her head and said, "Of course not. Danxia sect and Yunyang sect jointly invited us to fight in Bishue City. In addition, Sanjian sect and Jinyan sect will send people to watch the ceremony. On the surface, this is a true transmission competition, but in fact it is intended to test the strength of the sect and the ancestors." Han Yuan said strangely, "Why didn't they come earlier or later, but chose this opportunity to come?" Yu Xianxian pointed at herself and said calmly, "Of course it's because of me. I am the eldest daughter of the Yu family. It is very likely that I have the nascent soul inheritance or even the Yuanshan inheritance. If there is a life-threatening situation in the true transmission competition, do you think you can force the sect's ancestors to use their means? Can't you refuse?" Han Yuan asked doubtfully. "Of course not. This kind of competition invitation is already a test. If you refuse, all activities outside the sect will be affected in the future." Yu Xianxian shook her head. Han Yuan scratched his chin and said, "Sister, do you want me to participate in the competition?" "On the contrary." Yu Xianxian shook her head, her face full of sighs. A genius like you can rank in the top 10 among the people I have seen. You will win a few games in the competition, but it will undoubtedly push you to the forefront. Those sects will definitely try their best to kill you before you grow up. I was not worried at first, but I didn't expect that your fighting ability is also good. I am worried that you will go there in a fit of excitement after hearing the news. Han Yuan suddenly realized and nodded immediately. Okay, sister, I won't participate. You have to think more. Yu Xianxian's persuasion suddenly stopped, and she almost choked. She was silenced by Han Yuan's unhesitating action. Didn't he hesitate for a moment? What about the honor of the sect? What about the publicity of the young? What about the arrogance of the genius? Don't you like to be in the limelight the most at this age? Yu Xianxian finally left with a trace of confusion. And Han Yuan observed the changes in his own enlightenment after she left. The biggest change is naturally the transformation of the sword. In the previous battle, he did not use the sword perception at all, but simply relied on the divine consciousness and the control of the air technique. He just used the air sword slash as an ordinary spell, and the effect was already very good. But how about the effect of using the sword perception? Han Yuan came to the corner of the practice field, where there were 3 stone targets for testing, representing the golden elixir, foundation building, and air refining realms. Each stone target was 12 inches deep. The deeper the scar, the greater the power. Han Yuan flicked his finger and used the air sword slash again. A air sword shot out and stabbed the air refining stone target. The air sword slashed on the air refining stone target, cutting a deep hole of 9.5 inches. The speed of the hole recovery was not fast, which showed that the damage of the spell also had a certain degree of continuity. This was the power of the air sword slash that was exerted when fighting with Yu Xianxian just now. I deliberately reduced the consumption of the spell before. If I just use normal spiritual power and consciousness to burst out, what kind of power can I cause? Han Yuan flicked his finger, and his sword of energy condensed again. This time, the sword of energy was much more condensed than before, and it looked like a real long sword. Go! The sword energy instantly slashed towards the foundation stone target in the center. The sword energy was even more powerful than before, but the depth of the mark left was only 3 inches and 2. My spiritual power is actually the same as that of the early stage of foundation building. I can bring the lower grade yellow level chi sword to the scope of the power of the early stage of foundation building spells, which is also very powerful. Han Yuan's mind moved, and he cast the upper grade yellow level spell, chi sword into forest. The next moment, hundreds of sword chi appeared around Han Yuan at the same time, and merged into a hole with a mysterious trajectory, attacking the stone target. Boom boom boom. The wide stone target was immediately bombarded by hundreds of sword chi in turn. When the smoke dissipated, Han Yuan observed the effect of the attack. Hundreds of sword chi all caused the power of foundation building level. The shallowest scratch was 4 inches and 3, and the deepest scratch had reached 4 inches and 9. It only increased the power by more than an inch? Although it has reached the level of the middle stage of foundation building, Han Yuan raised his eyebrows. The power was not as great as he imagined. He had practiced sword chi into forest to perfection, but he soon figured it out. The power of this spell lies in the fact that it can emit 100 sword chi at the same time. It reduces the burden of spiritual consciousness by connecting with each other. In this case, let's see the sword chi become silk. Han Yuan waited for a moment, and after seeing the scratches on the stone target recover and disappear, he launched the Shen level top grade spell, sword chi into silk, again. What kind of power can a perfect Shen level top grade spell plus the spiritual power of the initial foundation building period cause? A single sword chi appeared out of thin air beside Han Yuan. This sword chi was as thin as a thread, and it was not an exaggeration to say that it was a needle. The sword chi shot out instantly and landed on the stone target in the blink of an eye. Han Yuan did not rush to check the depth of the scratches. The next moment, a full 1,000 tiny sword chi appeared around him. These sword chi were mysteriously combined together and condensed into a sword chi again. The next moment, this sword energy also slashed on the stone target. The sword energy was stuck in the groove and lasted for a long time. Only when the special power in the stone target came into play, the sword energy was cleared. 2 grooves appeared in front of him, one was 6 inches and 3, and the other was 9 inches and 5. With my spiritual power in the early stage of foundation building, plus the sword skills of the perfect level, I actually burst out the power of the late stage of foundation building. Han Yuan nodded with satisfaction. Sure enough, the grade of the spell is still very important. With the same spiritual power quality, the upper limit of the burst is more than 6 inches different. In other words, Han Yuan's current attack power has reached the level of the late stage of foundation building. Once his spiritual power quality reaches the level of the late stage of foundation building, the power of the spell will inevitably surpass the level of the great perfection of foundation building. A gleam of light flashed in Han Yuan's eyes, and his consciousness immediately came to the sea of consciousness. Including the contract spiritual text, a total of 9 spiritual texts are shining. Wood, sword, forest, 3 spiritual texts bless. Ancient wood control chi technique bless. Chi sword becomes silk, burst to the limit. In front of him, 1,000 strands of sword chi condensed again. When thousands of sword chi combined into a fusion sword chi again, 3 spiritual text phantoms appeared out of thin air and merged into the fusion sword chi. At the same time, Han Yuan activated the control chi technique to increase the control of this fusion sword chi. Go! The sword chi was like a dragon, coming out in an instant, and then it seemed to disappear from Han Yuan's front, and then appeared out of thin air on the foundation stone target, and inserted straight into it. Han Yuan stared at the depth of the mark. 11 inches in 1. The depth increased by 1 inch and 1/6 than before. The power reached the level of foundation building. Seeing the sword chi disintegrated by the mysterious power of the stone target, and the mark was restored after more than 10 breaths, Han Yuan frowned instead. Only this much improvement? If it's not that the spirit text is too weak, then it proves that the gap between the late stage of foundation building and the great perfection of foundation building is very large. His spirit text came from an unexpected multiplier, all of which reached the mastery level, equivalent to the golden elixir level. With the addition of 3 spirit texts at the same time, it is indeed a bit ordinary to only increase the power by 1 small realm. In other words, with so much power added, he can only cross 3 small realms at most. This is compared with ordinary foundation building. A true genius like Yu Xianxian, who is just in the early stage of foundation building, can also fight against the late stage of foundation building. In other words, he is only 1 small realm stronger than Yu Xian. Sure enough, cross-border battles are not that simple, and this is simply a test of the power of spells. There are more details to talk about in battle. Han Yuan sighed, and finally focused on the perception of swordsmanship. The 36-fold perception of swordsmanship made him realize what sword cultivators dream of: sword intent. A trace of free sword intent. Just like the free and easy sword intent, it was somewhat illusory. He didn't even know how he had comprehended it, and could only say that he vaguely understood it. His eyes were on the heart of the wood spirit, on the sword pill that had just been refined. All his sword intent perceptions were integrated into it. With a thought, a stream of wood spirit power merged into the sword pill, and the next moment a brand new sword energy rushed out of the sword pill and came to Han Yuan along the meridians. Han Yuan pointed his finger, and this special sword energy instantly pierced into the foundation stone target, and directly penetrated the 12-inch depth of the stone target in one breath and penetrated to the back. It was at this time that the sharp sword power was released, causing terrible damage to other parts of the stone target. Cracks as deep as more than 11 inches were scattered around the sword energy, and the power was explosive. Strong. Han Yuan gave a heartfelt exclamation. Is this the sword intent? Without any other bonuses, the pure power has already surpassed the foundation building perfection. Watching the sword energy dissipate, Han Yuan nodded with satisfaction, then turned around and left the practice field. After he left, the scars caused by the aftermath of the sword energy gradually recovered, but the penetrating wound caused by the sword energy itself still took a long time to recover. C66. The true team departs 2 days later. Han Yuan received a message from Du Yuanhe, asking him to come to the main hall of Lingwen Peak. When he hurried to the hall, he not only saw Du Yuanhe and Yu Xianxian, but also saw a strange man. There were 2 strands of long hair fluttering in front of his forehead, his face was as sharp as a knife, and he was serious. His whole body stood aside, like a sharp sword about to be unsheathed, with its edge just beginning to bloom. Du Yuanhe saw him and said with a smile, Han Yuan is here, this is your second senior brother, Fu Chuhua. Chuhua, this is my new disciple, Han Yuan. Han Yuan hurriedly saluted and said, Han Yuan meets senior brother Fu. Fu Chuhua glanced at him and his expression eased a little. Not bad, the aura is condensed and sharp. Du Yuanhe said, Han Yuan, you stand aside first. Yes. Han Yuan nodded immediately. He stood aside and looked at the 3 people. Du Yuanhe said to Fu Chuhua and Yu Xianxian, what do you 2 think? The true transmission competition always occurs once every 100 years, and many true transmissions fall every time, especially Xianxian. You have just broken through the foundation building not long ago, and you are the fuse of this competition. The danger is not low. Fu Chuhua raised his sword and clasped his fists, saying solemnly, "The disciple came back from outside just for this true transmission competition. Only geniuses of the same level can help me break through the bottleneck and condense the sword seed." Du Yuan has said with a complicated expression, "Do you still want to take the path of sword cultivation? The sword seed is difficult to condense. If you fail to understand the sword seed and comprehend the sword meaning, you will never be able to break through the nascent soul." Fu Chuhua took a deep breath and said, "The disciple has made up his mind. In that case, you should go all out." Du Yuan has stopped persuading and looked at Yu Xianxian. Yu Xianxian said with a firm look, "I will go this time too. This competition started because of me. If I don't go, they won't agree. Besides, I am confident that I can defeat the genius of the same level and will not disgrace the glory of my ancestors." Du Yuanha looked complicated. Yu Xianxian's ancestor was the Yuanying ancestor of Lingwen Peak. He had no reason to refuse Yu Xianxian's going. "Okay, you guys go with me." Du Yuanha nodded solemnly. Han Yuan listened to him and felt a sense of tension of life and death. The tone of the people's conversation made him feel uncomfortable. At this time, Du Yuan's eyes returned to Han Yuan. "Xiao Yuan, your senior brothers and sisters and I are going out for a while, and Lingwen Peak will be left to you to take care of," Du Yuanha said. Han Yuan hurriedly said, "Master, I'm only in the qi refining stage, I may not be able to take care of it." Du Yuan has smiled slightly. According to the tradition of the Earth God sect, only true disciples are qualified to become the Peak Master or temporarily take over the position of Peak Master. Since we are all leaving, Lingwen Peak will naturally be temporarily managed by you. Don't worry, the foundation building elders will assist you. You don't actually have to do anything. Someone will take care of the following things. We will be back in a few months. Hearing this, Han Yuan's arms were covered with goosebumps. Why did such words feel weird? This is the spare token of the Lingwen Peak Master. Keep it for you first. Du Yuanha handed him a token. Han Yuan took it in a daze. Fu Chuhua and Yu Xianxian were also surprised to see this scene. They looked at each other, and there was some strangeness in their eyes. For such a temporary Peak Master, there is actually no need to give a spare token. If a token is given, it means that the disciple will take over the position of Peak Master. They had never received a spare token before. Yu Xianxian had been busy and helped Du Yuanha a lot. Now Du Yuanha actually passed them by and gave the spare token directly to Han Yuan. Han Yuan had no idea what this token meant. After taking it, he nodded and said, "Disciple will take good care of Lingwen Peak." Du Yuanha patted his shoulder and waved to the two behind him, "Since you have decided, let's go." "Yes." Han Yuan saw the three people walking directly out of the hall. Han Yuan hurriedly followed them out, and then saw the three people driving the magic tools and flying into the sky. At some point in the sky, a giant flying boat appeared. The flying boat of more than 200 meters surprised Han Yuan. Du Yuanha and the other two flew into the flying boat, stood on the edge of the flying boat, and waved goodbye to him. While Han Yuan looked up, several more escape lights flew from the peaks to the flying boat. One by one, the true disciples stepped into it. Every disciple had a will to die. Finally, after taking everyone, the flying boat rushed out of the sect without hesitation and flew away. The flying boat set off silently. In the distance, a contest between true disciples and even nascent souls was about to take place. However, in the sect, there was no disturbance. Most people did not know that something big had happened in the sect. They grew up safely under the protection of the sect, but they did not know that there was always someone to take care of the safety of the sect. Han Yuan stood at the door of the hall, looking at the flying boat that turned into a black dot in an instant, and felt inexplicably sad. "I must come back," Han Yuan said silently in his heart. At the same time, outside the Disen sect, on a branch with lush leaves, a squirrel looked at the flying boat flying by from a distance, and then jumped onto other tree trunks as if nothing had happened, playing with other squirrel companions. But in the tree hole of the big tree, the two people were like dead people, without any breath. When the squirrel left, the two people suddenly moved. The originally dead heart began to beat slowly again. The two men were one old and one young, but in their suddenly opened eyes, they both showed the vicissitudes of life. The older one said, "They're gone." According to the plan, the 15 Earth God peaks, Molten Peak, Talisman Making Peak and Lingwen Peak all clearly do not have Yuanying, and they have all had Yuanying. The inheritance inside may reach the Yuanshan realm. You only have one chance. Chances are, which peak do you choose? The young man asked, "Which peak is the weakest now?" The old monk was silent for a while and said, "Lingwen Peak." "I will choose Lingwen Peak." "Have all the informants been contacted?" "Well, it's all ready. so it won't attract anyone's attention. Good. If you get the inheritance, use the space teleportation talisman to teleport it here immediately. This talisman is a 4th level top grade treasure. I hope you don't waste its value. I know. Soon. Among the green trees, a young man escaped from the trees under the green light. The method of wood escape makes it so perfect that not even a breath escapes. The vicissitudes of life in the man's eyes quickly faded, becoming young and pure. He was wearing the clothes of an outer disciple of Linguin Peak, and his aura could reach the 4th level of chi refining. Like a normal outer sect disciple, he walked towards the Earth God sect in a dusty manner. When passing through the gate of the sect, there was no abnormal change in the identity token on his body. He walked towards Linguin Peak with a relaxed manner. After arriving at Linguin Peak, an outer disciple saw him and said unexpectedly, "Zhao Donglai? I haven't seen him for a month, right? You are already at the 4th level of chi refining?" The man chuckled and said, "Generally speaking, there are people who have risen faster than me." "Oh, indeed, senior brother Qin Feng has already reached the 6th level of chi refining. This speed of improvement is enviable." "Yes, yes." The man nodded in agreement. "You and Qin Feng used to be from the same outer courtyard. You came to Linguin Peak just to join Qin Feng. When you become rich, don't forget me, brother." "Don't worry, I can." The man smiled and nodded. The two chatted for a few words and then parted ways. Throughout the process, the man answered perfunctorily and fluently. Window_Tabula equals Tabula.push, mode, thumbsfeed 01, container, Tabula below article thumbnail 300x250, placement, below article thumbnail 300x250, target type, mix. C67 Special Genius Xiao Yumu Blue Blood City. Located on the edge of the Blue Blood Swamp, it is a large city built jointly by various sects to resist the demonic beasts in the blue blood. A large number of monks stay here all year round for supplies, and it is the last stop on the way to the Blue Blood Swamp. The true inheritance competition held by the 3 nascent soul sects was held in the city, attracting a large number of monks to watch. It can be said that this true inheritance competition is also a publicity for the world of immortal cultivation. The sects with strong performance will definitely attract more in the coming year. Excellent new blood. In the city, the Dishan Zone is stationed. A group of true disciples were listening to the introduction of a Jin Dan elder. This is the true disciple of Danxia Sect's Alchemy Peak, Yu Jiangfeng. According to our sect's evaluation, he is a 3rd-class genius. He can barely fight beyond a small realm. His cultivation has reached the middle stage of foundation building. This is the true disciple of Danxia Sect's Blood Ning Peak, Hao Chunai. Judging from the exposed information, he is a 2nd-class genius. He can fight beyond a small realm and win. The basic cultivation level has also been reached. The 11th level of Qi refining. This person is the true disciple of Yunyang Sect Sanyue Peak, Lei Xiaro. She has been confirmed to have reached the level of a 1st-class genius. She can fight across 2 small realms, and her cultivation has also reached the late stage of foundation building. She is a formidable enemy. This person is the true disciple of Chuanmu Peak of Yunyang Sect, Zhao Yumu. He is a special genius that is rare to see in 100 years. In the early stage of foundation building, he can fight across 3 small realms. Now he has reached the perfection of foundation building. It is estimated that he can surpass 2 minor realms. It is said that he has a special physical constitution of wood attribute. You should pay attention to this, so his combat power may touch the golden elixir level. He is likely to be the final enemy of this competition, you guys. Be careful. Elder Jin Dan looked at the crowd and said solemnly, "Among you, there are 10 third-class geniuses, 13 second-class geniuses, 5 first-class geniuses, and 1 special-class genius. You must do your best according to your ability." Yuexiangxian frowned slightly and focused his gaze on the last special genius, Zhao Yumu, and suddenly felt that it was extremely tricky. In the early stage of foundation building, he could cross 3 small realms, which meant that he would be able to fight against the great perfection of foundation building at that time. Although his ability to cross realms may be reduced after his cultivation level is improved, it is definitely still not far behind. Who can stop him? At this moment, a Jin Dan elder walked in with joy on his face. Everyone looked over. Good news, that Zhao Yumu of Yunyang Sect has broken through the golden elixir, and he can't come to the true inheritance competition this time. The faces of all the true disciples were obviously relieved, and some also smiled. However, the Jin Dan elder showed a solemn look on his face and scolded, "Why are you happy? This Xiao Yumu obviously has the potential of nascent soul. Originally, in the true inheritance competition, if he could be killed, a big enemy could be killed in advance. Now, you're actually happy when you don't have a chance? It's not that I don't sound nice, but if you could fight to kill Zhao Yumu, your family would definitely be supported by the sect. Alas, what a pity. Everyone stopped smiling, but no matter what, there was no longer a strong enemy, and their confidence in the competition was still improved. Earth God Sect. In Zhao Donglai's residence. With a smile on his face, Zhao Yumu thought to himself, the information is correct. The Earth God Sect's mountain protecting formation does not strictly examine the life aura of those under 60 years old. I just happened to have broken through the golden elixir at the age of 59. Only then did he successfully enter the Earth God Sect. The Earth God Sect has the inheritance of the Yuan Shen, and there is more than one. If I can find one, not only will the Yuan Shen be possible, but the sect will fully support my practice. This operation must not fail. Zhao Yumu walked to the yard and saw an ancient spiritual tree in the yard, with a confident smile on his face. Putting his hands on the tree, his whole body was like a stream of green light, blending into the tree. With his special physique, he temporarily occupied the body of the spiritual tree and became a state similar to that of a tree demon. In this state, his consciousness became the spiritual idea of the spirit tree, spreading to the surrounding formation restrictions without causing any ripples. Then his consciousness spread to the surrounding 10 miles through the spiritual tree, and he explored the surrounding situation. This was the area for the outer disciples. After a little exploration, nothing was found. His consciousness invaded a spiritual tree on the edge of the 10-mile radius. With a slight vibration, his body instantly transferred to the spiritual tree in the process, and then centered on it, moving towards the spiritual tree. Explore around. No one expected that a monk who was less than 60 years old would have reached the golden elixir stage, and was born with a special physique. During the golden elixir stage, he would be able to possess a small magical power in advance. Under the nascent soul, almost no one can discover the existence of Zhao Yumu. Even if they discover it, Zhao Yumu's small magical power, escape and concealment abilities are not something that ordinary Jindan Daoist can capture. This was also the reason why he, a nascent soul seedling, dared to take risks in person. At this time, Han Yuan was flying over Lingguan Peak on a flying sword, a high-grade yellow magic weapon. He could fly without the flying sword, so even though it was his first time to fly with the flying sword, he didn't feel any panic at all when flying. Next to him is a foundation-building elder of Lingguan Peak, named Yu Daoyuan. He is a member of the Yu family. He is usually responsible for the affairs of Prime Minister Lingguan Peak, and his position is the General Affairs Elder of the inner sect. Han Jinjuan, you see, this is our handyman disciple area at the foot of Lingguan Peak. There are a total of 70,000 handyman disciples living in it. Yu Daoyuan introduced. 70,000? So many? Han Yuan was a little surprised. This is still a small number. There are still many menial disciples working in industries outside the sect. Those who stay in the peak are potential disciples and new disciples who are expected to break through the middle stage of qi refining. Han Yuan nodded. Looking from high in the sky, there were a large number of disciples active in the menial disciple area. When they saw Han Yuan in the sky, they all showed envy in their eyes. Generally, those who can control magic tools to fly are all cultivators in the late stage of qi refining. They are indeed the existence that menial disciples look up to. Flying past the menial disciple area, it is naturally the outer sect disciple area. The number of outer sect disciples has dropped sharply, only 5,000 people. Our Lingguan Peak is indeed a bit weak. Many disciples did not choose our Lingguan Peak after breaking through to the middle stage of qi refining. Yu Daoyuan shook his head regretfully. Han Yuan also felt that it was a little too little after hearing this. The ratio was less than 10 to 1. There was no big bottleneck in the middle stage of qi refining. Among the 70,000 menial disciples, more than 60% would break through the middle stage of qi refining in the future, but only 5,000 would stay in Lingguan Peak. Now he finally had a clear understanding of Lingguan Peak's ranking last. Flying in the outer disciples area, Han Yuan looked at the area that was 70% less than the menial disciples area with emotion, which made him want to expand the number of outer disciples in Lingguan Peak. Han Yuan shook his head and laughed, thinking, "What am I thinking? I am just acting as the Peak Master." His eyes swept across some areas, and suddenly his spiritual eye technique started to work on its own, and a green light flashed in his eyes. The fluctuation of wood spiritual power on a spiritual tree in his sight seemed a little abnormal. Spirit Eye Technique is one of the supporting spells of ancient wood nurturing spirit technique, and it is also a wood attribute spell. It is very sensitive to the fluctuation of wood spiritual power. With the transformation of the perfect level and random multiplier, the perception range of the spiritual eye technique has exceeded the Xian level. Isn't the spiritual power fluctuation of this spiritual tree a bit too strong? Han Yuan's flying speed could not help but slow down. Han Jinchuan, what's wrong? Yu Dao Yuan asked in confusion. Han Yuan was about to answer, but suddenly, under his spiritual eye technique, the spiritual power fluctuation on the spiritual tree dropped rapidly, and in a blink of an eye it dropped to the level of a yellow-grade middle-grade spiritual tree. Han Yuan was stunned by this scene. C68 calling people, reporting. Han Yuan opened his mouth and then stopped talking, making Yu Dao Yuan a little confused. But Han Yuan no longer cared about returning to Yuan Daoan. After flying above the spiritual tree just now, he penetrated the spiritual tree with his spiritual consciousness. The weak and ignorant thoughts of the spiritual tree were sent towards him, as if it was the joy of seeing a companion. Han Yuan asked it what just happened. Obviously, the tree couldn't understand Han Yuan's questions and didn't know anything about it, but it conveyed a fearful thought to him. What's wrong? Yu Dao Yuan asked again. Han Yuan shook his head and did not answer yet. He looked around, but his spiritual eyes failed to see any abnormalities again. He thought to himself, damn it, isn't this an invasion by a foreign enemy? I know that as a time traveler, something will come to me once I come out. He suddenly had an intuition in his heart that the abnormal fluctuation just now was definitely not normal. Which time traveler doesn't have a trouble-prone physique? When he was simply practicing in the cave, a courier named Yuexiangxian would deliver 4th-level sword pills to him, allowing him to receive a piece of karma. What's more, now that he has become the acting peak master, if nothing happens, it will make him a little uneasy, not internally. The outbreak of conflicts is the invasion of external enemies. Lingguan Peak has been weak for a long time. In fact, there is not that much competition among everyone, and there are naturally few conflicts, so the people who can cause trouble for him are probably the outside. He did not fly directly to the spiritual tree below to investigate the situation, but flew directly over this tree and said to Yu Dao Yuan, did you see that tree just now? Can you detect any abnormalities? Abnormal? Yu Dao Yuan was about to turn around when he heard this. Han Yuan immediately sent a message, don't look over specifically, and don't use your spiritual sense to explore. Just tell me how you feel. Yu Dao Yuan asked doubtfully, feelings? I don't feel anything unusual. That tree is an ordinary spiritual tree, right? Han Yuan raised his eyebrows. Yu Dao Yuan has achieved great perfection in foundation building. The spiritual power fluctuations he saw just now with his spiritual eye definitely reached the level above foundation building, but he didn't feel anything at all. TSK, the first boss reached gold level. At Dan level and above, God thinks highly of him. I understand, Elder Yu, I want to meet the Jindan master of our peak. I don't know what procedures need to be followed? Han Yuan asked. Yu Dao Yuan was stunned, hesitated, and said, if you meet the Jindan elder of my Yu family, I can make arrangements for you quickly. Han Yuan pondered for a moment and said, I need to summon all the Jindan masters. Well, let me see if I can invite the Jindan masters from the Lu family and the Di family to come together. I have important matters to discuss. This, Yu Dao Yuan was speechless. You, a true disciple in the Qi refining stage, want to summon Jindan master for a meeting? At this time, he saw the peak master's token on Han Yuan's waist. He suddenly thought of something, pointed at the token and said, Han Jinjuan, you now have the spare token. You can actually exercise the rights of the peak master. You are qualified to summon Jindan Jinren, but you have to think clearly, if it is not important, you may be severely punished, and you may not be able to take over the position of peak master in the future. Han Yuan touched his chin. Is this the punishment? He thought for a while and said to Yu Dao Yuan, wait a minute, you and I will take a walk first. A doubt arose in Yu Dao Yuan's mind, what does this Han Jinjuan want to do? Han Yuan didn't explain too much, and flew quickly in the distance in midair. His eyes glanced at the ground below, and his eyes glanced at the trees intentionally or unintentionally. He flew directly in a straight line, and he felt that the spiritual energy fluctuations in this direction were a little strange. Yu Dao Yuan had no choice but to follow Han Yuan. When Han Yuan flew over a group of buildings, his spiritual eye skills were suddenly on a spiritual tree, and he once again saw the strong fluctuations of wood spiritual power inside the spiritual tree. However, he did not have any idea of alarming the other party. Instead, he sent a message to Yu Dao Yuan, as for the spiritual tree 1 mile away in the southwest, can you detect abnormal fluctuations? Don't use your spiritual sense to check it. Hearing this, Yu Dao Yuan glanced casually in that direction, and then sent a message, Han Jinjuan, I really don't feel anything unusual. Did you find something? Han Yuan sent a message, I don't know yet, but I guess it's a big fish. Please help me summon the Jindan Masters. Yu Daoyuan smiled bitterly. He suddenly regretted taking Han Yuan out to visit Lingwen Peak, otherwise Han Jinjuan wouldn't have suddenly had a seizure. But with the token in front, Han Yuan has the right to act as the peak master. If he wants to go crazy, he can only do as he is told. Anyway, if something goes wrong in the end, it is not his problem. When the two flew far away and left that area, Yu Daoyuan took Han Yuan's token and immediately went to the back mountain of Lingwen Peak. In midair, Han Yuan sent a request to Lu Zishan and Di Hong to invite the two Jindan ancestors to meet at Lingwen Peak. Lu Zishan and Di Hong were both a little confused when they received the news. This sudden request made them both a little confused. Han Jinjuan, if you want to meet the ancestor, you can apply, but are you asking the ancestor to come to see you? We are all acquaintances. I would like to remind you in private that you must respect the throne. Yanagisawa said sincerely. Han Yuan replied, the situation is urgent. I have a very important matter here. I want to ask Master Lu to come over. If Master Lu is willing to come over, I can use 10 years of spiritual stone distribution as the price. Hearing this, Lu Zishan immediately realized that things here with Han Yuan were not simple. He said, there is no need to pay. I will report it to the ancestor, but I can't guarantee whether he is willing to come over. Well, I understand. Thank you, Brother Zicheng. Han Yuan responded. Di Hong on the other side also had a similar reaction. They could report, but they couldn't guarantee it. Han Yuan was just giving it a try. If he could invite them, it would be the best. They could support him. In fact, Han Yuan's biggest guarantee was not for them. Han Yuan turned a corner and flew out of the peak. During the journey, his breath had quietly hidden. Not long after, he came to the outside of the Sutra Pavilion of the outer gate of Gumu Peak. I wonder if the Purple Cloud Patriarch has gone out to compete there. Han Yuan thought to himself. Hey, isn't this kid Han? He finally came out of seclusion? The Purple Cloud Patriarch was still sitting behind the counter, reading a book lazily. After seeing him, Han Yuan breathed a sigh of relief and showed a sincere smile on his face. Isn't this to complete the ancestors' mission? I will naturally work hard to practice. Oh? Did you encounter a problem? I can give you some pointers. The Purple Cloud Patriarch smiled faintly. He thought Han Yuan would come to ask him for advice earlier, but he was so stubborn that he took so long to come. Han Yuan coughed and said, Ancestor, I have already mastered the ancient tree chi recovery technique. Well, what level? Have you mastered it? Disciple has already mastered it. Han Yuan said. Well, mastered it? Ancestor Ziyun raised his head in surprise, threw the book in his hand away, and quickly came to Han Yuan. Han Yuan also knew what to do, dispelled part of the concealment effect of the hidden chi technique, and at the same time activated the normal and perfect chi recovery technique. Thousands of earth veins of spiritual energy rushed towards Han Yuan's body quickly. Without the cover of the hidden chi technique, Han Yuan seemed to have thousands of tree roots, which looked extremely exaggerated. Okay, I originally gave you a year, and I meant to embarrass you, but you actually comprehended the perfect level within the deadline. Ha, my vision is really excellent. Ancestor Ziyun thought with great joy. Han Yuan rolled his eyes. The old man didn't expect him to complete the task. He couldn't help but ask curiously, Grandmaster, how long did it take you to comprehend the ancient tree recovery art to perfection? Grandmaster Ziyun's smile suddenly froze. He sat down again and said casually, Do you want the reward? Han Yuan hurriedly said, Of course. Here you go. Take the token and go to the treasury to get it yourself. I won't help you choose this time. Grandmaster Ziyun threw a token to him. Han Yuan hurriedly took it. Grandmaster Ziyun picked up the book again and started reading. He waved to Han Yuan and signaled that he could leave. Han Yuan did not leave and still stood there. Grandmaster Ziyun raised his head and asked in confusion, Do you have anything else to do? Grandmaster, I seem to have found a big rat. I want you to help me raid the formation. Han Yuan said hurriedly. Big rat? What kind? Grandmaster Ziyun was puzzled. Han Yuan was embarrassed and said quickly, It's not a real rat. What I mean is that an enemy who invaded the sect was found, and the strength of this enemy is estimated to have reached the Jindan level. Ziyun Patriarch smiled dumbly. Do you know that the formation of our Dishan sect was set up by the original Yuanshan Patriarch? If a Jindan strongman enters the formation, it will definitely be activated. Han Yuan raised his eyebrows, thought for a while and asked, It seems that our sect often has outer disciples and menial disciples coming in and out, right? Isn't the formation always activated and consumed? Ziyun Patriarch said with a smile, the soul breath of disciples over the age of 60 will be recorded by the Mountain Protection Formation. Those disciples are not even 60 years old and can't alarm the formation at all. Hearing this, Han Yuan wondered, then the Jindan real people under the age of 60 will not be discovered? How could it be possible that 60 years old? As soon as Ziyun Patriarch finished speaking, the smile on his face froze. He thought about it, took out the token and contacted someone. Ancestor. The voice of the head of the sect came from the token. I remember that Zhao Yumu, the true disciple of Yunyang sect, seems to be almost 60 years old? Yes, 59 years old. Has he made a breakthrough? The latest news is that he has made a breakthrough to the golden elixir. I know. Ziyun Patriarch's expression turned cold. C69 The beginning of war. Ancestor Ziyun sat on a chair, lowered his head and fell into deep thought. Han Yuan stood by the sideboardly, waiting for his ancestor's decision. He estimated that Patriarch Ziyun would use thunderous means to instantly kill Zhao Yumu. No matter how defiant the opponent was, he would still be no match for Patriarch Ziyun. Suddenly, Ancestor Ziyun raised his head and looked at him with a smile. Han Yuan was startled and had a bad feeling in his heart. You haven't told anyone about this yet, have you? Ancestor Ziyun asked. Well, not yet, but I have invited the Jindan elders from Lingguan Peak, and also invited the ancestors of the Lu family and the Di family to help out. I will mention this matter when I see them later. Han Yuan said. That's okay. Ancestor Ziyun nodded. Don't rush to tell the elders about this, or don't go into too much detail, and don't say that you can detect the other party's spiritual energy fluctuations. Just it is said that there is internal information that foreign enemies have infiltrated Lingguan Peak, but let alone the level of Jindan. Han Yuan was stunned and asked in confusion, what does the ancestor mean? Ancestor Ziyun smiled slightly and said, since they want the inheritance of the soul, why not give them a copy? Han Yuan was startled and said in shock, you mean to give them a fake inheritance of the soul? Let them go astray? Ancestor Ziyun looked at him strangely, why are you so skilled? Ahem. Han Yuan coughed and said, isn't this what my ancestor reminded me? He asked curiously, can't they see the problems in the Yuanshan inheritance you gave? Ancestor Ziyun smiled lightly, of course it's impossible. Our divine sect has long guessed that this situation would happen. When Ancestor Yuanshan was here, he had already personally created a pseudo-Taoist technique. Monks below the age of infants can't see the problem at all. It's just that almost 1,000 years have passed and they haven't tried to steal it once. I almost forgot about this technique. Wait a minute, I'll look for it. Han Yuan was dumbfounded when he saw Patriarch Ziyun searching among the bookshelves on the first floor. Finally, he pulled out a slate at the foot of a bookshelf and blew it gently to blow away the dust on it, revealing the dense surface. Engraved. This scene made Han Yuan stunned for a while. Here's this for you. Ancestor Ziyun threw the stone carving directly to him. Han Yuan hurriedly took it and looked at the slate in his hand. At first glance, he felt it was very ordinary, but when he looked at it the second time, he felt an inexplicable mysterious feeling. Hey, don't look around, you may go astray. Ancestor Ziyun stopped him. Han Yuan quickly withdrew his gaze, moved the stone slab far away, and said in surprise, Ancestor, this thing of yours seems to be poisonous. Are you just throwing it to me? Why don't you just look at it? You can think of a way to let that kid get this slate smoothly. After he takes the slate out of the sect and transfers it to some informant or something, I will kill him. If I kill him, I will launch a super war against the Yunyang sect with the strength of the entire sect. It is estimated that many people will die by then. Don't feel pressured. It will all be worth it. If you can kill 1 or 2 Yuan, Ing Daiqingchang, or even a dozen high-level officials in the nascent soul realm, we may be able to swallow up the 4 surrounding sects, and after taking their resources, you will definitely have a share. Ancestor Ziyun made a big deal for Han Yuan again, and decided in a few words to plan a large-scale war. Han Yuan said fearfully, Ancestor, I may not be good at acting. You are the acting peak master of Lingguan Peak. If you don't act, who will act? Ancestor Ziyun glared at him, this is my opportunity for you to earn great achievements. Do you think anyone can get this opportunity? Really? I just spent a long time talking to those old guys to give you the chance. Ah? Han Yuan was surprised. Did the ancestor just discuss it with other ancestors? He couldn't see it at all. Han Yuan smiled bitterly and said, Ancestor, that golden elixir genius sounds very complicated to me. You ask me, a young chi refining monk, to provoke him. Isn't it a bit too much to bully an honest person? Ancestor Ziyun threw him a talisman and said, this is the Earthchen Diamond Talisman. Place it on your body in advance. Once you encounter a fatal threat, it can automatically form a diamond shield to help you resist attacks for a quarter of an hour. Even if he has the fighting power of the early stage of nascent soul and can withstand 10 breaths of time. Are you relieved now? You have invited Elder Jindan. There is no way that he can squat on you. When he gets the stone slab, he will definitely be in a hurry to escape. Your safety will not be affected. Worry. Han Yuan took the talisman with a happy face and kept it close to him with great care. Then he said with a tragic face, Ancestor, I can try it once. Ancestor Ziyan looked at his appearance and had an expression on his face that said he had seen through you. This treasure can be regarded as your perfect reward for the Qi restoration technique. Ancestor Ziyun said. Han Yuan's face fell. Ancestor, you can't do this. When you successfully complete this important mission, the benefits you will receive will be 100 times this. Ancestor Ziyun once again drew a big pie. Han Yuan said he was full. Go on, don't be too nervous. I have a backup plan here. If something goes wrong on your side, I will arrange a remedy, but your reward will be gone. He was silent for a while, looked at Han Yuan and said seriously, in addition, there is another reason why I chose you. You can expose your identity as a secret disciple and strengthen the authenticity and correctness of Yuanshan Kung Fu. Of course, if you cannot be exposed, not exposed. Ancestor Ziyun waved his hand to signal him to leave. Han Yuan sighed, his face calm, but he flew back to Lingwen Peak with a heavy heart. The bloody smell between the lines of the simple words of Ziyun Patriarch just now came to his face. In order to make the enemy believe that it was the real Yuanshan Gongfa, the Earth God sect was ready for a bloody battle, and there would definitely be many sacrificed disciples. And this war that may cause turmoil in Baiyuansu is likely to be caused by him. Because if he didn't report it, that person probably wouldn't be able to steal any inheritance in the end. At most, he would walk around the sect and leave. The Earth God sect would lose some things, but it wouldn't cause any war at all. And his report then started a series of plans. Countless people may die because of his words. Let alone whether the cause and effect exists, Han Yuan himself did not expect that a small report would have such serious consequences. Han Yuan looked into the distance, his mind wandering, perhaps I can no longer stand idly by in this war. While ensuring my own safety, I should do my best for the sect, so that fewer of my fellow disciples will die. C-70 preparing hunting operations. Han Yuan returned to Lingwen Peak. During his flight, Di Hun and Lu Zixian sent good news. Their Jindan ancestors were willing to come and see him. The main reason was that Han Yuan showed the Peak Master's spare token, which added weight to himself. When Han Yuan came to the main hall of Lingwen Peak, he saw a handsome young man looking up and admiring the eaves of the main hall. Han Yuan was startled, and walked over hesitantly, and said respectfully, I am Han Yuan, I wonder who the senior is. Didn't you just ask Lu Zixian? Speaking of which, I haven't been to Lingwen Peak for a few years. The young man said calmly. Han Yuan was surprised. Ancestor Lu came so quickly? He hurriedly said respectfully, so it's Senior Lu. Han Yuan is disrespectful. Please forgive me. The young man turned around and looked at Han Yuan calmly, frowning slightly. Han Yuan, right? You can break through to the 8th level of Qi refining within 3 years of entering the sect. Your cultivation talent is indeed good, but this is not a reason for you to be arrogant. I hope you can give me a satisfactory answer. Han Yuan was stunned. There seemed to be a hint of dissatisfaction in Master Lu's tone, but he also understood that he didn't visit a dignified Jindan master, but he actually asked others to come to see him. It seemed that he didn't know his position. Just as he was about to answer, another figure fell from the air silently. Han Yuan looked up and saw a white-faced young man walking in the air. The boy looked at the young man, and finally smiled. Senior brother Diyu, long time no see. The young man put his hands behind his back and smiled faintly. Junior brother Jijin, I didn't expect you to come here. The boy smiled lightly. I am very curious, how can a disciple in the Qi refining realm be confident enough to invite me here? He looked at Han Yuan. Han Yuan was not shy either, and first bowed to the young man. Han Yuan greets Master Di. The young man smiled faintly. Master Han is too polite. What is the matter with you two today? Han Yuan said seriously, Two masters, this invitation is really abrupt, please forgive me. In addition to inviting you two, I also summoned all the Jindan masters who are currently in Lingwen Peak to come here. The young master showed surprise and said, Oh? Han Yuan said seriously, I have a reliable source of intelligence, which can be confirmed that enemies from the outside sect have infiltrated Lingwen Peak. I don't know what to do. I don't know how many of them there are, nor do I know if there are any undercovers among the foundation building elders in the peak, but the enemies who have infiltrated are definitely above the foundation building level and have extremely strong concealment methods. Therefore, for the safety of Linguin Peak, I summoned the elders to discuss and invited you two to come, mainly to strengthen my momentum. Diyu said with a strange look, "Are you asking us to endorse your intelligence?" Han Yuan nodded and said, "My source of information is difficult to explain, but please believe me." While speaking, his aura suddenly rose. The 8th level of Qi refining was raised to the 9th level of Qi refining, and then it quickly broke into the 10th level of Qi refining from the 9th level of Qi refining. This scene made the originally calm and indifferent expressions on the faces of Lu Jijin and Diyu change significantly. Diyu sensed the fluctuations in Han Yuan's cultivation and his life breath. He finally sighed, "You are only 19 years old, but you have already broken through to the 10th level of Qi refining. You can break through the foundation before the age of 24, and there is a great possibility of breaking through the golden elixir. You are very good." Lu Jijin, who was a little dissatisfied with Han Yuan at the beginning, also looked cautious at this time. His originally scrutinizing eyes began to become uncertain. Han Yuan suddenly cast a spell at this time, releasing 2 sword energies, attacking the 2 real people directly. The 2 real people were surprised and took his attack casually. Lu Jijin felt the strength of the sword's attack, and finally showed a trace of surprise on his face, saying, "The power of the magic of the 12th level of Qi refining, your cultivation speed and magic progress are a little stronger than mine at the beginning. I take back what I said before, I really underestimated you." Han Yuan bowed his hands and said sincerely, "Two masters, I have a close cooperative relationship with the 2 families, so I am willing to confess my cultivation and strength to you too. One is to prove that I have the qualifications to continue to cooperate with the 2 families, and the other is to let you two help me to guarantee. I, Han Yuan, have always treated people with sincerity. I don't like to hide. I have always been a straightforward person, and I don't hide it. If I can find out the intruders and undercovers this time, the position of the Peak Master will be a sure thing, so I hope you can help me." The strength shown by Han Yuan is only a small part of himself, and he doesn't care about the position of the Peak Master. These words are just for the future actions. Only by deceiving his own people can he deceive the enemy. Diyu and Lu Jijin looked at each other, and the 2 sides seemed to be communicating. Then, Diyu said, "I have discussed with junior brother Lu, and we can agree with your plan. I hope your information is true and reliable. Otherwise, not only will we be embarrassed, but your right to inherit the true teachings will be greatly reduced." Han Yuan bowed, "Thank you for your help, both of you." Han Yuan is grateful. The 3 of them exchanged some more, and then waited. Not long after, Yu Daoyuan hurriedly walked into the hall. Behind him, 5 Jindanjinren came in one by one. The 5 Jindanjinren were originally unhappy, but when they saw the 2 Jindanjinren behind Han Yuan, their expressions became a little surprised. Han Yuan bowed to the 5 people. "Han Yuan, meet the 2nd elder, the 4th elder, the 5th elder, the 7th elder, and the 9th elder." A Jindanjinren with a rough face said with interest, "Han Yuan, why do you ask us to come here?" Han Yuan said, "4th elder, I have important things to discuss with several Jinren, because I have cooperated with the Lu family and the D family, and I happened to accidentally discover that our Linguin Peak has had enemies from other sects sneaking in these 2 days, and there may be undercover insiders who want to plot against our peak. The situation is urgent, so I immediately summoned several elders to discuss the arrest." Several Jinren immediately looked at each other in surprise, and they all looked at Lu Jijin and Diyu. At this time, the 2 naturally did not tear down Han Yuan's stage, and they all nodded. "Ha! There is such a thing?" 4th elder Yu Mingxiang was very surprised. Han Yuan nodded immediately and said, "We have no way to determine the enemy's position, and we don't know if there is an insider among the foundation building elders, so I called the elders here." Yu Mingxiang snorted coldly, "A thief actually sneaked in. This shows that he doesn't take our Linguin Peak seriously. In this case, we will let them go without returning." Han Yuan said, "Elders, do you want to ask the main peak or other peaks to come to help?" At this time, the 2nd elder Fu Changqing said, "There is no need to ask other peaks to help with this matter. Although our Linguin Peak has weakened a little in recent years, it is not worth it to alarm other peaks and let other peaks laugh at us for just a few thieves. Under the net of heaven and earth, no one can escape our hunting." Han Yuan muttered in his heart that this thief might be able to fight 5 alone. The 2nd elder's tone was quite loud. C71 Zhao Yumu in action. Zhao Yumu escaped on the spiritual trees, and in a blink of an eye he had arrived at the inner disciple area. When he escaped into the spiritual tree in the courtyard of an inner disciple, his consciousness caught the scent of a familiar item. "Ha! Finally found the informant." Zhao Yumu looked into the courtyard. There was a female disciple practicing a sword technique in the courtyard. Suddenly, a voice sounded in the female disciple's ears, "Yunyu Inonying. The woman paused for a moment, then continued practicing her sword skills. It's just that the swordsmanship practiced was no longer the same swordsmanship as before. As he danced, he used his sword as a ghost to write the 4 words Matsuki Chingshin in midair. After she finished practicing her swordsmanship with a calm expression, she sheathed her sword and walked into the room, then opened the room's formation to isolate the inside and outside. When she closed the door and turned around, a figure was already standing quietly. It was Zhao Yumu. Disciple Qianin, meet the special envoy. The female disciple immediately saluted respectfully. Zhao Yumu put his hands behind his hands and said calmly, "Tell me all the important places and important people on Lingwen Peak." "Yes." The female disciple quickly came to the bedside, took out a wooden box from under the bed, took out a jade slip from it, and handed it to Zhao Yumu respectfully. Zhao Yumu waved his hand, and the jade slip flew into his hand. His spiritual consciousness penetrated it, and a large amount of information poured into his mind. By comparing it with the Lingwen Peak information he had obtained before, he checked to see if there were any latest changes. Lingwen Peak has registered another true disciple during this period, and now he has become the acting peak master. Zhao Yumu wrote down the information about Han Yuan, and then he searched for other information. He soon selected some places, guessing that there might be inheritance secrets in these places, such as the Sutra Pavilion, the Treasure House, Lingwen Peak Hall, Lingwen Ancient Stone Wall, Back Mountain Cave, etc. In addition to this information, do you have anything else to add? Zhao Yumu looked at the female disciple. The female disciple shook her head and said, "I can't find any information above foundation building. Who is the person who built the base?" Zhao Yumu asked again. "I don't know." The female disciple shook her head and said, "We all act alone and have no contact with each other." Zhao Yumu frowned when he heard this, and finally nodded and said, "I understand. You first take me to the Sutra Storage Pavilion, Lingwen Ancient Stone Wall and other places to have a look." "Yes," the female disciple responded. Zhao Yumu handed the female disciple a green wood chip. "Hide it on your body." The female disciple was shocked to see Zhao Yumu's body disappearing into the wood pieces like a ray of green light. This piece of wood is still full of vitality, satisfying Zhao Yumu's pursuit. The mystery of the small magical power can make people change their physical form and body size, which is already extremely mysterious. The special envoy is so powerful. The female disciple's eyes were filled with admiration. She respectfully placed the wood pieces on the chest of her clothes, then made some preparations before heading outside. She walked leisurely on the mountain path. When disciples passed by and met, they often said hello to her, and she always smiled and nodded. No one could tell that there was another person hidden in her body. Her first stop was to the Sutra Library Pavilion where the inner disciples were. This is already the largest scripture storage pavilion in Lingwen Peak, and even the foundation building elders exchange scriptures here. At the entrance of the Sutra Pavilion is a counter. In addition to the inner disciples registering and exchanging exercises behind the counter, there is also a middle-aged monk in the foundation building realm sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed in the corner. When Shenin stepped into the Sutra Pavilion, the middle-aged monk opened his eyes and glanced over. Shenin subconsciously stretched out her hand to cover her chest. The middle-aged foundation establishment elder glanced at her and did not notice anything unusual about her. These small actions of female disciples were sometimes easy to be ignored. If they were male disciples, they would be even more suspicious. He closed his eyes and continued to rest with his eyes closed. The male inner disciple behind the counter asked, "Junior sister, what books do you need to redeem?" Xianin said timidly, "Can I see for myself?" "Of course you can. There are 4 floors in the Sutra Collection building. You can only redeem the skills on the first floor." "I understand." Xianin nodded. The male disciple asked no more questions. Xianin stepped into the Sutra Pavilion with a nervous look on her face and looked a little shy. And when she passed several rows of bookshelves, a green light escaped from her chest. Next to Qianin, Zhao Yumu's figure appeared. His eyes signaled Qianin to continue shopping, and he quietly came to the stairs. At the entrance of the stairs, a forbidden spiritual light forms a light curtain. This is an identification formation, and it is also a defensive formation. Without an identity token, it is impossible to enter the second floor of the Tibetan scripture building. However, this did not trouble Zhao Yumu. He is a third-level array mage. He stood in front of the light curtain, condensed runes in his hands, and drove them into the formation one by one. The surface of the light curtain fluctuated, without causing much movement, and a small gap as big as a bowl was formed on the surface. Zhao Yumu, with quick eyes and quick hands, threw the wood pieces into the gap and passed through the light curtain. And his body turned into green light, and then merged into the wood pieces, passing through the light curtain. Using the formation cracking method and the small magical power of Mu Dun, Zhao Yumu passed through the restriction on the second floor within 3 breaths. Zhao Yumu turned around and glanced at the formation light screen, with a faint smile on his face. Then he climbed up the stairs and arrived at the second floor. Naturally, he was not interested in the second floor of the Sutra Pavilion, and soon came to the entrance of the third floor. Following the instructions of the gourd, he successfully reached the third floor in just 20 breaths. When he stepped onto the third floor, he carefully observed the situation inside the third floor. He was sure that there was no real Jindan guarding him, so he explored the situation on the third floor. There were many jade slips and books, among which there were only more than 10 books related to exercises. After scanning more than 10 techniques, the technique I was looking for was not found. He was not discouraged and came to the entrance of the fourth floor. The fourth floor corresponds to nascent soul realm skills, and the light curtain setup is naturally a fourth level existence, which has exceeded Zhao Yumu's formation master level. He looked seriously and took out a fourth level forbidden talisman. If he used the forbidden talisman directly, it would definitely cause fluctuations in the formation and alert others, but by cooperating with the formation master, he was able to smooth out the fluctuations and sneak into the fourth floor quietly. This operation will cost a lot of money. I hope the fourth floor can surprise me. Zhao Yumu began to use the methods of the formation master, and one formation after another penetrated into the light curtain. It did not cause any fluctuations in the formation, and quietly changed the nature of the formation at that location. After spending half an hour, Zhao Yumu used the forbidden talisman and pressed it on that position. The next moment, a hole opened in the light curtain. Zhao Yumu did not hesitate and threw the wood pieces in, and he also used wood escape to enter the fourth floor of the Sutra Collection building. He turned around and glanced at the light curtain that had returned to normal, and thought to himself, no wonder the sect didn't carry out similar actions before. Without Jindan cultivation, no formation ability, and no special means similar to mine, it would be impossible to pass through it silently. Past this light curtain. In fact, he felt that the Dishan sect's protective measures were still too weak. This was because the Dishan sect had not had any problems for more than 1,000 years and had become somewhat lax about protection, which gave him the opportunity to take advantage of the loopholes. Zhao Yumu looked relaxed. Now that they are unprepared, it is the easiest time to steal the inheritance. I must seize the opportunity. Window _tabula equals window _tabula.push, mode, thumbs feed 01, container, tabula below article feed, placement, below article feed, target type, mix. See 72 Han Yuan in action at this time, in the main hall. Several people are still discussing things. Second Elder, is this your plan? Is it a bit too simple? Han Yuan was surprised. Fu Changqing smiled and said, it's still early for you to join the sect. Our Earth God sect has an extremely powerful sect protecting formation, which was built by the original ancestor of Yuanshan. Any non-sect monk over 60 years old who enters the formation will be punished. Formation attack, killing. So the infiltrators cannot be very strong. Of course, they will definitely come in with some golden elixir level treasures, but they will definitely not be our opponents. Furthermore, our sect stipulates that disciples over the age of 60 must swear an oath of loyalty to the sect in the main hall of the sect. On our peak, there are only 2 monks above the age of 60 who are above the foundation level. 17 people. And there are only 8 people in the peak at present, and senior undercovers can only appear among these people. Therefore, we only need to stay near these monks and catch the infiltrators once they show up. Han Yuan scratched his head. What a simple plan. Next to him, Du and Lu Jizhen said that the plan was perfect. Han Yuan also felt that although this plan was simple, it was indeed effective, but the key was, how should he hand over the skill slate? Han Yuan coughed and hurriedly suggested, this is what I think. These infiltrators will not necessarily go to find the baseline builders, but their ultimate goal is nothing more than to inherit the sect's skills. That's what I think. If you think about it, you can use a fake Yuanshan skill stone carving to lure them to steal it. This way, you can just wait and see. Hearing this, Yu Mingxiong touched his chin and nodded, this is indeed okay. Fu Changqing nodded and said, this is a simple matter, just take a 2-pronged approach. I have a question. How should I let the infiltrators know about this news? The 5th elder asked in confusion. The 4th elder smiled and said, this is a simple matter, there is no need to say more. Because there are rumors among the disciples that the top-notch kung fu inheritance of Lingwen Peak exists in the cave in the back mountain where we usually retreat. If they really do it for kung fu, if the law comes, they will definitely come to investigate. We can just make a box or stone carving to deal with it. Han Yuan thought for a while and said, Elder, I can't help you in the fight, but I can help you carve out a fake kung fu stone. Fu Changqing nodded casually and said, "Okay, you can get one now, and leave the rest to us." "Okay." Han Yuan nodded immediately. Han Yuan left the hall directly and let the Jindan masters discuss it themselves. And he himself took the lead in returning to Tsangming Cave. As soon as he returned to the sect, he flew directly back to Tsangming Tower. He first checked Weinsai's situation and found that the other party was still building up his foundation and had still not broken through the foundation building. Originally, Han Yuan thought that it would break through soon, but Wang Kai held it in for a long time and couldn't hold it in enough to make a loud fart. In the meantime, he also asked Lu Cixi and learned that this was a normal phenomenon. Generally, it would take 3 months for a qi refining monk to achieve a breakthrough, but the breakthrough of a spiritual beast would take even more time. Han Yuan could only let Wang Kai continue to work hard. He went to the warehouse on the 3rd floor, selected some refining materials, and then returned to the master's training room. I saw him sitting cross-legged on the ground, taking out the special Yuanshan Kung Fu stone tablet. He did not use his spiritual consciousness to look at it, but just watched the lines with his physical body and memorized them one by one. Then he took out the materials for refining the weapon, took out a handful of purple fire in his hand, and began to calcine these materials. He was not refining a weapon, he was simply making a fake with the same color and shape as the stone slab. This did not require much refining skills, and with his current level of spiritual control, he could easily knead it out. Under the calcination of the purple fire, the fake stone slabs were easily fused, and then hundreds of tiny sword energies appeared out of thin air on his fingers. Under his control, some special ones gradually appeared on the stone slabs. The lines were almost the same as those on the stone slab given by Ziyun ancestor. Han Yuan used his exquisite sword energy control to carve out an almost identical stone slab. Han Yuan used purple fire to blend a piece of jade slip material into the middle of the stone slab, and after recording a sarcastic sentence mocking layman, the fake stone slab was completed. Yes, it seems that I also have the talent for refining weapons. When this matter is over, I can go and study weapon refining and alchemy. Unfortunately, after refining this stone slab, he did not trigger the random multiplier, but he had a vague feeling that if he refining a magic weapon seriously, he could trigger the random doubling of the refining experience. A fact. This should be the reminder sent to him by Golden Finger. There is a precedent for this. Didn't his previous knowledge of swordsmanship double? Han Yuan cleaned up and flew back to the sect hall in a hurry. At this time, the 5 Lingguan Peak Jindan masters and the 2 Lu Di masters seemed to have almost reached an agreement. After Han Yuan came in, he took out the fake stone carving and gave it to the second elder. Fu Changqing turned the stone carving over and looked at it a few times. His consciousness explored the stone slab a few times. When he sensed a piece of text stored inside, the corners of his mouth twitched involuntarily. He gave Han Yuan a strange look and said, "Okay. This stone carving is very good. It can be used as a cover. You should go back to Tsangming Cave now. Once you find there is a war outside, activate the cave formation immediately." "Okay, Elder, don't worry, I will definitely be safe and sound." Han Yuan nodded. Han Yuan left the sect hall and returned to Tsangming Cave Mansion again. Standing by the windowsill on the 4th floor, looking into the distance, he fell into deep thought. In Tsangming Cave Mansion, in addition to the members of the Lu family and the Di family, some inner and outer disciples were also recruited to work in the functional buildings. During this period of time, it has begun to make a profit, and Chang Chun and Qin Feng have managed it well. However, not all of these disciples are descendants of the family, many of them come from the mortal dynasty. Among these disciples, is there an undercover agent of the outer sect? I am a new true disciple. If the undercover agent sees the news of recruitment, he may really find a way to join in and explore my authenticity. If the undercover agent discovers that I have one that is exactly the same as the fake one treasure, and then spread the news to that person's ears, Han Yuan touched his chin. This is the plan he just thought of. When the false is true, the true is also false. Han Yuan narrowed his eyes slightly, took out the token and sent a message to Qin Feng. "Qin Feng, prepare a table of spiritual food for me, and call a few disciples who can play the piano and music. I want to invite Lu Cixi over for dinner." After Qin Feng got the news, he immediately responded, "Okay, I will make arrangements immediately." Han Yuan put down the token and murmured in his mind, "If the undercover is among the people playing the piano, then this will be perfect." It couldn't be such a coincidence, but he believed that as a time traveler, such a coincidence would be more likely to happen. It didn't matter if it didn't succeed. He had another plan, but it was more risky. This is the best thing that can happen. C-73 discovering the stone tablet. When Zhao Yumu walked into the 4th floor of the Sutra Pavilion, the faint smile on his face completely disappeared. His face even turned a little dark. The fourth floor of the large sutra collection pavilion was completely empty, not even a stone platform or bookshelf for jade slips. The invisible ridicule made his face crackle. He worked so hard to break through the fourth level formation, even spending a precious talisman, but he couldn't get even the slightest benefit. Zhao Yumu suppressed his dissatisfaction and carefully explored the fourth floor a few more times. After confirming that there were no secret grids or hidden formations, his face became darker. He came to the door of the fourth floor again, looked at the intact light curtain, and his face turned completely dark when he thought of spending another precious forbidden talisman. What's going on with this Lingwen Peak? There are no skill books on it, so why bother setting up a fourth level formation? Doesn't it consume spiritual energy without using spiritual stones? Zhao Yumu typed the formation in annoyance, almost typing the formation incorrectly, triggering the restriction. He quickly stabilized his mind, and finally half an hour later, he opened a small hole with the forbidden talisman again and slipped out. After returning all the way to the first floor, Qianyin picked him up again and walked out of the Sutra Pavilion smoothly. Go to Lingwen Ancient Stone Wall now. Zhao Yumu transmitted a message to Qianyin. Yes, envoy. Qianyin responded immediately. Next, Zhao Yumu relied on his status as a disciple of the Qianyin inner sect to visit several special places. However, in all these places, he gained nothing. Especially the Lingwen Ancient Stone Wall has a good reputation, but it is really just a stone wall. If he stayed there for a while, he could really comprehend some spiritual texts, but obviously now was not the time. After Qianyin visited all the places he could go, he returned to the courtyard. In the room, Zhao Yumu frowned and said nothing. Qianyin next to her was cautious and didn't dare to say anything. She could guess that the operation was not going well, so she naturally didn't dare to get into trouble with Zhao Yumu. By the way, can you enter the caves of the three true legends? Zhao Yumu suddenly asked. Qianyin shook his head, suddenly thought of something, and immediately said, Fu Zhenjuan and Yue Zhenzwen both have family backgrounds, and their employees are all members of the family. However, Han Zhenjuan, who was just registered, does not have a deep background, and also recruited some people with no background. His disciples went into the cave to do work. Although I didn't go in, there are informants who have already entered the cave. Oh? Zhao Yumu nodded. Go and try to contact that person and collect any information. I will come back to you after a while. Yes. Qianyin responded quickly. Zhao Yumu did not pay much attention to this new true biography, but if he had the opportunity to collect information, he would naturally take a look. He turned into a green light again, entered the spiritual tree in the courtyard, sensed a spiritual tree 10 miles away, instantly crossed the 10-mile range, entered that spiritual tree, and used what escaped to explore the more important things. Place. He did not contact the informants in the Foundation establishment realm, because the base establishment informants were too easily exposed. He came all the way to the Lingwen Peak Hall, carefully used a special sensing method to sense it, and made sure that there was no one inside. He entered and walked around, but found nothing good, which made Zhao Yumu's heart sink slightly. He stood at the wall behind the main hall, feeling dissatisfied. Is this Lingwen Peak so simple? Isn't it the custom of every sect to put a treasure house or treasure trove behind the main hall? Zhao Yumu became extremely irritable. He left this place and went to check elsewhere again. After exploring all the way, the feeling that Lingwen Peak gave him was one word: poor. Not to mention precious treasures, even ordinary golden elixir treasures are rare to see. No wonder it was the weakest of all the peaks. He began to wonder if he had made a mistake in choosing this peak. Finally, he touched the location of the back mountain. When he arrived here, he immediately became cautious, and the spiritual trees around his aura merged together. During the movement, there is no longer an extreme distance to escape from, each escape is only 1 mile long at most. When he saw more than a dozen small buildings, he knew that he had arrived at Elder Jindan's training place. The concentration of spiritual energy in the air has reached the stratum level, and the concentration of spiritual energy in those small buildings is definitely higher. He hid in a spiritual tree, observing the direction and circulation speed of spiritual energy, as well as the operation of the formation. With his experience as a third-level array mage, he quickly determined some information. There are 5 small buildings that have been used before. Judging from the fluctuations of the spirit-gathering formation, there should be 2 in the early stage of the golden core, 2 in the middle stage of the golden core, and 1 is at the peak of the middle stage of the golden core or has just entered the late stage of the golden core. Zhao Yumu touched his chin with a relaxed expression on his face. It seems that there are a lot of golden elixirs going to the true inheritance competition. These people can't stop me. After observing the small buildings for a while, he finally discovered a deep cave entrance behind the small buildings. There should be a direct connection to the Earth's veins, and the spiritual energy should be more intense. It should be the location used to break through the barrier. Zhao Yumu narrowed his eyes. He looked at the small buildings and then at the hole. Whether there really is a secret inheritance, the chances of it being hidden in it are definitely higher. After Zhao Yumu made his decision, he did not hesitate. In a blink of an eye, he escaped to a spiritual tree less than 500 meters away from the cave. Then he quietly returned to his original form and affixed an invisibility talisman of the late golden elixir on his body. Then he slowly approached the cave. During this process, he kept an eye on the Jindan building in the inside of the cave. Until he came to the entrance of the cave, he did not find anyone. Zhao Yumu breathed a sigh of relief, but he was a little worried. He was worried that this time he would work in vain and there was nothing inside. But since he was already here, he naturally had to look for it. This cave entrance seems to have a formation to be activated. Zhao Yumu observed and immediately found that there was a combination of siege and attack formations here. The power of the formation seemed to be not weak, but it was still in an unactivated state. If it was not a formation master, it would probably not be able to see it. But he was experienced and found it at once. This made his eyes light up. If there was no formation guarding here, he would feel worried. If there was a formation, it would be worth exploring. And this formation was still in an unactivated state, so it was easy to tamper with it. After dozens of breaths, in the invisible state, he made a little tampering with the formation, and then quietly entered the stone cave. Inside was a straight passage extending all the way to the ground. And as he moved forward, the spiritual energy also became more and more dense. When he advanced 1,000 meters, a layer of light curtain appeared, and if he looked carefully, he would find that this layer of light curtain also had the function of identity recognition and defense, and could also gather spiritual energy and prevent spiritual energy from escaping. Zhao Yumu smiled. This light curtain could not stop him at all. He used the same method, using the special wood piece in his hand, and passed through the light curtain with the wood escape technique. He walked another 1,000 meters and encountered the light curtain for the second time. In this way, he passed through the light curtain 5 times in a row. At this time, the concentration of spiritual energy around him was comparable to the heavenly spiritual vein. When he came to the depths of the cave, he could see that there was a small square here, and there were 9 independent doors of training rooms around the square. In the center of the square, he suddenly saw a special shape of forbidden light column, and in it, a stone slab with mysterious engravings was suspended in it. Seeing those engravings, he couldn't take his eyes away for a moment. This is, just by seeing those carvings, without feeling the real charm, he felt a sense of sudden enlightenment. Some of the small doubts he had about the practice of wood in formation suddenly became clear. C74 Angry Zhao Yumu. From the appearance of this stone slab, it seems to be a 5th-level material, Tongshan Mayu, which can be used to carry the Yuanshan Gongfa and preserve the Tao of the recorder. Is this the inheritance treasure of the Yuanshan Gongfa? Zhao Yumu felt like he had finally got what he wanted after going through untold hardships. He risked his life to sneak into the Dishan sect for the Yuanshan Gongfa, not only for the sect, but more importantly, for himself. He is a special genius, a genius among geniuses. However, knowing the upper limit of the sect's Gongfa, he was very unwilling, so he promised the sect that after breaking through the Jindan, he would sneak into the Dishan sect and steal the Yuanshan Gongfa. Even if the Yuanshan Gongfa conflicts with his current Gongfa, he can just rebuild it again. At the age of 59, he is completely in time. A series of thoughts quickly turned over in his mind, but he did not stop. He came to the center of the square carefully and quickly, and circled around the light column. He found that this light column was not a formation, but a treasure embedded here, and this treasure actually had an owner. Once he tried to take out the stone slab, it would definitely alarm people. He scanned the 9 practice rooms around him and frowned again. The practice room here is not simple, and the spiritual energy is too rich. He couldn't tell whether there were people practicing inside in a short time. However, wealth and honor are sought in danger. The inheritance treasure is right in front of him, so there is no reason for him to give up. He took a deep breath and began to prepare for the attack. At this time, 4 elders were indeed in the practice room. The 4th elder Yu Mingxiong looked at the light column outside through the practice room, frowned slightly, and muttered, "Is the so-called news of Han Yuan true? It has been 2 days, and there is no movement at all." He sent a message to the token, "Old Fu, is there any situation there?" "No, these foundation building people are all normal." Fu Changchun replied. "Could Han Yuan have been deceived by Di Yujizhen and the other 2? They are messing with us." Yu Mingxiong said dissatisfiedly. "For this kind of thing, it is better to believe it than not to believe it. Let's wait a little longer. Fu Changqing was very patient. What if, before Yu Mingxiong finished speaking, suddenly, a violent vibration came? He looked over and saw a figure appeared in the square at some point, attacking the light column. Damn it, old Fu, come quickly, someone is really coming here without caring about his life. Yu Mingxiong immediately hung up the call. He immediately opened the door of the practice room. At the same time, in the practice room next to him, the 5th elder, the 7th elder, and the 9th elder also rushed out. Yu Mingxiong shouted, "Who are you? How dare you cause trouble in my divine sect?" Yu Yumu glanced at the 4 people and sneered, "Just 2 middle-stage Jindan and 2 early-stage Jindan." When he waved his hand, a green light fell, and the spiritual energy surged in an instant. These green lights turned into dozens of special spiritual plants in the blink of an eye. Each spiritual plant was dozens of meters tall, and the entire square was filled with these spiritual plants. In front of Yu Mingxiong, dozens of purple vines drilled out of the ground and swung towards him fiercely. Looking for death. Yu Mingxiong dodged the attack in an instant, and then a huge machete flew out of his dantian. The knife flashed, and the machete flew away in an instant, slashing at the invader. However, the surrounding spiritual plants intercepted his magic weapon one after another. Although these spiritual plants broke as soon as they were chopped, their vitality was extremely tenacious. After being chopped off, new branches grew out to block his progress. For a while, he was actually dragged by these spiritual plants. Damn it, don't these Jindan quality spirit seeds cost money? They just threw out dozens of them. Yu Mingxiong cursed. This kind of spirit plant seeds that can instantly generate a complete body is equivalent to a disposable magic weapon. He threw out dozens of them at a time, which annoyed him. On the other side, the 5 elders in the early stage of Jindan offered a fire fan, and the burning flames burned large areas of spirit plants to death. The speed of advancement was faster than him, which made Yu Mingxiong even more depressed. At this time, Zhao Yumu didn't care about them at all. After letting the spirit plants delay him, he frantically attacked the light plant in front of him. This is a magic weapon with the peak quality of the 3rd level. The simple defense effect is amazing. However, if the magic weapon is not presided over by the owner, the effect will not be much. In addition, the sword in his hand is also a 3rd level upper grade, and the speed of breaking the defense is not slow. Boom! 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 The battle scene in the square was extremely fierce, with huge vines or branches flying, as the 4 Jindan real people gradually exerted their strength. Zhao Yumu was also under great pressure. When the spiritual plant was almost consumed, he finally broke the light column. He reached out to take out the stone slab and put it directly into the storage ring, then immediately turned around and ran. Where are you going? Yu Mingxiong's body flashed with light, and he instantly accelerated to catch up. The machete was one step faster than him and took the lead in slashing at Zhao Yumu. Zhao Yumu's eyes turned cold. "Since you want to die, I agree to you." He pinched his fingers, and the sword flew backwards, slashing at Yu Mingxiong at a faster speed. Yu Mingxiong's face changed, and he quickly controlled the machete to block. The 2 magic weapons met in midair, colliding with a strong spiritual light. The machete was actually no match for the sword, and was repelled several meters. How is this possible? Zhao Mingxiong's face changed, and when he looked at the man again, he continued to fly forward without looking back. Chase! There is a band blocking him, he can't escape. Zhao Mingxiong shouted to the other elders. Okay. After the other elders dealt with the spiritual plants, they also caught up. The 2 sides chased each other rapidly in the passage. When Zhao Mingxiong saw that person coming to the light curtain, he was about to show joy on his face. But he saw that person took out a formation flag and threw it directly into the light curtain. The light curtain fluctuated violently. In just a breath, the light curtain was broken directly. Zhao Yumu didn't bother to retrieve the formation flag, and rushed directly through the light curtain and ran outside. He still had a space teleportation talisman in his hand. Once he got rid of these people a little, he would activate the space teleportation talisman and leave the Earth God sect. During the flight, he couldn't help but probe the stone slab with his spiritual sense. A message came immediately. In the beginning of ancient times, the ancestors observed the universe and comprehended the great Tao. There were stargazers who comprehended the immortal scriptures of stars, and there were mountain gazers who comprehended the divine law of suppressing the mountains. The creator of this immortal scripture comprehended the ancient Jianmu. Just when he saw this beginning, Zhao Yumu's face showed ecstasy. This is a wood-attributed skill, and it seems that the grade is definitely at the level of the Yuanshan. But the smile on his face quickly disappeared with the following words. If you want to practice this skill, you must be pure and have few desires. Cut off the root of troubles with a sword, and then you can get a pure heart. Only those with great perseverance and great wisdom can practice it. Seeing this sentence, his heart to the Tao couldn't help but waver a little, but for the sake of the Yuanshan Tao, this little loss, he didn't care. After becoming a Tao, it would be easy to reshape his body, and he could do it. If he was in a quiet state at this time, he would have done it on the spot with a righteous heart. However, when he turned to the next page, his face suddenly turned blue and white, and then quickly turned into stubborn purple. Have you already started? Actually, you can practice the skill without starting. Unfortunately, this skill can only be practiced by the inheritor, so don't daydream, little thief. Are you surprised? Are you surprised? Are you being hunted now? Run, or your body will be fed to the dogs. Fake. It's fake. Zhao Yumu was furious. Whose bastard did this? Damn it, now that it's exposed, the possibility of getting the inheritance secret book is very slim. C75 escaped with injuries. Zhao Yumu used 8 precious third-level spirit seeds in succession to block the Jin Danjinren behind him and successfully opened up his position. But at this time, Zhao Yumu, who originally planned to use the space teleportation talisman, immediately fell into a dilemma. Should he run away immediately, or take the risk of staying in the Disen sect to find the inheritance of the skills? Although he is now exposed, it is precisely because of his exposure that it is possible to make the people of Lingwen Peak nervous and make actions similar to checking the location of the real inheritance of the skills. And what he is most worried about is the Yuanying strongman. He naturally cannot confront the Yuanying ancestor Hedon, but his wood escape technique is also very magical. If the Yuanying ancestor is not familiar with the wood escape technique, it will take several breaths to find him. In addition, there is a precious defensive talisman in his hand, which is enough to delay time for him to activate the space teleportation talisman. Moreover, it is not certain that the Yuanying will take action. He bets that these Jindan will not report the information to the Yuanying ancestor in the first time. Because if you put yourself in his shoes, if an enemy of the early Jindan stage breaks into his sect, at this time, his realm is 1 or 2 small realms higher than the enemy, and there are several Jindans of the same realm to help him. In this case, it is already a bit embarrassing to fail to catch the enemy. At worst, he can ask the Jindan elders from other peaks to come to help, which is considered a big loss of face. If he still has to ask the Yuanying ancestor to come forward, even if he kills this enemy, it will definitely make other hostile forces laugh at the incompetence of Jindan, and completely lose face. Don't run away, bandits. Yu Mingxiang was furious. His body turned into a knife light, flashed 9 positions in the air, instantly passed through the entanglement of 2 spiritual plants, and waved his hand to make 3 talismans. 3 fire pythons emerged from the void and rushed towards Zhao Yumu in a show of force. Zhao Yumu sneered, "Do you think I only know what attribute spells?" He also waved his hand, and hundreds of ice cones took shape instantly, whistling towards the fire python. The 2 collided violently in the passage, and the strong fluctuation of mana stirred the passage. Although the fire python was still slightly better, Yu Mingxiang's face turned black. The 3 elders next to him also looked at Yu Mingxiang speechlessly. Because his fire python was used by talismans, the control was too rough, and the passage collapsed, the soil collapsed, and the flames formed a fire belt in front, which prevented them from moving forward quickly. If they didn't know that Yu Mingxiang couldn't be an undercover, several elders would arrest Yu Mingxiang on the spot. Break! Yu Mingxiang was annoyed, and used the magic weapon to break through the front and open the passage again, but Zhao Yumu opened up a distance at this time. They hurried, but still couldn't stop Zhao Yumu from breaking through the last layer of light curtain. This is indeed a place to break through the pass, and there are no treasures, so the defensive formation left before is not too strong, but now it allows the enemy to escape quickly, which is very angry. When Zhao Yumu rushed out of the cave, 3 magic weapons attacked him. One of the swords was also a 3rd-grade top-grade magic weapon. Zhao Yumu's expression remained unchanged. He had already guessed this scene, and a sword was also sacrificed at the same time. The sword blocked the top-grade sword. For the remaining 2 magic weapons, Zhao Yumu also took out a stack of talismans and waved them out without saying a word. A violent battle wave immediately broke out at the entrance of the cave, and the loud noise of the vibration spread in all directions. Fu Changqing said indifferently, "It turned out to be you, Zhao Yumu. You have just broken through the early stage of Jindan and can have the combat power of the peak of the middle stage. You are worthy of being a special genius, but today we will make you come but not return, so that Yunyang's sect can enjoy the pleasure of losing the genius." Zhao Yumu sensed that Fu Changqing was only at the peak of the middle stage of Jindan, so he was even less panicked. The other 2 were only at the early stage of Jindan, and he didn't take them seriously at all. He used magic weapons, spells, talismans, and spirit seeds to fight back and forth with the three people, fighting and retreating. However, at this time, for Jin Danjinwen were about to rush out of the cave entrance. If 7 people besieged him, Zhao Yumu would be defeated no matter how strong he was. Fu Changqing shouted to Yu Mingxiong and others, activate the formation. He can't escape. Swish. The 5 elders and the 9 elders simultaneously typed the formation text, which fell into the formation at the entrance of the cave, and a large formation was quickly activated. Everyone's face showed an expression of determination. However, when the formation rose, the corners of Zhao Yumu's mouth also curled up a little. He rushed to a certain formation position. Fu Changqing showed a trace of sarcasm on his face, but before the sarcasm spread to half of his face, Zhao Yumu was like a stream of light, easily passing through the formation interception. Everyone was shocked, and after a closer look, there was actually a hole as high as a person. How could this be possible? Damn, what's going on? Fu Changqing was furious, and he didn't care about thinking about the formation, and immediately chased after him. The others were also stunned and immediately came to their senses and chased after him. Fu Changqing looked at Zhao Yumu with cold eyes. Even if he escaped from the formation, it would be useless. They had a huge advantage in numbers. Sure enough, before Zhao Yumu flew far, 7 magic weapons attacked Zhao Yumu at the same time, followed by talismans, spells and even some disposable treasures. Zhao Yumu's face changed, and he hurriedly sacrificed a 3rd-grade spiritual shield and protected himself with a sword. Boom! 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 The violent spell burst out, submerging Zhao Yumu. The terrifying power cut off a large section of the surrounding ground and raised a lot of dust. However, a green figure staggered out from it. The magic shield he had just sacrificed was broken, the magic weapon in his hand was dim, and there was a hole in his robe. Even his arm was bleeding. This was a miserable sight. However, he survived the siege. However, Fu Changqing and others were very happy. The stronger the opponent was, the more they could kill or even capture him alive. The reward from the sect would naturally be great. However, before they could be happy, Zhao Yumu had already arrived near the first spiritual tree. As they stared in amazement, Zhao Yumu's body turned green and merged into the spiritual tree in an instant, and then he escaped in a flash. This is... What escape? Damn it, how could he have such magical powers? Yu Mingxiang's eyes were red with anger. Calm down, so what if he has magical powers in advance? The power is definitely not as strong as that of the nascent soul stage. He can't escape too far at once. Moreover, he was injured, his treasures were damaged, and his combat power was greatly reduced. He can't escape. We will act separately immediately, Fu Changqing said. Okay. The 7 people instantly divided into 7 directions, and their spiritual consciousness spread out like a big net, sweeping over the spiritual trees. After all, Zhao Yumu was only in the early stage of Jindan, and the fluctuations of the wood escape were weak, but not absent. After careful inspection, clues could still be found. In addition, Zhao Yumu was in poor condition, and it was definitely difficult for him to escape the encirclement of the crowd. It was only a matter of time to catch him. Zhao Yumu, who was escaping, also knew that he didn't have much time. The wood escape technique was definitely a great escape technique in the forest, but here in Lingguan Peak, although there were many spiritual trees, the density was average, and most of them were not of high grade, which made it difficult to cover up his spiritual power at the Jindan level. Now he was racing against time to see if he could take advantage of the last bit of time and seize the last chance. C76 meeting soon. Time goes back a little. The 4th floor of Tsangming Building. Han Yuan is entertaining Lu Sisi. The table is full of fragrant ingredients. Behind the screen, several female cultivators are playing the piano and flute, playing music. Lu Sisi looked a little embarrassed, lowered her head and secretly looked around, feeling puzzled and a little happy. Han Yuan didn't pay much attention to Lu Sisi, but secretly observed the female cultivators who were playing musical instruments. He was not peeping at women, but investigating whether there were undercover agents among these people. Although he also felt that this kind of thing was too coincidental, it was not because of the nature of the time traveler, but after thinking about it, it was very likely to happen. The identity of a true disciple is already very noble, and the possibility of being exposed to the inherited skills is not small. If he is an undercover, he will definitely find a way to sneak into the side of the true disciple. It happened that he was recruiting disciples, and the undercover would definitely find a way to join. If you want to get close to the true disciples and have the opportunity to obtain important information, it is natural to become a musician. The music played by the musicians in the world of immortal cultivation can assist in cultivation and improve the state of mind, not just for enjoyment. Seeing that Han Yuan had not spoken for a long time, Lu Sisi hesitated and asked, "Master, what is the matter with you coming here this time?" Han Yuan came back to his senses and smiled slightly. "Sister, don't be so formal with me. If it weren't for you helping me, I wouldn't have such an opportunity later. Now I invite you here just to formally thank you." Lu Sisi thought of the previous things and felt as if he had been in another world, but in fact, it had only been more than half a year. "I just did a little thing before. We are all fellow disciples, so it should be," Lu Sisi replied quickly. Han Yuan smiled slightly. "I remember that when you first saw Wonkai, you wanted to eat. The spiritual food here is prepared for you. Are you satisfied?" Lu Sisi's pretty face was slightly red. "I was just joking at the time." Han Yuan laughed and said, "By the way, is senior sister busy managing the zoo recently? Has it delayed your practice?" Lu Sisi shook his head and said, "It's a bit busy, but it doesn't delay my practice. I originally wanted to be a beastmaster. The busyness during this period has accelerated my practice. My practice has reached the 7th level of chi refining. I also want to thank senior brother for his help." Han Yuan suddenly realized, "So that's how it is. It seems that I am superficial. I thought that only those inherited treasures could improve the speed of cultivation." Lu Sisi asked with curiosity in his eyes, "Inherited treasures?" Han Yuan secretly said that it was a good assist, and explained with a smile, "In fact, the precious books and so on in the sect can only be learned with inherited secret treasures, and these secret treasures can also improve the speed of cultivation. Otherwise, I would not have been able to cross 6 small realms in half a year and comprehend many advanced spells." Lu Sisi's face was suddenly enlightened, and his face was full of envy. Behind the screen, a woman who was playing the piano trembled her ears slightly, and her hands continued to move. She hesitated and said, "I wonder if ordinary disciples can get in touch with it?" Han Yuan shook his head regretfully and said, "Inner disciples are indeed not qualified, and even core disciples have almost no chance, but if you can reach the late stage of foundation building at the age of 60, you still have a chance to get in touch with it." "Ah, this is too difficult," Lu Sisi sighed. "Junior sister Lu, don't belittle yourself. You still have a chance. If you work hard at practicing, maybe you can succeed. Well, by the way, you'd better not tell others about this kind of thing. Although it is an open secret, it is meaningless to spread it out, and it will only disappoint people." "I understand." Lu Sisi also sighed slightly. She realized that as an inner disciple, she was in the late stage of chi refining and did not even have the qualifications to contact the secrets of the sect. Maybe she would have a little status after building the foundation. She secretly made up her mind to practice harder. Han Yuan and Lu Sisi chatted casually. During the process, he also revealed which room on the 3rd floor he often comprehended magic in, and asked her to come to him to solve her doubts if she had any questions. In short, the words revealed some seemingly ordinary but secret information. After dinner, Han Yuan personally sent Lu Sisi out of Tsangming Building, and then walked back to Tsangming Building with a calm expression. He found the female cultivators who played music, paid them a sum of spirit stones, told them to go out and not talk nonsense, and then dismissed them. After returning, one of the women said goodbye to her companions and returned to the room. After activating the shielding formation, she showed a touch of joy on her face. "I finally got some useful information. I don't know when the special envoy will arrive." She recalled the conversation in Sangming Tower. She envied Han Yuan's status and was jealous of Lu Sisi's favor. In her opinion, Lu Sisi was not as beautiful as her. She was an outer disciple before. If she hadn't been lucky enough to get close to Han Yuan in advance, how could she have changed so much? If I can attract Han Yuan's attention, just as she was thinking about something, there was a slight vibration in her lower abdomen. She had a special communication magic tool hidden there. She hadn't sent a message for many years, but now there was a message. She removed the shielding formation and connected the message with a special contact code. "Hua Dai, I'm Shenin, the special envoy has arrived. Please come to the inner courtyard 357. Hua Dai got it. Hua Dai didn't expect it. She thought about the special envoy in her heart, and the special envoy arrived. Fortunately, she got a piece of news. She should be able to deliver the mission, and maybe she could make a great contribution. She tidied up and left Sangming Cave in a low-key manner. Han Yuan had been paying attention to these people, and when he saw her leaving, there was a look of silence on his face. Next, it's time to wait. He looked at the location of the back hill and thought about the future development. At some point, in the direction of the back mountain, there was a sudden violent vibration, and a green, red, or purple light covered a dark cloud in the distance. In the cave, many disciples looked in that direction in shock and discussed with each other what happened there. How awesome! Zhao Yumu actually got into the back mountain cave. Han Yuan had a look of amazement on his face. He had heard from several elders before that there were 9 layers of defense and a 3rd-level high-grade formation, which would definitely make it impossible for people to come back. But the battle that broke out now, the aftermath was already so obvious. He had obviously rushed out of the cave, and he didn't know if Zhao Yumu could be left behind. Get ready early. Han Yuan thought for a while, then turned back to the first floor. He called Wang Kai first and sent it to Lu Sixai. Then he returned to Sangming Tower alone, sat in the study, and waited quietly. He specifically checked the talisman on his body to confirm that it was intact. Another quarter of an hour passed. Hua Dai entered the cave again. She walked with a relaxed expression, nothing unusual at all. When she returned to the room, a piece of wood flew out of her body and recondensed into Zhao Yumu's body in midair. At this time, Zhao Yumu's condition was a little better, the wound had healed, but there was a trace of unnatural paleness on his face. Special Envoy, Sangming Tower is there, and Han Yuan lives there. According to the information I found, he must have an inherited treasure in his hand, but I don't know what level it is. Hua Dai continued. However, in more than half a year, his cultivation has improved by leaps and bounds, from the 2nd level of Qi refining to the 8th level of Qi refining. His grade is definitely not low. Zhao Yumu nodded. Although there was some expectation in his expression, it was really not high. He came here just to give it a try. Wait for me here. Zhao Yumu reminded her. Then his body merged into the surrounding spiritual trees, and then he quickly approached Sangming Tower. In just a blink of an eye, he arrived outside Sangming Tower and just merged into the big banyan tree. Then he disappeared and walked into Sangming Tower. C77 send the stone tablet. When Zhao Yumu escaped to the big banyan tree, Han Yuan had already sensed it. He was still sitting in the study room on the 3rd floor, reading a book with a very relaxed expression. He knew that the enemy was approaching him, but he did not panic at all and quietly waited for things to develop. At this time, Zhao Yumu had already sneaked into Sangming Tower. This pavilion also has a formation layout, but the strength of the formation can reach the upper level of Xian level, so naturally it cannot stop Zhao Yumu. As soon as he entered Sangming Tower, he sensed the aura of the monks on the 3rd floor. Zhao Yumu's expression changed slightly. Instead of rushing upstairs, he started searching from the 1st floor. There were several training rooms on the 1st floor. After careful inspection, he found that there was not much inside, just a few simple training rooms. He quickly walked up to the 2nd floor. The 2nd floor is the exercise room, weapon refining room, alchemy room, etc. This floor is easier to explore. It has not even been used inside, and it does not look like a place to hide things. Zhao Yumu frowned and crossed the 3rd floor to the 4th floor. This is simply a place for entertaining guests, let alone treasures. Finally, Zhao Yumu arrived at the 3rd floor. He searched all the places on the 3rd floor except the study room, but also failed to find anything similar to inherited treasures. Zhao Yumu's patience has gradually worn away. Standing outside the study, Zhao Yumu calmed down and sighed inwardly. It's better to stay in seclusion for a while after going back to avoid the limelight. This time he sneaks into the Earth God sect, and he will definitely be hated by the Earth God sect. To be on the safe side, he should practice for decades and wait until he breaks through to the middle stage of the Golden Core before coming out. He thought about the formation on the study for a few times, and soon saw the mystery of this formation. Then he stepped out and actually passed through the wall directly and entered the study. At this time, Zhao Yumu was still invisible. He saw Han Yuan, who was studying a book behind the desk with a frown. Glancing at the cover of the book, there were 6 words written on it, Encyclopedia of Earth-Level Talismans. Zhao Yumu raised his eyebrows, looked at Han Yuan for a moment, and then looked at the entire study. There are many books on the shelves in the study room, but at first glance, they are not of high quality, not even one that reaches the level of golden elixir. Other than that, there is nothing special. Zhao Yumu frowned and said secretly, the informant said that Han Yuan's cultivation has improved rapidly by relying on the inherited treasure. If this treasure is not somewhere else, it should be in his storage bag. During the search, he suddenly noticed that when Han Yuan frowned, he would reach out and touch the stone on the table, and then his brows would relax a little. After a while, when his brows furrowed again, he would reach out and touch the stone again. Here comes the slate for the paperweight. Because Han Yuan's movements were natural and his movements were natural, Zhao Yumu subconsciously ignored his movements before, but now when he noticed the stone slab, his pupils shrank suddenly. This stone slab looked very ordinary, but he noticed that the size of this stone was the same as the fake stone carving he had obtained before, both in shape and size. Except that there are no mysterious lines on them and the colors are a little different, the similarities in other aspects are very high. Zhao Yumu had a bold guess in his heart, but this guess went against his perception. No matter how he looked at this stone slab, it was no different from an ordinary stone, but there was a voice in his heart telling him that this stone slab was just like an ordinary stone. This stone slab is the inheritance stone carving he is looking for. Moreover, being unable to tell the truth made him more convinced of this guess. If it was really the inheritance of Yuanshan, it would be impossible for him to see the slightest problem in the realm of Jindan. If he hadn't seen Han Yuan occasionally make with such actions, he will definitely ignore this stone slab. Zhao Yumu secretly said, "The treasure has been hidden for a long time. If it weren't for chance and coincidence, we really wouldn't have been able to discover this treasure." He became more and more convinced that this ordinary stone slab was an inherited treasure. With his eyes focused, Zhao Yumu no longer hesitated. Taking advantage of Han Yuan's opportunity to retract his hand, he instantly reached out and grabbed the slate in his hand. "Who?" Han Yuan's expression suddenly changed. He saw the stone slab disappear, and dozens of sword energy instantly condensed in front of him and rushed forward. Zhao Yumu stretched out a hand, and a green light shield appeared on his hand to block the attack, and his figure was finally revealed. He didn't pay attention to Han Yuan's attack. Most of his attention was on the stone slab in his other hand, and he input mana into it without saying a word. The next moment, the disguise of the hidden Shiju on the stone slab was instantly cracked by Zhao Yumu, and a stone slab exuding mysterious meanings reappeared in the sky. The dense and mysterious secret patterns on it were very similar to the appearance of the fakes he had seen before. The most important thing was that the powerful Tao Yun instantly poured into his mind, making Zhao Yumu's mind smooth. "This is the magic jade, this is the real inherited treasure. Aha, I found it." Zhao Yumu's eyes revealed a look of ecstasy. Han Yuan, who was standing next to him, had a shocked look on his face. He quickly took out a token and shouted loudly, "Ancestor, someone is stealing the inheritance, come quickly. Bold, hold him." A vicissitudes of life and majestic voice suddenly came from it. Zhao Yumu immediately woke up. When he heard that voice, his heart trembled, and he felt a pressure of cardiac arrest. It was the ancestor of nascent soul. "You still want to stop me?" Zhao Yumu looked at Han Yuan with murderous intent. He was about to kill this man, but suddenly he saw an extra talisman in his hand. Level 4 defense talisman? Earthchen Vajra talisman. His face froze when he saw the familiar talisman, then he turned around and rushed out of the study, crashed out of the closed window, took out a space teleportation talisman in his hand, and was about to use it. "Don't run!" Han Yuan shouted. "Wood spirit! Sword chi into silk!" He mobilized the power of Dantian, and suddenly condensed 100 sword silks, which condensed into a strong sword light and attacked Zhao Yumu. Zhao Yumu felt the sword energy behind him and had to stop activating the space teleportation talisman, and then he used a sword energy in his backhand. The two sword energies collided in the air, but they were evenly matched and shattered one after another. Zhao Yumu had instantly left Sangming Tower, but when he sensed the scene behind him, a trace of disbelief flashed in his eyes. If he remembered correctly, this Han Yuan had just become a true disciple not long ago, and was only about 20 years old, and his casual attack just now had at least the power of the late Foundation building period. How incredible it was that Han Yuan could burst out the combat power of the late Foundation building period. This person's talent might be even stronger than his. Zhao Yumu suddenly realized that it was no wonder that this precious inheritance slate was in the hands of Han Yuan. Only such a genius was qualified to use such a treasure. Such an enemy must be killed when he is weak, but he has more important things to do now: take the inheritance and escape from the Earth God sect. Before he escaped for long, the sky was already a vast sea of purple clouds, and a figure appeared out of thin air, locking onto Zhao Yumu, who was escaping as if he were a dead person. C78 The technique is lost. The beginning of the war. Zhao Yumu's face was horrified. Ancestor Ziyun, a great master of illusion. I didn't expect that this Yuanying master would guard the sect. Illusion has a crushing advantage against enemies of lower realms, and there is basically no possibility of fighting across levels. Escape. At this time, Zhao Yumu no longer expected that could escape the perception of this Yuanying ancestor, because the great master of illusion was originally good at spiritual awareness. He directly slapped a Tiantian Vajra talisman of higher quality than the Dichen Vajra talisman, and a golden halo enveloped him in it. Then he activated the space teleportation talisman without hesitation. The Disen Sex Mountain Protection Formation defends the outside but not the inside, so he can use the space teleportation talisman to leave, and it only takes 2 breaths. And this talisman can last at least 10 breaths. At the moment when the talisman was crushed, white light enveloped his body, making his body transparent. Want to escape? Dream on. Ancestor Ziyun instantly passed through the cave formation and descended to the top of Zhao Yumu's head, and threw a wooden stick directly down. The wooden staff instantly enlarged, like an ancient sacred tree, with the power of the sky, to kill the demon. Boom! The wooden staff collided with the Tianqian Vajra talisman, bursting out infinite light, and the Vajra cover light quickly faded at a speed visible to the naked eye. Zhao Yumu was shocked. How can it be so strong? Hold on. Ziyun Patriarch is more powerful than he imagined. At this time, let alone holding on for 10 breaths, even 3 breaths are enough. Before he could think more, Ziyun Patriarch slammed down with another staff. The Vajra cover made a sound of breaking under the heavy load, and it was completely broken in Zhao Yumu's horrified eyes. A huge wooden staff hit Zhao Yumu's body fiercely. However, at this moment, the white light also teleported part of Zhao Yumu's body at the last moment. The face of Ziyun Patriarch was shocked and angry. Don't run. But a smile flashed in his eyes. He looked at Han Yuan, who was hiding his merits and fame in the corner, with approval, and then soared into the sky and chased outside the sect. Han Yuan watched the two disappear one after another. Just as he was about to turn around and go back to rest, he suddenly noticed that a piece of flesh recovered from the transparent state where Zhao Yumu disappeared just now. Then Han Yuan noticed that a ring was faintly visible on a piece of finger. Is this a storage ring? Han Yuan was surprised. He burst out with amazing speed and put the ring into his pocket at lightning speed. Then he walked back to Songning building as if nothing had happened. Chang Chun hurried over and saw the hole on the 3rd floor and the broken arms and legs falling from the ground. He was at a loss. Han Yuan said to him, "Don't rush to clean up. Protect the crime scene." "Oh, good, good." Chang Chun woke up from a dream and agreed quickly. He was worried. He had heard correctly that a thief had sneaked into the cave to steal things. Would he, the housekeeper, be punished? Outside the Dishan sect, the old man hiding in the tree hole suddenly looked serious and looked forward. A figure staggered out of the space fluctuation. Zhao Yumu's hand, foot and half of his body had disappeared. His face was like gold paper and his breath was low. However, when his eyes fell on Zhao Yumu's other hand, his eyes immediately showed surprise. "It's done. Elder, run." Zhao Yumu handed over the stone tablet and said quickly, "Let's go." The old man did not catch the stone tablet, but quickly fed a precious pill into Zhao Yumu's mouth, then supported his body and left quickly. Under the amazing effect of the pill, Zhao Yumu's broken body was recovering at a very fast speed, and his hands and feet were growing back quickly. "Where are you going?" The purple cloud light in the sky was approaching quickly. The old man looked serious and said to Zhao Yumu quickly, "Wait, I will hold Ziyun. You find a chance to escape. Whether Yunyang sect can rise depends on you." Zhao Yumu clenched the stone slab and said seriously, "Disciple understands." The old man nodded and took him to escape quickly in the direction of the mountains. The purple sea of clouds behind was approaching quickly. The old man threw out a flying boat, threw Zhao Yumu on it, and then slapped the flying boat. The flying boat quickly shot out. Zhao Yumu endured the pain, his face pale, and controlled the flying boat to continue flying forward. The old man turned around and greeted the Purple Cloud Patriarch. A battle of yuanying broke out quickly. The Purple Cloud Patriarch was naturally delayed by the old man. Then the Purple Cloud Patriarch issued an order, and a large number of Jindan cultivators emerged from the Dishan sect and tracked the direction of Zhao Yumu's escape. The old man saw the situation in the distance, but his heart was not much disturbed, because he had prepared a backup plan for today. When those Jindan Jinren chased, a Jindan Jinren rushed out of the forest and blocked the way of the Dishan sect Jindan Jinren. So, outside the Dishan sect, there was chaos immediately. Ancestor Ziyun was so angry that he gritted his teeth and immediately showed his real ability, and madly attacked the Yunyang sect yuanying ancestor. The old man was beaten back step by step, and was shocked that Ziyun's strength was unexpectedly strong. Thinking that the time for delay was almost up, he fought and retreated, and said to his own people, "Retreat." Those Yunyang sect Jindan Jinren also immediately fought and retreated. A chase lasted for a long time. In the end, the old man escaped. But the Yunyang sect Jindan Jinren left behind a full 9 corpses. But Ancestor Ziyun's face was very bad. He roared at those Jindan Taoist people, "What do you do for food? You don't even know that the enemy has sneaked into the sect? Do you know what they stole? A piece of Yuan Shin Kung Fu. Are you idiots? Isn't it 1,000 years of comfort? Did you get pig shit in your head?" Ancestor Ziyun cursed wildly at all the Jindan Taoist disciples. When they heard what Grandpa Ziyun said, they all turned pale with shock. "What? The soul technique is lost? What the hell is going on? That was the Yunyang Sect's Zhufeng ancestor just now? How so? Fu Changqing and Yu Mingxiong looked at each other, their faces turned pale. They realized that the person who stole was probably the person they missed just now. They were in big trouble. A quarter of an hour later. The main hall of the Earth God sect. More than 80 Jindan masters have already arrived. Ancestor Ziyun sat on the main seat with a gloomy expression. The leader, Feng Jianming, stood outside the gate with a nervous expression. He still doesn't know what happened. Ancestor Ziyun said to everyone, just now, Yunyang sect Zhao Yumu sneaked into the sect and stole a Yuan Shen Kung Fu. After discussions between me and several other ancestors, we decided to launch a war to exterminate the sect. The target is the Yunyang sect. Everyone, attack the Yunyang sect at all costs. Kill the disciples and take back the inheritance. He looked at everyone coldly, no rejection. Yes. All the real people looked solemn. A sudden war is about to break out. At this time, Han Yuan was hiding in the training room, pondering over the ring in his hand. C79 counting the spoils. This is a low-grade space ring of the Earth rank, with Zhao Yumu's spiritual consciousness imprint on the core. Han Yuan immediately injected his spiritual consciousness into it and began to wear away Zhao Yumu's spiritual consciousness imprint. When his spiritual consciousness impacted the imprint, it could be seen that the imprint was worn away very slowly, and a simple test could draw a conclusion. At the speed of ordinary foundation building, it would take 3 years of continuous refining to completely wear away the spiritual consciousness imprint, because the recovery speed of spiritual consciousness is very slow, and it takes a long time for ordinary cultivators to recover their spiritual consciousness every time. But Han Yuan is different. First of all, although his spiritual consciousness is still in the early stage of foundation building in terms of quality, it is more than 10 times that of the early stage of foundation building in terms of quantity. The size of his dantian is 32 times that of the 9th level of qi refining and 4 times that of the 12th level of qi refining. Spiritual power is the basis for transforming spiritual consciousness, and the amount of spiritual power can determine the amount of spiritual consciousness. Secondly, Han Yuan's spiritual consciousness recovery speed is more than 1,000 times that of ordinary cultivators. After the sea of consciousness changes, the soul connects to the large and small meridians on the body, which makes the recovery speed reach an incredible level. Therefore, Han Yuan didn't care about the consumption of his consciousness at all. A large amount of consciousness poured into the space ring at an astonishing speed, impacting Zhao Yumu's consciousness imprint. Under the consumption at all costs, the speed of the consciousness imprint's consumption became extremely fast. As the saying goes, great power can make miracles happen. No matter how strong the Jindan consciousness is, this is just a consciousness imprint. 3 days later, Han Yuan finally broke through the consciousness imprint and left a mark of his own on the core of the ring. When his consciousness probed into the ring, he was immediately shocked by the wide capacity inside. The length, width, and height were just over 30 meters each, and the volume was quite huge. Such a large ring space contained very few things, which disappointed Han Yuan. In addition to a small pile of spirit stones, a few bottles of elixirs, and a few talismans, there were only a few sets of clothes, a token, and a wooden board. A dignified Jindan Jinren, so poor? Han Yuan really couldn't complain. Could it be that Zhao Yumu had already prepared to be caught and left most of his wealth in the sect? Thinking about it this way, it is really possible. Han Yuan didn't care when he saw those spiritual stones, but he soon found the problem. The purity of these spiritual stones is much stronger than that of low-grade spiritual stones, and the spiritual energy content inside is exaggerated. Han Yuan took out one and tried to absorb it. A pure wood-attributed spiritual energy rushed into his body frantically. However, his meridians easily received this spiritual energy, and began to circulate the exercises to refine the spiritual energy. After a while, there was a drizzle of rain in his dantian, and drops of spiritual power fell into the spiritual power lake. The Jianmu seed seemed to have sensed the increase in spiritual power and immediately accelerated the speed of absorbing spiritual power. So most of the spiritual power rain that originally fell on the Jianmu seed. Han Yuan continued to absorb the rich spiritual energy in the spirit stone, and exclaimed, "This is actually a top-grade spirit stone. One spirit stone is worth 10,000 spirit stones. The key is that this is a pure wood-attributed spirit stone. I absorb it very easily. It is hundreds of times faster than refining the spiritual energy of heaven and earth." An hour later, a top-grade spirit stone was completely absorbed by Han Yuan. Inside the dantian, the spiritual power lake rose by about 1/10 of its height, and the biggest change was on the Jianmu seed. It can be seen that a gully on the Jianmu seed has been filled with spiritual power. In other words, the progress of his Jianmu seed has been increased to 1/360. This made Han Yuan speechless. A top-grade spirit stone can only fill 1/360 of the progress. Doesn't he have to swallow 360 top-grade spirit stones to completely fill the Jianmu seed? He counted the spirit stones in the ring, a total of 299. The number is about the same. Han Yuan smiled. It is hard to find high-quality spiritual stones with pure wood attributes. This old man Zhao Yumu gave him a whole box on the spot. He is a good man. In this way, the Jianmu seeds will soon be filled with spiritual power and officially sprout. When it sprouts, it is the time when he really builds his foundation. The spiritual power at that time can be called true essence. Han Yuan looked at other items with expectation. 9 third-level lower-grade Huishan pills, 9 third-level lower-grade Huiyuan pills, and 7 third-level lower-grade Jingyuan pills, all of which are elixirs used to restore their own state. Han Yuan accepted them with satisfaction. These are all life-saving things. In addition, the talismans surprised Han Yuan a little. They were actually 3 third-level peak invisibility talismans. No wonder he couldn't see how Zhao Yumu approached before. It turned out that he used the invisibility talisman. This kind of talisman can be prepared. It is a good helper for sneak attacks and robbery. In addition, those sets of clothes and tokens are useless. They are the elder robes and elder tokens of Yunyang sect. Han Yuan's eyes fell on the last wooden board. When his spiritual sense probed into it, the content of a special spell quickly poured in. Wood escape. Minor magical skill, the body merges into the wood, and travels 100 miles in an instant. At the beginning, you can merge yourself into the yellow-level spiritual tree, and can escape to the spiritual tree within 10 feet in 3 breaths. At the minor level, you can merge yourself into the black-level spiritual tree, and can escape to the spiritual tree within 1 mile in 2 breaths. At the master level, the body merges into the earth-level spiritual tree, and can escape to the spiritual tree 10 miles away in 1 breath. At the great level, the body can merge into the heaven-level spiritual tree, or into ordinary trees, and travel 100 miles in an instant. Perfection, whether it is a living tree or a dead tree, can be integrated into the body and travel thousands of miles in an instant. Han Yuan's eyes lit up. What kind of secret technique is this? Wood escape, the great escape technique, the magical power to save life. He was very jealous the first time he saw it. No wonder Zhao Yumu could easily avoid the perception of others. It turned out that he had practiced such a secret technique. It's strange that such a secret technique is actually willing to be placed in a storage ring? Han Yuan was a little confused. The value of such a treasure was much higher than other treasures. Since other treasures were hidden, why was this wooden board not hidden? He didn't know that Zhao Yumu had done a lot of things with this piece of wood. Han Yuan didn't think much about it. He took another look at the secret technique and found a problem. Small magical powers can usually be practiced only when you reach the nascent soul realm. Otherwise, only by awakening a special physique can you practice minor magical powers in advance, and you can practice them at most to corresponding to the level. With my level, I can only practice to a small degree. Special physique. Han Yuan touched his chin, looked inside his body, and thought strangely, do I have a special physique? Forget it, won't you know after some practice? Han Yuan studied this small magical skill with great interest. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. After 3 days of painstaking research, he finally found some doorways. He walked out of Sanming Tower and came to the big banyan tree. He pressed his palm on the spiritual tree. He is listening to the fluctuations of the spiritual tree, and he is sensing the state of the spiritual tree. The first step in the wood escape technique is to synchronize one's own state with that of the spiritual tree, to achieve the same frequency and synchronization. If he didn't have a wood-type physique, it would be really difficult to imitate this. However, Han Yuan completed this step easily. Then the second step is to use one's own special physique to replace the role of wood attribute artistic conception and communicate with heaven and earth. This step is the most difficult part. Han Yuan closed his eyes, and his consciousness came to the liver, where the heart of the wood spirit was. When his thoughts dominated the heart of the wood spirit, he began to use the heart of the wood spirit to perceive the outside world. However, the so-called heaven and earth could not communicate at all. Han Yuan frowned. At this point, he also realized that although his physique had mutated a bit, it still did not belong to a special physique. That kind of physique was inherited from blood, and there was special power in the blood, which allowed him to communicate naturally. World. Just when Han Yuan was about to give up, suddenly, inside the heart of the wood spirit, the new resident sword pill trembled. A trace of sharp sword intent circulated continuously on the sword pill. C80 minor magical technique would release. Han Yuan was surprised and doubtful. Could it be that the sword intention can replace the wood attribute artistic conception? These two should not be the same thing. Just then, in the sea of consciousness, the two spiritual inscriptions, the wood spiritual inscription and the sword spiritual inscription, were mobilized by Han Yuan's subconscious and instantly landed in his liver. The two spiritual texts were entangled with each other and combined together to form a word wooden sword. Han Yuan was surprised to see the word wooden sword appearing between the wood spirit heart and the sword pill, and extending two forces, one end connected to the wood spirit heart and the other to the sword pill. The next moment, the second step of the small magical power that could not be continued was actually able to continue. In the dark, he felt a huge and vital fluctuation of some kind of heaven and earth. He didn't know what it was, but he could feel the power and majesty of that wave. When his mind communicated with this force, this wave of waves enveloped his whole body. His body, under this wave of fluctuation, directly transformed into a green light. His hand had just been pressed against the spiritual tree, so the green light he transformed merged into the spiritual tree. Then Han Yuan naturally took over the body of the big banyan tree, and the tree spirit of the big banyan tree was suppressed to the corner by his thoughts, uttering confused and frightened thoughts. At this time, Han Yuan felt that his state was very magical. His consciousness stretched out along the tree, and the fluctuations of his consciousness became very weak, like a breeze supporting a willow, making it difficult to detect. Get started with the wood escape technique smoothly. He actually did it. Looking back on the spellcasting process just now, it can be said to be very magical. Wood escape, the training requirement for a small magical power is to have a wood attribute artistic conception or a special physique. He does not have a special physique or a wood attribute artistic conception, but coincidentally, he has a similar or weakened version of his substitute. He has the artistic conception of the sword, also possesses the heart of the wood spirit, and coupled with the blessing of the spiritual text, it actually simulates an existence similar to the artistic conception of the wood attribute, thus successfully communicating with the world and developing this small magical power. Suddenly, a dice appeared out of thin air in the spirit tree, in front of the green light transformed by Han Yuan. When he saw the dice spinning rapidly inside the spirit tree, he was a little worried about whether it would cause harm to the spirit tree. But he was obviously overly worried. The dice and the spirit tree were not in the same space at all, and they had no influence on each other. When he looked at the dice, they had stopped spinning. Random gain multiplier, 20, wooden escape introductory effect improved *20, Han Yuan was overjoyed. The 20-fold improvement effect was simply unexpected. He immediately tried to sense the spiritual tree in the distance. When he sensed a spiritual tree 200 feet away, he subconsciously wanted to fly towards it. The next moment, mysterious power acted on him. He felt that his perception was blurred for a moment. When he woke up again, he found that he had come to another tree. After sensing his surroundings, he found that he had arrived near the entrance of Tsangning Cave. The maximum distance of Mudun has indeed been increased by 20 times. But Han Yuan soon discovered an even more shocking fact. The tree he merged into at this time was not a spiritual tree at all, but just a very ordinary tree in the landscape. Normally, only after reaching the realm of Dashang can wood escape be teleported on non-spiritual trees, but now, he has just started to achieve the effect of Dashang wood escape. The effect of wood escape has been increased by 20 times. Does it mean that the range of trees that can be integrated has also been expanded by 20 times? Han Yuan was overjoyed. In this way, Mudun was considered the best secret technique for tracking and escaping on the road. Survivability is greatly improved. After trying wood escape a few more times, Han Yuan also discovered that the time for wood escape has also been reduced by 20 times. It originally took 3 breaths to complete, but now it can be said that it can be completed in an instant, although the consumption has also increased 20 times, but for Han Yuan, there is no problem at all. At a certain moment, he happened to arrive at Chang Chun's residence and saw Chang Chun looking at a map with a sad face. What should we do? The sect has officially declared war on Yunyang sect. As a true disciple, the palace master will definitely join the war soon. However, the palace master has just become a true disciple and is weak. If he goes to the battlefield, Chang Chun frowned. He was indeed worried about Han Yuan's safety. He was more worried about his own future. Once something went wrong with Han Yuan, his future could also be declared over. Although relying on the accumulation during this period, he would reach the age of 60 before there is no problem with reaching the 9th level of chi refining. But the foundation establishment pill is not that easy to obtain. What are you looking at? Han Yuan's voice suddenly sounded. Chang Chun was startled and almost pulled out his sword, but when he heard a familiar voice, he immediately turned around and said respectfully, "Greetings to the palace master, I am looking at the map of the junction of our sect and Yunyang sect. Our sect has already, after formally declaring war on Yunyang sect, you will definitely go to war. I want to see which places are safer so that the palace master can choose in the future." "Has the war started yet?" Han Yuan asked. "Not yet, we are still recruiting disciples to return. Once the disciples return, each mountain peak will first start a competition among inner disciples to determine the ownership of the foundation building pills in stock." Chang Chun quickly informed him of the information he had collected one by one. Han Yuan. When Han Yuan heard this, he was a little surprised and said, "Foundation establishment pill? How many people can you get to get the foundation establishment pill? There are a lot of rewards for this competition. In the past, only the top 5 could get the foundation building pill. Now, as long as you rank in the top 30, you can get the foundation building pill as a reward. After the competition, they will launch a unified war. This competition can not only find out the level of the disciples, but also train the disciples' actual combat ability. It can also distribute the foundation building pill to the disciples who have the hope of breaking through, increase the backbone force, and is very important. The sect requires all inner disciples to participate." Han Yuan suddenly realized and nodded, "So that's it." He looked at the map again and saw several circles drawn on it. He said in surprise, "Have you selected several locations?" Chang Chun immediately said, "These locations are the territories of the D family and the Lu family. If you go there, the two families will take care of the master of the mansion, and your safety will be guaranteed." Han Yuan nodded, "I have a plan. I will consider it. You should also prepare for the inner door competition. You will have to participate depending on the situation." "Understood." Chang Chun nodded immediately. "I'll go first." Han Yuan nodded. Chang Chun was stunned. Before he could say goodbye, the mansion master who had just stood there disappeared in the blink of an eye. The map on the table was also gone. Chang Chun could not help but be stunned. What speed is the mansion master? At this moment, Chang Chun realized that he was too worried. With his current cultivation level of the 7th level of Qi refining, he couldn't even figure out how Han Yuan disappeared. What else was there to worry about? Instead, he began to worry about his next competition. It was impossible to rank in the top 50, but at least he couldn't be too embarrassed. At this time, Han Yuan had already returned to Tsangming Tower by using the wood escape technique. While studying the map in his hand, he thought in his mind, "I'd better get a foundation building pill." The foundation building pill cannot be bought with spirit stones. The 30th place is too fake, so I'll rank 29th, which is just right. C81 fake technique enters Yunyang. 2 flowers bloom, one on each side. In the main hall of Yunyang sect, Elder Jindan and Ancestor Yuanying all gathered. At the top of the main hall, Patriarch Shufeng and Patriarch Qingqiu were sitting, with a group of Jindan elders sitting on both sides. In the middle of the hall, Zhao Yumu, who had barely recovered his breath, recounted his experience this time. Zhao Yumu finally added, "The true disciple named Han Yuan is only about 19 years old. He has been a disciple for 2.5 years. His combat power has reached the late stage of foundation establishment and above, and he has at least reached the level of great success in a high-grade Shin level spell. I must admit that this person's genius level has exceeded the special level and reached the monster level. Such a genius should be a hidden secret disciple of the Earth God sect, and must be killed as soon as possible to avoid future troubles." Ancestor Zhufeng and Ancestor Qingqiu looked at each other. Zhufeng said calmly, "Are you sure he is that strong? Is he someone else pretending to be?" Zhao Yumu responded seriously, "Ancestor, I am very confident in the perception of life breath. That disciple is very young, definitely under 20 years old, and his cultivation level is also in a state of just breaking through the foundation building. That kind of spiritual energy filling the body, it's impossible to fake the feeling. He has mastered sword energy into silk, and his sword skills are also extremely exquisite. I claim to have outstanding talent, but compared with him, I am still far behind. If it weren't for the nascent soul in him, talisman, I will definitely kill him." Ancestor Qingqiu is a female nascent soul cultivator. Her age is unknown, but she looks like a 30-year-old beauty. Hearing this, she said solemnly, "So, this person is indeed a peerless genius. He is probably in his 40s. I have been able to break through to the golden elixir before, and it is very possible to break through to the nascent soul. I must find a way to deal with him in the future. This boy should not be underestimated, but he probably won't leave the sect. Let's find a chance to check it out in the future." Ancestor Zhufeng shook his head, with another smile on his face. "It seems that you are lucky this time. Very good. Of course, what's more important is that you have made great achievements in formation cultivation and wood escape. You have successfully retrieved a piece of Yuanshan inheritance for the sect. This is for heaven's merit. I declare that the entire sect will support your practice. Open up the cultivation treasure land and cultivation resources until you break through nascent soul. Thank you, ancestor. Zhao Yumu's face showed joy, and he said modestly, disciple, it was a fluke. In the end, I never saw the disguise of this stone slab, and I almost missed it. I relied on intuition to snatch it away. Come. Others showed envy, but no one raised any objections. Zhao Yumu's contribution was really too great, comparable to the founder of the sect. Bring out the inheritance. Ancestor Zhu Feng said. Zhao Yumu nodded, solemnly picked up the slate in his arms, and handed it out with both hands. Ancestor Zhu Feng took a deep breath, came to Zhao Yumu solemnly, and took the stone slab with both hands. Countless people in the hall looked over eagerly. After just one glance at the stone slab, everyone felt a surge of thoughts and inspiration, which made everyone even more eager. Ancestor Zhu Feng carefully penetrated it with his spiritual will, and gradually received a technique. The originally expectant expression on his face soon turned into disappointment. The Qingqiu patriarch next to him immediately frowned and said, "What's wrong? Is it fake again?" Ancestor Zhu Feng shook his head and sighed. It is basically certain that it is a real skill, but this skill is of the wood attribute. The earth and water attributes can barely be practiced, and the gold and fire are the same, but its wind attribute makes it very difficult to modify. Ancestor Qingqiu was surprised and took the slate from Ancestor Zhu Feng, and then studied it carefully for a while. His face couldn't help but reveal joy, because her main attribute was also wood. She said, this technique was taken from Han Yuan, the secret disciple. He also has the 5 elements spiritual root with the main attribute of wood. This technique naturally suits his situation. Fortunately, he still has the 5 elements attribute. So once this happens, most of us will have a chance to successfully modify it. Zhao Yumu was very excited. He had recorded all the exercises before, so he couldn't wait to modify them. When the other Jindan elders heard this, their eyes lit up and they were all moved. However, the words of Ancestor Zhu Feng immediately poured cold water on them. I know you want to practice this technique, but it must be explained that this technique is extremely difficult. For those who have no talent or inconsistent attributes, the success rate of modification is very low, and it is easy to cause a significant drop in their own strength. Now the Earth God sect has issued a declaration of war. We must prepare for the Earth God sect's attack at this time. Of course, I am not stopping you from practicing, but this technique cannot be given to you casually. In this war, you only have it. You have to make enough achievements to get this skill. If you kill a golden elixir or a certain number of enemies, you will get the opportunity to learn this skill. Ancestor Zhu Feng stared at the crowd, with a hint of advice in his tone, but also a hint of temptation. A Jindan master hesitated and asked, Ancestor, the strength of the Earth God sect is extraordinary. According to the usual intelligence collection, they have a total of 4 nascent souls. Qingqiu Ancestor waved his hand and said, you can rest assured about this. We have made an alliance with the Danxia sect and decided to share the skills. They will give us huge support, whether it is manpower or material resources. There is no need to worry. Just now, the Danxia sect has delivered the first batch of material support, a total of 300,000 pills of various grades. The combination of our 2 sects is enough to withstand the Earth God sect's offensive. If the battle situation is still unfavorable in the future, we can also invite the Hidden Sword sect and people from the Xinyan sect join in. After saying this, everyone's nervous expressions relaxed. The Dishan sect has produced a Yuanshan Jinjuan, and its foundation is much deeper than the surrounding sections. Now that they heard that the sect has joined forces with other sects, they are more confident and have also begun to consider the issue of gaining credit. Ancestor Zhu Feng added, not only the skills, but also various resources can be exchanged for credit. For those who have made great contributions, Qingqiu and I will personally guide their practice and even help you change your skills. After hearing this, even Zhao Yumu was a little moved. Although he was confident that he could most likely change his skills, it would be safer if he had the help of a Yuani Jinren. Qingqiu Patriarch reminded, this is a protracted war. The Earth God sect will not swallow this breath. The inheritance of the skills is related to the Taoism. They may even start a war with the purpose of destroying our sect. Therefore, I hope everyone will not underestimate it. I hope that someone among you can become a phoenix in this war and enter the nascent soul. Then there was another simple discussion to determine the various details of responding to the attack of the Earth God sect. These actions had been planned before, so there was no need for too much discussion. Wait until the large-scale meeting is over. Only the two ancestors, Zhu Feng and Xingqiu, were left in the hall. Do you think there is a problem with this skill? Zhu Feng Patriarch asked. Basically, there is no problem, but it does feel a little wrong. Xingqiu Patriarch calmed down. Well, Xingqiu, don't rush to change your practice. Let Yumu practice for a while first. Although the possibility of this skill being fake is very small, this possibility cannot be ignored. Zhu Feng Patriarch reminded. Xingqiu chuckled, you don't want me to change my cultivation method because I can't change it, right? Ancestor Zhu Feng laughed, you know my character. Xingqiu looked at him with contempt, and said with a smile, since you think it's unsafe, why not let the ancestors of Danxia sect and other sects try? They don't know the twists and turns. Ancestor Zhu Feng praised, it's a good idea. The old man of Danxia sect has the dual spiritual roots of wood and fire. It's very appropriate for him to practice this method. Of course, it's impossible for them to get this method without bleeding. See 82 speech at the competition Lingwen Peak. At the entrance of the main hall, Han Yuan secretly looked outside and could see that a large number of inner disciples, more than 1,500 in number, had gathered in the large square in front of the hall. There were also a large number of outer disciples watching in the distance. There are also some core disciples and foundation building elders preparing to watch the competition. He asked Yu Mingxiong on the side, Fourth Elder, is it appropriate for me to go and speak? The Peak Master is not here now. You are the acting Peak Master. Naturally, you will have a speech. After you finish speaking, Yu Daoyuan will preside over this competition. Yu Mingxiong said in a low mood. Where is the second elder? Han Yuan asked doubtfully. He is being punished by the ancestors. In addition to the second elder, the fifth elder, the seventh elder, and the ninth elder are all still being punished. When the war starts, they will also go to the front line. Alas! Yu Mingxiong sighed, who called let the thief escape. But this responsibility should be mine, not yours. Han Yuan frowned. Yu Mingxiong waved his hand, you? What responsibility do you have? You are only in the realm of qi refining. No matter how much the responsibility is divided, the responsibility cannot be shared with you. Besides, you also provided the information about the thief. Whether you have merit or demerit, we few Gold Dan is the strongest, but he doesn't handle things well, so he will naturally be held responsible. I relied on the remaining shadow of my ancestors to reduce the punishment. Alas, there is not much left of the remaining shadow of my ancestors. When Han Yuan heard this, he couldn't help but feel a sinking feeling in his heart. He had never thought of this before. In fact, according to the ancestors' plan, they were still the heroes, but in order to implement the plan, they must continue to be sinners and be punished. Make meritorious service. This makes Han Yuan feel very uncomfortable. Perhaps, after the success of this plan, if the second elders and the others are still alive, the benefits will definitely be great, but if they are still alive, if they die, no matter how great the benefits are, the family cannot bear it and will gradually become lonely. In other words, this is very unfair to the second elder and the others. Yu Mingxiong seemed to feel something. He patted Han Yuan's body gently with his thick hands, and a smile appeared on his face. Don't be stressed. This time, it was indeed our carelessness. We originally thought it was just a few buildings. Brother G, I didn't expect it to be a golden elixir. Oh, I was so careless. But we can't be careless anymore on the battlefield. Yu Mingxiong gritted his teeth and seemed to hate Zhao Yumu deeply. Han Yuan could only remain silent. It was useless to say anything now. It was a foregone conclusion that the second elder and the others were in the game. They would have to do a full show. He even realized that Patriarch Xian had anticipated this a long time ago, but Patriarch Xian didn't mention it at all. In the face of the sect's righteousness, the life and death of several golden elixirs were really of too little importance, and it was more critical. The strange thing is that these Jindan Taoist people all belong to Lingwen Peak, not Gumu Peak. But although he is the secret disciple of Gumu Peak, he is also the true disciple of Lingwen Peak, and he is even the acting Peak Master now. Don't think about it, the time is up, go and say something and announce the start of the competition. Yu Mingxiong said. Yeah. Han Yuan did not refuse this time. Han Yuan flew out of the hall with a flying sword and stepped onto the high platform of the square. In the square, the inner disciples who were waiting in full formation looked over one after another. Han Yuan glanced around and saw some familiar figures among them, such as Chang Chun and Lu Cixi. He also saw Lu Xinghe at the core disciple seat next to him, and also saw Lu Jizhenhe among the foundation building elders next to him. Di Heng, as for more people, he is very strange. But the inner sect disciples are no strangers to Han Yuan, because Han Yuan is the new true disciple. Every inner sect has seen Han Yuan's portrait, so naturally they can recognize it at a glance. They watched Han Yuan appear in the center of the high platform. There were expressions of surprise in their eyes. Han Yuan looked at everyone, and finally said slowly, "My name is Han Yuan, the new true successor. You may or may not know me, it doesn't matter. Today I am announcing two news as the acting peak master." The inner disciples were talking a lot and transmitting messages to each other. He turned out to be the new true successor, but when did he become the acting peak master again? Did you see the two tokens on his waist? One is the true disciple token, but the other is actually the peak master token. Has the peak master already passed the throne to Hanjin? That should be a spare token. Although he is not the peak master yet, according to convention, he should be the next peak master. Why is there no news at all? What is his background? He has no background at all. There is only one possibility for him to become the acting peak master. He is a super genius. Yes, all the disciples and even the elders looked at Han Yuan with inexplicable and surprised expressions. Han Yuan's expression remained unchanged and he said, "The first news is that the sect has issued a war order to exterminate the sect. A war declaration has been issued against the Yunyang sect. Naturally, we at Lingguan Peak will all participate in this battle. The sect will open all-level treasury. Everyone can exchange their military merits for the treasures in the treasury, including foundation building pills, advanced skills, elixirs, spiritual weapons, etc. This battle is both an opportunity and a crisis. I hope everyone can do what they can, and don't if you attack blindly, you will have a future." This news has actually spread throughout the world. Everyone had been mentally prepared for a long time, but when they heard the official announcement, everyone still looked nervous, but some people showed excitement. This was a carnival moment for militants. Han Yuan only hoped that these people would have clear minds by then. He paused and continued, "The second news is that each peak of the sect will hold a sect competition, and our Lingguan peak is no exception. The purpose of this competition is twofold. One is to exercise your actual combat ability, recognize your own strength level, and have a clear understanding of the future war choices. The second is to provide certain resource support. The top 30 disciples can directly receive the Foundation Establishment Pill reward. In addition, the ranking those in the top 100 will also receive certain resource subsidies. This is the last opportunity for you to practice without risk. I hope you can seize it. Now, I announce that this intersect competition has officially begun, and Elder Yu Daoyuan will preside over related matters." Yu Daoyuan immediately took the stage. Han Yuan nodded towards him and handed the high platform to Yu Daoyuan. Then, he flew into the crowd of inner disciples and came to Chang Chun and others, waiting for the competition to begin with a calm expression. The inner disciple next to him looked at him confused. "What is going on?" Yu Daoyuan noticed the commotion among the disciples near Han Yuan and said, "Although Han Jinjuan is a true disciple, his full name is the inner disciple of the true disciple. He is still an inner disciple, and he is still in the qi refining period. He is satisfied with the inner sect competition requirements, so don't be surprised." Lu Xinghe, who was standing in the audience seat, heard this, and his eyes suddenly lit up. He had become a core inner sect disciple, but he was not ready to break through the foundation building. In other words, he also had the qualifications to participate in the inner sect competition, although because of the reason why he had obtained the Foundation Establishment Pill was that after he got the ranking, the reward would pass over him and be handed over to the next person. There was no point in participating in the competition, but what he cared about more was having a chance to fight Han Yuan. It is rumored that Han Yuan is only at the 8th level of qi refining. If he can defeat Han Yuan, wouldn't it prove that his talent is not bad? This may be the only chance to defeat Han Yuan. When Han Yuan improves his cultivation in the future, he will have no chance. So under the suspicious gazes of the people around him, he suddenly jumped into the crowd of inner disciples. Some core disciples who had not yet broken through the foundation building saw this, thought for a moment, and suddenly realized. They also flew down one by one and stood in the crowd. Yu Daoyuan glared at the disciples, but didn't say much. He took out a huge box in his hand, which contained a large number of pairs of balls. He waved his hand, and a large number of balls rushed out and flew into the sky. Everyone took action to intercept a ball. Because there were so many, it was difficult for everyone to identify when choosing, and they could only rely on luck. C83 accidentally discovered the hidden function of random multiplier. Han Yuan reached out his hand and took a ball. He probed inside with his consciousness and saw a number 727. This number is relatively large, and the match is later. Yu Daoyuan saw that everyone had received the ball, and immediately said, "Now, the first round of competition begins." Please ask the first 50 disciples to go to the central arena to compete. The others will withdraw to the side to watch the battle. Watching the battle is also a way to improve combat experience. Don't miss it. Soon, all the disciples evacuated to the side. In the square, 50 pieces of ground were lifted up. This is the arena for the battle. The area is large enough for the disciples in the late stage of chi refining to fight back and forth. 50 foundation building elders drove the magic weapons and flew to the corner of the arena in the air to serve as referees. In fact, this competition has another invisible use, which is to let the foundation building elders select disciples. The foundation building elders also have to go to the battlefield, and they have to lead the team. Each of them must bring 10 to 20 late stage chi refining disciples. In addition to close people, other vacancies can be selected from this competition. The foundation building elders can give priority to selecting the 3 disciples on the rings they supervise. Whether they can choose the disciples they like depends on their eyesight and luck. A foundation building elder took the lead and said, "This is the number 1 ring. The 2 disciples who got the number 1 ball can come over." The next moment, the 2 inner disciples on the side jumped onto the ring and looked at each other warily. The foundation building elder in the corner also looked at the 2 of them with scrutiny. The other foundation building elders also spoke in order. One by one, the disciples jumped onto the ring. When everyone got on the stage, transparent blue light rose from the edge of the ring, forming a wall of light that separated and protected the ring. Yu Dao Yuan said at this time, "The first round of the first match officially begins." The battle was about to start. Han Yuan stood aside, watching the battle carefully. In his eyes, a green light flashed, and then the spiritual power running trajectories of the 100 disciples fighting on the field were all clearly displayed in front of him. Then, in his sea of consciousness, the 8 spiritual texts shone together, and Han Yuan immediately had a little understanding of these spiritual power trajectories. Especially for wood attribute spells and sword spells, Han Yuan understood more. Not long after, a dice suddenly appeared in front of him. Han Yuan was surprised that when he looked over, the dice locked on 6. Random gain multiplier, 6, introduction effective pooing body method increased by *600%. In Han Yuan's mind, a series of spell perceptions appeared out of thin air, and the spell content about pooing body method also appeared in detail in his mind. He realized that he had just comprehended a spell, and with the help of the random gain multiplier, the entire spell content was materialized. At this moment, his heart was extremely shocked. He discovered another special use of the random gain multiplier. The skills or spells he practiced before all had the original skills, so he didn't notice this. Now, he had never seen this body method before, but he automatically obtained the content of this spell through the random gain multiplier. From the fact that Zhao Yumu risked his life to steal a skill before, it can be seen how great this use is. Han Yuan slowly calmed down his excitement and gradually calmed down. He found that things were not that simple. This Queeing body method was only of the middle grade of the yellow level. It was so easy to comprehend it with the help of the spiritual text and the spiritual eye technique, plus the blessing of the wood heaven spiritual root. If it was a more advanced skill, it would not be easy to comprehend it, so this function was not as great as imagined. While Han Yuan was thinking, his eyes were always watching on the field. As time passed, the dice appeared 6 more times. He also learned sword steps, fire control techniques, small Vajra techniques, body strengthening techniques and other spells. In fact, he realized more ways of spell operation, but most spells did not have a buffing effect on himself, so they could not trigger random buffing multipliers, just like the sword chi into silk he practiced before, which also could not enjoy random buffing multipliers. Han Yuan was very satisfied with this. Although these low-level spells had limited impact on his attack limit, they could enrich his combat methods and also made him familiar with various spells, which could be said to be a great benefit. Soon, the first disciple competition was decided. A foundation-building elder summoned a victorious inner disciple to his front and said something. Then the inner disciple showed obvious joy, and it seemed that he was favored by the elder. Xin Feng stood by and introduced, "Palace Master, the man's name is Yu Qi, he is an inner disciple of the 9th level of Qi refining, 48 years old this year, with no special background, good at controlling fire, but financially constrained, he only has 2 magic weapons, one for attack and one for defense." Han Yuan nodded, not paying much attention to the man, but curiously asked, "How do you know all this about him?" Xin Feng handed over a book in his hand. "Palace Master, you will take over the position of Peak Master in the future, so I specially sent someone to collect the general situation of the inner disciples of Lingguan Peak. It may be useful in the future. Do you want to see it?" Han Yuan looked at him strangely. This kid has thick eyebrows and big eyes, and he really has a lot of thoughts. Qin Feng was uneasy. He also had no background and no talent. He could only think of some ways to make Han Yuan feel that he was useful. For this, he mobilized a lot of menial disciples and even outer disciples, and spent a lot of spirit stones to collect information. Well, you did a good job. Han Yuan finally praised. Qin Feng's face lit up and he said, "It's my honor to share the worries of the mansion master." At this time, the disciples of the second match of the first round had already entered the arena. Han Yuan watched for a few minutes and triggered 5 random multipliers. His methods were enriched. Then he set his eyes on the 17th ring, and a hint of interest appeared in his eyes. Qin Feng observed the expressions and looked at the ring. When he saw that one of them was a little unfamiliar, his brows frowned slightly. He immediately took out a token and muttered a few words in a low voice. Han Yuan saw this scene and was still satisfied with Qin Feng's initiative. He checked Qin Feng's cultivation and found that he was still at the 4th level of qi refining. He patted Qin Feng's shoulder and said, "You have to practice well too. You will be indispensable for the foundation building pill in the future." Qin Feng said excitedly, "I will work hard." He looked at the 17th ring again. The two sides of the battle, one was at the 9th level of qi refining, and the other was at the 10th level of qi refining. The one he paid special attention to was naturally the one at the 10th level of qi refining. Whether it was spiritual power, spells or combat experience, he was much stronger than the other person. The battle between the two sides lasted less than a minute and was declared over. There is no doubt that the disciple at the 10th level of qi refining won. However, the foundation building elder, who was the referee, found the defeated disciple and talked to him, but the winner did not get the opportunity to talk. The man seemed to feel something and suddenly looked at Han Yuan. He looked at Han Yuan from a distance. The man nodded and smiled at Han Yuan, and then retreated from the ring. Qin Feng, who was next to him, replied at this time, "Master, I found out that the person who just won is Yu Fifan, the 6th young master of the Yu family. He has the 10th level of qi refining and is already a core disciple. He has already received the foundation building pill. This time he participated in the competition. Even if he won a place, he cannot get a reward according to the rules. I don't know why he came to participate." Han Yuan raised his mouth. "He came to find me." "Ah?" Qin Feng was a little surprised. C84 gradually enriched combat skills. Han Yuan naturally guessed the thoughts of these core disciples. He defeated him before he got up, so that he could brag about it later. Han Yuan naturally didn't care about this. If he used all his strength, few of the foundation building elders present would be his opponents. He came here just for the sake of formality. Of course, if these people really had nothing to do and wanted to fight him and ride on him to get to the top, he would not indulge them. After all, he was the acting peak master and a true disciple, so he still had to save some face. Anyway, defeating these people would at most expose his invincible strength in the qi refining realm. If an enemy took this strength as his true level, well. Han Yuan waited quietly. Suddenly, he sensed a spiritual consciousness probing towards him and circling around his hand. Han Yuan frowned and looked in a certain direction. A disciple over there turned his head as if nothing had happened and looked in another direction. Han Yuan raised his eyebrows. Sure enough, someone was coming towards him, and he was quite courageous. "Master?" Qin Feng noticed Han Yuan's expression. "Who is that person over there?" Han Yuan pointed out the position of the disciple just now. Qin Feng took a look and immediately replied, "That person is Yu Bei'er, who has reached the peak of the 9th level of qi refining. He is also a commoner, but he is not a core disciple yet. He originally had the opportunity to become a core disciple, but failed in the election and was squeezed out by Lu Xinghe. His strength is not weak and he has reached the level of a core disciple." Han Yuan smiled and nodded, thinking in his heart, "It seems that he wants to step on me, or he is not convinced by me." Sure enough, after rounds of competitions, when it was his turn to leave, Yu Bei'er also left. When the two walked to the same arena, the disciples watching the battle around them began to discuss. "His senior brother Yu actually won Han Jinchuan. He's so lucky. I heard that Han Jinchuan was only at the 4th level of qi refining half a year ago. Even if he has reached the 7th or 8th level of qi refining now, he is definitely not a match for senior brother Yu. This is fun. If a true disciple loses to an inner disciple, he will lose all his face. How long has Han Jinchuan been practicing? It's normal for him to lose. His practice speed is already very fast. That's true, but if senior brother Yu really defeats the acting peak master, he will have something to brag about for the rest of his life. I'm really curious about what kind of strength Han Jinchuan has. He can become a true disciple right after becoming an inner disciple. Many disciples saw Han Yuan for the first time. Naturally, they were very curious about Han Yuan's strength. They all looked over with wide eyes to see Han Yuan's performance. In the corner, Yu Daoyuan came to supervise in person and said to the two people who walked onto the stage, "Get ready, the competition will start in 10 breaths." Yu Beier bowed to Yu Daoyuan, and then showed an apologetic look to Han Yuan. "Sorry, acting peak master, I want to learn your skills, please don't be offended." Han Yuan smiled and said, "Since you want to see it, I will naturally do my best." When the time reached the start, Han Yuan was not polite and immediately launched a spell. Pooing body skill. His body, like a dandelion, immediately became erratic. Yu Beier's expression condensed, and his original relaxed expression gradually became solemn. Yu Beier slapped his waist, and a flying sword came out of the sheath, like a sharp arrow, shooting towards Han Yuan. However, Han Yuan's speed increased a lot at once, and he easily avoided the attack of the flying sword. This is the use of the flying talent shared by Wang Kai, which was applied a little bit to the pooing body skill, making his movements more erratic. How is this possible? How can you be so fast? Yu Beier was shocked. That was a flying sword. The speed of a flying sword is not something that a cultivator can easily dodge. Generally, they attack against each other or use defensive means to block it, but Han Yuan's dodge made him a little flustered for a moment. Not only him, but also the disciples watching the battle were shocked. They have watched many battles and already know that body skills or speed are extremely important in battles. With fast speed, you can attack when you advance and escape when you retreat. Han Yuan's burst speed is estimated to have reached the average level of the 10th level of Qi refining. How can it not be amazing? It takes 1 or 2 breaths for the flying sword to pass Han Yuan's position and turn around. And this time is too late to attack again. Because at this time, Han Yuan, after avoiding the flying sword, directly bullied and rushed over, and his speed increased again. Sword Step. This is a spell formed by the combination of sword skills and footwork. It has a strong advantage in straight-line pursuit. With the blessing of Han Yuan's sword spirit and sword intention, the sword steps that were only at the entry level were immediately exerted to the power of the perfect level. The speed soared instantly, and in just one breath, it crossed a distance of hundreds of meters and approached Yu Beier. Yu Beier never expected that Han Yuan's speed would be so fast. At this time, he knew that the attack just now was sloppy. Now he couldn't avoid Han Yuan's attack, so he could only block it. He immediately activated the ring-like magic weapon on his finger, and a layer of defensive light was immediately put on his body. Then he waved his hand and 3 talismans appeared. The talismans spontaneously ignited in the air without fire, and then condensed into 3 fire snakes, winding towards Han Yuan from 3 directions. This is a fire attribute spell, which is specifically used to counter what attribute practitioners like you. Yu Beier looked expectant. Han Yuan raised his eyebrows, and also backhanded 3 fire snakes. These were the fire snakes condensed by Han Yuan's fire control technique, which were more flexible and swift than the fire snakes summoned by the opponent with talismans. The fire snakes of both sides met in midair and began to fight barehanded, biting each other's bodies. However, Han Yuan's control effect was naturally stronger than Yu Beier's, and the fire snakes were soon defeated. But more importantly, Han Yuan had already passed the fighting fire snakes and came to Yu Beier and slashed with a sword. The sword body, with a sharp sword energy attached, slashed on Yu Beier's shield. Just one slash made the shield tremble. Before Yu Beier took a few steps back, Han Yuan slashed several swords in succession and easily broke the shield. The tip of the sword was against Yu Beier's eyebrows. Yu Beier's eyes were still filled with deep shock and disbelief. Han Yuan wins. Yu Daoyuan made a timely judgment. Han Yuan put away his sword and bowed, saying, "Thank you." At this time, Yu Beier's flying sword had not yet returned. In 2 breaths, Yu Beier was defeated. This scene shocked everyone, and the whole audience was in an uproar. Han Jinchuan is so strong? I didn't see what happened clearly. Han Jinchuan's speed is too fast. He must have practiced a high-grade speed-related method. What a fast speed. That should be the sword step. I also practiced it, but Han Jinchuan's sword step feels a little different from mine. On the side of the outfield, Lu Xingha and Yu Fifan happened to be standing together. Yu Fifan commented, "Fast. Very fast. Whether it's body movement, footwork or swordsmanship, they are all very fast." Lu Xingha's pupils also shrank slightly, and he said with disbelief, "I didn't expect that he has become so strong. How long has it been? I thought that the talent gap between me and him was not big, but it turned out to be so big. No wonder the peak master directly accepted him as a true disciple. I am indeed not as good as him, but he is still too young. This time, I might be able to beat him once." Oh? How do you deal with it? Yu Fifan asked with interest. Just now, Yu Bear was careless and threw all his weapons out, causing chaos. However, although Han Jinchuan is fast, his defense may not be so strong, and the power of his swordsmanship is only at the peak level of chi refining, which is not too exaggerated. I have already refined a spiritual weapon, and there is a great hope of winning. Lu Xing has said in a firm tone. Then I wish you success. Yu Fifan smiled. Oh? Don't you want to try? Lu Xing has said in surprise. Yu Fifan laughed. I didn't intend to fight him, otherwise the elder sister would tear me apart. Originally, I came to stop you from fighting him, but now, I feel that I have done something unnecessary. C85 transformed combat skills, precise control of power. Han Yuan returned to the sidelines. Qin Feng's eyes flashed with respect. Master, you are so strong. Han Yuan smiled faintly and looked at the disciples around him. Originally, many disciples had a very ordinary attitude towards Han Yuan. They were only respectful on the surface, but most of them were dissatisfied in their hearts. Now, after a battle, everyone was convinced and their expressions became respectful. Even around Chang Chun, who was waiting to play in the distance, a few 9th level chi refining cultivators came up and talked with a pleasant face, as if discussing the conditions for joining Sangming Cave Mansion. The 200 disciples who had already joined Sangming Cave Mansion were originally a little restrained, and they also felt that their master's position of true inheritance was a little unjustified. Now they were confident. All of a sudden, their mentality immediately changed, and they all had a look of confidence and pride on their faces. Many people around them also took the initiative to talk to them and make friends with them. Even the foundation building elders looked serious. Some absent-minded foundation building elders stood up straight unconsciously and supervised the battle on the ring seriously. The disciples who were competing on the ring seemed to become more serious after feeling Han Yuan's gaze, as if they wanted to show their abilities in front of Han Yuan. These changes combined, and the atmosphere in the entire Lingguan Peak Square immediately changed greatly. Inexplicably, Han Yuan even felt that the centripetal force of Lingguan Peak had increased a lot, and everyone became more friendly. If the inner disciples were still a little idle before, now the cohesion has been significantly improved. The morale of Lingguan Peak has improved. Han Yuan summarized these changes, thinking in his heart. In just one battle, he showed not only the extremely powerful strength in the chi refining realm, but also his huge potential. From the speed of his strength improvement, it can be inferred that he is very likely to break through the nascent soul in the future. In this way, everyone has expectations, and with a backbone, the centripetal force will naturally increase. The first round of competition ended quickly, and 800 winners were decided. Then the second and third rounds began. Han Yuan was still watching the competition, learning how to use various spells. He absorbed combat experience like a sponge and improved his combat ability. He went down several times in a row, winning battles one after another, and there were many masters of the 9th level of chi refining among his opponents. Most of the inner disciples also recognized Han Yuan more and more. Han Yuan's status in their minds continued to rise, and was raised to the level second only to the Peak Master. If he had only become the acting Peak Master in name with the help of the spare token at the beginning, his status would not be far behind even if he did not have the spare Peak Master token now. Finally, it was the round of 60 to 30. After this round, the top 30 were selected, and the preliminary ranking was carried out according to the time of deciding the winner. Then each disciple could challenge the top-ranked disciples on his own to determine the final ranking. When Han Yuan walked onto the stage, he saw an acquaintance coming up to him, Lu Xinghe. In fact, the two had never met formally, but they knew each other. Han Yuan happened to hear the conversation of the Lu family in a courtyard of disciples before, so he naturally knew Lu Xinghe. Lu Xinghe was quite famous in Lingguan Peak. He was the eldest disciple of the inner sect before, and there was a lot of calls for him to become a true disciple. Later, after he took the position, he disappeared for a long time. I didn't expect to meet him again today. Lu Xinghe took the lead in bowing to Han Yuan. Core disciple, Lu Xinghe, please teach me, Han Jinchuan. Han Yuan nodded. We are all fellow disciples, I don't dare to teach you, just learn from each other. Yu Daoyuan stood in the corner and said in a deep voice, get ready, the competition will start in 10 breaths. The two stood on each side, waiting for the competition to start. The surrounding disciples gathered one after another, all looking forward to this peak battle. Lu Xinghe was a famous figure in Lingguan Peak before, his strength was obvious to all, and he was one of the best in the inner sect. Han Yuan was a new true disciple and a new strong man. The battle between the two was very exciting. Even Yu Mingxiong in the hall came out with great interest and stood in the distance to watch. Lu Xinghe glanced around and happened to see Yu Mingxiong's figure. At this moment, he was overjoyed. He recognized Yu Mingxion's existence. He was one of the 3 Jindan elders of the Yu family. If he could get his appreciation, he would definitely have a smooth journey in Lingguan Peak in the future. Han Yuan didn't think much about it. No matter how strong Lu Xinghe was, he would be defeated by him. Begin! With an order. Lu Xinghe took the lead. He had a star bow in his hand. He stretched the bow and pulled the string. It seemed that there were stars in the sky that echoed with it. His spiritual power was poured into the spiritual bow in his hand, and an arrow emitting blue light condensed out of thin air. Go! Lu Xinghe shouted softly, loosened his fingers, and the arrow flew out. The starlight in the sky was indeed attracted by it, and the power of the stars fell into the arrow. The arrows split into 3, 3 into 9, and within a few breaths, hundreds of star arrows came towards Han Yuan. There was a burst of exclamations from the audience, and some disciples at the 9th level of Qi refining were so scared that they retreated again and again, as if they were afraid of being affected. Each of those star arrows had the power of the 9th level of Qi refining. Hundreds of arrows, even the 11th and 12th levels of Qi refining could not stop it, right? Many people focused their eyes on Lu Xinghe's spiritual weapon, and they were extremely jealous. Hundreds of arrows came, covering the sky and the sun, like a river of stars, no escape. Yu Daoyuan next to him was nervous and ready to attack at any time. Han Yuan looked calm, and flicked his fingers on the yellow-grade upper-grade long sword in his hand. Sword chi flew out from the long sword, facing the arrow starlight river in the sky. In the blink of an eye, there were also hundreds of sword chi across the sky, and the momentum was no less than the sky covering arrows. Lu Xinghe's face was full of confidence. The second-grade lower-grade spiritual weapon longbow in his hand was enough to increase his combat power by several times, and it would definitely give Han Yuan a big pain. However, the opposite happened. When the sword chi and the arrows collided one by one, they showed an evenly matched posture. The sword chi and the arrows were equally powerful. After each collision, they just destroyed each other, not a bit more or less. Lu Xinghe was stunned. How could you? He then guessed the truth on his own, and suddenly said, you also have a spiritual weapon in your hand. His face was full of helplessness. He made a mistake. He thought he could easily defeat Han Yuan just because he got a spiritual weapon. But as a true disciple, it was also easy for Han Yuan to get a spiritual weapon. However, in fact, Han Yuan did not use the spiritual weapon. He did not even use the magic weapon in his hand, but only relied on magic to deal with Lu Xinghe. What Han Yuan was most satisfied with was that his evaluation of the power of magic and his control of magic had greatly improved. He could correctly judge the power of those arrows while controlling the power of sword energy at the same level. This could save him spiritual power consumption, and also showed that his combat level had reached a certain level, which was incomparable with the previous one. Lu Xinghe didn't know that he had become a tool for Han Yuan to test his combat level. After the failure of one attack, he immediately launched a second attack. He believed that with his spiritual power, even if the magic power was the same, it would be enough to drain Han Yuan and win. Unfortunately, the outcome was already determined from the very beginning. C86 The competition ends, the war begins. Lost, Lu Xinghe flew out of the ring, still with an incredible look on his face. Han Yuan stood on the ring, also panting. Yu Daoyuan finally announced at this time, Han Yuan won. Han Jinchuan won. So amazing. Almost, just a little bit, it's a pity for senior brother Lu. Han Jinchuan is too strong. He is so strong just half a year after becoming a Jinchuan? Could it be, he was tested for amazing talent when he first entered the sect, and he has been hiding his strength in the past few years? Hey, your guess is really possible. It is estimated that Han Jinchuan is originally a peerless genius, at least a heavenly spiritual root, and he has received strong support from the sect from the beginning, which is why he has such strong strength. The disciples talked about it. Han Yuan's talent and strength have been deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. Han Yuan looked at the other rings and happened to see that the last ring was decided one step later than them. If calculated by time, he is exactly ranked 29th, perfect. As for the next ranking battle, he had no interest in participating. He believed that no one would challenge his ranking. Lu Xinghe finally accepted the reality at this time and bowed to Han Yuan. Thank you for your guidance, Han Jinchuan. I benefited a lot from this battle. Me too. Han Yuan nodded slightly. Lu Xinghe took a deep breath, turned around and left with a stern face, and his mood was a little lonely. It seems that the blow to him is a bit big. Han Yuan muttered in his heart. Han Yuan turned around and bowed to Yu Daoyuan again, then drove the flying sword and flew to the hall. Yu Mingxiong was still waiting for him here. Seeing him, He applauded and said, "Awesome, your strength has reached the level of the initial stage of foundation building, and has reached the level of a first-class genius, but considering your age, you are definitely a special genius." Han Yuan's eyelashes moved slightly, and asked, "Are there many special geniuses?" "Of course not many, our sect only produces one special genius every 20 years. Other sects have even fewer," Yu Mingxiong said. Han Yuan was relieved when he heard this. So, there were quite a few special geniuses, so it was not a big problem. Yu Mingxiong patted his shoulder. "You can't go out in this war. You are the future of Lingwen Peak. If something unexpected happens, it will be a huge loss for Lingwen Peak. You should stay in Lingwen Peak to practice." He was very worried that Han Yuan would get too excited. Cultivators of this age like to take revenge and are easily impulsive. He still had to remind him a few more times. Han Yuan certainly wouldn't get too excited. He nodded and said, "I understand." He would not go out if he could. He stood with Yu Mingxiong and watched the last part of the competition. After that, Yu Mingxiong came out and distributed all 30 foundation building pills. While announcing the end of the inner gate competition, he also announced that the war was about to begin. At night, Han Yuan quietly came to the outer gate sutra pavilion of Gumu Peak. Then he saw that Ziyun Patriarch was still half lying on the chair, reading a book leisurely. After Han Yuan came in, he coughed and said, "I'm here." Ancestor Ziyun glanced at him and said, "Why are you here if you don't prepare for the battle?" Han Yuan was startled. "My peak said that I don't have to go out to fight?" Ancestor Ziyun snorted and said contemptuously, "If you don't go out to train, you will regret it when you encounter thunder tribulation, inner demons, illusions, and bottlenecks. Was it that idiot Yu Mingxiong who told you not to go out? He is tall and strong, and looks fierce, but he is timid and doesn't dare to fight. When he faced Zhao Yumu before, if you fight with all your strength, how could you let Zhao Yumu escape easily? I was ready to help Zhao Yumu secretly, but I didn't expect Yu Mingxiong to be so disappointing. He was careless and hesitant. He had a bad character and didn't know it. Under the protection of the ancestors, his spirit was protected. The Tao is already ruined. Such a person is a lesson for you. If you also stay in the mountains and don't see the world, even if your cultivation advances by leaps and bounds, it will be like a flower in the mirror and a moon in the water, which will be broken with a poke." The voice of the purple cloud ancestor, mixed with heavy Tao sounds, sounded in Han Yuan's mind, like a morning bell and an evening drum, a wake-up call. Han Yuan vaguely recalled the changes in his mentality after crossing. At the beginning, when he didn't activate the golden finger, he planned for the future, worked hard and responded positively. After activating the golden finger, he gradually immersed himself in the powerful effect of the golden finger, and gradually felt hesitant. Although it can be said to be steady, it can also be said to be timid and cowardly. Is he retreating? Is he cowardly? Han Yuan asked himself. However, after a few breaths, he still couldn't come up with an answer. Perhaps, only after experiencing the trials, could he be truly at peace. When Ziyun Patriarch saw Han Yuan thinking, his expression eased. He said, "I'm not asking you to die, I just want you to experience more. This war is a great opportunity for you to experience. Don't miss it." He waved his hand and threw out a mask. Han Yuan took it quickly. "You came here to exchange rewards with me this time, right? Here, this is the Wu Tian mask. This is a 4th level middle grade magic weapon. It is very simple. It can be disguised as another identity. Even a mid-stage nascent soul can't see the disguise of this mask. I have prepared an identity of an early-stage foundation-building elder for you. You will participate in the war with this identity later." Ziyun Patriarch said calmly. Han Yuan's mouth twitched, and he said, "Grandpa, please judge. I helped you put on a big show, but I had to expose my strength. You rewarded me with such a mask. It's too shabby." Grandpa Ziyun thought for a while and said, "Okay, I'll give you another magic weapon." Han Yuan's eyes lit up and he looked at Grandpa Ziyun expectantly. Then Grandpa Ziyun waved his hand, and a small flying boat appeared in front of him. Han Yuan looked at the flying boat in astonishment. Grandpa Ziyun smiled and said, "Shangyun Flying Boat, a 3rd-level top-grade magic weapon, can be driven by mana, and can also consume top-grade spirit stones. I have stored 100 top-grade spirit stones in it, enough for you to use." Han Yuan took the flying boat and had a guess in his mind. This flying boat was not originally meant for him. He began to wonder if Grandpa Ziyun was a very stingy person. Grandpa Ziyun seemed to have sensed something and frowned and said, "Is there a problem?" Han Yuan sighed, "Thank you for the treasure, Grandpa Ziyun." Grandpa Ziyun nodded with satisfaction. Han Yuan left in silence. After Han Yuan left, Ziyun Patriarch touched his chin and thought, for defense, there is the Earthchin Bajra Talisman, for escape, there is the Shangyun Flying Boat, for disguise and cover, there is the Wutian Mask, plus the Space Transmission Talisman hidden in the secret token. The safety problem should not be a big problem. By the way, will this kid tell Yu Mingxiong what I said? If Yu Mingxiong can wake up, there may be a chance to break through the nascent soul, otherwise this life will stop here. In fact, I am the same. The sect is a responsibility and a constraint. I hope Han Yuan can break through as soon as possible and take over my job. 3 days passed in a blink of an eye, and the materials, personnel and intelligence were ready. The Earth God sect was completely dispatched. The Jindan Jinren who originally stayed behind the scenes went out one after another, leading teams of people and horses to rush out of the sect. From the sky, it was like an exploding firework, spreading in all directions. Han Yuan had changed his appearance and followed in one of the teams. C87 task assignment, Happy New Year to everyone. We're here. A team of 2,000 to 3,000 people came to Yunqing Market, one of the easternmost markets in the Dishan sect. At the gate, the 3 foundation building monks in power in the market had already come out and greeted them with smiles. The casual cultivators watching the show were surprised by the team's lineup and asked around in confusion, "What's going on? Why are there so many masters in the market? I heard that the Dishan sect is preparing to go to war with the Yunyang sect. It is estimated that the market will issue war missions and recruit casual cultivators soon." Such a big thing actually happened? Some casual cultivators looked worried and immediately hurried back to the cave they rented, ready to pack up and leave this place of trouble. And some casual cultivators were excited. Although this kind of war is dangerous, it is also an opportunity to make a lot of money, so they are all ready to go. The prices of materials in the market rose accordingly. Things like elixirs, talismans, magic tools, etc. that improve combat power have all increased by 10% or 20%. At this time, in the lobby in the center of the market, 2 Jindanjinren, 40 foundation building cultivators, plus 3 foundation building cultivators originally stationed in the market, a total of 45 cultivators gathered together. In the center was a huge sand table with a topographic distribution map of 1,000 miles around. Han Yuan stood in the crowd, looking inconspicuous. He carefully observed the map and wrote down the details on it one by one. Elder Wu Baogang, who was stationed in the market, bowed respectfully to the 2 people at the front of the crowd and said, "Jinren Xianlin, Jinren Rini, I am Wu Baogang from Tianshui Peak Station in Yunqing Market, and these 2 are the deputy masters, Chang Iran from Liandan Peak and Chang Huaishou from Mingwen Peak. You 2 Jinren can ask us 3 questions if you have any questions." Chang Iran and Chang Huaishou next to them also bowed immediately. Han Yuan looked at the 2 foundation building cultivators curiously. Both of them had the surname Chang, so they should be from the Chang family. Zhou Xianlin waved his hand, "No need for greetings. I am Zhou Xianlin, the 7th elder of Gumu Peak. The one next to me is Zhou Rini, the 7th elder of Lingwen Peak. The task given to us is to occupy the Gangchuan market, which belongs to the Yunyang sect, as well as the surrounding minerals, forestry, fisheries and other industries, and eliminate the enemies of the Yunyang sect and its affiliated forces. Now introduce us to the situation nearby." Wu Baogang's expression became solemn. He pointed to the direction on the left side of the map. "This is the Yunqing market where we are now. There are 11 industries belonging to us around, including 6 minerals, 3 fields, and 2 fisheries." Han Yuan took a look and saw that there were 11 green areas marked near the market on the left side of the topographic map. There were detailed industrial information on them, including medium-sized low-grade spiritual stone mines, large yellow-grade high-grade spiritual fields, and medium-sized spiritual fish farms. Zhou Xianlin frowned and said, "How is the defense of these industries now?" "Small and medium-sized industries are guarded by peak chi refining disciples, and large and above industries are guarded by foundation building," Wu Baogang said immediately. "The guarding force is too low." Zhou Xianlin shook his head. He looked at the other side of the map again. Wu Baogang also pointed to the red area on the right side of the map and explained, "This is Zhengchunfang City. There were 2 foundation builders sitting there before. There are a total of 8 industries next to it that belong to Yunyang sect, including 4 mines, 2 farms, a fishery, and a forest farm. Their previous defense standards were similar to ours, but there have also been some movements there during this period." Zhou Xianlin nodded, turned to look at Zhou Rini, who had been silent for a long time, and asked, "Rini, I think we can go straight to Huanglong and kill them by surprise. What do you think?" Han Yuan also looked over. He had seen the 7th elder of Lingwen Peak before, but he didn't know the name of the 7th elder before. The names of these 2 are also Zhou, so it seems that they are related. Zhou Rini said with a serious look, Xianlin, we'd better be careful. The cultivators of Yunyang's sect are not simple. He remembered the feeling of powerlessness in the previous battle with Zhao Yumu, and acted cautiously. He said, we must first find out the intelligence of the enemy and weaken their strength before we can attack with all our strength. We can divide our troops to go to 8 industries and find ways to occupy them one by one, cut off their resources, consume their combat power, and then we will surround and attack them. Zhou Xianlin was surprised by Zhou Rini's steady style, but after thinking about it, he agreed, you are right. If we rush in now, we may fall into a trap. Trap. Zhou Rini looked at the crowd and said, we must be prepared for a protracted war. This is just a small battlefield. We cannot consume too much manpower. There are many independent cultivators, immortal cultivation families and small forces in the market. We can spend resources to recruit these people. We don't have to consider their loyalty. As long as we can rely on them to explore the way and consume the power of Yunyang sect, it will be fine. The sect can report part of the consumed resources, and the rest will be paid by our Zhou family. Don't worry. The surrounding foundation building elders relaxed a little. In this way, their life danger will be reduced a lot. Zhou Xianlin thought about it and nodded. In this case, Rini, you are in charge of defense and I am in charge of attack. Is it okay? Zhou Rini reminded. Be careful and don't be reckless. Don't worry. Zhou Xianlin said. Zhou Xianlin immediately asked the foundation building cultivators in the hall, are there any of you who want to take the initiative to join the attack team? Me. I will join too. Soon, a dozen foundation building cultivators took the initiative to stand up. Zhou Xianlin nodded with satisfaction, and then looked at a few people who were hesitant. He directly pointed out, Zhou Wei, Lu Tao, the 25 of you lead your own teams and follow me to participate in the offensive and defensive battles. Yes. More than half of the foundation building elders responded. More than a dozen of these people took the initiative to stand up, and a few were named by Zhou Xianlin while they were hesitant. In general, they are all willing to fight on the front line. Zhou Xianlin brought 25 foundation building monks to the side, pointed at the topographic map, and began to arrange the troops and discuss the attack. The remaining 20 foundation building monks were naturally assigned to the defense work. Zhou Rini took the initiative to stand up and said to the remaining foundation building monks, they are going to attack, and our defense here is actually not simple. A stable rear and sufficient supply of resources are the key to victory, so your work is also not simple. These 11 industries must have foundation building monks go there. If you want to defend one, you can apply to me. I'll guard this spiritual stone mine. I'll guard this fishing lake. I'll take care of this. Soon, foundation building monks signed up to defend the 11 industries, so there were only 9 foundation building monks left to be assigned. Zhou Rini looked at the people and said, we need a mobile patrol team in the rear. They patrol around the market to ensure the safety of the market and support various industries or the front line at any time. What do you choose? I'll join the patrol team. Me too. Under Zhou Rini's gaze, the 5 foundation building monks who followed Zhou Rini came out one by one. These 5 people were the foundation building elders of Lingwen Peak. The mobile team was naturally very important, so he naturally wanted to use his own people. Wu Baogang, you 3, are still responsible for the safety of the market and ensure the operation of the market during wartime. Yes. Wu Baogang, Chang Iran and Chang Huaxiu responded. Zhou Rini nodded with satisfaction. Now, the personnel were assigned. However, he noticed Han Yuan standing aside and was stunned. Why is there one more person here? C88 Han Yuan, the general manager of the clan's external affairs, Happy New Year. Zhou Rini patted his head, woke up and said, your name is Han Muqin, right? Han Yuan coughed, nodded and said, yes, real person. Zhou Rini said, I know a little bit about the others. You seem to have joined me from behind. What are you best at? Han Yuan immediately said, I'm telling you, master, I have just reached the early stage of foundation establishment. I have never learned any attack spells at the foundation establishment level. I am better at refining talismans, and I also know some farming skills. Zhou Rini frowned, how can someone like you, who has just made a breakthrough, be assigned to the front line? Han Yuan said innocently, I don't know either. That's it. Zhou Rini said, you are also stationed in Fangshi. You are mainly responsible for contacting the casual cultivators, small families, and small sect monks outside the sect, and coordinating the distribution of battlefield tasks, logistics tasks, and the distribution of task rewards. Wu Baogang and the others are still responsible for the merit registration and reward redemption within the sect, so they don't need to be distracted by matters outside the sect. They are also more organized. Is there any problem? Han Yuan immediately replied, no problem. Zhou Rin's expression became stern. Coordinate with Wu Baogang. Don't be clandestine in the declaration of resources. This war is a major event for the sect. You must not do anything you want to do, otherwise I will punish you severely. Understood. Han Yuan replied immediately. Zhou Rin's expression softened, and then he said to the 20 foundation building monks, in the next days, we will have to defend the rear of Fangshi. Defense may not be safer than attacking there. It is possible that Yunyang sect and even Dansha there will be a sneak attack on Yanqinfang city by the people of Zone. I hope you will all stay vigilant and keep communication open at all times. Once a situation occurs, you must report it immediately. I am in charge of Yanqinfang city. You only need to resist for a while. I can arrive within a quarter of an hour. Yes. The foundation building monks responded in unison. After the discussion is over, a famous foundation building monk walked out of the lobby and took the chi refining monks he selected from the sect to repair first. Each foundation builder will lead 10 to 30 latest-stage chi refining disciples and 30 to 60 mid-stage chi refining disciples. The team of 2 to 3,000 people was quickly led away by the foundation building monks one by one and dispersed into the surrounding buildings. There are not many disciples left in the square in front of the lobby. After the others went to take action, Han Yuan stayed to connect with Wu Baogang and others. Wu Baogang said, Junior brother Han, I will allocate you 3 large courtyards for you to handle tasks assigned by outside the sect. In addition, I will also assign some disciples of the 3 arts of immortality to you for refining cultivation treasures. Han Yuan asked in confusion, wait, refining items? There are no finished products? Wu Baogang smiled bitterly and said, the war started very suddenly. During this period, I quietly collected a lot of finished products, but they need to meet the consumption of our own sect later. The casual cultivators outside the sect can only think about it later. Han Yuan nodded when he heard this. He understood this and would definitely give priority to meeting the needs of the sect disciples. Wu Baogang pointed at the pretty young woman and said, this is Chang Iran. You can contact her for your material application. Han Yuan nodded towards her, then I'll have to trouble senior sister Chang from now on. Chang Iran smiled at him, no trouble, but you have to be prepared. Most of the supplies I can transfer to you may be materials or semi-finished products, but don't worry, there are also many casual cultivators. I like to exchange materials directly. Understood. Han Yuan nodded. Wu Baogang pointed to another person at this time and said, Chang Huaxiu is responsible for intelligence and task summary. He will contact you about relevant tasks. He will tell you about any auxiliary tasks required. Han Yuan cupped his hands in front of Chang Huaxiu, who also looked very young. I've met brother Huixiu. Chang Huaxiu showed a smile. Well, I hope you don't mind having too many tasks. Of course not. Han Yuan said with a smile. The 4 of them chatted for a while, and they were almost all assigned. The first batch of supplies has been sent to the warehouses of the 3 compounds in advance, and the task will be discussed later after the foundation building elders submit their applications. Han Yuan feels that this position is still very simple. Just issue tasks and distribute rewards at the same time, and that's it. However, when he came to the square and saw that there were only 40 chi refining disciples left, he realized that things were not simple. He could tell at a glance that these disciples were all the ones with the lowest quality in each realm. The 10 in the late stage of chi refining were only at the 7th level of chi refining, and some of their auras were still a little floating. It seemed that they had just broken through. He came to these disciples and asked, how well do you master the 3 arts of cultivating immortals? Earth God sect has a system where every disciple above the outer sect needs to master a skill, so he asked this question. Well, to report back to the elder, I can only refine the lower grade yellow elixir chi gathering pill. I can refine a low grade yellow level chi boosting talisman. I can refine a medium grade spear, but the quality is average. Well, I can only deal with elixirs, not elixirs, elder. I can make high grade yellow grade talismans, and my skills are not bad. Han Yuan held his forehead, most of them were of average skill level. Speaking of which, those disciples with high skill levels should have been gathered together to refine treasures by now. Most of those who came to the front line were good at fighting. Although these dozens of disciples, it's just that I'm not good at fighting either. Just when Han Yuan had a headache, Wu Baogang came over with 15 people from a distance. Junior brother Han, you must be having a headache. These are the inner disciples who are good at refining elixirs, magic tools, and talismans. They are enough to support your operation here. Han Yuan looked here. There were more than a dozen inner disciples, all wearing unique clothes and with specific logos on their chests. They were all first class, yellow class, alchemists, weapon refiners, and talisman makers. Han Yuan said gratefully, "Thank you for your help, Brother Wu." "Ha, it's not a big deal. Your job should have fallen on my head from the beginning. I should be grateful to you for helping me." Wu Baogang laughed. "Let's go, I'll take you to the yard. It's all for the sect." Han Yuan also laughed. So, Wu Baogang took Han Yuan to the 3 courtyards in the north of the market. There were wing rooms behind the 3 courtyards for disciples to live in. There were also alchemy furnaces, weapon refining furnaces and talisman paper pulp pools, which could prepare for making immortal items. There is a storefront in front of the compound, which can be used to receive foreign cultivators. It was originally a store, but now it has been transformed into a mission hall, a verification hall, and an exchange hall. The mission hall is for casual cultivators to accept war missions, the verification hall is for checking mission status and settling missions, and the exchange hall provides exchanges for various treasures. The treasures in the exchange hall are very attractive to casual cultivators. There are even skills and spells that can be exchanged. Han Yuan even found that the exchange requirements for foundation building pills were written on it, which shows that the sect also attaches great importance to casual cultivators. These were all prepared by Wu Baogang before, and Han Yuan can be said to be sitting back and enjoying the fruits of his labor. After Han Yuan took over here, he had noticed that there were many casual cultivators outside looking around. It is estimated that many well-informed people already knew that missions could be accepted here. He didn't know when the mission would come, so he immediately arranged for disciples to enter the 3 storefronts to familiarize themselves with the handling procedures. At the same time, he frowned and found that the finished products in the exchange hall were less than he had imagined. Many of them were materials or semi-finished products. If casual cultivators came to exchange, not to mention the face of the sect, he also didn't like being laughed at for incompetence. A clever disciple nearby suggested, "Elder, do you want to invite those masters of skills in the market to come and take charge? I heard that there is a second-level weapon refiner in the west of the market." Han Yuan looked at him with appreciation. "Your idea is good, go and invite them. If you can invite them, I will remember your contribution." The disciple was immediately dumbfounded. He just suggested it, and he got the job. His face immediately turned bitter. Han Yuan laughed. He didn't have any hope, because Wu Baogang and his team must have recruited them long ago. If he didn't agree to Wu Baogang, how could he agree to his invitation? He touched his chin and took out a book Earth-level talisman collection from his storage bag. This was a prop book he used when he pretended to read a book before, but he later accidentally discovered that he could understand part of the content. This is because the spiritual text and the refining of runes are very closely related. Window, _Tabula equals window, Tabula.push, mode, thumbsfeed 01, container, Tabula below article feed, placement, below article feed, target type, mix, C89 Han Yuan, the quasi-talisman master in the primary stage. You only need to follow the same method to master the 3 skills of alchemy, refining tools, and making talismans. As your proficiency increases, the quality and level will naturally improve. But when you reach a high level, you will find that you will fall into a bottleneck. In alchemy, there is a saying about Danwon. The more Danwon there are, the higher the quality of the elixir. Danwon can be generated naturally, which is the pinnacle of the alchemist's skills, but not every alchemist can generate Danwon naturally. At this time, inscriptions are needed. Alchemists can still make elixirs without inscriptions, but it will be very difficult to make progress. If you master inscriptions, you can easily refine top-quality elixirs with Danwon and become an alchemy master. In refining tools, there is a saying about prohibitions. The more prohibitions there are, the stronger the power of the magic weapon will be. There may be thousands of small prohibitions inside a magic weapon, and they can also be combined into a large prohibition, which can burst out unimaginable power. Ordinary weapon refiners can imitate a magic weapon with multiple restrictions through practice and drawings. However, if they know the method but not the reason, without the drawings, it is useless and they cannot become weapon refiners at all. Therefore, they must master the restrictions, and the restrictions themselves are part of the formation. Combining restrictions requires a deep understanding of the formation to comprehend. Making talismans is also called runes. In the early stage, you can draw a simple talisman by following the trajectory of the talisman. With practice, you can even achieve a success rate of more than 90%, but they still don't know why you have to draw talismans in this way. In the later stage, the talisman maker will understand that every complete and complex talisman is composed of a combination of small runes. Some of these runes are different, while others are very similar. The rules among them can only be understood by those who master the spiritual text. Of course, in reality, formations, inscriptions and spiritual texts are not simply used in one field. Spiritual texts can be used to make talismans, refine weapons, and even control beasts. Similarly, weapon refining can also use formations, inscriptions, and spiritual texts at the same time. However, there is a most compatible relationship between the three pairs of combinations of alchemy and inscriptions, weapon refining and formations, and talisman making and spiritual texts, which can basically be regarded as a combination of appearance and essence. Han Yuan unexpectedly gained the perception of 8 spiritual texts and reached the mastery level, that is, the spiritual text perception of the golden elixir level. At this time, learning to refine talismans in reverse, the efficiency is naturally very good. He came to the room he was assigned. On the table was a set of tools for making talismans, including a first level, yellow level, top-grade talisman pen, talisman inks of various attributes, and a stack of blank talisman paper on the side. With the talisman encyclopedia in his hand, the preparations were complete. Han Yuan turned to a page in the encyclopedia. The lower-grade yellow talisman, the speeding talisman, is a talisman that is attached to the foot to increase running speed. It can make a mortal suddenly become a master of flying over eaves and walls. Well, mortals should not use it, otherwise they will hit the wall. Han Yuan has never learned this spell, and he has no way to directly comprehend this spell through the trajectory on the talisman encyclopedia, but as long as he draws the same trajectory as above, he can refine it into a Gale talisman. He lowered his head to memorize the contents of the entire Gale talisman, picked up the pen, dipped it in talisman ink, and then injected the spiritual power in his body into the talisman pen. The effect of the talisman pen was immediately apparent, making his spiritual power softer and easier to control, and the accuracy of spiritual power control was slightly improved. When the spiritual power reached the tip of the pen, the talisman ink stained with it also lit up brightly. However, before he started to draw the talisman, a dice appeared first. Han Yuan was surprised that he actually activated the random doubling. The dice spun rapidly and soon stopped. A 3 appeared on the front. Random gain multiplier, 3, porcupine talisman pen spiritual power amplification effect * 300%. Han Yuan soon felt that after the spiritual power was input into the talisman pen, it became smoother and more free, the transmission speed became faster, the control of spiritual power became more convenient, and the accuracy was also improved a lot. This was a pleasant surprise. In this way, the amplification effect of this talisman pen for him was equivalent to that of a second-level talisman pen, but the conditions for use remained unchanged. Han Yuan held his breath and calmed his mind, picked up the pen and pressed it, following the talisman trajectory of the Gale technique, moving the pen like the wind. According to the talisman encyclopedia, sometimes the pen was heavy, sometimes the pen was light, sometimes the pen was gentle, and sometimes the pen was sharp. In just 3 breaths, a slightly tortuous talisman trajectory was completed. When the tracks were connected, the heaven and earth sensed each other, and the tracks on the talisman paper emitted a bright color from beginning to end, and actually absorbed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth on their own. When the spiritual energy was absorbed, the light quickly dimmed, and the tracks also turned into a talisman, the wind spell. It actually succeeded in 1 try. Although Han Yuan had expected it, he was still moved by the personal experience. This is a wind attribute spell, which is not within the scope of his spiritual text perception, but his conditions are really too good, and a mere yellow-level lower-grade talisman is naturally easy to obtain. Han Yuan casually performed a talisman encapsulation technique on the wind talisman, which was considered to have completely completed the production of this talisman. The talisman encapsulation technique is not necessary, but it has many advantages. It can be used conveniently, prevent people from prying into the secrets of the talisman, and add personal marks. Talismans are not as easy to identify as elixirs and magic tools, and they are disposable items. At this time, a special mark is needed to facilitate the buyer's choice. Generally, when talismans are used, it is a life-or-death battle. If the talisman is found to be rubbish, there may not even be a chance to give a bad review. Therefore, cultivators are very cautious in purchasing talismans. Only those with famous packaging logos will be purchased. Otherwise, even if it is sold in a big store, people will inevitably have doubts in their hearts. Han Yuan did not think much about it. He used the talisman packaging technique in the Earth-level talisman collection to encapsulate it, and drew the appearance of an apricot tree. He practiced on the big apricot tree for 2 years. With the memory of a cultivator, he had already memorized every detail. At this time, he drew it casually, and it looked vivid. He dipped the talisman ink again, and waved his hand to make 2 gusts of wind. The production time was reduced from 3 breaths to 2 breaths, and the last breath was completed in 1 stroke. He then put all 3 talismans aside with satisfaction, and then picked up the talisman collection and looked through the method of making the next talisman. He knew the importance of the basics, so he decided to make all the first level, yellow level, low-grade talismans first. The number of these talismans was more than he had imagined, and there were more than 10,000 kinds. It was worthy of being the Sex Talisman collection, which basically covered most of the yellow level low-grade spells, and all kinds of unconventional spells were included. Han Yuan also accepted all comers, anyway, he was free. C90 Han Yuan, the talisman supplier the next day. In the middle of refining the talisman, Chang Huaxiu had already transferred the first batch of tasks. Han Yuan took some time to go out and take a look, and found that there were some small tasks of exploration, logistics, and even clearing wild beasts and low-level beasts, and there were not many difficult ones. At the same time, Chang Huaxiu also marked the recommended military merits when giving the tasks. It is estimated that Chang Huaxiu thought that Han Yuan did not know how to judge the reward amount of the task. This made Han Yuan feel embarrassed, so he naturally followed Chang Huaxiu's advice and sent the tasks to his inner disciples one by one, and asked them to display them in the task hall. Then he came to the front of the task hall. One by one, the scattered cultivators in the distance looked here curiously. Han Yuan exuded the aura of a cultivator in the early stage of foundation building. He bowed to all directions and said, "My surname is Han. The Earth God sect and the Yunyang sect have started a war and are short of manpower. Now I invite all my fellows to come and help. As long as you complete the task, you will be rewarded with military merits. With military merits, you can exchange for spiritual stones, elixirs, magic tools, talismans, exercises, etc., and even if your merits are enough, you can directly exchange for foundation building pills." Foundation building pills? Many people couldn't help but exclaimed. Foundation building pills are the treasures that casual cultivators dream of. The main ingredients of foundation building pills are usually monopolized by major forces. It is not easy to find all the materials, and there are no alchemists with corresponding abilities to make them. The qualifications of casual cultivators are generally low and they cannot break through on their own. In this way, foundation building pills have become a good thing that casual cultivators can only dream of but cannot reach. Now that they hear that there are foundation building pills that can be exchanged, they naturally exclaimed and were eager in their hearts. Han Yuan smiled slightly. Sure enough, foundation building pills are more attractive, but foundation building pills are not easy to get. He pointed behind him and said, "These are the mission hall, the verification hall and the exchange hall, which are for accepting missions, submitting missions, and exchanging treasures. I hope everyone can complete the mission successfully and get a satisfactory reward." Han Yuan bowed to all parties, and then retreated to the back. The casual cultivators in the distance looked at each other for a few seconds. Then a strong man took the lead in walking out of the crowd and into the mission hall. After a while, he came out with a scroll of mission books. This time, the casual cultivators were furious and immediately ran over from a distance. Soon, the mission hall was full of people. Han Yuan hid on one side and waited for a while. After making sure that the mission hall was running well, he turned around and left. He went back to refine the talisman again. He didn't have to show up in person, and those disciples could handle the matter. The quality of the disciples of the Earth God sect was not bad. They were crooked, but they were also objects to be compared. If compared with casual cultivators, they were the elite among the elites. Han Yuan practiced comfortably for another half a day. At this time, someone hurriedly came to the outside of Han Yuan's room, scratching his head and circling in place. Han Yuan raised his head and said, "Come in." A female cultivator immediately opened the door gently, looked at Han Yuan anxiously, and asked for help. "Elder Han, our inventory of finished products is almost used up." "So fast?" Han Yuan was surprised. The female cultivator nodded repeatedly, because many small tasks can be completed in a short time, so one by one they have accumulated a lot of military merits to exchange with us. Pills and magic tools are okay, the price is relatively high, and they are also very cautious in exchanging, but the price of talismans is low, and they are consumables, so they are frequently exchanged, and they are consumed very quickly, and they are almost at the bottom. Wait a minute. Han Yuan glanced at the pile of talismans on the side of his desk, then took out the token and contacted Changyaran. The communication was quickly connected. Han Yuan asked, "I'm Han Muqin. May I ask, Senior Sister Chang, do you have any talismans in stock?" Changyaran's apologetic voice came from the token. "Sorry, Junior Brother Han, the talisman inventory here is very tight, and it may not be possible to transfer the finished products over, but there are a lot of raw materials for refining talismans. I will arrange for someone to send them over immediately. Han Yuan sighed and said, but we don't have enough talisman makers here. I can't do anything here. Chang Yiran smiled bitterly. In this way, I will divide part of the work of refining talismans and buy back the finished products at 80% of the original market price. What do you think? Han Yuan said. The market price of talismans has risen by more than 30% now. At the price of 80% of the original market price, it may be difficult to get the talismans back. Chang Yiran said. Don't worry, I will solve this matter. I will definitely buy back high-quality talismans at 80% of the original price, but the materials we provide cannot be increased in price. Han Yuan said. That's no problem. The spiritual beast peak stores materials of fierce beasts every year, which can definitely meet the needs of refining talismans. Chang Yiran said. Han Yuan suddenly realized what he said. The Earth God sect has 3 peaks, the spiritual plant peak, the spiritual beast peak, and the spiritual material peak, which are used to prepare materials for alchemy, talisman making, and refining. The inventory must be large. That's fine. You can send a batch of materials first. Han Yuan said. Okay, you can send a disciple to connect. Chang Yiran said. Han Yuan stopped communicating, looked at the female cultivator waiting next to him, and asked, What's your name? Chang Yisan. The female cultivator said weakly. Han Yuan suddenly realized what he said. Are you also from the Chung family? In this way, you will be responsible for connecting the materials with Elder Iran later. Yes. Isan listens to the order. The female cultivator nodded quickly, and then asked expectantly, Elder, what about the finished product? Han Yuan pointed to a pile of papers beside him and said, Here are the talismans I found. You can register them and exchange them for spirit stones at 80% of the previous market price. Then use these spirit stones to exchange for a batch of materials for making talismans and send them to me. Yes, you need talisman ink and talisman paper of yellow grade or above, and then help me exchange them for a second grade lower grade talisman pen and a second grade lower grade talisman inkstone. Chang Yisan blinked, looked at the talisman pen with wet ink in Han Yuan's hand, and then looked at the talisman that had just been successfully refined on the table. She couldn't help but wonder, Elder, these talismans were all refined by you, right? You can go through internal channels, you can also get paid and get contribution points from the sect. Why do you say that you use outsourcing? Han Yuan smiled and explained, in this way, if the talismans I refine become famous in the future, the enemy will not find me at the first time. They will think that it is a casual cultivator in the market. When they really take action, I will be able to be cautious. The danger is separated by a layer, and there is room for buffer. Do you understand? Chang Yisan blinked, and a strange look appeared in his big eyes. Did this elder have paranoia that he would be persecuted? Who would attack a logistics staff who refines talismans for no reason? And this elder is too confident in his talismans, right? Han Yuan coughed and said, Keep it confidential, don't tell others about this, work for me, and you will get the benefits later. He casually drew a pie for Chang Yisan to eat. Although Chang Yisan felt that this elder was a bit unreliable, he couldn't help but look forward to the so-called benefits. She left Han Yuan's room with a storage bag and emptied out all the talismans Han Yuan had made in a day and a half, which amounted to nearly 40,000 pieces, enough for the exchange hall to use. C91 An inconspicuous team of casual cultivators at the entrance of Yunshanfang City. A team of 3 casual cultivators in the early stages of qi refining hurried back to Fangshi. Stop, check your identity. Among the group of monks from the Dishanzong at the door, a male cultivator walked out and said to the 3 of them expressionlessly. Guan Yuqi, the captain of the casual cultivator team, quickly took out his identity token and said with a smile, My token is here. Here's mine. The other 2 people also quickly took out their tokens. The male cultivator used a magic weapon to check the tokens and personal auras of the 3 people, nodded and said, Okay, you go in. The 3 of them exhaled involuntarily. After walking into Fangshi, teammate Wang Chongba smiled and said, Brother Qi, we finally completed the mission. Another teammate next to him, Zhao Jiu, urged, Hurry up. I heard from my friends that there is a shortage of good products in the exchange hall now. If it is late, there will be no good things to redeem. Guan Yuqi waved her hand and said, Don't worry, the Earth God sect has a great cause, how come we are missing out on rewards? At most, it will be out of stock for a short time. As long as you have military merit, there is nothing to worry about. In the worst case, we can just exchange it for spiritual stones. Zhao Jiu smiled bitterly and said, Brother Qi, next time we leave Fangshi, we may encounter enemies or strong men at any time. Only by replenishing talismans and elixirs as soon as possible can we ensure safety. That's true, let's go. Guan Yuqi nodded. The three of them soon arrived at the north side of Fengshi and arrived at the door of three connected facades. They could see people coming in and out from time to time. The three of them came to the verification hall in the middle and lined up. Soon it was their turn. After some submission and inspection, they successfully verified the completion of the task and received military merit awards. A total of 300 military merits. Please verify it. Disciple of the Earth God sect reminded. Yes, that's right, it's 300. Guan Yuqi and the others looked happy. They actually got 300 military merits in one mission. One military merit is equal to one spiritual stone, and 300 military merits is not a small amount. Usually, their monthly income is only this, and after deducting the costs, there is not much left. Now I have earned 300 spirit stones in half a day, so I am naturally happy. The three of them looked at each other with excited expressions. The war missions are indeed very rewarding. Brother Qi, let's continue taking missions. Wang Changba said excitedly. Guan Yuqi calmed down and said, don't be in a hurry to accept the mission. Go to the exchange hall to buy some treasures to increase your combat power, and then go and accept the mission. Zhao Jiao also agreed, Brother Qi is wise. So the three of them came to the exchange hall. As soon as they arrived, they heard people talking from time to time in the queue. The exchange hall is actually out of stock. All the talismans have been redeemed. I just got a new batch of goods from nowhere. The talisman maker has never heard of it. Moreover, it was not made by the disciples of the Earth God sect. Who dares to ask for it? I recognize the talismans of the Earth God sect, but I heard that these new talismans were made by monks in the city. Alas, as a member of the casual cultivator, I shouldn't say bad things about my own casual cultivators, but among the casual cultivators, how can I not know who these talisman makers are? They are all from wild backgrounds and their quality is worrisome. And they are all low-grade yellow-grade talismans, not even mid-grade ones, which is disappointing. Wait a minute. I heard that in the courtyard behind, the disciples of the Earth God sect are already working overtime. New products will be on the shelves in a while. Let's exchange it later. Anyway, I still have some stock on hand. The three of them listened to the conversation and looked at each other. Soon it was the team's turn to redeem. 300 military merits are already quite a lot for a monk in the early stage of qi refining. Guan Yuqi checked the redemption items and quickly chose a bottle of qi gathering pill to enhance cultivation. One bottle now costs 130 spirit stones. Now the redemption in the exchange hall is actually 100 military merits, and it is from the Earth God sect. The quality of the elixirs is much better than those outside, so it's worth the money. Then he chose elixirs for spiritual recovery, detoxification, and healing, which only cost 100 military points in total. There were only 100 military merits left, which could not be exchanged for martial arts or magical weapons. Guan Yuqi's eyes couldn't help but focus on the talisman. The disciple of the Earth God sect behind the counter pointed at the dazzling array of talismans beside him and said, these talismans are all of good quality, you can buy them with confidence. Guan Yuqi looked at the talismans with the apricot tree logo, a look of hesitation on her face. Brother Qi, forget about these talismans. Wang Chengba shook his head. Zhao Jiao next to him also hesitated and said, Brother Qi, I think it is better to prepare some talismans. Although the quality of these talismans is hard to say, it is better than nothing. Time is tight now, and some tasks that are easy to complete will be completed soon. It will be picked up. Guan Yuqi hesitated. At this time, the people in line behind urged, what are you thinking? If you want to change, just change. If you don't want to change, leave. Don't occupy the latrine without shit. The cultivators in the queue behind were much stronger than them. Naturally, Guan Yuqi didn't want to offend her, so she gritted her teeth and said, give me the wind talisman, the fire talisman, the ice cone talisman, the random arrow talisman, the earth wall talisman, and the small diamond talisman. Come on 3. Okay, a total of 18 talismans, 90 military merits, said the Earth God sect disciple. Well, let's add 2 more healing charms. Okay, a total of 100 military merits. For you. After the exchange was completed, a total of 20 yellow-level low-grade talismans came into Guan Yuqi's hands. After the 3 people left the exchange hall, Guan Yuqi divided the talismans. Everyone has one. Use it when you should use it. Don't be afraid of wasting it. Wu Yuqi said. Brother Qi, you can use the healing pill, I can use the healing talisman. Wang Chengba took the initiative to speak. Yes, Brother Qi, give us the healing talisman. Zhao Jiao said. You don't have to do this. Guan Yuqi shook his head and laughed. It's okay, whoever is injured will get the pill, why should we share it? Obviously, the three of them tacitly agreed that the two healing talismans were mediocre. The three of them quickly returned to their own residence and digested the pills they had just bought. After a while, the quality of this elixir is so high, the poison in it is only a little bit. Wang Changba said in surprise, it took me half a month to refine the poison in the elixir I took before, but I think it only takes 3 days for this one. Guan Yuqi also sighed. It is indeed a product of a large sect, and the quality is really high. Zhao Jiao regretted it at this time. No wonder those cultivators don't want to buy those new talismans. It turns out that the quality of the items in the Earth God sect is so high. If we had known earlier, we would have waited. Guan Yuqi patted his shoulder and said, as you said, we have to hurry up to complete the task. This talisman still needs to be bought. No matter what the quality is, it still needs to be spent. We don't have any stock. Alas, that's a pity. Zhao Jiao said regretfully. Almost, let's go to do the task. Okay. The three returned to the task hall, accepted another simple task, and then hurriedly left the market. C92 An unexpected encounter with an enemy. The power of the apricot tree talisman is revealed 3 hours later. The night was already dark. Guan Yuqi and the other two buried 33 special stones near a mountain road in the forest. Every time a stone was buried in the soil, it would light up one by one and make some vibrations, and then disappear. Brother Qi, what are these things? What's the use of burying them here? Wang Chengba asked curiously. Guan Yuqi transmitted the message, this should be used to explore the surrounding situation. Anyway, don't worry about what it is used for. Just bury it according to the task requirements. Be careful, this thing still makes a lot of noise when buried, be careful of ferocious beasts approaching. The three people worked together, one buried the stones, one held the soundproof plate to isolate the sound, and another kept watch nearby, alert to the surrounding situation. This task seems simple, but it also contains dangers, so they naturally dare not take it lightly. When the last stone was placed, Guan Yuqi couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. However, the stones echoed each other from a distance, making vibrations and noises many times stronger than before. Guan Yuqi's face changed drastically. Suddenly, Zhao Jiao, who was on guard, shouted anxiously, Brother Qi, Brother Ba, someone is coming, hurry up. Guan Yuqi and Wang Chengba's faces changed at the same time, and they hurriedly ran to Zhao Jiao's direction. Hey, boss, I found the lackeys of the Earth God sect, there are 3 of them. Kill them, plus the token, you will have 900 military merits. Guan Yuqi turned his head to look at the direction of the voice, and saw a team of 4 people chasing them. These people are not formal disciples of the Yunyang sect, but they are also casual cultivators who have accepted the task. The two sides are obviously in a hostile relationship, because killing a head and adding the task token voucher can be exchanged for 300 spirit stones. 3 heads are 900 spirit stones, which is higher than the income of ordinary tasks. Zhao Jiao said anxiously, Brother Qi, there is a middle-level Qi refining level 4. We can't beat him, use the Gale Talisman. Guan Yuqi also knew that the situation was urgent. He took out the Gale Talisman he had exchanged before from his pocket and directly stuck it on his foot, and input a trace of spiritual power to activate it. The Gale Talisman immediately lit up, and it was directly stuck to his foot without any force. Guan Yuqi only felt a force bursting from his thigh, and his speed soared suddenly. The 2 people next to him did the same thing. If they didn't use the talisman at this time, when would they? Where are you running? The team chasing behind him also made the same move, taking out the Gale Talisman and sticking it on their feet, speeding up to catch up. It's over, it's over. Our talismans are of poor quality, they will definitely catch up. Wang Changba said in panic. Zhao Jiao also regretted, if I had known earlier, I would have waited longer. I only realized how unreliable these new talismans are when I used them. Guan Yuqi was not as pessimistic as his 2 teammates, because he found that the distance between them and the people chasing behind them was not getting closer. Don't panic, don't you see they haven't caught up? Guan Yuqi said in a voice transmission. Wang Chengba and Zhao Jiao were both startled, and they all looked behind them. Sure enough, the distance between them and the team behind them did not get closer, but was gradually getting farther away. The people chasing behind couldn't help but cursed, damn, how can they run so fast? Is it the good stuff of the Earth God sect? Boss, our Gale Talisman is also the goods of the Yunyang sect. Is it a low-quality product? The boss calmed down, it's okay to go slower, they don't have much money at first glance, and they will die when the Gale Talisman is used up. Hee hee, the boss is right. Wang Chengba showed a happy expression, Brother Qi, we can escape. Guan Yuqi looked calm and said solemnly, "No, we can't escape. Don't forget, we only bought 3 Gale talismans in total, and when they are used up, we can't escape." This, Wang Chengba's face changed. Guan Yuqi made up his mind and said, "The only way now is to counterattack. Relying on the slight advantage of the Gale talisman, we will kill this group of people. Can we beat them?" Zhao Jiao said nervously. Guan Yuqi pointed to the Gale talisman on his foot and said, "Didn't you notice? Our talismans are more than 30% better than theirs. The effect is comparable to the barely qualified yellow-grade middle-grade talismans. In this case, are our other talismans also more powerful? In this case, we can use all the talismans in one go to kill them back and launch a fatal attack while they are relaxed. This is our only way to survive. Anyway, if we die, the property on our bodies will be cheap for the enemy, so we might as well use them all." Guan Yuqi is worthy of being the captain of the team. His judgment of the situation is much clearer than his 2 teammates. Wang Chengba gritted his teeth and said, "Listen to Brother Qi. I understand." Zhao Jiao also responded. The people behind were still chasing, dreaming of harvesting heads, unaware that the people in front were ready for a desperate counterattack. The distance between the 2 sides, unconsciously, was shortened again, gradually reaching the farthest release distance of the talisman. "Now!" Guan Yuqi shouted in a voice transmission. The 3 of them did not hesitate, turned around and used 3 talismans at the same time. Arrow talisman, Ice cone talisman, Fiery fire talisman. 3 of each covered the people behind. They deliberately focused their fire on the 4th level Qi refining cultivator who was in the front position. As long as they could deal with him, the battle would be fought. The group of people chasing behind were also startled by the sudden attack. But they were also experienced, and they quickly took out the talismans and shot them out. The monk at the 4th level of Qi refining not only had a small diamond talisman on his body, but also took out a magic weapon and a round shield. He estimated that he could easily block this wave of attacks. It's too late to say it, but it's soon. Raging flames, ice picks, and wooden arrows all erupted in front of the monk on the 4th level of Qi refining. This monk on the 4th level of Qi refining was dumbfounded. What kind of talent is he? The flames, ice picks, and wooden arrows were released at the same time. Ice extinguished fire and fire burned wood. Won't they cancel each other out? However, he soon stopped laughing. When these messy spells fell around him, they actually emitted powerful power. The ice pick arrived first and directly smashed the small diamond talisman on his body into pieces, making a bang-bang sound when it hit the magic weapon round shield. Before he could recover, the fierce flames and wooden arrows arrived together. The wooden arrows were burning with flames, and their power was actually increasing. When it fell around him, it exploded immediately, and fierce flames enveloped him. The shield in his hands soon became unsustainable. He shot the cassock continuously and put up a shield to defend against the flames. However, an arrow suddenly shot out from the flames and pierced his temple. He stopped all movements in shock, and the body rolled and fell to the ground. "Boss! Ah! No!" The 3 people nearby screamed in horror. They were also affected by the talisman, and their robes were broken. Although they were not the center of the talisman's power, they were affected quite a lot. The power of those talismans was too exaggerated. In addition, the incident happened suddenly and without preparation. It was in trouble. The 3 people who were chasing also broke out, "I want you to fight." They also imitated Guan Yuqi's tricks, took out the talismans on their bodies, and sprinkled them on Guan Yuqi and the others. The expressions of Guan Yuqi and the others changed. They also took out the small diamond talisman and slapped it on themselves. At the same time, he also took out the earth wall talisman and set up 3 earth walls in front of him. A violent spell exploded in front of the earth wall, breaking through 3 layers of earth walls in succession. However, the power of the remaining talisman was very low. When it hit them, the small diamond talisman only flickered a few times and did not break. Guan Yuqi breathed a sigh of relief. But soon his heart became excited, because the 3 men had already caught up with him. At this time, both sides have used up the first blast talisman. Guan Yuqi and the others do not have the second one, but the 3 chasing people still have it. Guan Yuqi knew that there was still a hard battle to be fought next. After taking a look at the golden light with the small diamond talisman on his body, he still felt a little confident. A full half-hour passed. A fierce 3-on-3 forest battle finally came to an end. The 3 men who chased him followed in the footsteps of their boss and all died. Although Guan Yuqi and the other 3 survived, their spiritual power has reached the bottom. They have eaten up all the pills to restore their spiritual power, and their injuries are also serious. Guan Yuqi, in particular, has a huge sword wound on his chest. The flow won't stop. Wang Changba said with a cry, Brother Qi, don't die. Hurry, elixir. Zhao Jiu hurriedly took out the healing elixir from Guan Yuqi's body and asked Guan Yuqi to swallow it. Guan Yuqi swallowed the pill and her face looked better, but the big hole in her body still could not be restored. He tried his best to say, the talisman, healing, injury talisman. Wang Changba and the others came to their senses and took out the healing charms to use. Vibrant green light swung out from the talisman and sprinkled on Guan Yuqi's chest. The horrific wound healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Guan Yuqi felt warm all over her body, and she still felt lucky to survive the disaster. At the same time, he was completely convinced by these talismans with the apricot tree mark. They were so useful. This time he was able to successfully counterattack and save his life, all because of these talismans. C93 apricot talismans are popular. Guan Yuqi and the other two did not bother to rest and hurriedly cleaned up the battlefield. They took away the 4 people's belongings, found their mission tokens, cut off their heads and put them in the storage bag, then suppressed their joy and hurried to the direction of Yunqing Market. When they arrived at the gate of the market, the Dishan sect disciple who had stopped them before came over again. You are back. Take a look at the token. Guan Yuqi took out the token and unexpectedly found that the expression of this Dishan sect disciple was much more relaxed than the last time, and there was a hint of smile on his face. He noticed that the Dishan sect disciple looked at his tattered robes and bloodstained chest for a few more times. Guan Yuqi suddenly realized that in wartime, those with blood on their bodies were heroes. When he passed the door, other Dishan sect disciples also nodded at them. Guan Yuqi felt flattered. These disciples did not even look at them before, but when he stepped through the gate, their backs straightened slightly. Originally, they were in tatters and thought they would be laughed at, but when they walked on the streets of Fangshi, they did not see any contemptuous eyes, but saw many friendly eyes. They felt happy for some reason, and a confident smile appeared on their faces. They returned to the north of Fangshi again, walked into the verification hall, and lined up. When they came to the counter, Guan Yuqi said to the disciple of Dishan sect, I want to submit the task. The disciple of Dishan sect immediately smiled and said, wait a moment, I will check the completion of the task here. After waiting for a while, okay. You have completed the task and received a total of 300 military merits. Guan Yuqi said at this time, we met the enemies who were doing the task in Gengchu and Fangshi on the way and killed them. Can we verify the military merits here? Yes, did you take the other party's head in the task certificate? The people around were surprised and looked over. Guan Yuqi and the other two felt the eyes of the crowd and looked confident. They took out the heads and the enemy's tokens, as well as the task books. The disciple of the Earth God sect immediately checked. Soon he was surprised. There is a head of a mid-listage chi refining. In addition to 3 third-level chi refining, hey, how many people did you sacrifice? You can report them all, there will be pensions, although not much. Guan Yuqi shook his head and said, we didn't lose anyone. Hiss. Brother, it's good. Fuck. 3 against 4, and kill the enemy above the level? How did you do it? Awesome, awesome. Let's make friends. My name is Li Hu. Something. Many casual cultivators nearby showed admiration, and some generous casual cultivators took the initiative to come forward and talk. Guan Yuqi responded one by one with a smile on his face, waving his hand and said, luck, it's all luck. They were careless, so we won by chance, and we paid a lot of price, and our wealth was emptied. No matter what, it's all great. It's great to be able to kill the enemy. Someone exclaimed. Over there, the disciples of the Earth God sect had already checked and said, 3 people in the early stage of chi refining have a total of 900 military merits, and those in the 4th level of chi refining have 600 military merits. In addition, if you hand in useful information from an enemy's mission roll, you can get an additional 200 military merits. Adding them all up, a total of 2,000 military merits. Wang Chengba's face turned red. So many military merits are a huge sum of money. It is true that killing enemies makes money quickly, but killing enemies is life-threatening and not easy. Zhao Jiu's breathing was rapid. He had counted so many military merits before, but when he heard it with his own ears, he couldn't help but get excited. Only Guan Yuqi was still calm. After getting the military merit certificate and bowing to the casual cultivators around him, they left the verification hall and went to the exchange hall next to them to exchange items. Guan Yuqi soon noticed that some people followed him and looked at them with a bit of a strange look. The 2 teammates next to him were still happy and didn't seem to notice it at all. Guan Yuqi was helpless. He knew that his record was too exaggerated and someone wanted to know their secrets. In addition, he had too many military merits, and some people must have had dark thoughts. You have to understand that casual cultivators do not distinguish between camps. Whoever they accept the mission from is their man. It is normal for casual cultivators to turn around and join the enemy. However, few casual cultivators would do this. Their connections, industries, and residences are all in the market. The cost of changing their sex is too high. Even if they change their sex, the sect on the other side will be on guard against you changing your sect again, and the original sect will definitely focus on revenge. After coming to his senses, Guan Yuqi immediately entered the exchange hall to exchange treasures. He decided to exchange most of his military merits for talismans. There are 3 benefits. First, he can hoard talismans marked with apricot trees. Second, it can implicitly tell others that this is the reason why their record is so strong, and they should not stare at them. Third, with talismans in hand, their combat power will soar instantly, and they will also be on guard against someone's prying. No one will have any thoughts about enemies with a bunch of talismans, because the gains will not outweigh the losses. After killing the enemy, the talismans must have been used up, so what is there to rob? He looked at the 2 teammates who were smiling, and felt helpless. Apart from their good character, these 2 people were really not smart. He felt like he was carrying a heavy burden, but they were all brothers. The 3 of them came to the exchange hall and started to line up. And behind them, many people soon lined up. Guan Yuqi looked calm, with no strange expression. When it was their turn to exchange treasures, Guan Yuqi bought another bottle of pills to improve his cultivation, and also bought 3 small barrier-breaking pills worth 100 military merits, plus some pills to restore spiritual power and consciousness, and only spent 500 military merits, leaving 1,500 military merits. The people watching from behind were looking forward to Guan Yuqi's choice. If he chose to buy a magic weapon. Brother Qi, do you want to buy a magic weapon? Wang Chengba actually suggested excitedly at the right time. Guan Yuqi gave Wang Chengba a look of looking at an idiot, and let him figure it out himself. Wang Chengba was a little confused. Guan Yuqi looked at the talisman area, where many brand new talismans that had just been refined by the Earth God sect were already on the shelves, but his eyes were looking at the talismans with the apricot tree logo on the other side. These talismans were all of the lower grade of the yellow rank, and it seemed that not many people exchanged them. The number was not much different from the last time he came. So, under the doubtful eyes of the crowd, Guan Yuqi pointed at the talismans with the apricot tree logo and said, "I want this, and these talismans." The disciple of the Earth God sect asked in surprise, "Are you sure you want to buy these talismans? There are 300 in total." "I bought it." Guan Yuqi nodded heavily. "Well, okay, I'll tell you first, once you change it, you can't return it." "No problem." So, a stack of 300 talismans came to Guan Yuqi. Wang Chengba and Zhao Jiu were a little confused about Guan Yuqi's decision, but they didn't say anything to stop him. Guan Yuqi distributed the talismans to Wang Chengba and Zhao Jiu, and then walked out of the exchange hall with a relaxed look. Some monks with ulterior motives nearby saw the scene and couldn't help but twitch their mouths. So many talismans, this is going to pile up to death. Can't afford it, can't afford it. However, those who are interested naturally noticed those talismans. Guan Yuqi's move to exchange talismans to improve his combat power was very wise, but he could exchange talismans from the Earth God sect, so why did he only exchange those talismans with the apricot tree logo? So the interested cultivators in the queue exchanged some of these talismans more or less and took them back to give it a try. But this try was amazing. Immediately, some repeat customers came back to exchange for more apricot tree talismans. After just 1 or 2 hours, more casual cultivators returned after completing the mission. Among them, there were also casual cultivators who had no choice but to buy apricot tree talismans like Guan Yuqi and others before, and after using them, they had more or less gained something. Now that they have returned from the mission, they naturally became interested in this kind of talisman. So, the apricot tree talismans in the exchange hall began to sell rapidly, and many cultivators bought hundreds of them at a time. After just one day, 40,000 apricot tree talismans were consumed by low-level casual cultivators. Some casual cultivators regretted not buying it earlier when they saw that it was out of stock. This kind of talisman also circulated among casual cultivators. Usually, they had to pay twice the price of spirit stones to buy it. It was extremely scarce. These talismans were gradually used by low-level casual cultivators on marginal battlefields and gradually became famous. The name Xing Fu spread, and the talisman maker who refined the Xing Fu was called Xing Master. C90 for the situation is difficult. 3 more days passed. Master Xing Han Yuan had no idea that he had a new name. He was still practicing talismans. Chang Yisun hurried to his room again. Han Yuan casually wrote a brand new yellow grade middle grade talisman, put the pen down, leaned back in the chair, and then said to the outside, "Come in." Chang Yisun had just arrived at the door, and before she could knock on the door, she heard Han Yuan's voice. She was stunned for a moment, then pushed the door open and walked in. Seeing Han Yuan sitting on the chair, she bowed respectfully. "Greetings, Elder Han." "Well, what's the matter?" "There's news from Elder Iran that the real person has something to ask, so I want to ask you to come over." Chang Yisun said, taking out an account book and handing it over. "This is the account of the task completion and material exchange in the past few days." Han Yuan took it, scanned it with his spiritual sense, and nodded with satisfaction. "Well done, are you going over now?" "Yes, it's best if it's quick. I'll go over now." Han Yuan stood up and paused again, pointing to the pile of talismans behind him. He said, "This is the talisman I purchased from outside. You can make it again in the same way as before. By the way, when you send the materials later, half of them will be yellow grade middle grade, and the other half can be yellow grade high grade raw materials. Is that okay?" Chang Yisun was not surprised by Han Yuan's behavior, and nodded. "I understand. The accounts will be well done, and your existence will never be exposed." Han Yuan looked at her with appreciation, and asked casually, "Have my previous talismans been sold?" "All sold, I heard they sold very quickly," Chang Yisun said. In her opinion, Elder Han was a foundation-building elder, and he must have been immersed in chanting and making talismans for a long time. It was normal for the low-level talismans he personally refined to sell quickly, so she didn't have too many doubts about it. "That's fine." Han Yuan clapped his hands and walked towards the middle of the market. Chang Yisun watched the elder leave, then collected the talismans, exclaiming as she collected them, "Elder, you refined talismans too quickly, right?" "Yes, these are middle-grade yellow-ranked talismans." She counted them and found that there were 30,000 of them. Middle-grade yellow-ranked talismans are much more difficult to refine than lower-grade yellow-ranked talismans. Not to mention the success rate, it takes an ordinary disciple 20 to 30 breaths to refine one, plus the time to recover spiritual power, the success rate, and the time to recover spirit. On average, it is definitely amazing to have 30 to 40 talismans in an hour. And now, there are 30,000 in front of her. But some of them should be the previous inventory of Elder Han, so it is not an exaggeration. She smiled and said, "Now the material pressure of the exchange hall can be reduced a lot." Han Yuan soon came to a mansion. A disciple of the 9th level of Qi refining had been waiting for a long time. When he saw him coming, he immediately greeted him respectfully. "Elder Han, please come in." Han Yuan nodded slightly at him. "Lead the way." "Yes." After a while, Han Yuan came to a hall. He saw that there were more than 20 seats in the hall. Zhou Reni sat in the main seat, Chang Yiran and Chang Huaishou sat on the left and right sides, and on the other seats, there were projections of light and shadow. Those were the images of the elders of the foundation building, and they were still discussing something vividly. Han Yuan was also stunned when he saw this scene. This was actually a holographic projection of the immortal cultivation version? And it could communicate in real time? Han Yuan consciously sat at the last seat and listened to the conversation of everyone. Zhou Reni said at this time, "Everyone, senior brother Xinlin was indeed in an advantageous position in the battle a few days ago. He successively captured 3 industries and killed many enemies. However, obstacles began to appear today. Disciples from Danxia sect joined the battlefield and became our enemies. Senior brother Xuanlin's offensive was suppressed all of a sudden. There were many defensive loopholes on the front line. Some disciples from the 2 sects and enemies from their respective forces have sneaked in and intended to attack our rear." He paused slightly, looked at everyone, and said solemnly, "This is the general situation. Now we are 1 against 2 and are temporarily at a disadvantage. What is the current situation of all parties?" A foundation-building elder who was defending the fishing ground said, "Report to the real person. I heard from the disciples below that they have indeed detected traces of enemies nearby recently, and they have already fought, with both sides winning and losing. The people from Danxia sect came around from the flank, and they are probably preparing to harass our mineral resources. Real person, I am short of a batch of elixirs and talismans. Can you please replenish some in the market?" Zhou Reni summarized the news from all parties and found that the situation was indeed not optimistic. He said in a deep voice, "I know, you must be prepared for defense, keep communication smooth, and ensure that the supply channels are smooth to prevent the Danxia sect from intercepting." The elders who established the foundation all nodded in a heavy tone, and the atmosphere became a little depressing. Zhou Reni looked at Chang Yiran and Chang Huaishou and said, "You two are in charge of the market, and you must also pay attention to safety. The enemy is likely to sneak into the market and wait for an opportunity to destroy our key parts. You must ensure the replenishment of logistics, and the supply of elixirs, magic tools, and talismans must be sufficient. He asked Xiang Iran, is there a problem with the supply reserves? Chang Iran said, Master, the current inventory of materials is still in short supply, especially the talismans that are consumed the fastest. The output can only barely meet the use of our own sect. You didn't allocate resources to the scattered cultivators? Zhou Rini frowned. The role of scattered cultivators cannot be ignored. They can help our main force share some pressure from the outside. It is best to ensure that the goods in the exchange hall are sufficient. Chang Yiran looked embarrassed. Master, this is not easy to allocate. I can only allocate some elixirs and magic tools, but there is really no way to allocate talismans. Without talismans, it will be difficult to guarantee the safety of our disciples in the sect. Zhou Rini frowned slightly. In his heart, he still valued the disciples in the sect more. He looked at Han Yuan, who was sitting at the end, and said apologetically, Elder Han, I know it is difficult for you to take over the independent cultivators. I also understand your difficulties, but I hope you can do your best. I will try my best to complete the task. Han Yuan replied, as for the talismans, although Elder Iran did not give me the finished products, he gave me a lot of raw materials. I will go to the market to purchase the finished talismans, which should be able to guarantee the supply of the exchange hall. Zhou Rini frowned slightly. Goods from other places? Can the quality be guaranteed? Forget it, it's okay to take them back now. I will give you greater permission to supply a large amount of raw materials, and make sure that the independent cultivators can continue to operate. Han Yuan said seriously, disciple understands. Zhou Rini ignored him and went to negotiate other matters. As for the independent cultivators, these foundation building elders did not care too much. As long as they ensured that the independent cultivators did not cause trouble, the main force of the battle has always been the disciples of the Earth God sect. In addition to the current personnel, once they fail, they will ask for support from the rear. Han Yuan raised half an ear to listen to their conversation, and his mood was still very calm. Although the situation was indeed disadvantageous, his cultivation had not fallen behind during this period. When he was refining talismans, he was actually practicing at the same time. The existence of the wood spirit heart allowed him to easily do two things at once, without worrying about the problem of spiritual power confusion. Over the past few days, he had consumed the full 150 wood-type high-grade spiritual stones. In the Dantian, the Jianmu seed had already filled up 160 gullies. At the same time, the space in the Dantian had also been filled up with rich spiritual power, and he was ready to break through to the 9th level of Qi refining, the real realm. The high-grade spiritual stones of pure wood attributes were absorbed very quickly, which was why he was able to quickly fill up his spiritual power. His current spiritual power reserves were equivalent to the great perfection of foundation building, but the quality of his spiritual power was still at the early stage of foundation building. The next breakthrough should be able to improve the quality of his spiritual power. C95 break through the 9th level of Qi refining. After the meeting, Han Yuan returned to his yard and fell into deep thought. It is not easy for him to intervene in the situation on the frontline battlefield at the moment. But if someone sneaks into Fengshe to cause trouble, he thinks he should pay attention to it. As a result, his spiritual consciousness began to spread out, and soon covered a small area in the north of Feng City. However, this area was too small. With a thought, Han Yuan's spiritual consciousness clung to the spiritual trees in this area. On the body. Then his divine consciousness had new carriers and amplifications, and could continue to spread outside. The range covered by his divine consciousness expanded at an alarming rate. Soon the entire city was covered by Han Yuan's divine consciousness, and even his spiritual consciousness also extended outward another 20 miles along the edge of Fengshe. This is one of his special abilities after the mutation of his skills. His consciousness can use the spirit tree to expand the scope of exploration. A radius of more than 30 miles was covered by Han Yuan's consciousness, and a large amount of information poured into Han Yuan's mind. Han Yuan immediately ignored most of the sensory information and focused mainly on the situation outside Qifeng City. Once a strange foundation building monk entered his exploration range, he would be alerted. In the process of covering his spiritual consciousness, he unexpectedly discovered that from time to time there was a powerful spiritual consciousness in the center of Feng City, which scanned the situation in Feng City clockwise in a vertical pattern, just like the hands of a clock, scanning the situation in Feng City. Scan it once. That was obviously Zhou Rini's consciousness, but Zhou Rini's consciousness failed to detect the fluctuations in Han Yuan's consciousness. Han Yuan didn't care about Zhou Rini's actions. He continued to scan his consciousness, consuming his consciousness every moment. But at the same time, Han Yuan was also replenishing his consciousness every moment, and the replenishment speed was even faster than the consumption. The speed is twice as fast, enough to ensure around-the-clock scanning and full early warning capabilities. If there is any trouble, you can be ready to run away at any time. Han Yuan was relieved. Then he looked inside his dantian. Seeing that his dantian was filled with liquid spiritual power, he started to break through without saying a word. He controlled his spiritual power and hit the barrier of dantian. Boom! There seemed to be a violent sound in his dantian, which made his body tremble. But when he calmed down the fluctuations in his body and looked inside his dantian, he couldn't help but be stunned. The danbi in dantian is still intact and has not been successfully broken. How is this possible? I have such abundant spiritual power, how can I easily break my dantian? Han Yuan checked for a long time and finally found the culprit. It is the seed of the building tree in the center of dantian. The Jianmu seed is still in a shriveled state, but just because of its existence, his dantian has become extremely stable. The impact he just had was not small. All the spiritual power impacted together, and the power reached above the late stage of foundation establishment. However, there is nothing that can be done about the dantian barrier. Han Yuan also couldn't laugh or cry. He couldn't move the Jianmu seed. The Jianmu seed had already taken root in his dantian. If he moved it, it was hard to guarantee whether any major problems would occur. Fortunately, he still has a way to solve it. A thought came to my mind. In the heart of the wood spirit, a sword pill felt Han Yuan's call and followed the meridians to the dantian. After Kenmaru arrived at dantian, his sword pointed in the direction of Jianmuzong, as if to challenge him. But Han Yuan could feel that Jianwan was a little afraid of Jianmu Zhizhong. Han Yuan suppressed Jianmu Zhong's urge to reject Jianwan, and then he immediately mobilized Jianwan. The sword pill quickly unfolded and turned into a clear handleless flying sword. A sharp sword intent rose from the sword pill. Before Han Yuan could prepare his move, something happened in his dantian. I saw in the dantian some magic marks related to swords such as Qi sword cut, swordwood forest, sword Qi thread, sword step, sword flash, etc. After the sword pill was stretched out, it was like a baby swallow returning to its nest. It flew towards Kenmaru. These sword spells are like flesh and blood, filling the dry sword pills, and the originally empty sword intent seems to have a support, becoming much more solid. Han Yuan felt that he had become more proficient in the use of these sword spells, and it could even be said that he had reached the point of perfection. He woke up immediately. Theoretically, I should have perfected my sword skills to the point of mastering the true sword intention, but now I accidentally possess the sword intention in advance, but without the support of the sword technique, this sword intention is like a castle in the air, unable to really show off his power. Now I need to supplement the foundation of swordsmanship to meet the needs of the sword. Previously, due to the influence of Jianmu seed, these spell marks could not be inherited. Now I have entered the right path. Han Yuan looked astonished. This was similar to the relationship between talismans and spiritual texts. They both obtained more advanced things in advance, but they didn't even complete the basics. It was very magical. After all, random doubling is too powerful. After thinking about it, he mobilized Jianwan again. This time Jianwan became much more satisfied, the sword's intention exploded, its sharpness was unparalleled, and the sword cut through the danbi. With the blessing of powerful sword intention, the power of his sword pill cannot be underestimated. Fine cracks appeared on the solid danbi, but the danbi was recovering rapidly. However, the degree of fragmentation was just right. Han Yuan controlled it very delicately. He controlled the spiritual power to attack the danbi. The highly offensive spiritual power helped a lot this time. Following the cracks in the danbi, the red wall was shattered by the impact, and the barrier was officially broken. The range of dantian began to expand wildly under the action of the inexplicable power. In front of Han Yuan, a dice appeared again. This time, the dice was a little bigger than the previous few breakthroughs. When the dice locked the number, a number that surprised him appeared. Random gain multiplier, 15, breakthrough effect increased by 15, a full 15 times the breakthrough effect. In Han Yuan's surprised eyes, dantian really expanded to 16 times the original size, and the new danbi was recondensed under the blessing of the inexplicable power. When he saw the newly appeared danbi, he suddenly saw many special patterns appearing on it. These patterns seemed like spiritual texts, inscriptions, or formation tracks, full of mysterious charm, and were being imprinted on the danbi. In the dark, he seemed to have received a message. 9 is the extreme of heaven. Han Yuan looked dazed for a moment, and then looked at the patterns gradually disappearing on the danbi with some confusion. Indistinctly, he seemed to have received some kind of reward, which made his dantian undergo a mysterious transformation. Those mysterious Dao patterns are proof of this. It seems that I can no longer break through to the 10th level of Qi refining. If I break through the dantian barrier again, my dantian will be destroyed. For some reason, his Qi refining realm has reached its peak. Despite this, he is still satisfied. The size of his dantian is now equivalent to 64 times that of the 12th level of Qi refining. To say it is exaggerated, it is actually only 64 times. The size of the dantian of some exotic beasts is naturally 100 times that of humans. To say it is not exaggerated, the size of this dantian is already equivalent to 512 times that of a cultivator of the 9th level of Qi refining, and the magnitude difference is huge. No. At this time, as his realm breaks through, the heart of the wood spirit also breaks through. The spiritual power reserve of the heart of the wood spirit naturally reaches the same level. The upper limit of his spiritual power reserve is now 1,000 times that of an ordinary cultivator of the 9th level of Qi refining, and more than 100 times that of a genius cultivator of Qi refining. See 96 changes in the edge battlefield after Han Yuan's breakthrough. The quality of his spiritual power also transformed again, reaching around the late stage of foundation building. The intensity of his spiritual consciousness also increased accordingly, and his body's various abilities improved accordingly. His strength can be said to have improved by leaps and bounds. He became familiar with the changes after the breakthrough and nodded with satisfaction. In this way, his own safety was better guaranteed. He focused his attention on the talisman again and continued to study the talisman. In the process of practice, his spiritual power cultivation will not fall behind, and the Jianmu seeds are still reviving steadily, filling up the ravines. It is better to say that it is a leisure way to pass the time than to study talismans. After another 3 days, he had mastered the last middle-grade yellow-level talisman recorded in the Talisman Encyclopedia. In this way, he has mastered nearly 20,000 kinds of low-grade yellow-level talismans and more than 15,000 kinds of middle-grade yellow-level talismans. His talisman foundation can be said to be extremely solid. A large number of talisman traces appeared in his memory, and he gradually realized something special. He found that there were many similar fragments in the same type of talisman tracks. If he selected these fragments one by one and compared them, he would find that these fragments all have unique functions. For example, the activation fragment is used to allow the monks to input a trace of spiritual power to guide the activation of the talisman. Each talisman is similar in this fragment. For example, the resonance fragment allows the spiritual power in the talisman to resonate with the aura of heaven and earth. For example, the shaping fragment can shape the spell inspired by spiritual power. And so on. If he could master all of these, Han Yuan had no doubt that he could design a brand new talisman on his own. Han Yuan has a strong interest in this. He did not rush to study the talismans. Instead, he began to practice the high-grade Huang-level talismans according to the contents of the talismans. During the refining process, he pondered the function and effect of each talisman's trajectory segment. He believed that after he mastered all the high-grade Huang-level talismans, he would be able to design new Huang-level talismans on his own. The difficulty of refining yellow-level high-grade talismans suddenly increased, and the time consumed was much longer than before. The shipment volume dropped by more than 60%, but the speed was still much faster than the refining speed of ordinary monks. Whenever he accumulates some finished products, he will call Changyisan over to clean up the finished products and provide sufficient raw materials. He has been in a state of indifference to external affairs and leaves it entirely to Changyisan to handle. Changyisan managed all 3 halls in an orderly manner very efficiently. In fact, she was arranged by Changyiran to handle the affairs of casual cultivators from the very beginning. Han Yuan did not work, and it had no impact at all. About 10 days passed quickly before the meeting ended. A peripheral area far away from both Yunshanfang City and Zhengchunfang City. In the corner where Dishen sect, Danxia sect and Yunyang sect were not paying attention, the battlefield of casual cultivators was also very dangerous and fierce. Guan Yuqi, Wang Changba and Zhao Jiu were now lurking in a bush, crouching quietly. Each of them has a breathing charm attached to their body. A middle-grade Huang-level breath-containing talisman is enough to hold the breath for 3 hours, not to mention that it is an apricot talisman, which lasts 2 hours longer than an ordinary breath-containing talisman. Brother Qi, it's been 3 hours, are they really going to sneak in from here? Wang Chengba couldn't bear it anymore and asked via voice transmission. Guan Yuqi said calmly, I don't know either. Zhao Jiu turned his head in shock, wondering if he heard it wrong. Would such words come out of his brother Qi's mouth? Brother Qi, are you kidding? Zhao Jiu asked doubtfully. Guan Yuqi explained, Now, the Earth God sect is at a disadvantage. Enemies of the Yunyang sect and Danxia sect will sneak in from time to time. Although the location here is on the edge, it can also bypass the dangerous area to get to Yuncheng. There is a mine in the south of Fang City. If I were an enemy and my level was not high, it would be very possible to go around here. Wang Changbai hesitated and said, Brother Qi, can we defeat him? What if there are too many people? Zhao Jiao retorted at this time, what are you afraid of? We have all taken pills to break through the realm. We are also monks at the 4th level of Qi refining. Moreover, we have also purchased a lot of apricot charms. What are we afraid of? Wang Changbao was about to mutter a few more words. Suddenly Guan Yuqi's expression became serious. Attention, the warning charm I planted in advance at the intersection was stepped on by something. There may be an enemy coming. Wang Changbai and Zhao Jiao quickly stopped talking, and their expressions became solemn. Guan Yuqi's gaze shifted to a position 50 meters away, where a yellow-grade high-grade earth explosive apricot talisman was buried. One requires 150 military merits, and its power is absolutely astonishing. After waiting for a moment, in the field of vision, there was indeed a team of casual cultivators, cautiously walking over from a distance. Guan Yuqi couldn't help but lowered his head again, and looked at the person with slightly narrowed eyes. With his rich experience, he had already seen that the configuration of these people was 2 5th-level Qi refiners and 4 4th-level Qi refiners. The mid-stage Qi refining team at the top level is surprisingly not weak in strength. Guan Yuqi, Wang Changba and Zhao Jiao looked at each other, but their expressions were not too panicked. Although the number of enemies is twice as many as theirs, and their cultivation level is also stronger than theirs, in the past 10 days, they have defeated the strong many times with the weak. They are already experienced and full of confidence. The source of their confidence is, it was the earth explosion talisman buried in the ground, and the large number of apricot talismans already held in his hands. This group of monks was indeed alert and walked slowly, but the range of spiritual awareness of the monks in the middle stage of Qi refining was not far, so they did not notice that Guan Yuqi and the other two were hiding in the distance. When they came to the location of the buried ground explosion talisman, Guan Yuqi suddenly pinched his fingers. Explode! Boom! The ground suddenly exploded, and a powerful impact suddenly erupted from the ground. All the members of the passing team were blown into the air and then fell to various places. The various defensive means on their bodies flickered and were broken by the violent shockwaves one after another. One monk was blown into 2 pieces on the spot, deader than dead. 2 others were burned to charcoal by the heat wave. The remaining 3 survivors were also in a miserable state, and their life-saving means were consumed on the spot. However, before they could understand what happened, Guan Yuqi and the other 2 had already rushed out. What was faster than them was the talisman spells activated by them. 3 powerful yellow-grade middle-grade wind blade spells were triggered from the talisman, and attacked the 3 survivors at an astonishing speed. The 3 cultivators' faces changed drastically, and they took out defensive magic weapons to resist. 2 of them only had yellow-grade lower-grade defensive magic weapons, and they could not hold on under the attack of the wind blade, and were easily cut in half by the wind blade. The remaining cultivator of the 5th level of Qi refining barely blocked the wind blade with a yellow-grade middle-grade magic weapon. But after blocking the wind blade, he was greeted by the full-state siege of Guan Yuqi and the other 2. After a fight, the 5th level Qi refining cultivator roared unwillingly, "Despicable, you are too despicable. What kind of ability is it to ambush others and rely on the benefits of talismans? If you have the guts, fight me alone." Guan Yuqi gave him the last knife very straightforwardly, and solved him, shaking his head and said, "If you have a talisman and don't use it, you are a fool, right?" The 3 of them happily collected the spoils and heads. Wang Changba laughed and said, "Brother Qi, this tactic is so cool. Use the talisman to clear the way, and any master can be knocked down." Guan Yuqi smiled and said, "As long as you can kill the enemy, you will have a large amount of military merit income. Don't be stingy with the talismans. Let's go back and stock up some apricot talismans and come back to continue hunting. This time, we can buy a few more yellow-grade top-grade talismans, which are very useful. We are going to get rich again." Zhao Jiao was overjoyed. They left happily. And then another team of weaker monks came over here. Seeing the tragic situation on the ground, they turned around and retreated in fear. See 97 Random doubling of talisman making perception. Zhengchunfang City. Zheng Liangjin, a Yunyang sect foundation building elder who is responsible for the management of casual cultivators' tasks, is checking the completion of tasks in the past few days, his brows furrowed tightly. The disciples below lowered their heads and did not dare to look at him. The mission completion rate is only 60%. What's going on? Disciple, I just asked some casual cultivators. They said that the casual cultivators in Yunqing City have a lot of powerful talismans in their hands. There are quite a lot of them. So although the casual cultivators here have eaten a lot, deficit. Amulets? Are there not enough talismans in the military merit hall? It is indeed not enough. Because we have to ensure the fighting needs of the disciples within our sect, the finished talismans distributed are very few, and most of them are raw materials. I found a talisman maker in the city to refine the talismans, but they can only barely satisfy the military merit. The palace is functioning. Zhang Liangjin rubbed his eyebrows. I have expected this situation before, but isn't it the same with the Earth God sect? It seems that the Dishen sect is also short of talismans, but they hired Master Xing to refine talismans. Master Xing had a large inventory of talismans and took out 150,000 talismans. Although they were all low-level talismans, their quality was all good. This meets the exchange needs of casual cultivators. Zhang Liangjin's face suddenly turned ugly. 100,000 talismans were not too much, and the inventory of the disciples in the sect exceeded 1 million, but they were not many. It was difficult to take them out at once. He was silent for a while and said, I'll go to the real person to ask, and you can go and calm down the mood of the casual cultivator. Yes. Zhang Liangjin came to the center of Feng City and asked to see the real Jindan. Because it was a special period, he quickly met Zhao Qizhen, the real person of Jindan. Jinmo, I am Liangjin, please report something urgent. Say. Zhao Qizhen said. Jinren, the casual cultivators have suffered a great loss. Due to the lack of finished talismans, they are at a disadvantage when fighting the casual cultivators in Yunqinfang City. If this continues, the casual cultivators may not accept our mission. Yes. Zhang Liangjin said solemnly. Zhao Qizhen's expression paused, and his consciousness immediately swept over the Sanqiu Hall to check the conversation and discussion of the Sanqiu. After listening for a while, he gradually frowned. Xingfu? Master Xing? Who is this? Zhao Qizhen was confused. He should be a casual cultivator who makes talismans, but his ability to make talismans is not weak. He should have accumulated a large amount of inventory before, but now he has sold it all to the Earth God sect. Zhang Liangjin also said depressedly, why doesn't this casual cultivator come to us? Zhao Qizhen was silent for a while and said, his inventory has been released. It is meaningless to talk about this person anymore. I know what you mean. The casual cultivators cannot give up. Although they are generally not strong in strength, they are also part of the war power. I will distribute 200,000 talismans from the sect's supplies to you. Can you please stabilize the situation among the casual cultivators? Zhang Liangjin immediately said seriously, Disciple will definitely complete the work. Then he hesitated and said, will the transfer of talismans from the sect affect the frontal battlefield? It has a little impact, but not much. The Danxia sect has joined forces with us, and the talismans are still sufficient. Zhao Qizhen waved his hand, but you must also find a way to make up for the subsequent talismans. Clear. Zhang Liangjin breathed a sigh of relief. With this batch of talismans, at least the casual cultivators were a little more stable. Other side. Han Yuan finally drew the last stroke. At this point, he had completed refining 3 to 6 times of all the more than 10,000 yellow-grade high-grade talismans in the talisman collection, and was thoroughly familiar with them one by one. He closed his eyes and recalled every bit of insight he had gained from practicing the talismans during this period. A sense of understanding gradually rose in his heart. His familiarity with the Huangjie talismans had reached an extremely high level. Now any unfamiliar Huang the talisman was taken out for him to make, and he could make it with just one wave. He felt that he could call himself the master of the Huang talisman. Just when he opened his eyes with satisfaction, he saw an unexpected dice spinning rapidly in midair. The dice seemed to have been spinning for a while. When he looked over, the dice froze, and a medium-sized number appeared 10. Random gain multiplier, 10, the effective talisman making experience perception is increased by *10, a much stronger feeling than before came to my mind. When I just reviewed my experience of making talismans, I found that many things were unclear, many of my insights were specious, and many of them were just flashes of inspiration and not systematic. However, at this moment, his understanding of making talismans became clearer many times and entered his mind in different categories. His understanding of the art of making talismans instantly reached the point where he could enter the palace, and his mastery of the Huangjie talisman reached an even higher level. Superb level. After a long time, Han Yuan's eyes regained clarity. He looked at a talisman on the table again, and immediately discovered many flaws. He even saw some obvious flaws and some turning connections. Although this yellow-level talisman is already a fine talisman in the eyes of others, for him now, it can only be said to be unsightly. In his eyes, 99% of the Huang-level talisman has been analyzed. He used to claim to be a Huang-level talisman master, but now he feels that he can be called a yellow-level talisman master. The relationship between talismans, spiritual texts, and spells is extremely close, especially talismans and spells. The two can basically transform into each other. You can use talismans to understand spells, and you can also use spells to create new talismans. Han Yuan gained a lot. Looking through the complete collection of talismans, he looked a little emotional. It turned out that the talisman seemed to be formed in one stroke, but in fact it was also a combination. A low-grade yellow-grade talisman can be divided into 9 fragments or 27 fragments. A medium-grade yellow-grade talisman can be divided into up to 54 fragments. A high-grade yellow-grade talisman can be divided into up to 80 fragments. A fragment. Each fragment has its own unique role. He can now modify the original talismans, add some fragments that increase power, and reduce some talismans that are of little use. At the same time, he can also create new yellow-level talismans. I can transform these yellow-level talismans first, simplify the refining steps, and increase the power of the talismans. When all the talismans are transformed, I should be able to harvest a wave of insights again, and it will not be too late to create new talismans by then. Han Yuan felt that he had to eat one bite at a time. After discovering the amazing effect of random game multipliers, he estimated that after transforming all the yellow-level talismans, he would definitely be able to obtain the blessing of random game multipliers again. So, he recruited Chang Yisun again. Chang Yisun came to the room quickly. Han Yuan pointed to the finished talismans next to him and said, "Take these finished products and bring some raw materials." Chang Yisun nodded, and then asked curiously, "Are we going to get the second-level low-grade materials?" "No, go and get another batch of low-grade yellow-grade raw materials. The quantity should be 3 times the previous one." Han Yuan felt that the consumption of transformation research would definitely be more than simply replicating it. Chang Yisun was stunned and couldn't understand what Elder Han was thinking, but she still said neatly, "I understand, I will get the raw materials as soon as possible." She was about to leave with the finished talisman. Han Yuan stopped her. "Wait." Chang Yisun asked doubtfully, "Elder, what else can you do?" "Well, take more talismans and put them on your body for self-defense. If you have money, buy a few more life-saving magic weapons," Han Yuan suddenly suggested. Chang Yisun blinked, with confusion on his face, but still nodded, "Okay, disciple understands." After she left the room, Han Yuan shook his head and whispered, "You don't understand. You are the only one who knows Master Xing." Obviously, Han Yuan's divine consciousness has enveloped Fengshi these days and he has heard of his new name. C98 Master Xing's new talisman is on the shelf. Han Yuan knew his talisman well. It's okay now. It can be said that it's inventory. When the inventory is used up, the role of a certain master will be reduced a lot. But when he starts to transform talismans, the output will be greater than before, which may arouse the attention or even hostility of others. Chang Yisun, as the first contact person, can imagine the level of danger. However, the city was within his scope of investigation, and Chang Yisun would not leave the city, so he could still guarantee safety. I wonder how much firepower she can absorb. Han Yuan shook his head and stopped thinking about it. He dug out a piece of yellow-level low-grade talisman paper in his inventory and began to refine the yellow-level low-grade talisman again. The first thing to start was the wind talisman. The original version of the wind talisman actually has 18 fragments. If broken down, it should be regarded as a second-level qi refining talisman. Han Yuan thought about it and found that 5 of the fragments were basically set up to ensure that the difficulty of refining was reduced. He did not need it at all. There were also 4 fragments that could be replaced with better structures. In this way, there are 5 vacancies. Originally, there were only 3 stored clips. Now you can add 3 more identical clips and optimize the storage limit. 6 clips are equivalent to 2.6 times the previous effect. At the same time, the fragment that increases the movement speed can also be composed by adding 2 more fragments to form a stronger acceleration effect. After some carving, a new version of the 18-fragment wind talisman was declared complete. Try it. Han Yuan picked up the talisman pen and sketched it on the talisman paper. There was no pause in the process of drawing the talisman. It was done in one go, gracefully and lightly. When the talisman was completed, the fragments that sensed the heaven and earth came into play and resonated with a certain power in the heaven and earth. The talisman paper emits an astonishing suction force, drawing a large amount of spiritual energy into it. After processing the fragments of the spiritual energy, it turns into the wind spiritual power needed for the blast technique, and is stored in 6 spiritual power fragments. Success! The corner of Han Yuan's mouth curled up. He knew the effect of the talisman without experimenting. This was the confidence of a Huang-level talisman master. This wind talisman had twice the battery life and 1/3 increase in speed. It is said to be a low-grade yellow-grade talisman, but in fact, its power has reached the level of a middle-grade yellow-grade talisman. But it still only has 18 talisman fragments, and it does belong to the category of low-grade yellow-level talismans, which shows the effect of Han Yuan's transformation. This kind of modified new talisman is probably difficult for others to learn. Even though it is only a low-grade yellow talisman, its refining difficulty is even more difficult than that of a middle-grade talisman. It is not something that ordinary people can learn. But for Han Yuan, it is simpler and easier to make than the original version. In other words, this kind of transformation is only suitable for himself. Even beings of the same level are not suitable. They may also be able to transform the talismans, but all masters have their own characteristics and have a style that suits them. Han Yuan also improved the talisman sealing technique. In addition to retaining all the previous functions, he also added the effect of nourishing the spirit talisman. In this way, the talisman is less likely to fail and the validity period is greatly extended. Compared with magic weapons, talismans are one-time consumables and have a very short shelf life. They usually lose their effect in 6 months to 3 years. This is also the reason why several large sects are short of talismans. Talisman is a fast consumable item that is in short supply during wartime but abundant in peacetime. It is only during wartime that you will find that the talisman maker, who is usually at the bottom, will suddenly have a higher status than the alchemist and weapon refiner. The refining time of elixirs is not bad, there are many and some are few, and their importance is second only to the talisman maker. However, the refining time of magical weapons usually takes a long time, and they can be stored at ordinary times. There is no shortage of inventory, so the importance plummets. Usually, the weapon refiner is greater than the alchemist and the charm maker. In wartime, the talisman maker is greater than the alchemist than the weapon refiner. Han Yuan casually put the modified wind talisman aside. Picking up a brand new talisman paper, he made the wind talisman again. This time he transformed it again, this time to improve the battery life. If the speed remains the same, the battery life can be increased by 4 times. The third talisman increases the speed while ensuring a certain battery life. After some modifications, he refined 9 3-category talismans, one with battery life and the other with speed, taking into account all 3. In short, the 3 kinds of talismans were much stronger than the previous wind talisman. After giving different prompts, he stopped refining the wind talisman and began to meditate on the second fire talisman. One after another, he refined the improved talismans. On the table next to him, the talismans began to stack up like before, gradually forming a hill. When Chang Yisun came over to hand over the goods, Han Yuan didn't even look up. He was immersed in the improved talismans and couldn't help himself. He waved his hand and motioned to Chang Yisun to take it himself. Naturally, Chang Yisun would not disturb Han Yuan's drawing of the talisman, and consciously took away the finished talisman and put down the raw materials. However, when she checked the finished talisman, she was surprised to find that the talisman this time was a little different. There were special markings on it, such as extreme speed, super long, extreme power, 1 becomes 3, etc. It confused her a little. But Han Yuan had no intention of explaining at all. Chang Yisun could only take away all the talismans in confusion, and continued to put them on the shelves at the exchange hall at the previous price. 2 more days passed in the blink of an eye. Guan Yuqi and the other 3 ran back from outside Fengshe in embarrassment. Hey, when did those guys from Zhengchunfang City have a lot of talismans in their hands? Wang Changba said depressedly. Fortunately, the quality is not as good as the Xingfu. They couldn't break through the defense of the Vajra talisman, so they luckily escaped with their lives. Zhao Jiao said happily. Wang Changba said depressedly, the apricot talisman is good. The ones that come out these days are all high-grade yellow-grade ones. You can't buy many of them. It would be easier to use them if we get more low-grade and medium-grade yellow-grade ones. Guan Yuqi waved her hand and said, okay, stop complaining. Go submit the task, then go to the exchange hall to have a look, and you can also buy some talismans from the disciples of the Earth God sect. That's all it can do. The 3 of them returned to Fengshe North District, but unexpectedly found that there were many people queuing in front of the exchange hall. Wang Changba walked up curiously and asked a kind-faced monk, brother, are there any good goods in the exchange hall today? Why are there so many people queuing up? You don't know? The exchange hall has another batch of Master Xing's talismans, and this batch are all low-grade yellow-grade talismans. By the way, you know Zinc Talisman, right? That's Master Xing's masterpiece. Those low-grade yellow-grade talismans are good. It's easy to use, it doesn't hurt, and it's very powerful. Guan Yuqi and the others' eyes lit up. Wang Chengba said in surprise, this relationship is great. Speaking of which, the lower-grade Huang-level talisman is very easy to use. I gave a few to the opponent when I came up. Master Xing's talisman has all kinds. It's hard to guard against it. What a drama. Poison, psychedelic, weakening, entangling, slowing down, etc. Give the enemy several at once, and the advantage will be basically established. Guan Yuqi nodded in agreement. Apart from the quality of the apricot talisman, the most amazing thing is that there are many types. The talismans from the Yunyang sect only come and go in those types, while the apricot talismans come in all kinds. There are even curses and bad luck, making it difficult for the casual cultivators in Zhangchunfang City to guard against them, thereby establishing some advantages, and then turning the advantages into victory. Victory will be easier. Changba, Zhaojiu, you line up here, I will submit the task first. Good. Guan Yuqi quickly ran to submit the task. After a while, she came back and joined the queue. They stood in line, waiting and feeling anxious, fearing that there would be no talismans to buy later. The old man from before said with a smile, don't worry, this time Master Xing has brought out another 30,000 talismans, everyone can buy them. That's good. Guan Yuqi and others now felt at peace. When the queue approached them, Guan Yuqi could already observe the talismans on the shelves. Master Xing's talismans were indeed updated, and he soon discovered that in addition to the same apricot tree markings, there were some special markings on these talismans. The monk who was exchanging the talismans happened to have doubts and asked, excuse me, what do those special words on the apricot talisman mean? A disciple of the Earth God sect explained, this is a new product. Compared with the previous ones, it has some more tendencies. For example, the meaning of 1 changes into 3 means that before it could only fire a fireball, now it can change into it turned into 3 fireballs. You can figure out the specific situation on your own, I don't know most of it. Is this even stronger? Hiss. Give me some of these. Okay, a total of 120, 600 military merits. Hey, isn't it strengthened? The price hasn't been increased yet? The price has not been increased yet, but there is no guarantee whether it will be increased in the future. Then I'll redeem 50 more. After Guan Yuqi heard this, she looked at each other with Wang Chengba and Zhao Jiu. Buy more. Wang Chengba said. Yes, buy all the talismans. There are still a lot of elixirs left anyway, and apricot talismans are in short supply. Zhao Jiu said. I see. When it was Guan Yuqi's turn, he took out all the military merits in his hand. There were still 3,000 military merits accumulated during this period. He exchanged them all into talismans in one go, and won hundreds of military merits in one go. Open. Seeing the people queuing behind me in a daze, I couldn't help but increase the quantity I wanted to buy, for fear that I would be out of stock later. In just 3 hours, all the 30,000 new talismans that had just been put on the shelves had been redeemed. And these casual cultivators who have obtained new talismans will naturally go to the battlefield to have some fun. C99 Battlefield Influence. Master Xing is targeted. There is a position at a medium-grade spirit stone mine in the northeast of Yunchunfang City. Lingwen Peak's early foundation building Elder Yu Pingqiu and Gumu Peak's middle foundation building Elder Yiming are frowning at the sand table. Yu Pingqiu said, there are already many Kairefining disciples from Yunyang sect and Danxia sect active around, and there must be foundation building cultivators. We have more than enough defense, but the transportation of materials has been greatly disturbed. What should we do? Yiming was silent for a while and said, send disciples to clear out the enemies around and reduce their strength. This will lose a lot of disciples. Yu Pingqiu's tone was reluctant. Yiming said calmly, this is a sect war. It is about the life and death of the sect. Death is inevitable. Yiming heard this and nodded heavily. Okay, I understand. You defend the camp well. I already know the location of the other party's foundation building. I will keep an eye on him. If he makes any unusual movements, I will stop him. You also have to defend here well. No problem. After the two elders discussed and decided, teams of inner and outer disciples from the Earth God sect rushed out of the Spirit Stone mine camp and began to clear the surrounding areas. Not long after, the battle broke out in the nearby area. Yiming stood on his sword above the camp, his eyes fixed on a certain direction. In a valley in the distance, a formation had been set up. A middle-aged monk also stood in the air, looking over sharply. The two looked at each other from a distance of 10 miles, and at the same time observed the fighting of the Qi refining disciples in the forest. Neither side intervened in the battle of the Qi refining disciples, because if they did, they would inevitably lose the initiative. Whether it was exposing their trump cards or consuming their true essence, they would be at a disadvantage. In the final life and death battle, life and death might only be a matter of millimeters, so they would not leave early. It was not worth it. Yiming stood in the sky, observing the entire battle situation. The battle situation in the forest was not clear, but at a glance, their Earth God Sect side was actually at a slight disadvantage, which made him look unhappy. However, he had no intention of stopping the battle, and watched his disciples die and get injured. This battle lasted until nightfall, when both sides called off the battle. Teams of injured disciples returned to the camp. Some teams were missing 1 or 2 people, and some teams did not return at all. When all the disciples returned, a disciple came to report, "Elder, we lost 38 people, including 7 late Qi refining disciples and 31 middle Qi refining disciples. We killed 33 enemies, including 6 late Qi refining disciples and 27 middle Qi refining disciples. 7 disciples were seriously injured and are being treated. There are 58 lightly injured people who will recover in 3 hours." Yiming frowned and said, "How is the inventory of elixirs? Sufficient elixirs. What about talismans? The talismans may be a little insufficient." Yiming nodded. "The purpose of this battle is we have reached the destination. The passage has been barely opened. The supplies can be delivered on time. The talismans will definitely be sufficient. You should prepare the talismans and use them boldly. There will be another battle tomorrow." "Yes." Yiming calmly watched the disciples go to rest, turned around and looked at the valley in the distance. His eyebrows were full of murderous intent, and he couldn't help but want to kill the enemy himself, but he still held back. The battle situation cannot be moved lightly, and a single move will affect the whole body. If he rushed up impulsively, he could quickly kill some Qi-refining monks, but he himself would be in danger. Although the words are not pleasant to hear, the importance of a foundation-building monk is greater than that of a group of Qi-refining monks, and the death of one will affect the battle situation. He can only take out the token and apply for more talismans and support from the market. In the middle of the night, Yiming personally welcomed the arrival of an elite team and successfully received a batch of supplies, including a large number of talismans. "Hey, the number of talismans this time is 10% more?" The elite disciple said. "It seems that the independent cultivators don't need our supply anymore, so we have allocated some of them." Yiming nodded and said, "Okay, distribute them all." Yiming immediately arranged for people to distribute the talismans, and every cultivator had enough talismans. This time, Yiming was relieved, and tomorrow's battle was guaranteed. On the other side, in the valley camp, a foundation-building elder of the Yunyang sect also received a batch of logistical supplies. He checked the supplies and frowned. "Why are the supplies 10% less?" The person who delivered them quickly apologized. "Elder, because the talismans are in short supply at the scattered cultivators' place. The real person gave some to the scattered cultivators' hall. Now the market is rushing to make them. Please bear with me, Elder. These talismans should be enough now." "Enough? There is no such thing as enough talismans. You can use as many as you have." The foundation building elder was very dissatisfied. "Go back and tell the market not to reduce them next time. I am fighting hard outside, and they are dragging me down like this?" "Yes. Yes." The transport team leader could only agree helplessly. The next day, the battle started again. It was obviously the same people, and the number of disciples of the Earth God sect was even less than yesterday, but Yiming found that the battle situation inexplicably gained some advantages, although the changes were not obvious. When it was dark at night, when the statistics were counted, it was found that the casualties were reduced by 10% compared with yesterday, but the number of enemies killed was 10% more. In this way, they had some small advantages. At night, another batch of supplies and personnel arrived to replenish the camp's consumption. On the third day, the Earth God sect disciples had an even greater advantage. In the end, Ming Jin withdrew his troops, the number of casualties dropped again, and more enemies were killed. On the fourth day, Yiming unexpectedly discovered that the surrounding enemies had retreated very far away and did not dare to invade Taichien again. But after Yiming had the advantage, how could he hold back? Disciples were immediately arranged to pursue him. Gradually, the original defensive attitude slowly turned into an offensive one. The opponent's foundation-building elder wanted to take action many times, but he held back. Just like Yiming before, he couldn't leave. Once he left, the loss would undoubtedly be greater. At the same time, the battles around the mines and fields were similar to Yiming's. With the sufficient supply of talismans, the original defensive gradually turned into an offensive. Changes are happening subtly. In Zhengshengfang City, Jindan Master Zhao Qizhen listened to his subordinates' report with displeasure. Master, due to the lack of talismans, the battle situation has turned into a disadvantage again. A foundation-building elder carefully replied. What's going on? Why are there so many less talismans? Zhao Qizhen asked in confusion. Because, you said that the casual cultivator's side is very important, so we sent some of the talismans to the casual cultivator's palace. Wait a minute, didn't you already give away 200,000 talismans before? Zhao Qizhen asked strangely, will you still give them away later? Yes, we found that the Sanqiu Temple in Yanqinfang City has a lot of talismans that can be exchanged and the power is still strong, so we have to continue to make up for the consumption in the Sanqiu Temple. Why? Where did they get so many talismans? Zhao Qizhen asked. Because a person named Master Xing had already taken out 150,000 talismans before, and then successively took out 200,000 talismans, and each one was several times more powerful than the same level. There's nothing we can do. Zhao Qizhen narrowed his eyes slightly. Master Xing again? News about this person had appeared in his ears many times, and he had become a thorn in his side. Yes. Zhao Qizhen was silent for a while and said coldly, send someone to find this person. It's best if you can recruit him. If you can't recruit him, just kill him. Can you do it? Able. C100. A new combination of talismans. A few days passed. Master Xing Han Yuan, who was regarded as a thorn in his side, was still writing furiously on the talisman paper. A brand new yellow-grade top-grade talisman appeared under his pen in a few breaths. This Xing talisman was worth 200 or 300 spirit stones, and could be sold for 500 spirit stones on the black market. Han Yuan threw it aside without any care. He took out the second talisman paper casually, thought for a while, and improved another talisman and drew it easily. The speed of this improvement was so fast that if someone who knew the goods saw it, they would definitely be shocked. When Han Yuan finished the transformation of the last talisman, he stood quietly with the talisman pen, closed his eyes and recalled the improvement experience of these days, which turned into a large amount of talisman-making insights and poured into his mind. After a little sorting, he opened his eyes. Then he really saw a dice spinning in front of him. This time, he stared at the talisman without blinking, and locked the dice by intuition. Stop. 16. The dice stopped at a relatively good number. Random gain multiplier, 16, talisman making experience perception effect increased by *16, 16 times the gain effect. A huge amount of experience and knowledge poured into his sea of consciousness. It was as if he had been improving the talismans day and night for half a year. The details of the yellow-level talismans were already clear in his eyes. If he was a yellow-level talisman master before, now he felt like a yellow-level talisman master. Countless talisman fragments seemed to come alive. He seemed to be able to see the spirituality of each fragment, some lively, some sharp, and some gentle. In another blink of an eye, these fragments returned to their original state and became ordinary talisman fragments. But when he sorted out all his perceptions one by one, he realized that every fragment he had seen before could be called a rune. Each rune has at least two forms, sometimes sharp, sometimes gentle, which can also be said to be positive and negative. All kinds of rune forms exist at the same time, but when they form a fixed talisman, the rune will only show a fixed form. So some runes in the talisman that seem to be different are essentially the same rune. He also understood the connection between spiritual texts and talismans. Spiritual texts are actually a special combination of the same type of runes. For example, the wood spiritual text he mastered is actually composed of 108 wood attribute runes, and there are also 108 ways to combine them. The combination method is switched every moment, which is extremely mysterious. And talismans are a special combination of different runes. Runes are basic units. Runes of different types can be combined into talismans, and runes of the same type can be combined into spiritual texts. Han Yuan suddenly realized. The deeper his perception, the more he discovered that there were more things he didn't know. Why do runes have different forms? Why can different runes form a talisman? Why can runes of the same category form a spiritual text? He couldn't figure out the reason. Now he only had a certain understanding of how to combine talismans and only understood the appearance of runes. Despite this, he could already combine runes at will to form a new yellow-level talisman. His understanding of spiritual texts allowed him to have a deeper understanding of specific types of runes. It's time to create a new talisman, Han Yuan thought. The first one to be created was still the Swift Wind Talisman. The improved version of the Swift Wind Talisman was still composed of 18 runes. The talisman he wanted to create now naturally had to break the previous structure. In his sea of consciousness, he used his spiritual consciousness to visualize an outline, and the runes were combined one by one to form a new talisman composed of 81 runes. Overall, the structure was very beautiful and coordinated. Han Yuan picked up the pen and drew a new talisman on the talisman paper according to the structure visualized in the sea of consciousness. The talisman pen meandered on the talisman paper, sometimes lifting and sometimes pressing, and the spiritual power was continuously injected into it without any stagnation or obscurity. When a complete talisman was drawn, the heaven and earth felt it, and a large amount of wind attribute spiritual energy was injected into the talisman. The talismans lit up one by one, rapidly absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. When the spiritual energy was fully absorbed, a brand new talisman was generated. On the surface, the trajectory of this talisman was completely different from the previous Gale talisman, but it was also a Gale talisman, and the speed of blessing was incomparable. Han Yuan tried to stick it on his body and activated the talisman. The dice suddenly appeared, causing Han Yuan to pause. Random gain multiplier 7, Gale talisman effect increased by *700%, he took a step forward, and the whole person flew out of the room like a real wind. Chang Yisun was on her way to Han Yuan's residence when a strong wind blew towards her. The wind was so fast that she couldn't stand steadily and the book in her hand flew away. She turned her head in horror to look at the wind, trying to see what the hell it was, but the wind had gone away in the blink of an eye. What was that just now? Chang Yisun took a breath. It was faster than my spiritual consciousness. The spiritual consciousness of a cultivator can spread out in an instant, and the speed should be faster than sound. She quickly picked up the book and planned to find the elders to report this abnormal situation immediately. But she saw that the strange wind swept towards her again. Chang Yisun was horrified. She wanted to hide, but the strange wind was too fast. Before she could think, the wind passed by her again and rolled her book into the sky again. Her body was rolled several times by the strange wind before it stopped. Her hair was messy like a chicken coop. She looked blankly at the strange wind entering Elder Han's room, and then became silent. She suddenly realized in her heart, it turned out to be Elder Han. What is he doing? Chang Yisun felt that she was teased by Elder Han, but she had no evidence. She couldn't see the situation in the wind just now. When she packed up and came to Han Yuan's room, she saw Elder Han standing by the table, holding a pen in his right hand and his left hand behind his back, thinking. Chang Yisun looked around and then looked at Han Yuan, with a slightly strange expression on her face. What's the matter? Han Yuan asked indifferently. Chang Yisun said seriously, Elder, the sect knows about Master Xing and is willing to recruit Master Xing with extremely high treatment. If you don't want to join the sect, you still want to ask Master Xing for more high-level talismans. Elder, how should I respond to the sect? Han Yuan raised his eyebrows and said, just say that Master Xing can provide some special talismans, but they must be sold at a price that is 10% higher than the current market price. Chang Yisun opened his mouth, wanting to say something but stopped. Elder, you are really not afraid of being held accountable later for making money from the sect like this?